from childhood to adulthood. Everyone dreams of having superpowers, not realizing that the method to obtain superpowers is very simple. Ding! Detected that the host is watching this video. Do you want to check in to get superpowers? Selling for 3 dog heads. At first, I thought it was just a joke, until I realized that I really gained superpowers. Unexpectedly, on the first day of gaining superpowers, I was slandered and secretly photographed by the little fairy too. Not only did she demand that I kneel down to apologize and check my phone, but also, after finding nothing, she said to me, "Let's put aside the facts. Don't you have any fault at all?" She even claimed to have depression and asked me to compensate for her mental distress. In response, I gave her a slap, causing her head to spin 2.5 times. At this time, in a restaurant on the 8th floor of a shopping mall, Lin Mo was playing with his phone when he was suddenly surrounded by 2 little fairies who looked like Bobo. "Did you just take a picture of us? Give me your phone for inspection, or we will call the police." Lin Mo smiled bitterly, never thought that the bizarre things he had seen online before would one day become the protagonist himself. 2 little fairies watched as Lin Mo remained calm and composed, not moved in the slightest, even smiling, gradually blushing a little. A man in his 50s around him, dressed in a suit and looking decent, also chimed in, saying, "Young man, just show them, stand upright and fear no slanting shadows." His words quickly resonated, and others also began to speak up. For a moment, it seemed like Lin Mo was the one who took the photo. Lin Mo suddenly felt a little amused. If it weren't for the look of these people watching the show, he would have really thought this was for his own good. Lin Mo stood up, holding the phone between his fingers. "Neither fast nor slow, I can show you my phone. What if there are no photos of you taken secretly in the album?" Lin Mo's clown-like eyes made one of the little fairies anxious in an instant, and without saying a word, she snatched Lin Mo's phone. "What's the matter? You must have taken pictures of us. Otherwise why are you hesitating to let us check your phone?" Lin Mo did not resist this, still smiling, but his eyes narrowed slightly. In front of the 2 little fairies flipping through the photo album, the more they flipped, the uglier their faces became, until after flipping for 5 or 6 minutes, they still didn't find any evidence. "Hello, have you found it? If you haven't found it, please return my phone, and then publicly apologize. Maybe I, Lin, will forgive you for your kindness." The 2 little fairies were a little lacking in confidence at first, but when they heard Lin Mo's words, their temper suddenly rose again. I saw the little fairy in the pink dress on the right-hand side with one hand on her hip, pointing at Lin Mo with the other hand, and without hesitation, she sprayed out from her mouth, "Apologize for what? You must have secretly deleted the photo just now. Besides, setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault at all? Version T0 can ignore these, at worst, just make trouble. Anyway, no one can do anything to them in the end." And at this moment, Lin Mo smiled and pointed to the mobile phone in the hand of one of the little fairies, smiling and said, "You are recording a video, right?" The girl pointed out by Lin Mo involuntarily stepped back. "So what? We are preserving evidence here." Lin Mo nodded at the words, then faced the camera and waved his hand. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo, and next I will be forced to uphold justice." After speaking, Lin Mo suddenly grinned, pinched the wrist of the little fairy holding the phone, and gently exerted force with his right hand. The little fairy suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the next second, a scream mixed with the sound of bones breaking and fat squeezing came. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards another completely stunned little fairy. With a backhand slap, he hit the little fairy's face. The little fairy's head spun like a top for several rounds, until her shocked eyes could see her own back. The onlookers around were all dumbfounded, and for a moment, the large floor was surprisingly quiet. Lin Mo teleported and directly lifted up the first man in a suit who spoke. The straight suit pants were slightly damp. Lin Mo softly said, "At such a mature age, if you don't learn something good, you'll just be making a fuss." Listening to Lin Mo's words, the man in the suit started crying. "Please don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again." Lin Mo raised his foot and kicked the window beside him, saying, "Why cry like a big man? Be strong, it will be over soon." After saying that, Lin Mo gently let go. With a few dull thuds, the air smelled a little more like blood. "What did you say? Superman? There's a Superman killing people inside the mall." Lin Mo was in pain, but certain people were dumbfounded. The chief of the South Island Police Department's entire body was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He even looked at the date to make sure it wasn't April Fool's Day. Although the technology is now very advanced, can his position, if there is any superhuman and so on in the past, should have heard of it long ago? How is it possible that there was no news before? Can't it be that it's from inside a few other forces? A specialized terrorist attack? Who could it be? The American zone? The European zone? Or those of the Third World Alliance? He instantly felt that things were far from as simple as they seemed. And in his experience there was definitely something extraordinary involved behind this. Not even in his capacity as the head of the South Island Police Department in the sub-district. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately gave the order after double-checking that the information was correct: delete all the video photos that have been released, and dispatch the police force in your area to block off all the exits of that shopping mall. Mobilize the surveillance in the mall and make sure to track the suspect in real time. If you come across a suspect, do not act rashly. Wait for orders from above. After hastily giving the order, this director immediately dialed another phone. Hello, executive officer. This is. A few minutes later, the story kept going up the chain of command until it reached the president of the subregion. The raging storm outside Lin Mo didn't know, and even if he did, he didn't care. The floor he was on was empty, and he and a sales clerk who had the temerity to make milk tea were the only ones left on the large floor. As for the others, they ran out long ago in the middle of the chaos. Looked at the time on my phone. May 31st, 2040 at 6:30 p.m. It's after 6. What are we going to eat later? Rice or noodles? There's a new buffet recently opened in the neighborhood. Want to check it out? Lin Mo crossed his legs. Besides being a little handsome, where could he see any difference from the others? Isn't that a bit of a drop in the bucket? I should be able to be considered a supervillain out there now, right? But even a supervillain can't stop eating, right? Well, Lin Mo was a foodie, and he enjoyed tasting all kinds of food. Even though he now had great power and was fine with not eating for a few days, he still insisted on having 3 meals a day constantly. In his own words, food is as important as beauty. As for this mess in front of us, is that a thing? He would never be so arrogant if he wasn't 100% sure. Without absolute strength before meticulous, he still knows. Little things like killing people were soon behind him. And just as Lin Mo was pondering what to eat, a news item popped up on his phone. Scanning through it, the general idea is that the Asian zone is having trouble negotiating with the European zone over blah blah blah, and the American zone is fanning the flames or something. How dare you push me something unnutritious all day long? Don't you know I love looking at beautiful women? There's nothing smart about this big data, but I must say that the pattern of this world is quite marvelous. Completely different from my previous world. There are only 4 forces in total. That's right, Lin Mo was a traveler. Or he wasn't sure if he was a traveler or had awakened memories of his past life. As far as he could remember, there were hundreds of countries on his home side, but this place, which is also called Earth, has a total of 4 powers: the Asian Community, the Holy Europa League, the Pan-American Federation and the Third World Alliance. The first 3 of them were very different in strength, and the last one was a little bit weaker, but the last one could span a very wide range, like an alliance formed by many small countries in the previous world. As for why this situation was created, Lin Mo had naturally studied history, so I won't water it down here. Sitting alone in a chair, all the cameras around him had long been staring at Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not care, opened a certain sound and swiped up to come. There were none of those movie scenarios. What with the SDU falling from the sky halfway across the world and all sorts of gunfire blasting at him as soon as they met, the odds are that no superpowers exist in this world, and it's no surprise that he's the only superpowered person in the world. As long as the OP isn't a cutie, definitely won't be fighting at the first meeting. For them, violence is just a last resort. Wouldn't it be better to fool Lin Mo without spending a single stroke? Even if you can't fool them, you should at least know what Lin Mo is capable of and whether you can succeed or not, right? As for the people who just died, did anyone just die? Of course, this was all based on the premise that they could lull Lin Mo into success. If it didn't work, Lin Mo would really have to stand up to the pressure of an entire subregion or even the world. As for why Lin Mo was so sure that he was the only supernatural person in this world, it's easy. Just hack inside the defense networks of the regions and take a look. It wasn't hard, especially for Lin Mo, the wall hanger. His superpowers aren't the kind of fire-breathing stealthy stuff that doesn't make the grade. If it was that kind of thing, how dare Lin Mo play like that? Might as well be an honest geek. With regards to his superpowers, Lin Mo had conducted a fairly complete experiment during this time. And to summarize, just a few words: power blast blast blast. Every morning around 12 a.m., he would merge with his other self, thus doubling all of one's values including, but not limited to, strength, intelligence, mental strength, physical strength, eyesight, reflexes, and other physical qualities. Note that this doubling is an exponential growth. If the beginning Lin Mo's various qualities are expressed according to 1, then as time passes, his body's various qualities will multiply at a rate of 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 and so on. Lin Mo had calculated with his already fledgling super brain that with that normal adult male's physical quality at the very beginning of his life, it would only take 10 days, he would be able to ignore most of the current conventional weapons in human society. It only takes almost a month for him to be able to carry a nuclear bomb hard. And currently, 10 whole days had passed since his superpower awakened. Lin Mo had already completed 10 fusions. In other words, he was now a monster whose physical qualities were 1024 times those of a normal person. That's the bottom line. And after these 10 days of careful observation, Lin Mo also discovered one more thing. The interval between each of his fusions was decreasing. The reduction is not a lot, though, from 24 full hours on the first day to 10 seconds at present. If Lin Mo's deduction was correct, each time he fused it would cause this interval to decrease by 1 second. It would only take almost 400 self-fusions, and in 124 years or so, he would be able to control the fusion to less than a second, or 0 seconds. At that point, his power would go from exponential growth to exponential explosion. What an incredible, incomprehensible ability. It was like a natural-born strong man who only needed time to stand at the top of the universe and even the heavens. Kind of like those closing timelines in metaphysical novels when the Tao Lord proves himself, or quantum superposition states. Rimmer had thought that more than once, but his super brain told him it didn't make much sense. Everything is unstoppable. Also, super brain told him to just use his superpowers for anything, and that it didn't really matter if he used them or not. Chapter 3, Eat First. Of course, at 6:43 p.m., Lin Mo finally picked up his milk tea. The seemingly part-time clerk hard at work on this mediocre resume took about 10 minutes to make. It's not easy. Fetching the milk tea, Lin Mo also politely said thank you. It was just that the little clerk appeared to be a bit flattered, and his two hands were shaking so much that they were almost stumped. In response, Lin Mo just smiled, fetched the milk tea and headed downstairs. At this time, the exit of the mall had already been blocked by densely packed special police and armored vehicles, and the blackened muzzles of the guns were pointing forward in unison. Huang Weijie's rounded face was covered in sweat. He kept wiping it off, but the speed of wiping appeared to be no match for the speed of sweating. It's hot as hell in this Thai weather. Why the hell am I so unlucky? Why did you send me? Damn it, if I get back alive this time I'll quit my job. Huang Weijie kept muttering in his mind, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. He was a negotiator sent in on a temporary basis, and was fortunate enough to get the job, partly because he was really good at it. On the other hand, there's more than a little bit of a shoo-in factor. Unlike these SWAT teams around them, what they've all been told is that there's an extremist here with a high level of harm. Huang Weijie was realistically aware that inside was a superhuman with powers beyond normal. Superhuman. What a joke. He used to be in contact with the most serious or only some terrorists. Superhuman. This is a flower girl on the sedan chair. The first time. Target will be out soon. Prepare for contact. Be careful not to anger the other side. We have so little information. Headset came in the middle voice. Huang Weijie also lowered his voice back a no. The event was so exceptional that it caught the attention of a number of presences. In just such a short period of time Lin Mo's file had not only been turned upside down, there were already a bunch of various analyses of Lin Mo. What with personality modeling, relationship analysis, whether or not you have an antisocial personality, how likely you are to start a conflict, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that too little information was known about Lin Mo's abilities, the above was even prepared to directly use force. Unfortunately, the most important thing at the moment was still what abilities Lin Mo actually had, and exactly what level he could reach. As far as those few videos inside the mall, the above merely analyzed super strength as well as super bone density, etc. Huang Weijie stared dead on at the exit as a figure slowly walked out. Having superpowers is awesome. It's not hot at all. If you give before this hot day cannot come out, certainly not come out. Hua! What a big battle. But won't these people get heat rash if they're so tightly wrapped? Lin Mo had just walked out, and as soon as he saw this battle around him, he also froze for a moment. The thought couldn't help but come to mind. Hello Mr. Lin Mo. Please don't be nervous. We are from the AEC Security Department and there are some things we would like to ask for your cooperation. Seeing Lin Mo come out, Huang Weijie walked up stiffly. He had a kind smile on his face and a very friendly tone. If you didn't know, you'd think it was one of Lin Mo's friends. According to the above analysis, Lin Mo had a pretty good personality since he was a kid and didn't have any bad behaviors. Simply put, Lin Mo in the first half of his life was an authentic good citizen. In light of this, he had to show enough sincerity, couldn't let the other party do some extreme behavior. Oh, I'm not nervous, but I feel like you guys are a little nervous. Ignoring Huang Weijie's outstretched right hand, Lin Mo smiled and teased. Ha ha, ha ha, Mr. Lin is joking. Huang Weijie was not embarrassed and silently withdrew his right hand and laughed dryly. Seeing Lin Mo so calm, Huang Weijie's nervous heart relaxed a little. That Mr. Lin, please also. Huang Weijie was just halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw Lin Mo raise his right hand. His face changed and he instantly took several steps back. Mr. Lin, please calm down. Please don't make any drastic moves. The SWAT officers in the back were also tightened in their hearts, aiming at Lin Mo in unison. Ugh, not that I'm saying, you've got a lot of nerve. I'll just scratch an itch. Why do I keep getting an itchy scalp lately? Is it hard to grow a brain? Scratching twice. Looking at Huang Weijie has jumped out a few meters away, really some speechless. He is so terrible? He felt pretty amiable. He used to get the good guy card all the time. Realizing that he was a bit sensitive, Huang Weijie was filled with embarrassment and wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Mo waving his hand. I'm hungry. Eat first. You just happen to have a car here so I don't have to take a cab. Saying that, Lin Mo walked towards the nearest police car as if no one else was there. Dinner? Huang Weijie froze for a moment. You're hungry for such a serious occasion? It's... Huang Weijie just wanted to say something. A voice came from the headset. Very short 3 words. Promise him. Still needing to eat. Does this mean that the other party is not beyond the realm of humans? Somewhere in the middle of the secret base. The commander looked at the images transmitted back in real time and pondered. For the disposition of Lin Mo, the above has already discussed several countermeasures. If it is within the controllable range, then naturally it should be controlled. If the other party was really powerful to an inhuman realm, then only some special means could be used. Just as this commander spoke, several members of the think tank behind him whispered and analyzed. According to common sense, eating is generally to obtain energy. Wait until the other side later. The number of food as well as the digestion speed can be roughly analyzed, some relevant data. But it's best to get some body samples of the other party. Only after rigorous experimentation can we project the general condition of the other party. The miniature camera at the chest of Huang Weijie's clothes. Lin Mo naturally discovered it a long time ago, but he didn't break it down. As for why, quite simply, he was in a good mood today. Then there was the fact that he also happened to show some people a display of muscles to prevent his pleasure from being interrupted. The police car drove until it pulled up in front of a store called the Aussie Grill Buffet. Although many of the SWAT officers were demobilized, the group that followed them was still not small. The scene scared the boss to run out. Thought he had just opened not long ago. The small store got into some trouble. It was good to learn that he hadn't done anything wrong and that the person across the street was just here to eat, which put his heart in his mouth. Respectfully and with a smile on his face, he welcomed Lin Mo and his duo. Even saddled himself with that service. It just didn't take long for the smile to freeze on the young boss's face. Nice. Flavorful. The meat is fresh too. Not many owners with a conscience like yours. Sucking the ribeye steak in his hand into his belly in one bite, Lin Mo praised it without reservation. This is the second floor. The entire second floor has long been emptied. In addition to Lin Mo, Huang Weijie and that boss, there are only some service personnel left. At this moment, everyone's eyes were glazed over, incredulously looking at the plates that were piled up into a small mountain in front of Lin Mo's eyes. You, as long as you're satisfied. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and stifled an ugly smile. Is this a human being or a ghost? A single breath of flaunting at least 300 pounds of meat. This is a ING man can do it. The store is almost out of stock. How much do you have to lose on this meal? He's just a small businessman. But how much loss? Which is destined to bear themselves. After all, the two people in front of them themselves certainly cannot afford to mess with. Chapter 4. Something's wrong with the script. Huang Weijie gulped, and for the first time, he had an understanding of the word Superman with his own eyes. So much meat down. But Lin Mo's stomach is not the slightest bulge. As if Lin Mo's stomach has a black hole in general. How can not fill? It was also true that since the day his ability was awakened, eating, for Lin Mo, had become dispensable. He doesn't feel hungry. And likewise, he doesn't feel full even if he eats more. Eating was just something he did simply to satisfy his appetite. Lin Mo was eating painfully. The executives who witnessed this were dumbfounded. In the middle of the secret base, the commander's brow furrowed into a chuanzi. Behind the think tanks were all dumbfounded. But fortunately these people are still quite professional. Even in the shock of the hands of the action still do not stop. At present, the other party has eaten 354 pounds of food. But according to the other party's expression, as well as physical aspects of the movement analysis, this is not the limit. And based on the current situation, it appears that the 354 pounds of food that was ingested has been completely digested. It takes a normal person about 2 hours to try to digest a pound of food, which proves that his or her digestive ability has reached an inhuman realm. According to the law of conservation of energy, a pound of meat provides roughly 2.7 million joules of energy. And as far as the other person has digested this food so far, it could provide him with about 950 million joules of energy. And if the target's body structure is still that of a normal human being, Trying to digest and store this energy would mean that the other party's various physical qualities have reached an unimaginable point. The think tank behind him crackled a great deal, and the commander's face grew darker and darker. Let's just say the target is at what level of each physical quality? And can the weapons we have available do damage to it? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and the top management of the Asian region is divided into two attitudes towards Lin Mo, the softliners and the hardliners. And being one of the hardliners himself, he always insisted that he could not be comfortable with anything that was uncontrollable and incomprehensible until it was completely eliminated. Hearing the commander's words, an old-feeling man in the back wearing glasses held a piece of paper and trembled. Based on the available information, it is projected that the other party's muscular strength may have reached tens of tons, and its speed has approached or exceeded the speed of sound. And this is just a mere projection. We don't know if the other side has any more hidden abilities, or if this is just the tip of the iceberg that the other side has shown. After all, if people as a whole want to not break down, then all aspects should be fully developed. Other things such as vision, hearing, reaction speed, bone density, etc. may differ from other aspects, but definitely not by much. This means that there is a high probability that we have been detected by the other party, and based on their reaction, we psychologists have analyzed it and come to the conclusion: the other party is not bluffing. The tone of the other party's expression is very natural. From this it can be analyzed that the other party dares to expose itself completely. That means that it has 100% certainty that it can defend itself. And the most terrifying point is that this creature, which can no longer be called a human being, is currently in control of its own body to a point that makes one's head spin, possessing so much power yet being able to live like an ordinary person. Imagine if your hearing vision has reached hundreds or thousands of times that of a normal human being. Then you glance over and there are microbes everywhere. Human faces crawling with mites. And the whole world becomes absurdly strange. With human willpower, all the time in this kind of environment will absolutely collapse. And the target always behaves as usual. Then exclude the willpower is strong outside that there is only one possibility. This old man's voice suddenly became firm. The target's control over himself has already reached the subtle point. He can control his power 100%. There's no way the conventional weapons we currently have can pose a threat to the other side. Unless we send out missiles and nukes or something. But that's only if we can hit the target. The commander's face had filled with gloom as he heard a whole lot of analysis, as well as the results. Is it possible that the other party has some special ability, similar to how you can't get enough to eat? Is the opponent's physical fitness perhaps not as exaggerated as analyzed? In the quiet conference room, another member of the think tank spoke up underneath his breath. As the words fell, the originally silent crowd immediately became active again. Yeah, the target already has supernatural powers. What if the other person's power is just not enough to eat? No, we must prepare for the worst. The overaged commander spoke up. He may be a hardliner but he's no cutie pie. He didn't dare to bet. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses then he will really become a sinner. Communicating the possibilities analyzed so far to the upper echelons. The video also shows Lin Mo finishing his meal. Phew, it's been a long time since I've had a meal this good. I've been meticulously developing for a while now, and I'm afraid to even let go of my food. Lin Emotion lazily reclined in his chair, looking at the dumbfounded boss. He waved his hand towards Huang Weijie and said, I don't have any money with me today, so this meal is on you. People's bosses break the bank too. Just remember to give as much as you can eat. Lin Mo took it for granted, like he was the one who invited the guests. A bit frozen, Huang Weijie immediately returned to his senses and subconsciously said yes back. Then his face turned green on the spot when he reacted. My treat? You're a criminal now. Eating and drinking for free and I'm buying. Why do you take it for granted? Of course, these words were just in his mind, still forcing a smile on the surface. He nodded. By the way, what did you guys want to see me about? The meal is also finished. This moment can talk about it. We've eaten, and it's time to get down to business. Lin Mo had it all figured out. If the other party said something about not resisting and arresting himself or something like that, seeing as how he's in a good mood today will definitely give the other guy a decent death. Hey, I'm such a nice guy. Looking at Lin Mo like that, Huang Weijie didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking again at the plate that was taller than he was, he seriously doubted that he would be eaten by Rimmer if he said the wrong thing. And just as Huang Weijie was getting tangled up, the order conveyed from above finally sounded in his earpiece. Upon hearing the contents of the order, he instantly came back to life and breathed a fierce sigh of relief. That Mr. Lin, for your safety, we have arranged a new set of addresses for you. You know the situation you're in now. Many forces outside the country have already set their sights on you, but rest assured, as a citizen of the AEC, we will naturally provide you with the necessary protection. Huang Weijie's face was full of seriousness, and he said it in a very righteous manner. When these words came out, Lin Mo obviously froze for a moment. That's not right, is it? According to the normal script, there shouldn't be a breakdown in negotiations and a big kill yourself, and then find a place to live for a while and take on the world? Did you get the wrong script? Chapter 5. Give Lin Mo a morality test. Lin Mo knocked his head and turned on his super brain that hadn't been dusted off for long. In an instant, his eyes became extremely stern and calm. There was even a deep indifference in those eyes that were calm to the core. Lin Mo closed his eyes and thought for less than 2 seconds before opening them again. So, it all came and went quickly. So fast that basically no one noticed his momentary anomaly. Only Huang Weijie, who was beside him, stuttered in his heart. In that instant, he felt a sense of insignificance that came from his soul. The kind of trembling that comes from biological instinct, like a wild dog standing next to a lion. The heart that had just relaxed because Lin Mo was so nice to talk to him lifted up again. Bead-beaded sweat continued to emerge from his forehead, to the point that his body began to tremble involuntarily. What's wrong with you? Hungry? I told you to eat some just now and you didn't listen. And now you're shivering away with hunger. Lin Mo glanced at Huang Weijie and put on that harmless smile again, like an amiable big brother next door. Okay, go and see the new address you've arranged. But I won't live there if it's too shabby. I'm a person who is more or less demanding about quality of life. Oh, well, don't worry. The place is a villa located in the suburbs. Absolutely great place. Beautiful environment. All kinds of amenities. That's a famous rich neighborhood in our area. Huang Weijie, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly returned, his tone obviously more than a hint of flattery compared to the previous. After experiencing that moment just now, he couldn't help but have other thoughts in his mind. He is a negotiator, and it is important to realize that there are many aspects that a qualified negotiator has to fix. It's like reading people, psychoanalyzing and evaluating them, and so on. Simply summarized in a few words, I'm a very good judge of character. After such a short time together, Huang Weijie had already seen it clearly. Although Lin Mo was amiable on the surface, hidden underneath this amiable surface was definitely a crazy soul. This man would definitely not be easily fooled. Perhaps for a while he would act harmless, but one day Lin Mo would show his fangs. It was his instinct. Huang Weijie's heart couldn't help but struggle. He was almost 50. To outsiders they look glamorous, have a decent job, a beautiful family and a good income, but only he knows how much of a loser he is underneath the glitz and glamour, as evidenced by the fact that this time he was sent on an emergency mission to reach a non-human being like no other. But how is this not an opportunity? But there was still a need to look at it specifically to see what level Lin Mo could actually reach. After all, you have to be careful about investing. On the other side, in the middle of the secret base, looking at Lin Mo, who had already gotten into the car and was leisurely preparing to go to his new residence, the commander was expressionless, a superhuman. He muttered, the tip of the pen in his right hand constantly tapping on one of the response plans that had just been handed down from above. This battle plan was thin, only a few short pages, and right in the middle of the top page were the words in big letters. Superhuman response option 1, moral bottom line test. In the afternoon, the traffic on the main road was still endless, and Lin Mo was riding in a black unknown car. There were only 2 people inside the entire car, him and Huang Weijie. The driver, needless to say, was naturally Huang Weijie, who was already showing signs of transforming into a licking dog. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was reclining in the backseat leisurely swiping the video. It's just been less than 10 minutes of driving since I left the restaurant and I'm stuck in traffic. Traffic again. 3 days of traffic. Or in the center of town. Xiao Huang, you are also that work. More to give advice. The old blockage is also quite bad not. The video brush was bored. Lin Mo sat up, smilingly surveyed the surroundings and leisurely snickered. And Huang, this little sedan of yours isn't cheap, is it? Huang Weijie, who was driving the car, smiled twice. Mr. Lin is joking. This is an ordinary public vehicle. It's not worth anything. Oh, yes? So how come the other cars around here are a little far away? I thought I was afraid of scratching your car. Lin Mo was playful and once again deliberately joked. Huang Weijie's body instinctively tightened for a moment at his words, but then quickly returned to normal. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Mr. Lin, you might be looking at it wrong. Isn't this a normal interval? After all, people are more security conscious now. Driving is not standardized. Loved one's 2 lines of tears at well. Then Lin Mo opened his mouth, and Huang Weijie appropriately joked, trying to break the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, even if this repression was felt only by him. At the same time, he constantly lamented in his heart that Lin Mo's observation skills were really strong. The vehicles around here are, naturally, their people, and in order to deal with some emergencies, the surrounding vehicles were not very close to his car. But it was this kind of small detail that was seen through by Lin Mo at a glance, which made his heart's appraisal of Lin Mo uncontrollably go 1 point higher. It was a good thing that Lin Mo didn't break it down on the spot, otherwise he really wouldn't have known how to react. After a short chat, the car fell silent again. Lin Mo also stopped ignoring Huang Weijie and turned his head to look at a bank on the side of the road. The International Bank of Asia. It's really lively. Things that are usually rare for a few years have all happened today. Pillowing his head with one hand, Lin Mo murmured with a smile. Within seconds of his words, a gunshot suddenly rang out from inside that bank. This was followed by a chorus of screams. At this point, Huang Weijie hurriedly turned his head to look and visibly froze. Is this, like, someone robbing a bank? Well, robbing a bank is no big deal. The AEC is so large that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it occupies nearly 1/3 of the Earth's area. And there are many large states under it, with all kinds of races, and the quality of the personnel is even more varied. It's not a common thing to rob a bank, but it's not unheard of. He was only slightly saddened by the fact that these robbers really couldn't pick their time, not to mention the fact that there was a non-human in the car. I don't know how many plainclothesmen are around the area alone, and I have to realize that the plainclothesmen around the area are carrying real guns and even some heavy weapons. This has hit the eye of the other side cannot be unlucky. It's just, why does it feel a little fishy? Huang Weijie frowned slightly. I was just thinking about reporting up here to settle things in passing when a voice came over the headset. Business as usual. Still a few short words, and the meaning goes without saying. It's obvious that they don't need to be in charge of things here. This made Huang Weijie, who still had some sense of justice in his heart, instantly feel a little uncomfortable, especially since he could clearly see that the robbers inside had already taken several hostages. The sudden rise of the incident added to the chaos of traffic in the area, and many car owners, seeing that they could not drive, hid in safe places and watched the drama. Fortunately, this time the police were very powerful. Before and after less than 10 minutes, there are a large number of police cars from all around the whirling. Seeing this scene, Huang Weijie's heart was slightly relieved. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo through the rearview mirror. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was still smiling as he looked outside, and even rolled the window down. Chapter 6. Moral but not much. For Lin Mo's look of watching the fun, the corner of Huang Weijie's mouth couldn't help but twitch. But what can be done? You don't allow others to watch? Police cars soon surrounded the bank, and the negotiator kept yelling inside with a loudspeaker in hand. Something about talking things over and letting the hostages go first. Obviously, those words don't work well. The three robbers had black stockings over their heads and were holding pistols pointed at the hostages. The sack at his side was filled to the brim. The leader of the robbers was very stout, and it looked like they usually didn't exercise much. He slowly walked out of the bank's doors as he yanked up a gaily dressed old woman on the floor, gun to his temple. Cut the crap and tell your men to stand down for now. Exit this street, or else I'll shoot this old woman. After shouting, the robber stared dead at the opposite side with his exposed eyes. He knew there was more than one sniper rifle aimed at his head at this point. It would be a lie to say I'm not panicking, but if he dies, none of the hostages inside will survive. And he'd already rigged the bank with explosives, so as long as he waited for his own people to leave safely, and created another mess, he was confident he could get away with it. It was bad luck to say that he and his brothers had planned to rob a bank a long time ago. There are retreat routes and everything. The car is parked outside. It even made a special effort to create a not-so-small accident elsewhere before doing it to clog the place with traffic. In their plan, it would take at least 20 minutes for the police to get here, which was enough time for them to escape. But who knows, from their hands to the police to a total of 8 minutes. Simply unlucky his mother to open the door to unlucky. Unlucky to home. Speaking of cars, he couldn't help but glance to his right, but the glance made him freeze. What an arrogant kid. Just beside the car they were preparing, a young man in a small car was stretched out with his head stretched out, staring at them with a smile on his face. He had already made a plan in his mind to rob that ex-watching kid as well later on. Time passed by, and sweat had begun to seep out of the robber's palms, and just as he was about to run out of patience, the opposite side of the room finally spoke back. Good. I'll agree to your terms, but you must release the hostages first. No way. You guys exit this street first. The hostages, we can release them first. Are you kidding me? It's not like they have a brain fart to release the hostages first. After he shouted this, it didn't take long for the opposite side to call back. You release the hostages, we'll retreat. The voice was noticeably harder than before, clearly having reached the bottom. The robber thought for a few seconds before agreeing to the request. He glared toward the bank. The other two door crews understood, and at once a large number of hostages were released. Only 2 old, sick and disabled hostages without the slightest fighting ability were left behind. The other hostages were released from the immediate area and the police side took over quickly. Then surprisingly and very cooperatively, they began to pull back. This caused the robber to secretly breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Start greeting your teammates and slowly move towards the car. And at the robber's car, dude, got a cigarette? Witnessing everything, Lin Mo really felt wonderful. It would be better if he could fight. I've only seen it on TV before, but it's not the same as eating it live in person. As he watched the three robbers coming towards his side, he remained calm and relaxed. Reaching toward the pockmarked face of the obvious fellow robber in the SUV next to him, he asked for cigarettes. No, off. The robber in the car who was in charge of the reception waved his hand impatiently and cursed under his breath. Hey, 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 why are you cursing? If you don't give it, then don't give it. How unqualified are you to scold people? It's a civilized society. Didn't 9 years of compulsory education teach you to be civilized and polite? Besides UMA wholesale? Your temper wouldn't be enough if you messed with honest people wholesale. Lin Mo is not happy. Not just want a cigarette. Why are you cursing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you just say? Tired of living? Hearing Lin Mo greet his old mother, the pockmarked face became angry on the spot. He viciously turned his face to stare at Lin Mo, and his hand went toward his waist. Nothing. Wait a minute. Lin Mo skimmed his lips and took a closer look at the pockmarked face. Then the head shrinks back, eyes instantly becoming indifferent, and picks up the cell phone and taps it with rapid hand speed. After a few seconds, his eyes regained their laziness. So it's not wholesale. Not wholesale and still dare to be so arrogant? Lin Mo's mouth was still outputting, and Pocky Face finally couldn't help himself. With an angry curse, he raised his gun and aimed it at Lin Mo. Get your ass down here. The angry curses made the other three robbers who were slowly moving over froze, and then all three of them were staring at Lin Mo with eyes full of mischief. Boss, this kid must be taken away today. I'm going to torture him so hard that his life will be worse than death. How dare he curse my mother? Obviously fierce looking. There was actually a hint of condescension when he said that. A real contrast. This boss was also a ruthless man. His pistol was pointed at Lin Mo's head and his eyes narrowed. Lin Mo inside the car rolled his eyes and pointed at the driver. Huan Weijie. What about him? No? Wang Wai Kit? Cut the crap. You get down here. Well, maybe it was because he saw that Huang Weijie was too fat and took up too much space. This head robber didn't think of hijacking him. Poor robbers not the slightest idea around, do not know how many guns secretly at them. Still think it is smooth sailing it. Lin Mo was cooperative and obediently got out of the car, even stretched out. Let's go, said the very self-conscious man who opened the back door and sat his butt in it. Time seemed to stand still, and what was obviously a very serious occasion became a bit eerie at this point, but the weirdness didn't allow them to savor it. The three robbers handily stuffed the stolen money into the trunk, along with a young boy. The whole thing ran smoothly, with the hostages shielding themselves the whole time. Very professional. Eventually, however, seating was limited and a man who appeared to have some kidney problems had to be released. In the end, the entire back row of the SUV plus Lin Mo squeezed a total of 4 people. The car was soon off and racing up and down the sidewalk with reckless abandon. Witnessing the whole process, Huang Weijie frowned tightly and thought, not a word has been said since the beginning. Instead, he didn't leave and remained where he was, waiting. In the car. Kid, you were pretty cocky just now, weren't you? In the back row, Lin Mo and the other hostage were at the door of the car, firmly protecting the robber in the center. Beside him was not the pockmarked face, covered with black stockings. Lin Mo could not see what it looked like. It's a bit of a lewd voice to listen to. This robber put his gun against Lin Mo's head and teased, a little cramped. Ignoring the lewd robber, Lin Mo moved his butt. UTM. Old me. The obscene robber saw Lin Mo ignoring him and opened his mouth to curse angrily. Before he was halfway there, suddenly felt a shortness in his field of vision. Well, you're kind of taking up space. Compression. True. Physical level compression. The three-dimensional hijacker who was alive just a moment ago instantly turned into a zip. Blood spilled coldly all over the workshop. The pockmarked face who was driving his car had his eyes glued with blood, and with a jerk of the steering wheel crashed head-on into a streetlight. Fortunately, the quality of the vehicle, in addition to the front end of the serious deformation and no major injuries. No big deal here means no big deal for Lin Mo. The others would have been knocked off their feet long ago. Not only wholesale, but the driver's license is printed too, right? Really? Something this serious should be looked into, and anyone put on the road. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Numb face. Do you have a driver's license? Wiping the blood from his body, Lin Mo asked as he rotated his pockmarked head 180 degrees with great displeasure. Come on. I have to say that this pockmarked face has a tough mouth and doesn't say a word. There was one head left, and the safety-conscious head robber was strapped in and didn't burp on the spot. His whole head was spinning now. It had all happened so fast. So fast that he didn't even know what was happening. The whole thing is still in a state of dementia. Seeing this situation, Lin Mo lost interest in torturing. A very painful kick kicked the man in the seat up into midair, sending the head into a wave of groundless parachute jumps. As for the other two hostages, don't worry, Lin Mo has just taken care of it on purpose. Can't die. It's up to them to live as long as they do. One more thing. Gently pushing open the door of the broken car, Lin Mo stepped out of the car. Then his legs built up strength and he took a big jump of nearly 100 meters towards the other end of the city. To do what? Lin Mo said, he is by no means a person who holds a grudge, and usually has a grudge on the spot. Not a cheap person myself, but definitely not a big heart. Chapter 7. The super-hung elderly mother and the filial son. In the middle of the secret base, through the miniature camera installed in the SUV beforehand, the people had a full view of the whole process. Finished Liao. The whole conference room was quiet. Everyone's face wasn't very pretty. The commander's brow had wrinkled even more. Full of violent tendencies, with sadistic proclivities and very low moral ground. Things are still going in the worst direction. He wrote 2 words at the bottom of the piece of paper labeled ethics test, extremely low, and then picked up the other pile of papers. Let's get to plan D. Were there any mistakes in the previous arrangements? All is well. The target is in place and our people have gained some management. Well, keep extrapolating where things are going to go afterward. And make sure to keep a minimum bottom line. Lin Mo can't fly yet. Seems like a bull statement. How can people fly? But a jump is hundreds of meters. And gliding through the air is no different than flying. Looking down at the crowd of people who kept exclaiming in shock, the densely packed cell phones kept aiming a fierce shot at themselves. Lin Mo's heart cried out in excitement. This feeling, it's so damn good. It was the first time that I had ever, so recklessly, demonstrated my abilities. So what if it's filmed by someone else? So what if everyone knows about it? So what if it's against the whole world? He doesn't care. The big deal is that one person is going to over TM world. Currently, his physical values in all aspects were already thousands of times that of a normal person. What kind of concept is that? A brief analysis of a few common aspects will tell you. Fist power. An average person's fist power is around 60 to 100 kilograms. Strengthened 1,000 times, the fist power will reach 60 to 100 tons, which is enough to easily destroy large buildings and even cause major damage to heavy armor and solid structures. Sorry for the earlier miscalculation here. The author was lazy and asked AI. Running speed. An ordinary person's running speed is about 7 to 8 meters/second. If the speed is strengthened by 1,000 times, it will reach 700 to 800 meters/second, which is far more than the speed of sound. The speed of sound is about 340 meters/second, which means that he will be able to run at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Realizing physical flight. Reaction speed. Nerve reflexes will also increase dramatically, allowing him to easily dodge objects or attacks flying at high speeds, perhaps even to the point of intercepting bullets in flight. Physical strength enhancement. The body will become exceptionally tough, able to withstand extremely high physical impact and pressure. Even when facing heavy weapons such as tanks, machine guns and bombs, he will be able to physically resist them to a certain extent, reducing the risk of injury. Endurance. Stamina will be greatly increased, able to sustain intense physical activity without fatigue. At the same time, the body's ability to recover will be enhanced, allowing it to quickly recover from injuries. That level would be routine in those metaphysical science fiction novels. But don't forget that physical enhancement is only secondary. Lin Mo's brain and intelligence grew exponentially in tandem. In the beginning he may not be considered smart, but even if a pig is strengthened 1,000 times that can become a saint. Not to mention Lin Mo a living, breathing human being, thousands of times the intelligence of a normal person. It made him usually not dare to turn on his super brain at all. In that state, Lin Mo really felt that there was no difference between a human being and an ant or insect. He couldn't communicate with anyone at all, and every second he felt like it was torture to be alive in this boring world. The good thing is that, unfortunately, one's control over one's body grows. It gave him free control over whether or not to turn on his super brain. Maybe it's a blessing for humans. 2. Losing his 7 emotions and 6 desires might cause the entire human civilization to be destroyed by him at some point. But it seems like it's no better now? Passing by an office building, Lin Mo grinned towards these little white collars lying on the windows. Another catch, and the windows of the entire building shattered in layers with a click. The shockwave caused inadvertently shook the people inside the building. But even with all the commotion, no one came to arrest Lin Mo. As for why, how did Lin Mo not know? It was nothing more than that there was something good over there, waiting for Lin Mo to go over. Don't underestimate the state apparatus, especially the AEC, one of the 4 major powers in this world. Countless think tanks have long since projected all sorts of possible events. From the moment Lin Mo displayed his supernatural power, various plans were still made and implemented based on where things might go. But so what? Even if it was a bright and shiny young plot, as long as Lin Mo was willing, it was nothing more than a joy in life. Lin Mo had already said earlier that he wanted to see if the M of the pockmarked face was wholesale. If you say it, then naturally you have to do it. He had already found out everything about that pockmarked face's life. To say that pockmarked face is also a poor character. His mother gave birth to him at the age of 16, inside a toilet. Originally, his mom wanted to flush it right out, but I don't know if it was a moment of motherhood or not, but she chose to raise it anyway. Oh, but this raising can't be cozy. From a young age, punching and kicking were commonplace, and stealing and robbing were even more of the skills that Pocky Face had learned from a young age. His old mother didn't turn around behind her, and sold it all the way with her pockmarked face, and the DU products and stuff were more of the same. Coincidentally, just this afternoon the doomed woman was kidnapped, said he owed a huge amount of money on a bet and was kidnapped by a well-known terrorist organization on the border. Then Pocky Face, in order to get enough ransom money, that's why he dragged a few accomplices to rob the bank. Makes sense, doesn't it? Coincidence? Chaoxian's old mother and filial son. Gee, what a big world. And Lin Mo, at this moment, was going to the headquarters of that terrorist organization to ask for someone. Have some fun by the way. As for the headquarters of the terrorist organization, it is located at the border between the AEC and the Third World Alliance, in an unregulated area. It was about 600 kilometers from Linma, at the current near speed of sound, almost half an hour. And just as Lin Mo was heading towards his destination, an unknown number of satellites in the sky had been aimed at him. The four major powers, as well as other hidden forces, were all staring at Lin Mo, a superhuman who had appeared out of nowhere, with a deadly stare. As for that terrorist organization, at this time, it didn't know that it was in big trouble. The Diamond Triangle, or the Diamond Triangle for short, the world-famous Triple Zone, where there is no law, no morality. The entire area is controlled by four families, but in reality, a terrorist organization called Freedom is in the shadows. The history of this terrorist organization is also considered to be very long. From its inception to now will be 30 years. It consists mainly of defectors from the two major powers, as well as some local natives. It was strange to say that this organization had always been jointly classified as a terrorist organization by the four major powers, but so far it has not been completely eliminated. There have been several joint sieges, and they have been thunderous, and as it continues to grow, the power becomes more and more terrifying. Like this base camp. On the outside, it looked like a city, which was small in size but very prosperous. The skyscrapers and neon signs begin to flash as evening approaches. The population density throughout the city is even more impressive. The prosperity of the exterior alone is almost as high as that of a first-tier city. It's just the armored cars that race every now and then and the sound of firecrackers moving around that lets you know this city isn't easy. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the roof of a tall building and scanned around. He couldn't help but TSK in his heart. The City of Diamonds. What a name. Underneath the prosperity, robbery, murder, and DU are everywhere. The sound of firecrackers was more of a family affair. Lin Mo just observed for such a short while and had already discovered about 10 cases of robbery and murder, to the extent that a woman was stabbed to death in the street and the people around her just looked on with indifference and went on with what they were doing. Chapter 8. Remember the marked slugger. Lin Mo didn't deliberately hide. He stood at the top of this building called Diamond Mansion and looked down at the crowd below with reckless abandon. A number of armored vehicles had come up underneath the building, and there were helicopter gunships flying quickly alongside. Nice efficiency. It seems that these days terrorist organizations are moving with the times. Lin Mo did not mince words of praise. He had come all this way at close to the speed of sound, and the commotion was as big as it was going to get. This free organization is certainly not blind or deaf, to the extent that Lin Mo had just entered the country when he was targeted. It was just that Lin Mo was simply running too fast for their weapons to aim, always eating tail gas after Lin Ma's ass, until Lin Mo stopped at the top of this diamond building. Hello friend, welcome to Diamond City. This is the home of freedom, where you can find everything you want. We welcome everyone who comes from afar, and we naturally do our best to fulfill your needs whenever they arise. And, of course, we definitely treat our unfriendly friends well. This friend, if you have any needs, you can talk to us. Please come down first. A black and white camouflage-painted helicopter gunship hovered next to Lin Mo, and a somewhat understated voice came over the loudspeaker. This NM, the driver's heart at the moment, not to mention how shocked. After being ordered by the head again, he followed Lin Mo's ass all the way to eat dust. He had seen the human-looking creature in front of him sparking with lightning all the way up, jumping hundreds of meters at a time. How is it possible to say you're not scared? Even the helicopter gunship he was flying didn't give him the slightest sense of security. It was good that the head didn't give him an order to attack, but just told him to try and communicate with Lin Mo. Hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, Lin Mo turned his head and smiled. Of course, I'm a very friendly person. It's just a little matter of coming to you guys. There was a pockmarked face who cursed me and said I insulted his old mother. I'm a very reasonable man, and I've come over here to ask you for your people. By the way, want to play a little game with you guys? The outskirts of Diamond City, deep underground, the top brass of the Freedom Organization sat around and looked at each other. They really didn't expect this monster to come all this way just to ask for one person? A few people looked at me and I looked at you, all seeing a hint of greed in each other's eyes. Superhuman. What a tempting term. It's come to them. Isn't it a bit hard to not take it? A few people nodded in tacit agreement, and one of them gave the order. Whatever you use, stabilize the other side first. After saying that, the man looked at a few other people and tapped his fingers on the table. I have a feeling that this time, it might hurt. A lot of people will die. Another person sniffed coldly. A group of blood pigs just dead on death. So many people every year to run it, still afraid of no one? It's superhuman. We're all getting old. So maybe there's a secret to longevity there? With all the labs we keep under our hands, wouldn't that be material to come by? Even if we don't use it ourselves, I think we can sell it for a lot of money to other forces, right? After this man spoke, a very old voice once again sounded from the corner. We have no choice. Even if it's obvious that there's someone behind this who's pushing for it. Everyone was silent at the sound. Yeah, so what if you can tell something's wrong? They would have been caught in the middle and had no choice. And they didn't believe that one person could beat their airplanes and artillery? My friend, we're already looking for the person and it will be delivered to you soon. I wonder what you mean by a little game. The issue of people naturally didn't need Lin Mo to be opening his mouth. They at least had a bit of their own intelligence network. It was just that the little game in Lin Mo's mouth more or less baffled them. Ah, a little game. It's simple. Aren't you guys by the sea here? There should be plenty of sharks, right? I want to find some people to see if people swim faster or sharks. Just as Lin Mo finished his words, this driver felt bad all of a sudden. As luck would have it, the next second a handsome face came to meet him through the glass. As for the contestants, naturally it's you guys. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, the smile on Lin Mo's face became more and more maniacal. Only his fingers gently exerted force, and the armor on the outside of the helicopter was instantly torn apart as if it were paper mache. Before the pilot could react, he was yanked out of the airplane by Lin Mo, and the out-of-control airplane plummeted toward the ground, smashing straight into the crowd. Then there was a dull explosion. Fire splashed everywhere, and shockwaves continued to spread in all directions. A portion of the armored vehicles surrounding them below were instantly toppled, and naturally the rest of them, without further ado, instinctively opened fire at the center. Da-da-da-da. They couldn't see what was going on in the smoke, but that didn't stop them from spilling bullets with impunity. Woohoo! Suddenly a strange shriek rang out, and the sharp sound instantly shattered the eardrums of those who were close by. It was too late to scream, only to see a naked figure in the smoke rising into the sky. Boom! The clothes on Lin Mo's body had been wiped out in the explosion. He also wasted no time in showing off his size, landing firmly on top of an armored car. Only the armored car didn't seem to be of the right quality, and it was suddenly stomped through with both of his feet. The next second the armored vehicle under his feet exploded, and several of the terrorists on board completed the cremation ceremony ahead of schedule. You guys are, really weak. Hey! Stepping out of the explosion once again, not a single wound could be seen on Lin Mo's body. A crazed grin was plastered across his face. This most unassuming desire for destruction. This feeling of wantonly declaring his power made his nerves throb. At this moment, Lin Mo finally understood why there were so many battle maniacs in those novels he used to read. This feeling that gets his adrenaline pumping is so damn good. With one hand, he lifted the scrapped car aside and smashed it headfirst into several helicopters arriving high in the sky. The scrapped vehicle that had been thrown out as if it had been equipped with cruise control made a close contact with one of the helicopters with unerring precision. Boom! With another explosion, Lin Mo began his cathartic journey. I don't know how long it took for the hefty diamond mansion to collapse. Fires were everywhere. Scrapped vehicles, mutilated bodies, with Lin Mo as the center. The surroundings looked like the end of the world. It wasn't until the sound of artillery fire stopped without him realizing it that the maniacal smile on Lin Mo's face tightened. Chico stood in the center of the ruins, looking around at the mess, full of emptiness after the madness. Hey, it can't be beat. Lin Mo's face had a hint of disinterest. It really wasn't enjoyable. Less than 10 minutes from start to finish. He also just smashed a few dozen armored car tanks and unloaded a dozen helicopter wings. shoot down a somewhat outdated fighting bird. Oh no! Fighter. There was no one around after that. It's just a small terrorist organization after all. A bit high on them. What can be done about it? The power is going to double again after today. And in a few days the whole world won't have enough to fight. Now there's always some empathy for those who spend their lives looking for an opponent. How lonely it is to be invincible. Shaking his head, Lin Mo walked towards a clothing store on the next street. Just took 2 steps as if he thought of something and suddenly stopped again. Only Lin Mo suddenly lifted his head and made a few gags at the empty sky. Something along the lines of, "No need to code. Remember to label it slugger." Chapter 9, I love to make friends. Pan-American Federation. White House. A place familiar to the whole world. The very apex of power in the entire Union. Inside the White House at this time, many of the top federal officials watched the screen in disbelief. Even the slightly blurred images taken by the satellite can't hide the sensory stimulation that's better than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. What did he mean by those last gags? The then president of the Federation, Denbei Rumped, forcibly suppressed his churning insides and looked aside to his staff. That senior staffer within the White House, to say that professionalism was also very strong, quickly came back to his senses and with a very serious expression translated Lin Mo's last lips. It was just that when the crowd heard that sentence, their expressions were coincidentally a bit strange. They thought that Lin Mo was finally letting out some harsh words or something, but they didn't expect it to be a puzzling sentence. "Oh, very humorous young man." Defense Secretary Nelson joked about it, but didn't seem to hold him up. A brief silence fell over the crowd. "What do you all think?" After a short silence, President Denbei took the lead. The president's eyes are still sharp in his old age, and he has been known to be tough since he took office. To know, in the United States federal such as the power controlled by the capital, it can hold a certain amount of real power can think is never good. He appeared to be questioning the ministers, but in fact he had already made up his mind inwardly. And naturally, this thought goes without saying out loud. For the other capital advocates present thought naturally with him. The world needs stability, and the existence of superhumans is a serious threat to our human civilization. For the sake of peace around the world, we must step in and bring it under control. Mr. President. A minister spoke with a tone full of justice. His words were quickly echoed by the others. The crowd spoke up, with surprising unanimity of meaning. Lin Mo must be controlled in their hands. It's either that or total annihilation. The old American mindset is still as overbearing as ever, and Lin Mo would probably be laughed at if he knew that. When did you become a sheep? To be held at arm's length? But it makes sense when you think about it. As far as Lin Mo's current performance was concerned, although it was appalling to the extreme, it wasn't a great threat to a superpower like the United States Federation. They were confident that they could capture Lin Mo alive, or at the very least, kill him. After all, if you're good, can you still resist a nuclear bomb? Not only the old US, but several other powers think much the same way, in addition to the AEC. After all, they thought that Lin Mo had at least grown up on their land, and they thought that they had more options compared to other forces. Find a random clothing store and change into a casual outfit. Lin Mo slowly walked towards that underground base in Diamond City, and he's going to watch people swim against sharks. As for those forces' designs on himself, Lin Mo could think of them with his toes, but the Lord doesn't care. It's true that he can't carry a nuclear bomb hard today, neither can he tomorrow. Guess it'll be another 5 days or so before I can take a shower in a nuclear bomb. But come on, it's not like one is disabled in both legs. Won't you run when the nukes come? Even if there really was a power that had the brains to launch a nuclear bomb right now, Lin Mo would be able to run out of the nuclear explosion range before it exploded. And mankind should indeed be thankful. In the near future, he didn't have the idea of unifying the world himself. For one thing, his strength wasn't quite enough. And secondly, he didn't have that interest at the moment. There's still a lot of fun in the world waiting for him to find it. You've got to explore the world, right? 20,000 leagues under the sea. Bathing in a volcano has to be an experience, right? The thrill of having endless money to spend and spread around that shall not arrange one, even as a big star. It's always nice to be a superhero in plain sight, to hear the compliments and love and bragging rights, and to have friendly interactions with fans along the way, right? Plus being a grandpa manipulating people's lives has to be experienced, doesn't it? Come up here and knock over the world and everyone is beholden to you. Seems good too? No. Knocking over the world still has to come last, after everything else has been experienced. Of course, one can't rule out unforeseen circumstances, such as some ungrateful person pissing themselves off or something, without lifting his foot for a few steps. Lin Mo arrived right above that base. At the same time, the mind made some simple plans for the rest of his life. Will you come up yourselves or shall I go down? Lin Mo stood next to a public restroom, his tone ghostly. To say that these people know how to play, Who would have thought that a public restroom would have a fortress-like facility right underneath it? This would probably not have occurred to anyone else if they had broken their heads. But who let it be Lin Mo? The hangman? Lin Mo said and waited. 1 second. 2 seconds, 1 minute. There was no movement, and Lin Mo, who was standing in front of the toilet, looked like a psychopath, posing at the toilet. Well, Lin Mo was exasperated and laughed. It was hard to pretend that the other party did not have any response. Lin Mo was angry, and the consequences were dire. He was thinking of just grabbing some of the top brass and throwing them in the ocean to race the sharks, but he changed his mind at this point. He wants the entire Liberty organization to all go down to the ocean and swim in a race with the sharks. Without any words, Lin Mo's right foot stored up its strength and fiercely stepped downward. In the next second, with himself as the center, a crack continued to extend in all directions. Then came the muffled sound of the earth collapsing, and the intermittent sounds of screams, rumble. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lin Mo had long since disappeared. He plummeted rapidly downward like a cannonball, until it smashed into the deepest part of this underground fortress, shaking everyone in it to a standing position. By the time those security personnel regained their footing, Lin Mo had long since disappeared under their noses. In a conference room on the right side of the underground fortress, these top tier of the Freedom Organization, the bigwigs who used to be in high positions of power and authority, and who would tremble even if they stomped their feet in Diamond City, were all shaking like sieves at the moment, for no other reason. 1. They were frightened, and 2. The source of the shock was right next to them at the moment. You guys have a lot of face. You didn't even listen when I told you to come out, and I had to come down here myself. Don't you realize I've just changed these clothes? Look, it's worn out again trying to find ye. Lin Mo sat down on his butt at the conference table, bare-chested. In his right hand he also carried a burly man like a chicken. This time he kept his eyes open and didn't walk the bird. If it is full of beautiful women, then walk the bird he does not care, but the world is not so much if. This group of crooked old men in front of him were to point the image. No, asked you guys? Mute. He hated several kinds of people in his life. One is to pretend in front of him. One is he asked the question stammers have read not to reply. These people in front of me are clearly of the second type, the ones who are too scared to fart. It's good to know that there are still those with a stronger desire to survive. No, a balding dwarf this time even arching a handful of his pants. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's all their fault. I did my best to stop them in the first place, but they wouldn't listen and had to take a shot at you, especially that old man. Yes, him, he gave the order. I never meant to take a shot at you. I was forced to. Tell us directly what you want. Money, beauty, it's all there. I'll give you whatever you ask for. My daughter is 18 this year. She's very pretty. I can give it to you. I still have billions of dollars in my card. I'll give it all to you. Please let me go. The bald dwarf said and pulled a black card out of his pocket. And the black card pulled out along with a picture. The photo is of a rather attractive young girl. It all flowed smoothly as if it had been rehearsed in advance. Hardly a fool's errand for the others. Especially the old man he pointed out. That old man instantly flared up in anger when he heard the bald dwarf's words. Rebel son. Trembling, he raised his cane, and wanted to curse something. Suddenly a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he was hardened to death. This scene could make Lin Mo happy. You're really filial. Lin Mo stepped on the bald dwarf's Changliang's big head with his feet and smiled. Hey, thanks. As long as you're happy. The bald dwarf whimpered, his whole body lying on the ground like a big dog. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel emotional as well. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that he was lamenting the fact that the bald dwarf could bend. He was just lamenting the fact that the bastard's daughter was actually quite attractive, and that she was a completely different species from him. Looking at Lin Mo, who had resumed his smiling appearance, the others instantly felt hopeful of survival. Then one of them lost his face and imitated the bald dwarf. As for the responsibility of attacking Lin Mo, they naturally didn't hesitate to push it onto their cheap old dad who had been exasperated by the bald dwarf. For a while, Lin Mo was the only one in the entire conference room with his legs crossed, while everyone else was pouting their big buttocks on the floor. The smile on Lin Mo's face grew more and more prevalent. For the first time in his 25 years of living, he was enjoying this feeling, this control over other people's destinies, this sense of recklessness. Oh, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll give you 1 day to gather all the members of whatever free organization you have. Don't think about running away. If I find one of you missing tomorrow, Lin Mo sneered twice, then his eyes looked at his feet. Bald shorty, you, yes, you, I'm hungry. Prepare my food first. Plus, I'd like to get acquainted with your daughter. Of course, if any of you have female friends, I, Lin, would be willing to make more friends. Chapter 10. You don't want what happened to your father, do you? At 9:50 in the evening, in the middle of an upscale restaurant in Diamond City, Lin Mo elegantly sliced off a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. With a violinist playing live, the whole restaurant is filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Of course, it would have been better if the young girl across the street had less selective eyes. Why do you keep staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Although I do look handsome, I'd be embarrassed if you stared at me like that. Swallowing the last piece of steak, Lin Mo wiped the corners of his mouth and opened his mouth with a smile. But his self-proclaimed humorous words clearly did not mobilize the young girl's heart across the street. What was your name again? Lee So-young? Lee Young-soo? Well, it doesn't seem to matter. The point is, you don't want anything to happen to your father, do you? Lin Mo elegantly stretched out his right hand with a charming smile at the corner of his mouth. Only how that smile looked was sickening. The young girl's entire body began to tremble with an unparalleled inner turmoil. She knew she was on the ropes, but what could she do? Not only her, but also her entire family. Life and death were at the mercy of the man in front of her. That was something she could still figure out. After struggling for a moment, the young girl finally placed her delicate hand in Lin Mo's hand. I'll do whatever you want, but please let my family go, okay? Slim-fitting black dress that shows off a teenage girl's body to its best advantage. The two begin to dance to the lyrical music. In combination with the churlish expression on that face, it's a good look. If this were any other man, I'm afraid he'd have to be tigered out of his mind. Unfortunately, the man she was dancing with at the moment was Lin Mo. Enjoying the music, Lin Mo closed his eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, "This beautiful young lady, I think you might have gotten one thing wrong. First of all, I'm not the bad guy. You're making me look like the villain with that look. Secondly, I've already said I won't kill them. I still have that credibility." Really? Really? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, and the young girl looked like she had made some sort of determination at this point. A lunge into Lin Mo's arms. The music faded into the end, and all the attendants on the side retreated with great care. It was destined to be a sleepless night. At noon the next day, when the sunlight poured in through the glass, Lin Mo leisurely opened his eyes. The young girl beside him was still sleeping soundly. Lin Mo just glanced at her faintly and stopped paying attention. Beauty? Lin Mo wouldn't care. Even he was happy to sink into it. But if someone wants to use it to confine and blackmail him, he'll show those people what it means to have no woman in your heart and to draw your sword to a natural god. Standing in front of the window, Lin Mo stretched out beautifully. Another day passed, and just last night at 11:59 minutes and 50 seconds, his power was once again doubled. Now he had values in all aspects of his body that were equivalent to 2048 times what he had at the very beginning. More than 2,000 times. Lin Mo didn't look much excited. This is just the beginning, and the further you go, the more horrific the value will balloon. Breaking mountains and oceans? Picking the stars and taking the moon? It's just a month or two at the most. Knock, knock, knock. Just after stretching, there was a well-timed knock on the door outside. "Mr. Lin, are you up? Come in." Lin Mo casually picked up the bedsheet and wrapped it around his body, and the bald shorty outside the door carefully pushed the door open and walked in. "Mr. Lin, what you arranged has been done. The entire Freedom Organization of 6,342 is assembled. These are our internal members. The other external members are spread all over the world and there's really no way to gather them all in one night." The bald dwarf had two large dark circles under his eyes and had obviously not slept all night. This work attitude Lin Mo secretly nodded in his heart. "Well, go out and look around." After saying that, Lin Mo wrapped the bedsheet and leisurely walked out. Bald Shorty was also close behind. "What do you think that one wants? Is it hard to want to take us in?" The central square of Diamond City was densely packed with people. The scene was kinda spectacular. This was the first time they had, for the first time, called all the full members together. And in public. If you dared to do so in the past, a missile might suddenly fall from the sky. Standing in front of the crowd were a bunch of yesterday's bigwigs. At this time, each of these bigwigs wore a tired face and looked like they had been hollowed out. It's a miracle that these people, who are so used to enjoying themselves, can survive a night of intense work. It's supposed to take us in, right? Our free organization is good for a lot of power, and that one is probably a target now, so I guess he needs his own power. This was also the thought of most of the people present. In their thoughts Lin Mo could not possibly gather them all to kill them all, right? Isn't that nuts? Of course, there are still a few who feel uneasy. Take for example the two men standing in the crowd. These two men were slim and very similar looking. They were clearly a pair of twins. "Brother, I have a bad feeling about this." Cold sweat was already seeping out of the man's hand. He had witnessed everything that happened yesterday, and knowing exactly what kind of monster had brought those of their own together. That image of ferocity and tyranny is still fresh in his mind. His brother was also full of sorrow, and remained silent when he heard his brother's words, not letting the crowd wait for long. Suddenly the sound of a heavy object landing directly in front of them drew everyone's eyes away. Geez, that's a lot of people. Lin Mo held the bald dwarf in one hand and landed steadily in front of the crowd, smiling as he looked around. As soon as he appeared, a few bigwigs in the front row instantly piled up their smiles and greeted him. Mr. Lin, you. They wanted to say something else, but were interrupted by Lin Mo waving his hand. Placing the bald dwarf who had experienced a high-altitude flight in his hands and was dazed to the bone on the ground, Lin Mo sank his chi into his dantian and opened his mouth with a smile. Everyone knows that I'm a good person. In light of what happened yesterday when you guys went out and attacked me, I was going to kill all of you. His words just fell. The scene immediately uproar, especially in front of him a few people as the face slams a moment become white. Quiet. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp as he loudly scolded. The air was compressed through his mouth and turned into a shockwave, shocking a large number of people in front of him down the scene before it was quieted down. I told you I was a good person. I didn't say I was going to kill all of you. It's easy to stay alive. Play a game with me. I've heard that there are a lot of sharks in the waters next to Diamond City, and I've always wanted to see if humans, as the overlord of the planet, can swim past the sharks. Now, you, as the first batch of participants, will come to participate in the first nature games organized by me. Lin Mo. Swim through. Live. Swim through. A maniacal smile appeared on Lin Mo's face once again, and that crazy expression instantly caused everyone's hearts that had just been put down to completely fall to the bottom. Chapter 11. You're like a fish. The riot began again, and the scene became chaotic once more. The crowd was in an uproar, but fortunately yesterday's deterrent was quite powerful, and there was no one who wasn't afraid of death to come forward to resist. Now that I've said my piece, which of you is in favor of it and which of you is against it? Lin Mo spread his hands and looked at the crowd with a kind face. There seems to be no objection, so let's have the athletes line up and enter the field in an orderly fashion. Lin Mo made a gesture of please. Only no one moved, and the crowd continued to look at you and me, with terror in their eyes. Oopsie daisy, was I being too quiet? Or are you all a little hard of hearing? Lin Mo didn't get angry, slowly raised his right hand and lightly flapped it in front of him. Shasta. Wild winds rose in all directions. The dozens of people at the forefront were like kites with broken strings, not knowing how far they were blown away and heavily smashed into the crowd. I said, bring in the athletes. This time, Lin Mo's voice had an extra coldness to it, and anyone with a clear eye could feel the trace of an icy killing aura. There is a saying that either you explode in silence or you die in silence. There was no lack of smart people within these thousands of people, and some of them, after a short brainstorm, gritted their teeth and then stood out, heading in the direction Lin Mo had pointed out. Resist? They wouldn't dare. If they dared to resist, they knew that they would absolutely be smashed into flesh by this madman in front of them. And if you don't resist, there's only one way out. Take part in what this lunatic calls the nature games. It's good to have a glimmer. No, a high probability of life. After all, there are thousands of people here, swimming with sharks, and you don't need to be faster than the sharks. You just need to be faster than everyone else to survive. After figuring this out, more and more people moved in silence. Terrorist organizations that used to be so notorious are now lined up like sheep waiting for their fate to be judged. This scene is truly shocking. Seeing that the crowd was finally willing to listen to him, Lin Mo nodded with a smile on his face. Violence is not the best means, but violence is definitely the most effective and convenient means. At this moment Lin Mo was convinced of this sentence. What? Do you guys still want me to invite you over? The minions at the bottom moved, and the former heads of the group recoiled and slumped to the ground like slime. There's really no sense of humor about it. Ooh, I was wrong, Mr. Lin. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. I don't want to go to the games. Please, you're a big man. Please let me go. It was this same old crocodile tears theater again, trying to use it to soften the heart of Lin Mo, a simple young man. Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes straight and looked at the bald dwarf on the side. Take them there and make them the vanguard. Your daughter is very moist and I'm very pleased. If you're doing a good job here, I think this big diamond city still needs someone to run it. The balding dwarf on the side, who was originally apprehensive, instantly brightened his eyes after hearing these words. Without the slightest hesitation, the bald man who had stayed up all night didn't know where he got the strength, and without saying a word, he gave a flying kick to the man who had just begged for mercy. Didn't you guys hear what Mr. Lin said? Hurry up and get up, or don't blame me for not speaking of former times. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. With the hope of life, he still cared about what relationship these people used to have with him. Even if it includes his son, he must be righteous. Aha! I'll kill you. Li Jinzheng, you villain. You shall not die. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, each of these people began to swear. It was just that the target of their attack was actually coincidentally aimed at the bald head. Around 1 o'clock at noon, Lin Mo, who had eaten lunch, put his arm around Li Suiying, the bald man's daughter. The two men were in a helicopter hovering over a bluff. Below was a dark crowd, though to the naked eye this one appeared to be smaller. See that beach across the street? The rules of this race are simple. Jump from here and swim to the opposite beach and the race is complete. Oh, right. I just counted. And there's still a bit too many of you. In order to ease the population pressure and for the sake of nature's harmony, I've decided to add a temporary rule. Inside the helicopter, Lin Mo's hands began to fidget unsteadily. Li Suiying's face and her arms slowly turned red. 2,000. I'll only give you 2,000 places. Without further ado, I declare the first nature games officially open. Lin Mo came to be interested and pressed Li Suiying's head down slightly, eyes cast to the crowd below. The second his words fell, the crowd at the front of the room jumped into the water without hesitation. This cliff is not high, only 8 or 9 meters, and the whole race is almost 1,000 meters. For a normal person, running 1,000 meters on land can be exhausting, not to mention swimming up to 1,000 meters, but they had no choice. The crowd was like dumplings, constantly jumping into the sea. A number of the first ones to jump in had already swum some distance, and at that moment, many fins suddenly emerged from under the water. An unlucky man swimming at the front of the line looked like he sensed something and twisted his head to look back. This look directly scared him so much that he almost lost his soul, only to see a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth swallowing towards him. It was too late to think. He dodged, but one of his legs was still bitten off in one bite. Harrowing screams resounded through the sea, and the smell of blood attracted other associates of the shark. No good. Swim. Ah, help me. I don't want to die. Dog, don't pull me. Don't take me with you if you're going to die. In the face of death, humanity is on full display. Many began to strike out and attack others, trying to feed these sharks. It was indeed a good idea. After all, there were only a few hundred sharks inside the water at most, and wouldn't the thousands of them stop attacking them as long as they were fed? Inside the helicopter, Lin Mo watched with a great sigh of relief. You don't see such a bloody human blockbuster in the movies. It's just that there are still some people who seem to have their hearts in the right place. The sea was a hive of activity, but there was still a large number of people looking over the edge of the cliff, afraid to go down, especially after the shark appeared. These people were so scared that they took several steps back. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed and he casually yanked out the nearby ammo box. Grabbing a handful of bullets, he weighed them twice in his hand. Eyes then aimed at an unlucky man on the edge of the cliff. Then he flicked his finger, and the bullet missed the man's head at supersonic speed. 1, 2, 3. It was only after a dozen or so were treated to free peanuts in a row that these people at the end of the line let go of their luck. A portion of them gritted their teeth and jumped into the sea, while a few others actually panicked and ran towards the back. Some little mice are trying to escape. Lee Kim Young, Lin Mo yawned, reached out and stroked Li Suiying's smooth back and faintly said. Li Jinjiang inside the other helicopter immediately understood, and without saying a word, chased towards those who escaped. Chapter 12, I love making friends. What would you do if you were given a chance to get back at your top boss? Especially if you don't have to take any responsibility and can even save your own life. In the ocean, these executives who once controlled Diamond City swam and swam desperately, but being in a high position all the time, their physical fitness is not to say how bad it is, but it's not much better. One or two even drowned alive before they could flutter twice. Of course, that's all sort of lucky. More than anything else, it was met with care from all sides. For example, a middle-aged man with a big belly. What do you want? Rama, you don't want to live? Stop now and I'll pretend I didn't see anything. This former ruler of Diamond City was currently filled with fear. 4 or 5 unsuspecting minions had already gathered around. Micah, do you remember me? A skinny man yanked on his thick calf and let him flail about. My wife, Hila, in case you didn't know, she was once your servant, and you beat her to death alive for breaking a cup. You know what? I've been looking for an opportunity all these years. Ha, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to finally come to me. I want to thank that gentleman. Without him I might not have gotten my revenge in my life. I've lived long enough, and I have no regrets in this life to take you before I die. The skinny man wrapped his hands around his thighs and laughed sardonically as he sank into the water. He's going to pull Maka down with him. This scene was not uncommon. Many people saw that there was no hope of surviving, and the last trace of madness within them was completely released. Avenge what you have a grudge against, and complain about what you have a grudge against. After 20 minutes or so, people began to swim to the other side one after another. These first people on shore were weeping with joy, lying on the ground and crying and screaming in spite of themselves. There's nothing like coming back from the dead to cherish life. As the first disembarkers appeared, more and more people reached the finish line. Another 20 minutes passed. On the helicopter, Lee Soo-ying finally stopped moving. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was not slow to get dressed, scratching his head in passing. Itchy open again? Is it hard to really grow a brain? But my brain is developed enough now, though I can rarely use it. This itching comes and goes quickly. The tickling over. Rimmer took a general sweep of the shore. 3 more to go. Hey! Lin Mo's mouth showed another bad smile as he shouted towards the people still swimming hard in the sea. The last 3 spots. Come on, little fishes. Those who were about to swim to the shore were instantly shocked when they heard this, and then each of them was like a shot of chicken blood, their adrenaline soaring. A lot of people start to take on their fellow swimmers around them. Maybe 1 second they were helping each other and were so close to swimming to the finish line, but after Lin Mo's sentence fell, these people very tacitly pulled one's teammates down. No one wants to die, especially when the hope of life is at hand. In less than a minute, the last 3 came ashore one after another. The last spots are full. I survived. I survived. Ha 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 ha. The last man ashore lay on the ground laughing nervously, combined with the angry curses of a few other people on the seafront. The scene was truly chaotic and exciting. The first nature games are officially over. Congratulations, you guys, for surviving. Before the crowd could be happy for long, suddenly the sound of a huge object smashing into the ground rang out in front of them. Lin Mo leapt down from the heights and couldn't help but clap his hands as he looked at these lucky lads. Then his eyes swept around the 2,000 men, then to those still crawling toward the shore. Without any words, Lin Mo simply gestured with a slight sideways movement of his head, and Li Jinzheng on the other helicopter immediately understood. The helicopter's airborne machine guns began to touch without hesitation, spewing out snakes of fire. They swept towards the back of the men. These scared all of them to lie down to a piece in a hurry, hastily holding their heads, listening to the screams behind the body constantly trembling. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the screaming stopped. Just the water, already scarlet. Well, the backbone of Diamond City from now on. What's the point of staying on your back all the time? Enjoy your rewards for surviving. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by laughter, Lin Mo disappeared in a few big jumps. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Li Jinzheng, the little lickspittle, was very up to the task, and not only did he carry out his orders to the end last night, but he also went along and got him a number of female friends. All of these female friends are now waiting for him to go deeper at a large villa located on the other side of the beach. By the way, it must be emphasized here, all of this was Li Jinzheng's trespassing, and Lin Mo simply loved making friends. He even criticized Li Jinzheng fiercely at that time, and finally spared his life for the sake of his good behavior. Running at full speed for less than a minute, the large villa came into view. Pushing the door to enter, Ying Yen Yen, the whole 6 women in both body and appearance are the top of the line warped head. There was even one who appeared to be a minor international star. The smile at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose more and more as he felt the need to talk to the beautiful ladies. Little Stupid. Inform Li Jinzheng to leave me alone if nothing happens in the next few days. Little Stupid was an AI that took him less than 10 minutes to rub out. Although it is not up to the Red Queen, Jarvis kind of level, but compared to the artificial intelligence of this world, that really do not know how many times more advanced. Yes, master. A mechanical sound rang out in the room, and the next second the door closed automatically. Elegant and lyrical music resounded in the villa. I don't know if it was because Lin Mo had gotten stronger again, or if the clothes on his body were perhaps of too poor quality, but they naturally disintegrated. Ah, Diamond City, the city of sin, the city of freedom. The already mixed place of dragons and snakes became even more lively because of Lin Mo's arrival. The scouts from various forces were sending moneyless scouts to Diamond City, and all the cows and horses wanted to come over to get a piece of the pie. The existence of the world's only superpowered person has made everyone red in the face. Eternal life? Supernatural powers? Lin Mo was like a black hole, attracting those greedy people. All eyes were fixed on that villa located on the beach, trying to strip Lin Mo of his secrets. In the middle of a tavern in Diamond City, the small tavern with some years of history was filled to capacity every afternoon. The inside of the tavern was more lively today, unlike in the past, when the drinkers talked about how much money they had earned and where the headliners had flavor. Today everyone is very much talking about having one goal in mind. Not that I'm bragging, but that I just happened to be in the pool hall across the street from the Diamond Building. I saw it all with my own eyes. That's just not human. Have you ever seen someone dismantle a tank with their bare hands? Someone who jumps nearly 100 meters? That guy, the shells hit him like he was nothing, and he punched a guy straight to pieces. It's horrible. He's practically a demon. An obviously drunk local with his feet on a stool was blowing up a storm. Many people around the room immediately brightened their eyes at the words, white, black, and yellow. The gazes of people of all colors fell on the man. That guy, I remember I was leaning over the window to watch, and he suddenly took a big jump, and just that shockwave alone shattered all the glass upstairs on our side of the building. See this scar over my eye? The man pointed to the scar at the corner of his eye, which looked like it had just scabbed over. Thanks to my quick reflexes, I was on the ground. There were several unlucky people in the pool hall who couldn't dodge and lived to be killed by shards of glass. Speaking of this, a trace of fear passed through his eyes. Chapter 13. Are you interested in immigrating to the United States of America? At that time, Lin Mo made a lot of noise. Very much so. At least tens of thousands of people in and around the Diamond Building witnessed everything. But that was only a few. Modern cities are huge in size. And things happen that are not always well informed in even like 2 districts. Most people learn more about what's going on through the internet. But coincidentally, the 4 major powers that had always been at odds with each other had very tacitly agreed this time to block all content about Lin Mo on the internet. With the exception of Diamond City, which is basically known to everyone, the rest of the world is still basically doing what it's supposed to do. Many people even inadvertently saw the video as also a laugh. Think it is a movie just, at most, praise the special effects really cow wave 1. Because of this caused the name Lin Mo to be known only to those forces of some size and a portion of the public. The morning sun was always so warm. The sunlight sprinkled into the middle of the seaside villa, and Lin Mo also opened his eyes. It took some effort to squeeze out of the flowers, and quite fittingly the doorbell rang outside. Naked, Lin Mo walked to the front door without haste. Opening the door, she was greeted by an innocent face. Li Suying served her breakfast, her eyes looking around Lin Mo into the room, when the sight of a miscellaneous pile of wildflowers suddenly reddened. No one wants to share their stuff with others, especially for women, even if she was that much of a coerced person herself. But the possessiveness in her heart still kicked in quite untimely. But this smart woman didn't lose her temper. Or maybe she didn't dare. Li Suying's expression quickly returned to normal, and after handing her breakfast to Lin Mo, she twisted her head to leave. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a smile as he took the dinner plate and reached out to tug Li Suying into a hug. Eat it all together. The words were short and to the point, except that those eyes began to roam up and down again in an unfaithful manner. Good. Li Suying didn't resist and very obediently followed Lin Mo into the room. And then, it's really quite simply a piece of dinner. This surprised Li So-young slightly inwardly, as she thought she was going to be devastated again. You don't look like one of those mob bigwig daughters. Lin Mo picked up a donut and stuffed it into his mouth without any image, slurring. Why do you say that? Li Suying didn't make a move and sat opposite Lin Mo in a very quiet and disciplined manner. I've seen those on TV before. And well, how can I put it? They're all very arrogant. You're nothing like that. Should I act arrogant and unreasonable then? Li Suying stroked her hair and wore a small smile on her face. Lin Mo sniffed and shrugged. You're smart. I like smart people. I'm satisfied with your performance. Do you know what it means to have my satisfaction? Meaning what? Li Suying had more than a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She realized that Lin Mo seemed a bit different today. Lin Mo didn't reply and picked up another meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. And that's when the doorbell rang again. Then a couple of nodding minions walked in respectfully. After greeting Lin Mo, he turned his head and carried out a group of wildflowers in the corner of the room. Got it? You satisfy me. And for me, what provides me with emotional value is meaningful. If you have meaning, you will live long and live well, and even to obtain all things. Finishing the last bun, Lin Mo stood up, nearly 6'8". His streamlined body looked like a sculpture, combined with that evil smile and hard cheeks. Just by looking at his appearance, he was a proper handsome man. There's some more mice out there. Lin Mo smiled evilly. Li Suying immediately understood, stood up and walked to the side to pick up a set of clothes very considerate to dress Lin Mo. When I get back, looking at Li Suying, who was a head lower than himself, Lin Mo softly said, then disappeared in the next second. Nearly a kilometer outside the villa, 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were lying behind a rock, constantly observing the front. These 2 are stout. The body is a bunch of small professional equipment. The discerning eye knows that the origin is not simple. The target has not yet appeared. Operative number 1 has been thrown out by the other side, and arrangements have been made to receive him. Target number 2, Li Suying, has been in for 10 minutes and has yet to come out. We can't hack into the target housekeeping system. The other party has a very strong artificial intelligence system. The 2 men divided their labor, one constantly observing while the other whispered the information they received. My 2 friends, didn't anyone tell you it's immoral to spy on people? Just as the 2 were working seriously, a snickering voice suddenly sounded behind them. Both agents stiffened, then instantly brought their hands to their waists. Oh, my friend. I'd never touch that damn pistol if I were you. Or can we also say that you actually have a pistol in your waistband? As expected, both of them touched a blank. The pistol that had been carried on his belt had long since disappeared, leaving only an empty space. I'll play a game with you. This revolver has 5 bullets in it, live, and give you 3 minutes to talk. Lin Mo threw a silver revolver between the two men and said with a smile, "Which one of you is coming?" The two men's clothes had already been penetrated by sweat, and their hearts couldn't stop pounding wildly. Is this superhuman? When the hell did he get out? Why didn't we notice any movement at all? Numerous thoughts crossed their minds, but now was clearly not the time to think about them. According to the projections of the existing information, if the two of them do not play the game with each other, then they will definitely die. The kind of death that is very tragic. In eliminating the option of resistance, then there is only one way. After freezing for a good 3 seconds or so, the two men looked at each other. And then the man on the left gritted his teeth and picked up the revolver and pointed it shakily at his temple. His entire right hand was shaking while Lin Mo continued to watch with a smile on his face, not letting Lin Mo wait for long. The man, after going through a heavenly battle inside, closed his eyes and instantly pulled the trigger. When the sound of hitting the bottom fire rang out with a crispness that nearly made the man completely deflated. His entire body went limp in an instant. A small flash of surprise flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. That's quite a stroke of luck. Well, 3 minutes from now on the clock. The other man had no time to come to his senses and spit out his long-prepared remarks quickly. We are members of the Central Intelligence Agency of the Pan-American Federation, and we apologize for the hasty intrusion. This is a small token of sincerity from our side as an apology. The man pulled out a black card from his body with nimble hands and handed it to Lin Mo. It's a global black card with no limit on the card. Furthermore, on behalf of the Pan-American Federation only, I invite you to join us, and we can fulfill anything you want. Women, power, money, honor. This is our promise to you as the most powerful force on the planet. Chapter 14. Giving gifts you don't accept. Oh, hearing the man's words, a smile piled up on Lin Mo's face once again as he smiled and took the black card, then continued to watch the man. And then what? And then. The man was instantly choked by Lin Mo's words. What do you mean then? Shouldn't you have taken a stand by now? Oh, I accept the thought, but I have no thoughts of changing my nationality lately. When I used to be mortal, I always read about the United States of America on the internet and how sweet the air smells there in the EU and how quality the people are. Don't worry, I'll check it out sometime and see if the air over there is sweet or not. Ha! I'm in a good mood today, so take my original message back. And by the way, snooping is not a good habit, and I don't want to see it the next time. Lin Mo played with the black card in his hand, constantly spinning it around his fingertips. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. But of course, the main thing is that he is really in a good mood today. No desire to kill. As for going to the United States of America, the European Union, and other powers, he'll go, whether it's to tour the mountains, experience the customs, or get into the swing of things. The two were not disappointed when they did not receive a clear answer from Lin Mo. After politely apologizing to Lin Mo again and again, he packed up all the items without hesitation and left without looking back. They didn't intentionally leave little things behind or anything like that. That small-mindedness had long since disappeared in the shock of what had just happened. Looking at the two's departing backs, Lin Mo smiled and turned around to continue into the villa. First of all, let's make it clear that I, Lin Mo, am not a stallion. It just makes sense to have higher needs as a superhuman, doesn't it? Confederate States of America. Inside the White House, is there any chance of success for the polling plan? Denby tapped the table and inquired of the ministerial wise man at his side. They were not surprised by Lin Mo's refusal. On the contrary, it could be said that they would only feel incredible if Lin Mo agreed painfully. Based on the analysis of the target's personality, the first solicitation plan failed, but the results of the contact were more favorable. Granted, there was a large element of luck in this contact, and they didn't expect their people to be discovered so quickly. This is a good sign. We may not necessarily be able to pull it into our camp, but the seeds of friendship have been planted, and the likelihood of success is very high if we want to engage in some cooperation. Moreover, the other party is greedy for money, lustful, and has a very low moral standard, a character that makes many of our conventional means available. But the other side has a great disregard for life, which makes it necessary for our subsequent plans to be primarily wistful, unless, of course, you wish to eliminate them. With regards to Lin Mo, all the forces on this planet were surprisingly unanimous in their thoughts. In their eyes, the Lin Mo at this time was very powerful, so powerful that he could easily overthrow a small country or something like that. But in terms of the strength shown 2 days ago, as long as you take a nuclear bomb head-on, you're bound to die. And how about getting a shot in the face from your opponent? It wasn't a problem for them. There were wise guys making plans for them. so everyone unanimously agreed that they still had the cards to lift the table. With this bottom line, the greed of human nature is infinitely magnified. Why did Lin Mo turn into Superman? Since Lin Mo was previously an ordinary, a catch-all kind of ordinary person on Earth. So isn't there every chance that those of you on your own have access to that kind of power as well? Under this greed, the four major powers on this planet were very tacitly prepared to dig out this secret by all means. It's still necessary to obtain the other party's body samples as soon as possible. As long as there are body samples, I'm sure our scientists will decipher the secrets of superpowers. Denby crossed his arms, full of confidence. It was the confidence that decades of Earth domination had given him. Didn't a few of the personnel we arranged yesterday succeed? Did you get a sample of the other side's Jingye? Denby swiveled his chair and turned to look at the group of Minders. It's just that when he said this, the hearts of the people looked at each other a little bit in disbelief. Mr. President, although our men were successful, no samples were found in their bodies. We suspect that the other side may not have reached SJ. After all, as superhumans, whether or not the other party's body structure is the same as ours, whether or not the other party has that function, or what level the other party has to reach in order to be able to SJ, all of these we don't know. Wolfram, the Director of National Intelligence, said slowly, his expression somewhat unnatural. The few women they put in yesterday are the same ones that were thrown out today. It was a miserable one. It wasn't that he was mistreated in any way. It was just that Lin Mo was a little too fierce. Even after paying such a big price, they didn't get any body samples, not to mention JY, even hair, skin fragments and other samples. The other party was simply like the legendary immaculate sacred body that was all one, and wouldn't drop those things at all. Not being able to get a sample of the other person's body can make it difficult for everyone in the room. Without the samples, their subsequent experiments simply could not begin. Did you check the plates and such that the other person ate? Any saliva residue? Denby is still a little undeterred. No, everything we can think of can't be extracted. A brief silence fell over the White House. After a while, Denbei continued. Continue to plant people and have them do their best to collect samples. The other forces have already begun their operations. We can't afford to fail. Suddenly, Denbei stood up with an undeniable tone. Li Jinjung, the quality of female friends you're sending here is getting higher and higher. In front of the villa, Lin Mo smiled and stared at Li Jinjung, looking at the other party's heart. However, Li Jinjung still forced himself to endure the discomfort and bent down to say in a low voice, "It's all because you, Master, are so wise and handsome that these women have grown to admire you after hearing about your deeds, and are rushing to make friends with you. Didn't realize I was so charming? No one does not like to listen to rainbow farts. Lin Mo is no exception. He is vulgar person. Naturally, he cannot escape. Keep Lee Kim Young for one thing because his daughter has pleased him, and secondly, isn't it because the man is very good at what he does? Well, you go on down. Remember to have dinner delivered at the right time. Kind of craving fondue." Sending Lee Kim Young away to bring a new group of wildflowers into the villa. However, Lin Mo was not prepared to pick it at this time. He had just finished exercising with Lee So Young, and now he wanted to go out for a stroll. It's not a good habit to stay home all the time. Ignoring the crowd of wildflowers, Lin Mo instructed Little Stupid before leisurely walking towards the outside. Only a group of warblers and swallows were left behind looking at me and you. Chapter 15. Lin Mo's morality. Target is out of the villa. Target is heading towards Diamond City A. Not good. Be advised. Target has been lost. Researching now. The Alpha system has been compromised. Our satellite has lost signal. With Lin Mo's coming out, it immediately attracted an unknown number of eyes in the dark. There are a few kilometers apart with astronomical telescopes, and there are satellites to lock the whole process, a variety of means. However, these tactics were too childish for Lin Mo. Just a little random stupidity could them all over. Lin Mo seemed to be slow, but in 3 or 2 steps he had already appeared in the center of the city. The traffic was heavy. Pedestrians were coming and going along the roadside, and except for the diamond building in the very center, which was still under repair, it was hard to imagine that it had just experienced a big battle 2 days ago. It was now after 4 in the afternoon, and even in the heat of the day, there were still a lot of pedestrians on the side of the road. Just about everyone here seems to be busy and everyone has indifference on their faces. The development of science and technology does promote the progress of human civilization, but the dividends of development are all driven by these numb people. In front of a barber store, Lin Mo teased the large golden hair that was chained in front of the store. This big golden hair was also familiar with itself, wagging its tail and licking vigorously at Lin Mo for a while. Look at you, being on a leash for a day and still so happy. Also, for you someone feeds you every day, and all you need to do is wag your tail to please the humans to get the basics of survival. But you know what? There's a dog meat restaurant 2 blocks away. And guess what, you're going to get sold someday in the future. The big golden hair naturally couldn't understand what Lin Mo was saying. He only knew that the other party was playing with himself. Lin Mo smiled and stroked the dog's head as he stood up. Through the glass, a little boy inside the barbershop had his mouth opened into an O shape, staring blankly at Lin Mo. Shoo! Lin Mo made a silencing gesture towards the little boy. This little boy was also smart and nodded heavily, then inquired in a small voice, That can I take a picture with you? The voice was subdued and agitated. Sure. Lin Mo was filled with a kind smile and nodded at the little boy. Human beings are never either black or white. If we had to pick a color to represent humanity, then I think it would be gray. Exquisite gray. The great good is me, and the great evil is me. All the gods and Buddhas in heaven glorify my name, and all the evil spirits in hell worship my body. Right or wrong, I, Lin Mo, say so. I am open to the greed and anger that the world avoids, and why should I cover up the 7 original sins that I fear like a tiger? In this life, I, Lin Mo, seek only one thought to be realized, to be free and at ease. After taking several pictures with the little boy in a row, Lin Mo slowly left in the other party's adoring eyes. Then he walked into a food court and bought all the food one by one without looking at the prices. By this time there were already quite a few people who recognized Lin Mo, but no one dared to come up and strike up a conversation or anything like that. Are you kidding? Hitting on me? That spectacular scene 2 days ago was witnessed by many people. Who dares to come up here as long as their brains aren't packed with bulging batteries? It's good to be famous, but it's not so good when that fame is a bad one. No. See the bosses straight down on their knees in the back. If it wasn't for Lin Mo's repeated assurances that he wasn't a bad guy, these bosses would probably have run away long ago. But even if they didn't run, each of these bosses trembled and couldn't make a snack. No energy. Shoving the last of the octopus dumplings into his mouth. The once bustling food court was long empty. Even the boss's food trucks don't want them. The whole street was empty, but there were still some bold ones secretly lying inside the buildings on both sides with a cell phone taking pictures of Lin Mo. Lin Mo was just about to leave when suddenly a teenager who looked 17 or 18 years old and dirty walked in across the empty food court. This teenager was visually broken a leg. Wobbling towards himself, Lin Mo saw very clearly. There was obviously fear in the teenager's eyes, but more than that, he was determined. This scene slightly aroused Lin Mo's interest, and then he stood in place with his arms around his chest and waited up. The teenager stopped after walking a few meters to Lin Mo and hung his head low. After hesitating for a moment he jerked his head up and said with a face full of determination, Sir, can you take me as a little brother? The teenager's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if waiting for a miracle. This look, this tone, really made Lin Mo laugh. He looked the teenager up and down and spoke with a smile. Give me a reason. As soon as he heard that Lin Mo didn't explicitly refuse, the teenager's eyes lit up and he hurriedly spoke. I can give everything for you, as long as you need it. I can do it. Anything goes? You think I need a cripple to do my job for me? Lin Mo shook his head and walked towards the outside. Hearing these words, the teenager was like falling into an ice cellar. His fists clenched in death. He still wanted to say something more, but suddenly a frivolous voice came to his ears. See that short guy on the second floor? The one in the samurai uniform. Kill him and I'll give you a chance. Rubbing shoulders with the teenager, Lin Mo raised his head and signaled the target of the test to the teenager, then casually grabbed a bench and sat down where he was. The teenager didn't say anything, just instantly his eyes became very ruthless. He touched the dagger hidden in his torn clothes, turned his head and walked towards that building without hesitation. And on the second floor of that building, a short man in a samurai uniform appeared to be looking out. Secretly miniature cameras recorded it all. Baka, what did that monster say to that beggar? Why is that beggar coming toward us? Looking at the little beggar limping towards his side, little Baka couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. But a look at the katana he carried with him made him inwardly drop his heart. What can a little beggar do? It didn't take long for the little beggar to walk up to the second floor, where he reached out and knocked on the door. Sir, inside. My big brother has asked you to come down to discuss something. Inside the door, the little Baka, who was still thinking about whether to stab that little beggar to death with a knife, suddenly tightened his chrysanthemums. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in a short moment. How did this beggar become that monster's little brother? Why invite yourself down? Good or bad? Is it hard to believe that the monster has discovered its identity? That's not right. There are so many scouts around. Why did you pick yourself? Numerous thoughts flashed by in a second, and he instantly panicked at the moment. Not to think too much. For their own lives to hurry down is the important thing. The higher-ups had analyzed that monster's personality for him, and if he didn't listen, it would really kill him. Little Baka replaced his fawning smile and pulled the door open, but he was greeted by a fierce downward thrust of a dagger. Baka! Little Baka's pupils instantly dilated, and he narrowly sidestepped his body in the nick of time, causing the dagger that was originally stabbed at his chest to deviate from its trajectory and stabbed at his left shoulder. Intense pain came from his shoulder, and little Baka was instantly enraged. Raising his leg was a kick trying to send the little beggar flying, but who knows, the little beggar saw a hit did not get, but a swooping dead hold small Baga legs. Little Baka fell backward with an unsteady center of gravity. The right hand that had wanted to draw the knife was also restrained. This is not the most horrifying. The most horrifying is that this little beggar is actually like a wild dog. A mouth will bite on the neck of the little Baga, then ruthlessly tear off a piece of meat. In an instant, blood splashed continuously like a fountain, and the little beggar in front of him was dyed in blood. The little beggar will mouth a large piece of people ruthlessly spit on the ground. Full of blood is more like he looks like a hellish evil spirit. The whole routine is smooth and silky. Snap. Behind them, there was applause. Lin Mo smiled and glanced at the little Baka who was still struggling on the ground, looking at the little beggar with admiration. From the very beginning of pulling the tiger's back, to the vicious reaction made after a missed shot, it's a character. TSK. Diamond City is truly a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and a little beggar has such tactics. Let's go. You're qualified to be my little brother. With Lin Mo's strength, he didn't need any minions on this planet, but at least it's a promise made, so naturally it has to be honored. Plus, as a mature pussy king, how can you be without minions, boss? Hearing that he had passed the examination, the little beggar knelt down without saying a word. Boss, can I go pick up my sister? Chapter 16. Creating a technique. His father was a gambler and his mother was unknown as a child. 10-year-old brother, 8-year-old sister trafficked to Diamond City. For 8 years, he did everything he could to stay alive. Been a thief, a robber, a murderer. The home was in a dump. The sister was skinny and bony, and the whole thing suffered from a severe heart condition. Brother, where there's a brother, there's a home, and as long as he's there, that's enough. But his sister's heart disease is getting more and more serious. In order to cure his sister, he, as a brother, is not afraid to borrow loan sharks. But who knows? In the end, the disease was not cured, but instead the borrowed money was swindled. Eventually he realized that it was a setup by the loan sharks. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of what would happen to his sister if he died. Why is the world so unfair? Why? On that day, he looked at his sister, who lay shriveled up on a bed made of newspaper, and was at a loss for words. As it happened, that day, he witnessed how a human managed to destroy the sky and the earth. Living hope. The little beggar thought so. The little beggar Lin Mo let Li Jinjung to settle down. For suddenly more than one little brother. Lin Mo did not have much surprise or feeling. Today is the 13th day since he gained his powers. His various physical stats are now more than 4,000 times what they were initially. 4,000 times over. This is completely out of the realm of human. This is a world where he can cave in all the secrets of Cave Creek in an instant if he wants to. Team America's strength is just 20 tons, and the Hulk's norm is 100 tons, and he had reached nearly 600 tons of strength in his hands alone at this point. Oh, he can even pull a large freighter for a long run, and it's 8:50 p.m. A few more hours and he would double those numbers again. Back at the big villa, after an in-depth exchange with Li Suiying and a group of wildflowers, Lin Mo lit a cigarette. In the smoke, Lin Mo was in deep thought. As his power continued to grow, it became harder and harder for him to get pleasure. Especially an ordinary person like Li So-young couldn't satisfy him at all. Is it hard to believe that one of the few sources of joy is going away? No. Taking a deep breath, he stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Lin Mo stood up and walked into his secret basement. In the underground secret base, the most conspicuous thing is a set of cool Iron Man-like mechs, followed by a bunch of gadgets that look strange but at a glance, one can tell that the technology content is very high. Finding a clean table, Lin Mo picked up a pen and started writing and drawing. His eyes instantly became extremely indifferent, and an aura of sanity to the extreme emanated from him. Machines can run when they have energy, and life can move when it has energy. For most life on Earth, however, their physical makeup has put the upper limit. Then, without changing the body structure, to create a gong method that everyone can cultivate, one can only add a special organ to humans. This organ can be used to store energy, which can be supplied to the entire body, thus strengthening it. This organ can be a spiritual root or something else. What would it take to add to the human race? It was as if there were thousands of information streams flashing through Lin Mo's eyes, and the various knowledge stored in his mind was constantly retrieved by him, and then using his superbrain, strengthened more than 4,000 times, to keep stretching and creating. After a few seconds passed, Lin Mo moved again. It's not because there are spiritual roots that one can cultivate, it's because cultivation creates something like spiritual roots. Wind energy can be converted to fire energy. and solar energy can be converted to electricity. Then it's simple. The so-called aura, internal power, magic power and the like are, in the end, just a kind of energy, an energy that is not found in this universe, that is superior to electricity, wind, etc., and that is gentler for the human body to withstand. Since other energies can be converted to each other, they can also be converted to so-called psychic powers and such. Lin Mo was going to create a technique that didn't require natural talent to cultivate this technique. When you cultivate, you will naturally develop a spiritual root in your body, which can look like many things. A network of nerves, something like an appendix? With the energy storage plus conversion device, the next step is to absorb the energy. You can let your spiritual roots absorb the energy by eating, or doing electrotherapy, fire, etc., so that they can be transformed into spiritual energy, and then let the spiritual energy nourish your body. The thoughts in Lin Mo's mind became clearer and clearer. The spiritual energy would not disappear. He would not be naturally decomposed, because there is no such energy in the real universe, or it is extremely rare. After the death of a cultivator, the spiritual energy will continue to exist between heaven and earth so that others can absorb it as well. Perhaps over time this universe will become a metaphysical world? Lin Mo's pen tip that was about to turn into a stump gave a start. So how could one create energy similar to spiritual energy? Air. A kind of human body is there. Invisible energy. Just this kind of energy is too little. Ordinary people cannot feel. Ordinary people couldn't feel it. Naturally excluding Lin Mo. Air. Nothing like it. Then only one point remains, and it is the most important. Transformation formula. How to convert food energy, fire energy and these energies into air. Lin Mo began to search for books on Taoism that he knew. 10 or so minutes later, Lin Mo stepped out of the secret base in a refreshed state. His face changed to a smirk once again. In his hand was a not too thick book. On the cover, there were several large words written in bold letters. The true technique of Qi refining 1.0. Still killed some of my brain cells then. Try the effects. With a thought, Lin Mo quickly disappeared from the villa. This gongfu that couldn't be considered a gongfu was naturally not for his own use, and its initial purpose was merely to enhance the physical quality of those female friends of his. Diamond City's wealthy neighborhood. In the middle of a luxury apartment building, the little beggar who had been placed in the room had long since been refreshed, with new lines and short, streamlined hair. Throw away some malnutrition and thin body, the slightest in no previous beggar look. My sister has been placed in the best hospital in the city. Even the attending doctor was specially hired from abroad. The one called Li Jinjiang was very attentive to him, and everything was arranged in a clear way. After accompanying his sister for a while at the hospital, the little beggar returned here. Sitting on the leather couch, he was a little worried. It all came too easy. It was unreal and absurd, and he was very unsettled inside. This made the whole hours he had been sitting here. He was afraid that Lin Mo wouldn't be able to find his own people when he arrived. Have you eaten yet? Just when the little beggar was a little uneasy, a familiar voice rang in his ears. With a dab, the little beggar wanted to stand up, but he was firmly held down by a pair of big hands. Old, big, eaten. Still getting used to it? Kind of. He didn't know whether to say he was used to it or not. Wouldn't it be a lie to say he was used to it? If he said he wasn't used to it, would that make him look insatiable? This stuttering caused Lin Mo to frown slightly. Nervous about what? I'm not a gangster or a psychopathic murderer. Am I that scary? Lin Mo had some minor irritation in his heart. Why did everyone look like this when they saw him? He felt that his popularity had been severely persecuted. Here, take it and practice. I'll check in 3 days. Throwing the just-edited gongfu in front of the little beggar, Lin Mo just wanted to leave, suddenly thought of something. By the way, what's your name? This has been called the little beggar is not a thing. Well, at least are their own little brother. Reporting to the boss. I don't have a name. No name? Then you'll be Cole 13 from now on. Chapter 17. You kid is actually a genius. 13. Today was the 13th day that Lin Mo had gained his ability. It simply meant that, after throwing the cultivation technique to 13, Lin Mo was a bit bored again. Everyone knew that once Lin Mo was bored, he would go and have some fun. What's the best thing to do? Facing the evening breeze, Lin Mo stroked his chin and thought, go to the bottom of the sea? In fact, the great explosion of human science and technology was just in these hundreds of years. People always say that their goal is the stars and the sea, but in reality, even under the feet of this Earth's mother planet, the degree of human development is pitifully small. The oceans, which make up 70% of the planet, are especially mysterious. What's really at the bottom of the sea? A lost civilization? Beasts of the deep? The humans didn't know, and neither did Rimmer, but it soon became clear. Lin Mo has never been a procrastinator and does what he thinks. An ordinary person could reach a speed of 7m/sec, and after more than 4,000 times of reinforcement, Lin Mo's current speed had reached 28,000 m/sec, which wasn't fast, and was equivalent to more than 80 times the speed of sound. That's still some way off from the speed of light. The good thing is that it's enough for this little part of the planet. It took a few minutes for Lin Mo to dive headfirst into the Pacific Ocean amidst the frantic rattling of the satellites of the major powers, and just as Lin Mo was swimming in the ocean, searching for the unknown, 13 picked up the book, Chi Refining Truth 1.0, and fell into deep thought. This is the cultivation method? Haven't eaten pork, at least have seen the pig run? The network is so developed in the case of 13 more or less on the network novels and so have had contact with, especially since the name has to do with something at first glance. After reading the title of the book, his pupils instantly narrowed. It was too late to be shocked, so he hurriedly tucked the books into his arms and searched the room inside and out several times to make sure there wasn't any surveillance equipment before carefully pulling out the merit law. His body couldn't stop trembling, and a voice inside him was screaming over and over again, "Is this the root of the boss getting stronger? Why did the boss give this to me?" He wasn't a cutie. Thinking on his toes, he could think of how many people around the globe were staring at his boss, and he probably had quite a few eyes on him now. But why did you give yourself something so precious so casually? I can't figure it out. And the more I think about 13, the more my brain hurts. If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. If you can't figure it out, then you should cultivate well and repay your boss in the future. The teenager's eyes grew firm, and at this moment he made up his mind. In the future, Lin Mo would be his heaven. Whoever dared to make an enemy of Lin Mo would be immortal with him. 13. With gratitude, excitement and all sorts of emotions, 13 slowly turned the first page. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize, scratch that, and prepare a lot of food. Lots of food? Without the slightest hesitation, 13 was immediately ready to call Li Jinzheng to prepare the food. But on second thought, he stuffed the secret book into his pocket and went down to make purchases himself. How much is a lot of food? Is 10 pounds of beef enough? It's better to be safe and buy more. Somewhat unsure of the situation, 13 was still ready to buy more, and ended up buying a hard assortment of foodstuffs piled up all over the room before stopping. After the preparations were completed, this was done according to the following words. First, he propped himself up halfway through the meal and cultivated on his knees. And with the cultivation, 13's originally rounded stomach actually returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the appendix inside him gradually became translucent. A few minutes later, the spiritual roots were built. The food in his stomach was quickly digested and transformed into a trace of spiritual energy through his spiritual root, which began to cleanse 13's body. If Lin Mo were here, he would definitely be a little surprised. With this Gong method of his, if an ordinary person were to cultivate it, they would have to take at least a day to build up their spiritual roots, and to refine the first strand of spiritual energy, it would take at least 3 days. After that it was almost half an hour or so for each strand practiced. However, 13 actually completed the construction of the spirit root and refined a strand of spirit power in just a few minutes. This kid is actually a genius. 13 naturally didn't know that he was gifted. After refining the first strand of spiritual energy, he didn't get excited. He just grabbed a handful of food and stuffed it into his mouth to continue cultivating. This practice was a whole night. In the morning, the light of the sun shines once again. 13, who had been cultivating all night, opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. This is the second level of Qi refining? A room full of food that had long since disappeared. The spiritual energy in his body had even piled up into a small fist-sized mass. This kind of quantity was exactly the standard for the second level of Qi refining in terms of Gongfu. 13 had a surprised smile on his face, but before he could laugh out loud, he suddenly smelled a foul odor. Lo and behold, good lord, his entire person including the entire room was covered in dirt everywhere. The rushing odor made him dry heave. Woj. It stinks so bad, how come I didn't smell it last night? Stinky as it was, he pinched his nose and started cleaning up so no one would notice. Somewhere on an unnamed island in the Pacific Ocean, Lin Mo was building a fire and roasting some small fish. Atlantis wasn't found, but some strange critters were caught, turning an ugly octopus that was nearly 50 meters long over. Lin Mo slightly spat in his heart. It was a bit different than he expected. Aside from stumbling upon some shipwrecks, some boring gold and silver jewelry, it was only these strange-looking deep-sea giants that whetted his appetite. What about the legendary sirens? What about the mermaids? Still want to try what it feels like? Sirens even. Mermaids are fine. Since getting stronger and stronger, Lin Mo's XP was really getting whiter and whiter. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Tearing off a huge octopus leg and eating it in 3 bites. Not to mention, it's pretty strong. Much tastier than the normal ones with the little octopus. Pure and natural. No pollution. Just a little toxic. It was good that Lin Mo had thick skin and was resistant to building. I haven't been back all night, and I wonder if the little ladies missed me? After spending 10 minutes drying these large objects into his stomach, Lin Mo built up his strength with both feet and made a fierce leap. A large crater was instantly shaken out from under his feet by the reaction force. If only I could fly. Gliding through the sky. Lin Mo thought so. Although he is now, this seems to be no different from flying. But the more serious Lin Mo always feel that something is not right. Itchy open again. Before he could glide far, Lin Mo felt an itch coming from the top of his head. The key to this itching, it wasn't like a simple scalp itch. That itch went deep into the soul. Like something was trying to break out of its shell. Is it hard to be out of body? I'd become a young god big brother? The itching lasted for a while and then disappeared. Lin Mo put away his smiling expression. He had a premonition that it should be in just these 2 days that his body would undergo some more changes that he didn't know about. Chapter 18. Awakening of Spiritual Power and Numinous Power. After having this particular premonition, Lin Mo stopped his steps to go back. It's back on that island again. His current power was too terrifying, and he had no idea what would happen to him if one didn't pay attention to a power going out of control, not to mention the entire planet. After all, it hadn't gotten to that point yet, but the entire Diamond City would definitely be reduced to rubble in a matter of moments. Finding a place with a nice view, Lin Mo sat down on his knees. Sense the changes in your body carefully in the 5 hearts to the sky position. The entire person was motionless, as if they were in a state of tranquility, above the sky, due to the commotion Lin Mo had just caused. The major powers finally locked their satellites on Lin Mo once again. What's he doing? All of the major power executives who saw the scene were all a bit uncertain. Time passed minute by minute until it went from day to night, and Lin Mo never moved a muscle. The evening breeze blew by, blowing the corner of Lin Mo's coat. The lonely island was silent except for the cries of a few small animals. Until 11:59 minutes and 46 seconds, Lin Mo, who had been meditating, snapped his eyes open, and in a place that ordinary people couldn't see, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared and slowly walked towards him. For this second, time was frozen. It wasn't until the figure merged with Lin Mo that time began to beat, and with the fusion completed, Lin Mo's power doubled once again, 16,384 times. This time, the power really began to start spiraling out of control just as Lin Mo had predicted. Zira. The first was the island underneath him, and the whole thing was rapidly being melted away. That's right, melting. A normal person's body temperature is about 36 degrees, and when Lin Mo let go of the restriction, his body temperature would instantly reach over 580,000 degrees. This heat is beyond the high temperatures that any substance on Earth can withstand. That wasn't all. With a sharp pain in Lin Mo's head, an unseen and unfathomable thing suddenly broke out of his body. The surrounding seawater instantly broke away from the gravitational pull, as if it was grabbed by a large invisible hand, surging towards the sky. Boom! With another loud bang, Lin Mo's entire body instantly came above the sky at a speed that was out of the limits of human reaction. He looked at the sea under his feet and couldn't help but mutter, "This is spiritual power?" Spiritual power has turned into substance under constant reinforcement. But why is the spiritual energy that just materialized into substance so huge? Lin Mo's eyes shifted and instantly became rational. Spiritual power actually became proportional to my muscle power after it turned into substance. This concept of fusion doubling seems to be more complicated than I thought. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Mo's eyes returned to normal. He had never noticed it before, but at this moment, it seemed that his ability was more than just the doubling of the values of the human on the surface. There seems to be some conceptual stuff involved. Luck, latitude, soul, these things, which are not real, are also part of the man. I don't know if luck has been boosted or not, but it seems that it has not. Latitude is currently not boosted. Soul, the soul is supposed to follow the elevation. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. It seemed that he still had a lot of secrets waiting to be unearthed. Once the 124th year was up, one's fusion intervals would be kept to at least 1 second. Then, that might be the time when one's abilities are truly and fully realized. Slowly, the smile reappeared. Nothing makes you happier than being strong again, especially this time. With the spiritual thoughts, collectively referred to as thoughts from now on, one could finally fly. Woohoo! Throwing those miscellaneous thoughts to the back of his mind, Lin Mo let out a long whistle. The sound spread continuously along the surface of the sea, and just this simple long whistle shook to death an unknown number of small animals in the sea. This was still a result that Lin Mo could control. Otherwise it would be simple to kill all the people in the world with that 16,000 times the decibel of a normal person. After a strange cry, the Nimbus dragged itself along its supersonic speeds as it continued to glide across the ocean. The thrill of flying recklessly made Lin Mo's heart soar. Playing to his heart's content, Lin Mo even turned his head towards the atmosphere. It looked like a meteor from afar. Except that all the meteors in the past were falling towards the ground, and this one was flying towards the sky. Compared to Lin Mo's arrogance, the major powers seemed a bit silent, especially the very eye-catching think tanks. At this time one body began to tremble madly. Why was that island instantly melted? Why does the seawater rush up to the sky as if it were being pulled? Why is he flying? There were too many reasons why. Witnessing this with their own eyes, it was like they were seeing Lin Mo for the first time. There were only two possibilities for the scene that was happening in front of me. Firstly, the previous Lin Mo was hiding and what he had shown earlier was not his full strength. Secondly, Lin Mo's ability could grow. It's just that I don't know what the conditions for this growth are. Some smart people already had an answer within themselves, and they looked at each other with trepidation in their eyes. Based on the analysis of the available information and based on Lin Mo's various performances, they both favored the second. Lin Mo's ability can grow, and there is a high probability that this growth condition, time, behind Denby. A wise man spat out two words shakily. The world was quiet. Or rather the topmost handful of people in this world were quiet. You mean he'll get stronger as time passes? Denby's hands began to tremble slightly as well. Yes, Mr. President. It's been established with 70% certainty. Just now. For example, he seems to have awakened other abilities. The weird ability to instantly fuse a small island together, and the ability similar to the power of the mind. As time goes on, we don't know how many more abilities he will awaken. Gotta. These people were obviously treating Lin Mo's body temperature as a special ability. Would they be instantly dumbfounded if they knew it was just their normal body temperature? So if we launch a nuclear, no, hydrogen, triphasic bomb, now what are the odds of hitting the target? Things have gone beyond what they expected. And while they covet the temptation that comes with superpowers, they are even more afraid of an uncontrolled Superman appearing on the planet. The people behind them looked at each other in dismay. And a moment later an old man with white hair trembled and opened his mouth. Less than 50%. The other party has already broken out of the atmosphere. And at the flight speeds demonstrated so far, our weapons will not be able to hit the other party at all. And, even if you can get a head-on hit, it doesn't necessarily kill. Why? It was because Lin Mo was clearly rushing out of the atmosphere with his physical body. Except for his clothes being burned, he didn't appear to have a single injury on the outside. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Mo was standing upright in outer space at that moment, looking down at the Earth with a calm expression. Not far away, in the space station, several astronauts stared blankly at Lin Mo standing in space. Their mouths were all open so wide that stuffing down a few eggs at the same time wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 19. A Visit Home. Hey, buddy. Just as the several astronauts flaxed and froze, Lin Mo in the distance came before their eyes in almost an instant. They witnessed the humanoid creature reach out with its slender right hand, fingers curving slightly to tap on the glass of their space station. Then the special glass shattered in layers as if it were papier-mâché. Oh, sorry, didn't get the energy. Lin Mo grinned, and there wasn't the slightest hint of embarrassment in his expression. Panic, panic, nothing but panic. Oxygen was rapidly running out, and the astronauts, still in a state of shock plus confusion, felt instantly suffocated. In a few seconds they were all breathing hard, and at that moment, the oxygen masks on the wall actually flew over automatically, landing with precision to cover their faces. Looks like your work is ending early. Lin Mo smirked, his nimbus power covering the entire space station, and then rooted headlong back towards the planet. Many people saw a twinkling meteor that night. Lin Mo brought the space station in a freefall towards Earth, and he didn't deliberately choose a landing spot. To him, there was no difference between landing in lava and a pool of water. AEC, Department of Space Defense. Alarm! Alert! Target is falling toward the northwest. Alarm! Alert! Target is expected to impact the surface in 5 minutes. Department of Space Defense? AEC Direct. Mainly responsible for hazards from outer space. This department has not been in existence for long and is usually very spare. After all, mankind hasn't even gone outside the Earth yet. So what's the point of defending outer space? But the Ministry of Defense is certainly unusually busy at the moment. A meteor that was not too big, not too small was crashing towards the surface at over Mach 100. Hundreds of Machs. A meteor with a diameter of hundreds of meters will instantly create a crater thousands of meters deep if it hits the surface. Even the energy transferred to the ground would cause a massive earthquake. Natural disaster. An unprecedented natural disaster. The entire Minister of Defense, Malone, was in a cold sweat as he kept directing his men while applying for an interception strike against the meteor. This can't really hit the ground, especially since the landing spot is still a county seat. But an order from his superior made him completely dumbfounded. There is no need to conduct an interception. Disarm the alarm. Business as usual. A few short words almost made Marlin's brain turn a corner. But how could he disobey the orders of his superiors? He had to deactivate the alarm. Only his mind couldn't help but get curious. Is it hard to believe that there's some kind of special weapon up there? Or just watch the meteor hit that little county? I just wonder how he'd look if he knew it wasn't a shooting star but a person? And as Lin Mo continued to fall, the AEC was also urgently mobilizing people from bases near the landing site, preparing to make contact with Lin Mo again. Spirit County, a small county in the northwest region of the AEC. This small county of 200,000 people is extraordinarily busy tonight. The meteors, seen for decades, grew larger and larger in their eyes and came crashing straight toward them. It would be a lie to say that there was no commotion. It was just that the many helicopter gunships popping up out of nowhere all around them gave them a sense of security compared to the shooting stars. Where have we seen such a battle in this small remote county? After the emergency takeover of the city by the army, everyone had to stay honestly at home. But that didn't stop people from sticking their heads out and taking pictures of the sky with their cell phones. The other side is starting to slow down. In one of the helicopters, Colonel Li Zhongguo's tense expression finally stretched. Even though he had analyzed above that Lin Mo wouldn't do anything too crazy, he was still a little uneasy inside. After all, what do you do to ensure the morality of a human being whose greatness is vested in himself? Just in case the other guy does have a special fetish for smashing headfirst into the county. That would really be doom and gloom for the nearly 200,000 people. It was good to see that, as expected above, the other side wasn't so anti-human. Lin Mo nianli dragged the space station and began to slow down when he was about 1,000 meters above the ground, until it landed slowly on one of the playgrounds of this county high school. Phew, cool. The naked Rimmer stood on the playground and took a deep breath of oxygen. There's no oxygen in space, but it doesn't seem to make a difference if there's oxygen or not. Mr. Lin. Just as he finished taking a deep breath, several helicopters arrived and surrounded him. Lin Mo just raised his eyelids slightly and stopped paying attention. Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man in military uniform jumped down. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Lin Mo's footsteps lurched. Can I help you? The AEC is at least his native home and there is little conflict between the two sides. Rimmer doesn't recommend listening to the other side twice. That, Mr. Lin. Clothes. Li Zhonghua had a serious expression as he handed Lin Mo a set of casual clothes. Thanks a lot. Lin Mo didn't blush and didn't jump, unhurriedly receiving the clothes and putting them on his body. Almost forgot about that one. Although he didn't mind. What if some pervert saw the drawing of his book? When Lin Mo was dressed, Li Zhonghua first saluted Lin Mo and then said, Mr. Lin, our superior would like to have a call with you. Not bad for a soldier. Concise and without a word of nonsense. Lin Mo liked the sharpness of the character. Call? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and was just about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and smiled evilly. Yes, but I'll give you 5 minutes at the most. I wonder which one of the big boys it will be. No matter which big brother it was, Lin Mo was prepared to tease the opposite side. Li Zhonghua sniffed and nodded slightly, then handed over a satellite phone of the kind similar to a big brother. Hello? Hello, Comrade Kobayashi. The phone had just been brought to his ear, and the first word stepped on Lin Mo's minefield. Lin Mo wasn't polite either, and said in a nonchalant manner, First of all, you can call me Mr. Lin or just call me by my name. Secondly, if you have anything to say it quickly. You only have 5 minutes. Lin Mo's very impulsive tone caused the originally smiling expression on the opposite side to instantly freeze, but at least he was an old man. The opposite party continued in the same tone after a pause of less than a second. Good, Mr. Lin. Excuse me, are you still going home? The house of our promise to you stays. After 2 sentences, the slightly older voice from across the room stopped. Finished? Called to tell me that? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Oh, Mr. Lin. What I'm trying to say is that the AEC is always your home. Your last port of call. If you get homesick, you can always come back. We've always got your back. The voice on the other side was very kind and amicable. It's like the grandpa next door. Oh, Lin Mo's eyes looked around, and he said with the same smile, Yeah, no surprise I'll be staying at home for the latest period of time. There's a friend of mine over in Diamond City who just happens to be bothering you guys to bring him back. It's no trouble. It's what we should do. The call was short, and the two had only a few words in total. A little fox and an old fox. Both of them were satisfied. Lin Mo was satisfied that it was Diamond City that was too small, and it wasn't very enjoyable for him to get things going. Old Fox's satisfaction had finally snubbed Lin Mo back. So many forces outside were staring at Lin Mo. How can you get closer without playing the emotional card? As for Li Zhonghua on the side, he was still full of seriousness. I don't understand. I can't hear you. Chapter 20. Please call me Fatherlander. The city Lin Mo had previously lived in was named Linhai City, specifically the Unknown Universe. This cluster of galaxies, the Milky Way, the Orion Cyclone Arm, the Solar System, the Earth Village, and the city of Linhai in the southern state under the rule of the AEC. Since he had decided to stay at home for a while, it was only natural for Lin Mo to go back to his old home and stay there. Other places are more or less unfamiliar. It's well known that Lin Mo is afraid of life. This time, however, he didn't choose to fly back. In the middle of a base in the northwest, Lin Mo nonchalantly climbed into the cockpit of one of the newest fighter jets. The other officers around them looked at each other in disbelief, but none of them came out to object. The cause of the incident was simple. Lin Mo had a sudden desire to fly a fighter jet. To put the fighter thing in perspective, he'd shot down a few of them, and hadn't even flown one himself. Then, Lin Mo said one thing, "I want to fly a fighter jet." As a result, the top didn't even hesitate for a second before agreeing to Lin Mo's request. Being so refreshing, it made Lin Mo a little uncomfortable. "Mr. Lin, are you sure you can drive?" Comrade Zhenghwa's expression was a little twisted. He felt that everything he saw today was so unreal, so childish. "I'll grant you that you're Superman. After all, I saw you fall from the sky with my own eyes, with the old American space station in tow in hand. But flying a fighter jet, is that something to joke about? Especially their latest 6th-generation fighters. Their own family has not yet been batch-fitted. He has not even flown it himself and let an outsider to drive it?" The brass actually agreed. The world had gone absolutely crazy. Jungkook thought so. Lin Mo, who had drilled into the fighter jet, did not pay any attention to Comrade Zhenghwa, and after roughly feeling out the inner structure of the fighter jet, he already had a bottom in his mind. To him, not to mention the 6th-generation fighter, even if a space battleship was thrown in front of his eyes, he would still fly it. "Get out of the way. I'm taking off." After a friendly reminder, and not caring if the people around him heard it or not, Lin Mo started the engine. The tail of the fighter rumbled, and the azure-colored tail flames coalesced into a column. The rest of the crew, including Comrade Zhenghwa, immediately scattered in all directions, running that far away, afraid of the warplane losing control and crashing head-on into them. To be honest, not many people present favored Lin Mo. They were heartbroken for their precious fighter. But the next second, the crowd's faces were smashed. The fighters were seen taking off very peacefully and then lifting off. There were no surprises during this time, and they even saw Lin Mo show off a wave of fancy maneuvers in the sky. Is it hard for Lin Mo to have been a soldier before? Or the Air Force? No longer paying attention to the flaxen dull crowd, Lin Mo, who was flying a warplane, had that novel experience at this time. The feeling is completely different from flying on your own. Inside the cabin, Lin Mo was leisurely controlling the operating lever, but his head was tilted to the side to enjoy the scenery outside. 6th-generation fighters, capable of about Mach 3.5 at full speed. This speed is already very fast for humans, but for Lin Mo, who could now casually fly up to dozens of Mach, the speed of this warplane was like an old bus. Warplanes whizzed through the sky, setting off layers of sonic booms. Lin Mo didn't choose the route those people had arranged for him, but instead flew straight along a straight line towards Linhai City. This leads to a question. This straight passed along the road, but there are many cities big and small. Plus, Lin Mo was flying the fighter jet very low, at least much lower than the normal flying altitude. You can imagine how beautiful the picture is, right? Countless people watched with beady eyes as a fighter jet whizzed past their heads, bringing with it a sonic boom that shattered the glass of an unknown number of buildings. Many of the uninformed masses thought that hostile forces were fighting, and this caused considerable disturbances. For a while, the mayors of the cities that were oohed and awed by Lin Mo wrote to the court, wanting to find out what was going on, and the top just blandly replied back, "Classified mission." In this way, Lin Mo went all the way back to his hometown, Linhai City, very smoothly and with a lot of wind. Just entered the airspace of Linhai City. Several fighter planes then flew in head-on. "Mr. Lin, we've prepared the landing site. Please come with us." "That's slow. This crap airplane is so outdated. Rub a couple of fast flyers together sometime." Looking at the familiar city below, Lin Mo skimmed his lips. Without saying a word, he pressed the ejection button, and his entire body was instantly catapulted out of the cabin. It was a sight to behold for the fighters escorting them on either side. The unmanned fighter jet instantly lost control and plummeted towards the city. You know, this is a metropolis with a population of tens of millions. How many people would have to be killed in this fall? Not to mention the ensuing uproar and public outcry. The pilots and the escort fighters instantly panicked and frantically asked for instructions from their superiors. But at this moment, not to mention them, their superiors also panicked. They really didn't expect Lin Mo to be so reckless. Xanadu, AEC Center. Several old men watched the images transmitted back in real time, each clenching their fists. One of the old men with white eyebrows leaning to the left frowned, then spoke, "Prepare for the aftermath." If Lin Mo was here and heard this voice, it would definitely be familiar. Isn't that the old man he just talked to on the phone? Damn it! This is the talent you're pulling together? This is a terrorist attack on him now. A stout middle-aged man on the right-hand side slammed the table and crossed his eyes. The others didn't say anything, but their faces were a little uncomfortable. Wait. At that moment, the man at the top whose face could not be seen spoke out. As soon as this person spoke out, everyone's gazes were instantly cast over. Looks like the lad has some conscience after all. The man laughed twice and pointed to the screen. Linhai City Commercial Pedestrian Street. As the busiest pedestrian street in Linhai City, the flow of people naturally needs no introduction. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in unison. It was as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, looking straight into mid-air. In the last second, an out-of-control fighter jet crashed toward them at breakneck speed. The ready-made was instantly in disarray. But the next moment, a man fell from the sky and caught the out-of-control fighter with one hand. Superman. After a brief moment of stunned silence, hysterical shouts erupted from the scene. A high school student shook his partner like crazy. Incoherent words came out of his mouth. Look, Superman. I knew the world wasn't that simple. I knew it. Superman has appeared. Where are the immortals? What about ghosts and monsters? There definitely are. Ah, Rio, look at that. The companion called Liang, who had already been shaken a bit deliriously by him, said intermittently, Stop. I saw it. I'm not blind. After saying that, Liang hurriedly took out his Oppo A5 and took a burst of shots at the mid-air Lin Mo. Not just him, but everyone in the room was scrambling to grab their cell phones to record the impactful scene. Even people from other parts of Linhai City heard the news and came towards here like crazy. As for Lin Mo in mid-air, he was smiling. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he just held up the war machine with one hand and posed in various poses in a very flirty manner. Dear fellow citizens, for your safety, please do not crowd. I don't want to see anything happen to everyone because of me. Lin Mo had a false smile on the corner of his mouth, and those who didn't know really thought he was some kind of superhero. He'd unsealed his dusty charisma value ever so slightly, along with his already good physical condition. The people underground went completely crazy when they heard him. Mr. Superman, may I call you that? Mr. Superman, may I ask if you are the same Superman who was witnessed by many people 2 days ago? At the bottom, a reporter who happened to be shopping on vacation went crazy and asked loudly, trying to get Lin Mo's attention. A few days ago, a number of people also witnessed a superhuman incident where those witnesses claimed to have seen a man flying between buildings and gliding in mid-air. But in the end there was no follow-up. And this reporter had been following up on this story, not realizing that today he'd actually run straight into the real Superman. Lin Mo quickly noticed this reporter. Of course, it wasn't because she had a loud voice. It was simply because she was quite attractive. With a wave of one hand, an invisible force dragged that reporter up. The female reporter shrieked in shock, but her extremely high professionalism allowed her to quickly calm down. Especially when she saw herself flying towards Lin Mo, her face was filled with excitement. So, Mr. Superman, may I call you that? Until she flew beside Lin Mo, the female reporter raised her head to look at the warplane above her head, and then looked at Lin Mo, who was full of kind smiles, and forced herself to hold back her discomfort to ask, This beautiful lady, I prefer that you call me Fatherlander than Superman. Lin Mo said very gently, his face full of smiles. Just that smile was full of mischief any way you looked at it. Naturally there is no such movie as Black Robe Pickets in this world. And naturally they don't know what the word Homelanders really means. The Homelanders. The female reporter chewed on those 3 words, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. That's an unusual 3 words. It's full of details. Then may I ask Mr. Fatherlander if you had anything to do with the events of the last few days? The female reporter stared straight at Lin Mo. She carefully dug deeper into the events of the previous days. Although no one died of injuries, but also caused a lot of economic losses. It's me. I was apprehending a criminal a few days ago, and I apologize for the unnecessary damage this caused. Lin Mo didn't deny it and said it very generously. As for catching criminals, there's nothing wrong with that. Who's the criminal? Of course I'm in charge. So that's how it is. You've worked hard, Mr. Fatherlander. The longer she stayed by Lin Mo's side, the more the female reporter could feel the fatal attraction of Lin Mo's body. With her hormones playing tricks on her, her IQ rubbed off wildly. The people at the bottom were no better, opening their mouths to express the hard work of the people of the motherland. Lin Mo grinned as everyone's expressions were captured in his eyes. Unsurprisingly, these humans infected by his charisma will become his first loyal followers. My fellow citizens, I have a mission to perform, so please disperse in an orderly manner and do not create unnecessary trouble. Seeing that things had pretty much spread, Lin Mo said towards everyone with a long breath, then gently set the female reporter down. After doing this, Lin Mo turned around and flew into the sky, taking the fighter plane to quickly cut across the sky and disappear. The female reporter who landed safely on the ground had a slightly lost expression. He still had so much to say that he hadn't asked. Most importantly, leaving Lin Mo's side, she always felt that something was missing. The loss made her ignore her frantically ringing cell phone. Phew! After organizing her mood, the female reporter was just about to pick up her cell phone when a voice suddenly rang in her ear. XXXXXXXXXXX. This is my phone number. Contact me if anything happens. Chapter 21. Are you saying that the people of the motherland lack love? The direction of many things is often full of variables and uncertainty. On a larger scale, the increase in entropy in the entire universe is irreversible, and chaos and disorder are the ultimate direction in the universe. On a smaller scale, Lin Mo is fickle as a person, think one thing and do another. Xia du. A few old men were all a bit silent as they watched the shocking transformation. The silence was eventually broken by a loud laugh from the man at the top. I told you guys to read more about Lin Mo's profile, but it seems that you didn't take it to heart either. It doesn't mean. The old man at the top opened one of the files placed in front of him slowly and smiled. It's true that he's a Superman. It's true that he's uncertain. But he's still a human being at the very least for now. Or rather, he's trying hard to fake himself out. Lin Mo. Left behind. His father was killed in a car accident when he was 8 years old, and soon after his mother died of depression. Raised by grandparents with a severely unloved and paranoid personality. Has a record of multiple fights during the school year and has been counseled out of school. The year he graduated from high school, his grandparents also passed away. The less there is of something, the more there is of something missing. The good thing is that in the available information, he's not to the point of being sociopathic and anti-human. To this day he has strong ties with many of his friends. Hey, it's a poor doll. The old man sighed, which was unfortunate. At least Lin Mo survived the blows along the way, and his psyche wasn't seriously deranged yet. Otherwise, he shuddered to think how much of a shock he, or the world, would have to take. After hearing the old man's words, the old man who had been in contact with Lin Mo also spoke out. Yes. So pulling together is the only way at the moment. The weapons we have are simply incapable of doing it any harm, and it will only be us who will force hostile destruction. It's not too late for us to make up for everything Lin Mo has lost and the pain he has endured. These, money, honor, and even affection, we can give him. His needs are no greater than one man, and that's not a burden on us at all. And by making good relations with such an existence that transcends the rules, I don't think I need to say how great the benefits are, right? Everyone else nodded slightly at the words. Even the few hardliners silently closed their eyes and stopped speaking. After today's incident, Lin Mo had basically become a privileged class of the AEC, a very special kind. As long as they weren't so crazy that they wanted to destroy the world, those of them basically wouldn't strike at Lin Mo again. Besides, if you have a good relationship on your side, the headache that will be for the other forces. Even if Lin Mo hadn't explicitly agreed to join them, it didn't stop them from pulling the tiger's skin. We'll talk about other things later. What about the present? Continue to keep it secret or make it public? Seeing that the scene was harmonious, a hardliner suddenly spoke out. Oh, no need for secrecy. Not only do we not have to keep it a secret, we have to secretly push the envelope to make Lin Mo a superhero, like never before. After all, doesn't he call himself a native of his country? I don't think we need to make a clear statement. The people will spontaneously think in some directions. The old man at the top of the list still smiled and said, the others naturally didn't have an opinion. Even if Lin Mo blamed it, they didn't do anything. It's not like they explicitly say to the public that you're one of us in the clouds, so why not? Lin Mo didn't realize that he had been set up plainly. Even if he knew, Lin Mo probably didn't care. He hasn't experienced being a big star yet, and since others are interested in giving him a boost, why should he refuse? As for trying to keep yourself on a leash with these things, TSK, Lin Mo will let some people know what it means to pluck D mercilessly. It's okay to be a superhero, it's okay to be a super criminal, and it's okay to rule or destroy the world. It's never external factors that influence everything. There is only one reason for everything. That's what our good Samaritan Lin wants to do. It's that simple. In the suburbs, casually throwing that 17-ton fighter jet on the ground like a piece of trash, ignoring the heartbroken gazes of the bystanders, Lin Mo smoothly scratched his butt. The who? You? Just you. Come here. One of the crew members who was receiving the fighters pointed to himself in confusion and then ran his ass over. Tell your supervisor to call Huang Weijie over. Huang Weijie was naturally the negotiator who had been in contact with Lin Mo some time ago. That little fatty was, for one of the few people Lin Mo had been in contact with for a longer period of time, and secondly, he was good enough to be obedient. There is another point. That fatty has ambition, even if it is hidden deeply, but even deeper can escape Lin Mo's eyes. The crewman sniffed with some uncertainty, but honestly reported the original statement. Mr. Lin, please wait, the people are already on their way. It's not bad for the efficiency of going straight to heaven's hearth. It's just efficient. A dozen seconds before and after, and the man was on his way. Lin Mo nodded and stood in place, waiting. The other people around him secretly looked at Lin Mo from time to time. There was curiosity, fear, and yearning in those gazes. 10 minutes later, a pitch-black Audi pulled up. Before the car arrives, the sound arrives first. Mr. Lin, you're back. Waiting for the car to stop, Huang Weijie's round body jogged all the way over, with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Aha! Lin Mo nodded lightly, then unceremoniously sat on his butt in the back seat. How many times did Huang Weijie-chan dryly laugh twice and turn his head back to the driver's side again? The vehicle started slowly and headed towards the city limits. You're finally back, Mr. Lin. The house for you has been kept, but the place has been changed after consultation from above. A seaside villa. That place, but Linhai City's real prime location. The kind that money can't buy. The whole villa is incredibly large, and the facilities and everything are very complete, so your satisfaction is guaranteed. As soon as he got into the car, Huang Weijie droned on and on. Lin Mo in the back row didn't reply, but just glanced faintly at Huang Weijie's rounded face and said, "What happened to the face? Bitten by a dog?" Huang Weijie's mouth that was chattering paused for a moment, and Ha indicated that it was fine, and that he had fallen a bit. Oh, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed and inexplicably came to a, "Want to be my dog?" When these words came out, Huang Weijie instantly froze. He was a bit of a brainiac for a moment, but this daze didn't last more than a few seconds, as Huang Weijie's expression twisted a bit and asked in a very tangled manner, "Is there any benefit to it?" Huang Weijie didn't know much about what was happening in Diamond City, but he had more or less heard a little bit about it. Coupled with the change in Lin Mo's attitude from above now, Huang Weijie was no little cutie. He quickly realized how special Lin Mo's current identity was, or rather, how powerful was Lin Mo now. In fact, when he initially came into contact with Lin Mo, he had the idea of defecting to Lin Mo, but he had been hesitant to do so. Now Lin Mo nakedly said this besides, although the words were hard to hear, but Huang Weijie's inner ambition also burned up here. He suddenly changed his words. "Mr. Lin, I'm willing to be your dog." Huang Weijie made up his mind, and he stopped asking what the benefits were. There are many turning points in a person's life, but if you want to be rich and famous, it depends on whether or not you can grasp them. He was betting that he had lived such a failed life up to now anyway, so what was he afraid of? Especially since he has a vendetta to avenge. Ha 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 ha, good. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo in the back row laughed out loud and laughed his head off. He loved this feeling of being a savior, of being a grandpa, of changing everything at will. Come on, you know where to go. Chapter 22. This is the benefit. Huang Weijie is a pretty miserable person to say the least. It took 40 or 50 years to get into a position as a negotiator. The point is that the position has no real power and doesn't pay well. It took decades of hard work to get to a little bit of suburbia and buy a small house of a couple dozen square feet. But this one was blessed with a good-looking wife. As for why you get a good-looking wife, that's probably only 3 words, honest. Originally, I had a stable job, and married a wife. Not to say that the days of great wealth, but also stable and happy. I can't say that my wife is very nice to herself, but she's not cross-eyed. But that all changed just a short while ago. It started when a supervisor visited their home. I'm sure you can guess the backstory. Since then, I have been targeted by my superiors at work, and it is not uncommon for me to wear small shoes. His wife is also getting disgusted with him and sometimes comes home even later. That's even if he can tolerate it. It was the night before that really broke him inside. That night, his boss left him a lot of work. He worked late and came home, but just as he arrived at the door, he heard unpleasant voices inside. Huang Weijie was instantly furious. I was reckless and frantic to break down the door. It took a lot of effort to break down the door, but the adulterer escaped through the window. Huang Weijie could guess who it was, and he loudly questioned his wife, but was rewarded with her deadpan denial. He even had a big fight with him and he can still remember how his wife scolded him. What a loser, dead fat pig and all that. No one knew how Huang Weijie felt at that moment. He felt like he was about to explode. Smoothly copied the kitchen knife, in the eyes of his wife's horror, but did not do it, but took the kitchen knife and chased out. But who knows? His round figure didn't chase him far before he was sacked. That night, Huang Weijie was beaten up. The next day, work was to continue, but when I walked into the office, I was greeted with jeers from my coworkers and a teasing look from my boss. Black Audi toward his office location. The car. Huang Weijie's thoughts fluttered. In the back row, Lin Mo still had a faint smile on his lips. It didn't take long for the car to pull up under a large building. The whole building wasn't tall, just 4 or 5 stories, and through the windows you could see people coming and going inside. Here you are, master. Huang Weijie got out of the car in 3 or 2 steps and respectfully opened the rear door. Lin Mo didn't feel any discomfort and slowly got out of the car. I thought you asked what's in it for you to be my dog. In a minute you'll know. Lin Mo wore a smile on his face and walked towards the inside first. As soon as they entered the door, many people with documents looked at Lin Mo in unison. A person was just about to ask Lin Mo what he was here for when he saw Huang Weijie walk in right after him. The man raised an eyebrow and gave Lin Mo and Huang Weijie a somewhat strange look. Then his gaze went to his own boss on the desk behind him. The others also wore an expression of watching the show. Huang Weijie's boss was a middle-aged man, holding a newspaper in his hand at this time. And when he saw that Huang Weijie had brought in someone he didn't recognize, his eyelids lifted slightly. Ah, Huang, didn't you say there was an urgent mission? How come you're back so soon? And who is this little Tongji? I have to say, very kind. Huang Weijie didn't reply when he heard this, but instead, his gaze went to Lin Mo. Lin Mo wrapped his arms around his chest and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. There hadn't been many who dared to put up a fight in front of him in all this time. Another one who was not afraid of death has appeared in front of me. Bite him. Lin Mo slowly lowered his hand and pointed his finger towards Huang Weijie's boss. The crowd thought they had blurred ears. One of them just wanted to open his mouth to rebuke, suddenly realized that his mouth seems to be stuck in general. How to open also cannot open. The man panicked, and in the next moment realized he couldn't actually move. Not only him, everyone present except Lin Mo and Huang Weijie instantly realized in shock that they couldn't move. The whole thing looked like it had been cast in a fixation spell. Seeing such a situation, a fierce color flashed in Huang Weijie's eyes. Taking 3 steps, he walked up to his boss and swung a heavy punch. His boss was confused. Cluelessness, incredulity, anger and many other emotions flashed in his eyes. Finally, he stared at Huang Weijie with wide and vicious eyes. But at this moment, Huang Weijie's internal stifling, unwillingness and other emotions were released. His eyes were instantly red. So how could he be afraid of that? Punch after punch, anger destroying all of his sanity. There was only one thought left in Huang Weijie's mind at the moment. Get this mother continuing to beat for nearly 10 minutes, until his superior's face was completely disfigured. Less in and more out. Huang Weijie sat on his butt on the ground. Gulping heavily, he giggled. The others of the surrounding people were already numb. Their eyes were full of panic. If they hadn't been immobilized, they were afraid that they would have dispersed in a flurry. And during this time, there were also people who recognized Lin Mo. After all, since the word Homelanders is now spreading on the internet, that's crazy. Some people had already secretly resolved to make sure to publicize these atrocities after Lin Mo left, so that everyone could see the truly ugly faces of the people of the motherland. Lin Mo, who had been watching the show, suddenly sensed something and slightly turned his head to look at a young man with a smile. He then looked at Huang Weijie. Little Huang, haven't you eaten? If people see that, they'll think I'm making you powerless by not feeding you. Come on, let me teach you what to do when it happens to you in the future. As the words fell, Lin Mo instantly appeared in front of Huang Weijie. He took one look at the boss who was beaten to a pig's head, then stomped his foot on the starting head. Boo! It was like a watermelon bursting open, splashing watermelon juice everywhere. And that's not all. I don't know if Lin Mo didn't gather his strength or what. This kick directly stepped through the entire floor. Lin Mo's foot sunk deep into the concrete. Under this vibration, the entire building shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. See, be my dog and bite the out of anyone who messes with you. Bite him to death. Bite the fear. Let them avoid you when they see you, and fear you, and be afraid of you. A dog's fight, a fox's fight. Follow me, Lin Mo. You don't need to learn anything, you only need to satisfy me. Whoever you see in this world that you don't like bites him and you're done. Understand? Crazy words went straight to Huang Weijie's head, and at this moment, he felt like he was through. In this moment, he felt the meaning of living. At this moment, even if one was a dog, that was still a sun-swallowing godly monarch under one person. I know, master. Huang Weijie's eyes were instantly firm as he nodded heavily. Good. So now the second task. Bite them to death. Chapter 23, The Scattering of Wealth. Another day passed, and in the seaside villa in Linhai City, Lin Mo sighed helplessly as he felt the power in his body that had doubled again. There's no sense of accomplishment. Other people fight to the death to cultivate. But this is good for me. I can become stronger by really lying down. Nearly 3 meters wide and 3 meters long on a large bed, Lee Soo-young lay peacefully beside her. After returning from her busy schedule with Hwang Wei-jae yesterday, Lee Soo-young had already been picked up by someone from above. As for 13, that kid was left over there by him to watch over Diamond City. Seem to have forgotten one thing? It seems like we agreed to go see the results of 13's cultivation. Forget it, we'll go back in a while. Today's Lin Mo wanted to be a geek. He hadn't even taken a break from running around all this time. By the way, a funny thing happened yesterday. At that time, when the people above went to pick up Lee Soo-young, they asked Lin Mo if he wanted to move the other things in his villa. Lin Mo thought about how the basement seemed to have some gadgets, so he let those people bring them along. A few movers almost didn't stare out of their eyes when they saw what was in Lin Mo's basement. As soon as they entered, they saw a pair of silver-white battle armor. That battle armor is cool like the Iron Man one. That was just fine. At most these people thought Lin Mo had a collecting fetish. But the next second, the battle armor moved. Battle armor's palms coalesced with azure-colored energy cannons and aimed them at the crowd. If these people hadn't raised their hands fast enough, they were afraid that they would have been blasted into slag by a cannon. After reporting this to the higher-ups, those old men went crazy too. One of the old men who had contacted Lin Mo frantically called him. Lin Mo originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but he was so annoyed that he had no choice but to pick up the phone. That old man came up as Mr. Lin Yu that armor is not real clouds, can fly, can mass production and so on. However, everyone knew that Lin Mo was a person who never loved nonsense. After returning a really, take it and play with it if you want, you guys hung up and told stupid to black out that call. Lin Mo naturally didn't care about those gadgets. Those gadgets were the gadgets he had pinched out when his head was still thousands of times that of a normal person. It's natural to look away now, but Lin Mo can't look at it. For this world that is a proper black technology. Especially after one of the movers wore that battle armor and flew around in the sky. A few old men in Xanadu were so excited that they almost had a heart attack. In addition to the battle armor, there are things like holographic projections, fully automated medical bins, multifunctional Simmons, scratch that, multi-barreled laser cannons, and the like. Under the madness of those old men, if they didn't dare to tear down the villa and take it away, they were afraid that they would really have to dig up the ground. The movements of the AEC naturally escaped the eyes of other powers. After seeing the AEC panning for so many treasures, the other forces were also crazy enough to send out all their pawns in Diamond City, wanting to seize the tiger's mouth. These things not to say all grabbed, even just grabbed a piece that is priceless. It's a good thing that a few powers didn't lose their heads. The battlefield was chosen in the middle of a virgin forest far away from Diamond City. That night, the guns were firing. As for how the final result would be, then I guess only the top management of the major powers would know. On the big bed, Lin Mo, who was transformed into a geek, reached for his clothes and ate his food, and after eating the breakfast that Hwang Wei-jae had sent to him a long time ago, he turned on the TV by hand. Reflected in the headlines was a headline. Yesterday, a gas leak occurred in the city's XXXX bureau, causing a large explosion, which caused a total of, well, after watching today's news with interest, Lee So-young, who was beside her, woke up. She raised her head to look at Lin Mo and closed her eyes again, stalking Lin Mo to death, like a kitten. Lin Mo touched its head, turned off the TV and picked up his cell phone to open a certain sound and swiped it. What a life for ordinary people. The serene atmosphere of Lin Mo is also very bah humbug, and taking a break once in a while is friendly to the body and mind. It was just that as the certain sound was swiped, Lin Mo felt something was wrong. 10 out of 10 videos are ING themselves, all angles, 360 degrees of yourself, and every video likes are starting at 100,000. Lin Mo casually clicked on a certain video with millions of likes. The comments section is even more varied, with those who believe it and those who don't. Some were even adamant that it was special effects, that they were making a movie or something. One of the most liked comments reads, "This is not special effects. I'm a special effects artist myself, and all the details in this video, as well as the camera angles, are fine. This is real. Netizen Devil's little pawn. It's really true. I don't lie. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can watch another video on my homepage. I swear by my whole family. It's absolutely true. Netizen Motherlander, my idol. How can it be? If it was real, the official would have already spoken out. I have a feeling it's fake. Netizen not eating cilantro." This comment underneath a lot of replies. The highest praise of the reply this way, "If the fake official has long been a rumor. So far no sound, this is not a default? And the motherland people this name. I estimate that he is the official people." Netizen AAA Building Materials Lou. Looking at a comment, Lin Mo smiled. "They've got a lot of heart. rowing hard for half a day without a single black comment. But the little black guys are really annoying, and if I saw them I'd actually buy them lychees. Lin Mo guessed correctly that the AEC side was indeed afraid of little Blackie. They were afraid of the eventuality that if Lin Mo was cyber-violated and thus did something uncontrollable. After all, those people still knew how terrifying the power of a netstorm was. This would be fine if it was an ordinary person, a human life at most, but if the target of the cyberstorm was Lin Mo, they wouldn't dare to guarantee what would happen. It's like last night, when a certain bar was having a crazy discussion about Linma, the homeland. It just so happens that one of the survivors who was in the mall at the time instantly stresses out when he sees Linma's face in the photo. He posted like crazy stating that Linma was a murderer and a pervert, but when his post was sent out not 2 seconds later, it was deleted cleanly, and even his account was banned. That wasn't even the scariest part. Not 5 minutes after his post, there was a knock on his room door. Hello, water meter check. After swiping a few videos, Lin Mo opened his personal center. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I used to love playing cracked versions of games, and now I can finally play a cracked version of a certain sound. With a small hand, the mobile interface instantly jumps to the recharge page. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo tapped his evil finger on that maximum amount of recharge. Under the supersonic vibrations, the sonic coins in the wallet increased wildly at an unnatural rate. A 10, 100, a million, 100,000, a million, a billion, until he rushed enough to reach 100 million sound coins. This was the only time he stopped. That should be enough. If you flushed enough money, you're naturally a money scatterer. Casually clicking into a live stream, Lin Mo clicked on the gift interface without even looking at it, picked the most expensive certain rocket and sent all 10 rounds in a row without batting an eye. Little Fish is a small anchor, the tiny kind. Usually there are only 10 or 20 people in the live room and she usually just natters to these fans and sings occasionally. Welcome every new audience is her habit. Looking at the live broadcast room new in a name, please call me John Doe audience. Small fish just want to export welcome. But in the next second, his live room vibrated like crazy. With the vibration, a series of 10 rockets shot up in the sky in his live broadcast, carrying special effects that were magnificent to the extreme. The little fish person was dumbfounded. Her little mouth subconsciously opened wide, and her whole body leaned forward, wanting to prove that she wasn't blindsided. The only dozen or so people in the live broadcast room were also stunned by the sudden rise of the tycoon. What? The landlord begging for adoption. The boss confused and so on, words crazy in the pop-up screen across. A dozen or so people in a split second to send a pop-up screen in the hard comparable to those 100,000 plus anchors. After Little Fish double-checked that he hadn't read it wrong, his entire body trembled with excitement. That's 10 rockets. One pronunciation of 100,000 coins, which is about $10,000 in currency. 10 rounds is a whole 100,000. Even if the platform deducts half, he'll still get $50,000. It's no exaggeration to say that this is more than he makes in a year. Ah, thank you Brother Doe. Is Brother Doe here? Can you reply if you are? Under the attack of money, Little Fish's whole body became coquettish and her speech became whiny. And Lin Mo in front of the screen smiled crookedly and slid down without a second thought into the next live broadcast. Without too many words, another series of 10 shots. In this way, Lin Mo also does not care about the big anchor or the small anchor. The main fortunate to be paddled by him. Go in is $100,000 to smash their face. Then he left at a rapid pace. The entire time he didn't leave a single word until he spent more than an hour. Lin Mo then spent the 100 million sound coins that he had just recharged. Phew, cool. But the picture seems to be running away from me? How did it turn into an urban goddess text? I've become the crooked-mouthed dragon king? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and threw his cell phone aside, completely ignoring the storm that had just been caused. Looking at the time, it was almost 10 in the morning. Playing games next? I just wonder if I'll be blocked as an opener? Lin Mo's eyes rolled. If he was blocked then he really had to talk to those companies. Chapter 24. It's a matter of homeland security. As soon as he thought of it, he got out of bed naked and turned on his computer loaded with an 8080 Ti video card, the one he rubbed himself. Ding dong. The screen had lit up before the sound had finished. You have taken a total of 0.000001 seconds to turn on your computer this time, surpassing 100% of the world's users. So please keep up the good work. A little person in the image of an imp popped up on the screen, holding up a sign that said, "Okay little dumbass, open up the PUBG, I'm going to abuse someone." "Okay master, have opened PUBG for you, have a nice trip." This Battle Royale chicken game has been out for a while, and Lin Mo is also considered one of the earliest players. It's a pity that the previous or ordinary people when the technology has not been good, although not to the landing into a box, But the fancy death is not 1,000 is also 800. Choose from classic island maps with automatic teammate matching. It didn't take long to match. What Lin Mo didn't know was that he had coincidentally collided with a certain professional player who was playing a trumpet this game. Brothers, first open a small number to find the hand on a certain platform. This pro is live streaming. To say that he is also thick-skinned, a professional player to open a small number to fry fish. The comments section is like a habit, just tweeting about its lack of modesty. Brothers, this is not called fried fish. How can this be called fried fish? There are still newbies in this game? Besides, when will the newbies grow up if you don't bomb and I don't bomb? Well, come on open the prophecy. Can you all guess how many dozens of kills the anchor can get this one? After moving his wrist and choosing to jump P-Town, this anchor said with a relaxed face. Comments flew by, from those saying a dozen to those saying 2 dozen or 3 dozen. Okay, then I'll make a prophecy about whether or not I can kill 30 this turn. The prophecy was open and this anchor was serious. Yell, there's someone else who dares to jump in the same building as me. Ha ha ha, looks like the first kill is coming soon. He looked at the other man who had landed with him and laughed. Then without panicking, he picked up an AK and dodged towards the bunker while changing his ammo. Watch this, everyone. For a face first like this, find cover quickly. Behind a door, behind a wall, whatever. After all, the probability of letting the opposite side take one less shot to go on living themselves. Before the words were out of my mouth, the bullets were changed, but his head poked out for less than a fraction of a second before he was shot in the head, and it's still a 98k blast to the head. The live broadcast instantly exploded, with all kinds of pop-ups crossing over. What haha laughing my ass off anchor. You got hit in the face fast enough or something. Something about being broke and not living and all that. This anchor also did not expect his first hand to cool off so quickly, and could not help but laugh awkwardly and dryly. Fumble. 98k, blind cat meets dead rat. Normal. Just as he was about to quit, suddenly he ghosted to a halt again, placed the viewing perspective on the one who killed himself, and for the next 10 minutes or so, he froze, only to see this LD string of players who filled in the English language indiscriminately, killing more than 30 people furiously in 10 minutes time. That shot. It's a bit of an understatement to say that it's point and shoot. The pressurized gun has almost no recoil and doesn't even jump a bit except for a slight shaking of the gun. The reaction time is even more outrageous. He witnessed 4 men surround him, 1 on the second floor, 1 directly in front, and 2 emerging from behind. But this player bang 2 shots, the front 2 people instantly head, then the perspective of the birds a turn of 180 degrees, the back one the old 6-2 also head. He also saw this player with a machine-sighted 98k, driving his car and suddenly switching positions to inexplicably fire a shot outside before one person was eliminated. This can't even be called outrageous. Okay, this girl is a naked strong lock plus range. It's still not sealed. What's a black hole doing? Hey, there are more and more hangers on these days. Sighing helplessly, the anchor clicked report in passing. Then, a few seconds later, you are suspected of a game violation and your account has been suspended. The number is sealed, and it's fast. The only thing that's not right is why it's my number that's blocked. He stared blankly at the computer screen, his brain short-circuiting a bit for a moment. What this anchor didn't know was that at this very moment, it was at the headquarters of the Black Hole Gaming Company in the United States of America. The entire company had been taken over by the FBI, and several agents stood very seriously on either side of the supervisor in charge of the PUBG program. Several people staring straight at the real-time transmission of the game screen. This is a matter of national security for our U.S. Commonwealth. So please take it seriously, an agent said with a very serious expression. Supervisor nodded frantically, even though he really couldn't figure out how a game could be related to national security. Meanwhile, the Light newspaper. It is a small, modest, and what can only be called a third-rate newspaper in the whole of the AEC. The owner of the newspaper was a very featureless middle-aged old man named Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming sat in his office, his mouth almost crooked with laughter, thanks to yesterday's first-hand account of Rimmer, plus the first newspaper ever to do an interview with Superman. This has led to a small firestorm throughout the industry for their bright newspaper. The amount of money made is secondary to the reputation made. Rue, come over here and sit down. Seeing a female employee come in, this bright also disregarded the image of the boss, smilingly invited him to sit opposite him. People just sat down. The butt is not yet hot. Xiang Guangming will be impatient to open the mouth. Xiaorua, you come to our newspaper also have a year time, right? Yes, supervisor. Rio nodded. That was fast. I've seen you work for over a year. Very nice. Very down-to-earth doll. So long you also for the newspaper has made a lot of effort, credit and hard work have. So well, after our upper consultation, unanimously agreed to promote you as deputy chief executive. Congratulations on the promotion, Xiang Guangming said, smilingly extending his right hand. Lu Ru did not look much surprise, still smiling, stretched out his left hand and gently shook it. If it were before, she would have gone absolutely crazy with joy if she had been promoted from a small reporter to a deputy chief executive all of a sudden. But now, since coming into contact with the people of her homeland, her heart is all tied up over there. Even in this short period of less than a day, her mind was full of Lin Mo's appearance. Powerful, handsome, courteous and full of justice. People are Mu strong, let alone a woman. Xiang Guangming also seemed to have seen what was on Lu Ru's mind, dryly coughing twice and continuing. The meaning of the above is like this. After all, you're the only journalist who has had contact with the people of your homeland, and more or less made a little impression on the other side. Ru, you should be able to figure out what that means too. This is an opportunity, a chance for our newspaper to shine, and it's all in your hands. So the company would like you to follow up on this. In the future, you don't need to be in charge of the rest of the newspaper's work. You just need to take full responsibility for the tracking and shooting of the people of the motherland. As soon as she heard the words motherlander, Lu Ru's eyes instantly lit up and her body was energized. But then her eyes dimmed again, even a bit sultry. Yesterday the Zootopia left her a string of phone numbers when he left, saying to call him if anything happened. Lu Ru struggled all day yesterday, and finally chose to call at that hour of 8 o'clock in the evening. She was full of anticipation, but all she was greeted with was the words that the other party was temporarily unavailable. Unbelievingly, she called twice more and still no answer. Now Lu Ru's small temper up. She a girl family do not want a face? But she couldn't help the restlessness inside her, and her eyes had been glued to her cell phone since last night, trying to wait for the other call to come through. She was constantly psyching herself up for it. What with the other guy being a superhero? Surely he's punishing evil, busy and all that, and he can't be left to his own devices and all that. Give yourself a good pua. The result was that the pua kept himself up all night. All night. To this day there are 2 big bags under my eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Ru subconsciously looked at her cell phone again, and at that look, her whole body almost jumped up in excitement. As soon as he grabbed his cell phone, he grabbed the door and walked out, not caring about the surprised looks of others. Chapter 25. The little lovelies who can brainstorm. Lin Mo, who had wanted to be a geek for a day, couldn't stay after playing a few games. This made him not feel a bit accomplished even if he was killing it in the game. After finishing the game, he then remembered that there seemed to be a few missed calls coming in. I seem to have molested a small reporter yesterday? Lin Mo rubbed his head. He usually couldn't remember much about this kind of thing. Which one? Open the cell phone. I'll look at the address book. That 180 missed calls. Lin Mo a little brain pain. Stupid. Get that little reporter's number. Yes, master. Basically as soon as the words were spoken, a number was labeled. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and casually hit it. Hello. The call did not last long. The two were not familiar with each other. And then Lin Mo hung up the phone after making an appointment to have dinner later. At this time, Li Suying, who was lying on the side of the bed, was looking at Lin Mo with a grudging face. She didn't say anything though, just watched so quietly. How would a normal man dare to do that? But Lin Mo didn't eat this, grinning towards Li Suying, faintly saying, if you want to go out for a stroll look for Huang Weijie, he'll arrange it. Said also no longer pay attention to Li Suying, casually tugged a set of casual clothes. Out of the villa legs slightly bent will instantly rushed up to the sky. Lin High City high in the air. Lin Mo looked down at the bustling city. This place is considered a first-tier city even in the entire world. As stated earlier, the AEC is not a country. He is a coalition of many forces. This was completely different from the Huaxia that Lin Mo had lived in his previous life. There are a smacking number of nationalities here. Yellow, white, native to everything except a few blacks who are immigrants. And with more people comes more natural chaos. In this cosmopolitan city, there is a lot of crime in the shadows every day. During the daytime it is all prosperous, but at night, all kinds of bulls, horses and snakes come out. The good thing is that the AEC is already considered very safe compared to the other 3 major powers. Other than that, let's talk about the Pan-American Federation, which has the strongest overall power in this side of the world. It was really a cluster ********. All kinds of gangs and forces are popping up, and shootings are happening all day long. Oh yeah, the AEC doesn't have a total ban on guns, and some special groups of people can still apply for concealed carry, being at a high altitude, just by scanning around his territory. Lin Mo found several crimes: robbing, stealing, killing. Should I brush up on my reputation? It's at least a superhero after all. High in the air. Lin Mo fumbled with his chin for a moment, and suddenly the corners of his mouth were outlined in a super exaggerated smile. But I don't want to do anything good at the moment. Doing good isn't out of the question. When he's in that mood someday, then take a tour of my territory. When someone gets something beloved, they are often eager to show it off to others. It's like a student who gets high grades and brags about it to his parents. And when he gets ahead, he wants to go home and show off his family. Lin Mo is no exception. He is just vulgar. He was all about showing off his powerful force to the world so that others would envy him, be jealous of him, and even believe in him fanatically. Woohoo! With a strange cry, Lin Mo swooped down towards the lower hand. With his current speed, if he unfolded at full speed he could instantly reach over 600 times the speed of sound. Hundreds of times faster than the world's fastest airplane and about 0.0007% of the speed of light. To put it this way may not be intuitive. In layman's terms, Lin Mo can circle the equator in just 3 minutes. He could do nothing but rely on his speed plus his own mass alone, and the fallout from a single flight around the planet would destroy most objects. But this was his own private territory after all. At least that was what Lin Mo thought in his own mind. As a result his flight speed had been kept very low, the kind that didn't even exceed the speed of sound. When Lin Mo flew lower, there were immediately many people who spotted him. People were pointing to the sky and shouting, unable to contain their excitement. It was as if the person flying in mid-air was himself. To say that humans as a species are really strange. Many people take great pride in what famous people have come out of their area. If there was a great general or an emperor in such and such a place, the people of that place would brag about it. The same is true today. In the eyes of the people of Linhai City and even Southern State, wasn't the Zhuoren a celebrity in his part of the world? And a Superman like no other in all of history. This has caused everyone on this side of the fence to stiffen their backs since yesterday, especially on that network. Good lord, even if these people have other views of Lin Mo in their hearts, the network is called a resolute defense. Fatherlanders, the Homelanders are waving at me. Fatherlander, are you going to catch a criminal? Homelanders, make sure you keep yourself safe. I'll always be your biggest fan. Lin Mo flew slowly, waving his hand continuously towards the crowd on the ground. The smile never broke on his face. You see, he clearly hasn't done anything good yet, and these lovely folk have already brainstormed everything for him. That's a lot quicker to fly around twice every now and then than to go and do good reputations on your own. It took almost 20 minutes or so to fly in a rough circle over the entire city of Linhai. There was some accidental good work done in the meantime. Specifically, certain little scumbags who were committing crimes immediately ran away with their legs pinned in fear when they heard that the people of the motherland were coming. Lin Mo vouched that he really didn't do anything. He didn't even pay attention to the smashing and burning. But the regular guys don't think so. Didn't it seem to them that Lin Mo was flying around just to get rid of violence? Well, sparingly a lot of big and small credits were pressed on Lin Mo's head. After cruising around the territory, Lin Mo landed steadily in front of a coffee shop with a string of English characters. This coffee shop features full floor-to-ceiling glass, so you can clearly see inside from the outside. At this point, there are not many people inside. Sparsely, and a little further back, the well-groomed Lu Ru was sitting there absently, stirring the coffee in her cup. Lin Mo's arrival was undisguised, and naturally Lu Ru, who had been looking outside, spotted Lin Mo at the first opportunity. Her entire body stood up in a flash and hurriedly walked towards the outside. But she was obviously not the only one paying attention to Lin Mo. This is not. Lin Mo has just landed. The surrounding village slump like magic. Suddenly in all directions out of the black pressure a piece of people. These frenzied people surrounded Lin Mo, and each one of them was eager to have a crazy posting session with Lin Mo. There were even some journalists mixed in there. Good lord, are you guys driving ahead of schedule? Lin Mo spat slightly in his heart. Attach your thoughts around yourself, forming a stance about a meter in diameter, isolating all the frenzied fans from this circle. Lin Mo slowly opened his hands and said with a smile on his face, "Noon everyone." His pose caused a mountain of cheers. The entrance to the coffee shop, which was already jammed, was again crowded with people desperately trying to get inside. The various and sundry greetings were even more incessant. Lin Mo raised his hand and slightly pressed down. The noisy scene quieted down only slightly. I can well understand how you all feel at this time, but I have come today to make an appointment with a friend of mine. Please also understand and calm down for your safety. Lin Mo probably didn't even realize it himself, but he seemed to be enjoying this feeling of being starstruck and wildly loved by all. Mr. Fatherlander, may I ask if you are dating a regular friend, or with other friends? A reporter fought to squeeze his head out and kept reaching forward with his microphone. He purposely put more emphasis on the words common friend. Lin Mo glanced at the logo on the microphone. Asserting entertainment radio station. I know you have this TV station that specializes in some entertainment gossip. To be honest, there was a time when I enjoyed watching it. But I suppose your mom told you not to probe into other people's privacy so easily. Lin Mo's smile did not diminish as he slowly opened his mouth. Your mom should be calling you home for dinner by now, so get back in. The reporter felt something was wrong when he heard this. Why did it feel like he was scolding me? He wanted to be asking something else, but the phone suddenly rang. Picked up his cell phone and took a look at the number. And good lord, it was really his mom calling him. Just the location indicates it's in the Diamond Triangle? Okay guys, that's it for today's interview. In 3 days, I'll organize a large-scale conference, so you can ask anything you want then. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Lu Ru in the store and gently waved his hand. The rabid fans, which had surrounded him inside and out, instantly floated out of thin air and one by one flew off toward the rest of the neighborhood. Some grandma passing by who has managed to get home on crutches. The originally noisy environment was instantly quiet. Lin Mo inwardly exhaled. This superhero was a bit of a bad idea. How about becoming a supervillain instead? Muttering in a low voice, Lin Mo pushed the door and walked in. The manager of the coffee shop watched Lin Mo come in and his entire body trembled with excitement. Homelanders, you. Lin Mo interrupted with a wave of his hand. Feel free to serve a cup of coffee. And that signature bird English of yours is really ugly. Saying that, he also stopped paying attention to the store manager and walked straight to Lu Ru's side. Reporter Ryu, hello again. Chapter 26. My cat can do backflips. You, good. Homelanders, our reporter, Ryu, is obviously a bit formal, which is extremely rare in a reporter. Lin Mo was very gentlemanly and asked Lu Ru to sit down, facing its eyes directly. The smile on his face never broke. This was a good way to see the slightest blush rise on Lu Ru's face. Is that something on my face? Lu Ru, who couldn't stand being looked at, asked in a small voice, her voice like a mosquito. No, I was just wondering why your eyes are so pretty. Receiving the coffee handed by the waiter, Lin Mo picked up a spoon and gently stirred it. An earthy sentiment somehow came out of his mouth. Obviously it was a love sentence that was so earthy that it could no longer be earthy, but when it fell on Lu Ru's ears, it made her heart tremble. If any other man had told her that, she would have rolled her eyes by now. But on the contrary, these words came from Lin Mo's mouth, and for the first time, she felt that she could have such wonderful love words. It's true, there's no such thing as corny love words. It all depends on who's saying them. The store manager and a few shopkeepers were hiding far away from the side, constantly looking this way with eyes full of excitement plus gossip. There were even bold shopkeepers who had already secretly pulled out their cell phones to record videos. This is definitely big news. The Homelanders are actually dating a strange woman in broad daylight. The clerk was so full of excitement that he decided to post a certain sound later, even thinking of a title. A warm, ambiguous environment. Under Lin Mo's constant molestation, Lu Ru was already blushing. She was like a kitten that was constantly being tamed. No matter what Lin Mo said, she just lowered her head and whispered ahem. I can answer a few more questions for you at the launch in 3 days. Taking a light sip of coffee, Lin Mo suddenly said. Lu Ru, who was originally immersed in the cozy environment, instantly raised her head and opened her eyes wide. Really, I can still give you a private interview. Thanks. Thank you for being so nice to me. But Lu Ru was a little confused for a moment. She couldn't figure out why she was being looked at by her countryman. He himself is somewhat of a face, and has had many suitors since he was a child. But she felt that just with this wasn't enough to make Lin Mo treat her so well. Oh, right. Look at me. It's been so long and I haven't asked your name. Just as Lu Ru's heart was in turmoil, Lin Mo pretended to exaggerate. Ah, right, Ryo said with a bit of a natural swagger. She only knew Lin Mo's nickname until now. Her real name hadn't been asked yet. My name is Willow Ru. Willow as in willow tree. Willow Ru. Very nice name. My name is Lin Mo. Forest of the Woods. Rimmer laughed and snickered a bit as well. Then Ms. Willow, it's getting late. I have a cat at home that does backflips. Wanna go check it out? Lin Mo eventually revealed his claws and teeth as he stood up and extended his right hand. Cat? Backflip? Ryu was confused for a moment, but has long been Pua half a day of her at the moment also lost her mind. Actually ghostly outstretched his hand. Lin Mo still wore a smile, only that smile looked so naked at this moment. Around 9 in the evening, the beach house. After finishing his hours-long workout, Lin Mo stepped outside refreshed, taking a deep breath of air. The powerful suction compressed the surrounding air of hundreds of meters into a vortex. It's not that Rimmer can't do it after only a couple hours of working out. It's that the training equipment is just too fragile. It was simply impossible for Lin Mo to let go of his exercise on this planet. Go and see how that kid 13 is practicing. And if it's not a problem, then I'll give those female friends of mine the chance to practice and cultivate as well. At that time, it was said that the progress of 13's cultivation would be checked in 3 days, and today seems to be exactly the 4th day? Thinking of this, Lin Mo instantly soared into the sky. This time, he didn't deliberately suppress his speed, flying at a speed of upwards of 600 times the speed of sound towards Diamond City. Rewind to a few hours ago. Diamond City. Since Lin Mo had returned to his hometown, this place had been handed over to 13 to manage. 13 was a genius. A true cultivation genius. From the time Lin Mo gave him the true technique of chi refining until now, it had been more than 3 days full. He had already reached the 3rd level of chi refining. Knowing that this chi refining true technique only had a total of 10 layers, even if it became more difficult the further back he went, he was certain that he would reach the chi refining great perfection within a year. Boss is truly a man of God. I'm only at the 3rd level of chi refining now, but the power in my body feels so strong. On top of a tall building, 13 slowly opened his eyes. His leg has healed. Full recovery kind of thing. Of course, this is not the work of modern medicine, but the result of the continuous nourishment of the aura in his body. The leg is healed and you get a powerful body. At this moment, it was not too much to say that Lin Mo was a regenerative parent in his heart. I had someone experiment with it yesterday, and hundreds of people are no match for me without weapons. If you protect your entire body with your internal aura, you can completely resist pistol bullets, but some larger caliber rifles and the like still can't be resisted. Still need to work on it. Go see your sister. 13 gazed away as the breeze continued to blow across his cheeks. Under his constant aura nourishment, his sister's illness was also significantly better. Everything is going in the right direction. Standing up and just about to leave, 13 suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Mr. 13. The sound comes before the person arrives. Li Jinjiang was panting as he climbed up. Anything? 13's face was expressionless. To be honest, his perception of this person Li Jinjiang was very bad, and he despised the other party from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had suffered and been a beggar before. Li Jinjiang this kind of weekdays, the scum of the evil he despised from the bottom of his heart. However, the same as Lin Mo under the work, even if he is not happy in his heart on weekdays and it's also well water, coupled with the fact that he really didn't have any management talent, Diamond City's weekdays were all handled by Li Jinjiang in both big and small matters. Ha ha, Mr. 13, I knew you were here. It's like this, and it's not much, it's just that there are some things in Diamond City that you need to decide. After all, before Mr. Lin left, he said that you would be in charge of all things big and small in Diamond City. Li Jinjiang wiped the sweat, full of smiles, already fat-faced smile as more eyes cannot find. 13's brows frowned slightly at the words, unsure of the reason, but he still spoke. If there's anything in Diamond City, you can just go and do it. There's no need to ask me. I'm not interested in that stuff, as long as Diamond City doesn't go haywire. After saying that, 13 didn't want to pay any attention to Li Jinjiang and turned around to leave. And Li Jinjiang was not angry when he saw this cold expression on 13's face. He was still full of smiles, but only the essence of light flashed in his eyes. He moved another step to the right and stopped 13. Mr. 13, there's a dance tonight. I was wondering if I might be interested in attending. You, as Mr. Lin's beloved, have yet to meet with those higher-ups in Diamond City. This time, the blocked 13's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a chilling voice. I've already made it clear. In front of me, to kill you, said 13, pushing straight past Li Jinjiang and heading downstairs. After 13 left, the smile on Li Jinjiang's face faded as his expression became twisted. A beggar who really thinks that being Lin Mo's dog makes him lawless. Damn it, why is that Lin so biased? Obviously I'm doing my best for him. Why can't I get the power? But it doesn't matter. If the surname Lin doesn't give it, I'll take it myself. And those people from the Third World Alliance. It's not that easy to use me as a gun. Standing on the rooftop, the horizontal flesh on Li Jinjiang's face continued to squirm. 13 thought he was hiding it well, but how can something be hidden from others? If you can't get rid of Lin Mo, you can't get rid of your little 13? Just wait. One day, I will trample all of you under my feet when I gain power. Chapter 27. 13's Tangle. 13 didn't realize that he had become the second target after Lin Mo. The good news was that, intimidated by Lin Mo's might, those little mice, either dark or bright, didn't dare to strike at 13 openly. The bad news is that they're making little moves in the shadows. In the middle of the hospital, when 13 sees his sister for the first time, he notices something is wrong. His own sister was now rosy-cheeked and less wasted. It looked like an ordinary sickly man, but 13 detected at first glance a hint of pallor hidden beneath the redness. It was unreasonable. After all, he had just finished channeling his sister's aura this morning. Brother, you're here. 13's sister also didn't have a name, and he followed Lin Mo's example by giving his sister a nice and memorable name. Joer, how is your body feeling? Much better, brother. Joer might eat now. She just drank a big bowl of porridge. Hey, those doctors say it's ginseng porridge. It's sweet, It's so good. Joer wasn't pretty, very ordinary kind, but her eyes were bright, the kind that shone pure and unadulterated. Seeing her brother come, she sat up, her dry, thin calves wobbling constantly. By the way, brother, what is ginseng? Those doctors seem to say it's very expensive. Speaking of which, Joer was a bit tongue-tied. He was afraid his brother couldn't afford it. Brother, I'm cured. Take me out of the hospital. Joer suddenly raised her head and looked straight at 13. Okay, I'll take you out of the hospital later. 13 didn't refuse, and stroked 9's head favorably. Joer, you wait for a while brother goes to run some errands. Yes. As soon as she heard that she could get out of the hospital, 9 instantly became excited and nodded vigorously. Without another word, 13 turned and walked out of the hospital room. Only his fists were clenched. Ginseng porridge. Yes. His eyes were cold, and just now, as 9 sat up, he saw a pinhole on the inside of its arm. It's very small and has been deliberately handled. With the addition of the ginseng porridge, 13 instantly understood everything. Blood was drawn, and his own sister had been drawn when she was first admitted to the hospital. In the back, he had strictly warned those doctors not to be drawing blood because of the constant psychic energy he was channeling to his sister. But that eye of the needle, it's obvious that it's just been pumped not too long ago. Casually tugging on a passing nurse, 13 said in a chilling voice, "Take me to your dean's office." This female nurse was pinched by some pain, just wanted to rebuke, looked up and saw the cold face of 13. Hard to swallow back the words in the mouth. 5th floor, dean's office. The dean, who was flirting with the young nurse, suddenly nearly jumped out of his skin at the rumbling sound. When I looked up, good grief, the door to my office had actually been raised. This big-bellied dean just wanted to scold, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Who did this? 13 asked with an expressionless face as he stomped his thigh off. 13. Sir, I asked you who did it. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. 13's current anger burned on and on. His sister had always been his scales. Even in the old days, he would have fought to protect it. Not to mention the fact that he now has the ability and power to make a good life for his sister. But even so, there was actually someone who dared to make small moves under his nose, which was simply looking for death. I don't know what you're talking about. The dean of the broken leg with a snotty nose and a tear. You ask you do not ask me how to say Who did this to my sister? 13's eyes narrowed to slits as his right foot lifted up, already aiming for that dean's other leg. Upon hearing this, the pot-bellied dean's face visibly panicked for a moment, but worthy of being a veteran, he quickly returned to normal and said with an innocent face, "Your sister. What's wrong with your sister? We've already arranged for the best medical staff. Even the medicines used are the best." I didn't know. It seems you're not very willing to talk about it. 13 yanked up that dean as soon as he could and copied a scalpel from the side. Know about lynching? Saying that and not waiting for its reply, a knife had already scraped down. The cold scalpel cut through the skin and the stinging pain continued to hit the mind. He peed, and his crotch was a fishy mess. I say. A few minutes later. Where's the surveillance? 13, who learns everything, doesn't wash out, because it involves a somewhat special person. Surveillance was shut down by order of Li Jinjiang. Do you know what he wants my sister's blood for? I don't know. I really don't. He offered me a large sum of money to draw a little of your sister's blood. I haven't touched a penny of that money. It's all in my safe. I'll take you to get it now if you want it. Hearing this, 13's suppressed anger ignited once again, and he thrust the scalpel hard into his throat before turning away. Li Jinjiang, walking down the aisle. 13's mind was in an immense tangle. He wanted to rush over right now to capture Li Jinjiang and ask him a closer look, but he didn't dare. If it was a simple co-worker relationship, he naturally had nothing to worry about. But it was no secret that Li Jinjiang's daughter was related to Lin Mo. Even if Li Jinjiang didn't dare to call himself Lin Mo's old man on weekdays, outsiders didn't see it that way. 13 is the same. Torn for a moment, 13 closed his eyes and swallowed. Li Jinjiang, you should be glad that nothing happened to my sister. In the end, he compromised. After all, his sister was only having some of her blood drawn. This kind of thing simply couldn't be used as a reason for him to take a shot at Li Jinjiang. Squeezing his fists hard, 13 was silent as he picked up his sister and brought her back to the residence. On the other side, the topmost floor inside the Diamond Mansion, which had already been restored. There's a big dance going on here. Masked people danced with their partners. Elegant music matched the graceful movements of the crowd. Upper class in the eyes of proper civilians. Li Jinjiang didn't wear a mask. As the number 2 person in Diamond City in the eyes of others and as the organizer of this ball, he didn't need one. His rounded figure was wearing a somewhat tight tuxedo and holding Red's laboriously crossed legs. Even though he was sitting on the sidelines, the eyes of the people in the arena were still thrown at him from time to time. There were constantly people who wanted to come over and talk, and they were also rejected by him with a smile. At that moment, a junior walked quickly to his side and leaned over to say something. Oh, found? Oh, but what if he finds out? Li Jingjing said without a care in the world, gently tasting a mouthful of red wine. Don't worry, you guys do what you need to do. Just a little beggar with traitorous luck, sending the little brother away. Li Jingjing's face did not change in the slightest. As for where to get it from? Just because my daughter is Lin Mo's woman. Father and son? That's right. I'm a father's son, that's all I need. Not long after the little brother left, a masked blonde with a hot body twisted her waist and walked over. Mr. Li, would you like to dance with me? Of course, Ms. Karis. Li Jingjing laughed as the flesh of his face piled up in another piece, and comically danced socially with this blonde lady. Jumping around, Karis purposely pressed herself towards Li Jingjing and whispered, Mr. Li, we're very satisfied with the last deal. I wonder if you are getting some. Don't worry, money is not a problem. $100 million and 10 milliliters. You won't lose out. And we can promise you from above that we're willing to give you any support you need if you're getting some. Oh, Ms. Karis, our deal has just been completed. Aren't you guys a bit too eager? My co-workers have found out. And do you know how stressed I am? Li Jingjing said with a slightly serious expression. Mr. Li, anything goes including me. Chapter 28. There are only 3 kinds of people in the world. The scene pulled back to the present, and at a speed of over Mach 600. It took Lin Mo less than a minute to stand over Diamond City. The chaotic and bustling city is essentially no different than it was a few days ago. The only thing I would say is different, seems like there are more people? Scanning the city, Lin Mo immediately locked onto 13th's location. Still inside that fancy apartment. It's just that why does this little brother of his look a little off in the face? Lin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows, and in the next second, he disappeared from the high altitude and reappeared already at the entrance of the apartment. Without knocking on the door, Lin Mo just gave a gentle push with his palm, and the originally unlocked door instantly collapsed with a creak. Who? 13, who was chatting with his sister's face suddenly changed. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly mobilized. Without saying a word, he pulled the spiritual energy into a small needle and shot towards Lin Mo's brow. But after he saw Lin Mo's face, his face changed dramatically again and he hastily withdrew his hand. But it seems a little late. The small needle transformed by that spiritual energy accurately pierced above Lin Mo's brow. Not bad. This would be absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to survive. Lin Mo grinned and didn't blame 13, walking straight to the couch and sitting on it with his butt. Boss. 13's insides were first pleasantly surprised, then followed by a wave of fear. He knelt in front of Lin Mo without saying a word. Get up. After glancing at 13, Lin Mo looked to Jor, who was at a loss for words next to him. 13's sister. 9. Right? Come and sit. Lin Mo was like an amiable neighboring big brother without the slightest frame. Jor sniffed with some hesitation. She glanced at her brother and 13 nodded. She then took small steps and walked over to Lin Mo and sat down next to him. It was just the way it sat, how it looked so confined. It's the 3rd level of chi refining. Not bad. I didn't expect your kid to be quite talented. Well, did anything go wrong? Lin Mo leaned back slightly and crossed his legs. Report, boss. All is well with the cultivation. 13 stood straight, that look in his eyes, determined as if he wanted to join the party. Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes when he looked at him like this. Speak properly. It's not like I'm a big leader. 13 sniffed and touched his head, smiling with a naive face. Boss is not a leader, but you are my boss. Boss, that true chi refining technique you gave is very detailed. I'm practicing it step by step here. There are no more side effects, except for the unusually large amount of meals after practicing. Lin Mo nodded slightly after hearing this. You also arrange for your sister to cultivate. That thing doesn't have a cultivation threshold. As soon as 13 heard this, he instantly became energized. He previously did not dare to reveal himself outwardly as not Lin Mo instructions. Even he didn't tell his sister about them. Now with Lin Mo's words, what was the sister's minor illness? You still need to channel your own spiritual energy? He plopped down on his knees again and kowtowed hard several times. Many thanks, boss. Boss, in the future, if you tell 13 to go east, 13 will definitely not go west. And if you tell 13 to go to the Mountain of Swords, 13 will definitely not even blink an eye. 13's younger sister was a bit unsure of what spiritual power and what chi refining was, but she also kowtowed after her brother. Lin Mo, who witnessed this, didn't stop it, but instead was amused by this behavior of 13. I don't know where you guys learned all this, but your ass-kissing skills are too shallow. Look at that Li Jingjing. Speaking of Li Jingjing, Lin Mo was filled with an inexplicable smile and deliberately paused. As expected, 13's face visibly stiffened once the three words Li Jinjun came out. Lin Mo suddenly stood up and looked out the window. Outside, neon flashed and traffic flowed. 13, you know, there are only three kinds of people in this world. The three kinds of people used to be power, wealth, and people. Those in power, those in charge of the money and the civilians. But essentially, they're all one kind of person. They're all bugs. You, or Lee Kim Young, or even the dog I collected over in the AEC, you guys have surpassed those bugs after you followed me. In my eyes, there are only three kinds of people in the world. The first, it's me, the only privileged class, the only god. Lin Mo's voice suddenly became frantic. I can decide your fate at will, including those bugs, and I can live exactly as I like. The second one, a friend of mine. I, Lin Mo, don't have any relatives, but I still have a couple of crossroads friends over the years, and this is the second class under the ego. As for the third man, or the third order, it's you, Lee Kim Young, and those who submit to me now or later. The conflict between Lee Jin Young and you is an internal matter of the third order, and by rights I will not interfere. It's just that some people are just so ignorant and stupid that they can't see their place yet. Some of the mice are also trying my patience, perhaps because I've been acting too peaceful lately? Lin Mo's voice was frantic and oppressive, constantly impacting 13's mind, and basically as soon as the words fell, 13 felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly. Waiting to return to normal is already in the middle of a mountain villa. On the bed, Li Jin was snoozing with his arms around the blonde beauty, not realizing it in the slightest. Slap that flying pig awake. Lin Mo leaned against the window and faintly said. Confused, 13 instantly came back to his senses, and without the slightest hesitation walked over to the bed, then froze left and right and fanned out the stumps. In a few seconds, the already fat head of Li Jinjun was hard slapped into a pig's head. The blonde next to her woke up as well and let out a high decibel scream without saying a word. 13 was no slouch either, and without a hint of mercy gave the blonde a set of left and right as well. Quiet. Just the two men on the bed were both a bit glazed over. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? It was a good thing that this dullness disappeared in an instant after Li Jinjing saw Lin Mo. His heart fiercely gave birth to bad news, but to say that this Li Jinjing was really old. With a sudden error, he tumbled off the bed and knelt on the ground. Mr. Lin, you're here. You're finally back. You've been away for a while. I missed you to death. Mr. Lin, are you still satisfied with my daughter? I still have a batch of goods here. Oh no, a batch of female friends, just waiting for you to come back. That gesture and that tone of voice, a living hobgoblin. Lin Mo, who had been watching the show from the side, raised his eyebrows slightly at the words and slowly lowered his hand. See, there are always some people who can't recognize their own position. They tried to leash me and threaten me with something inexplicable. Do you think that those things will really work for me? By your daughter's singular beauty? By the white skeleton under that skin? Man, what a laugh. Slaughter him, 13, and I'll show you a good time. To exterminate the rats. Chapter 29. Some little mice. Lin Mo didn't kill Li Jinjung because he was against 13. In Lin Mo's eyes, whether 13 or Li Jinjung, good guy or bad guy, there is no difference. Even if he were to engage in a massacre in Diamond City, Lin Mo wouldn't raise an eyelid, much less stop it. It's just that. Ah, good grief. He dared to betray him. This was something Lin Mo would never tolerate. Exterminating rats? Lin Mo's meaning 13 instantly understands in seconds. These rats who dare to make small moves in the dark are actually targeting his sister. Even if Lin Mo doesn't say it, he will do it himself. You're excited? Lying in front of the window, Lin Mo gazed at the scenery outside. He had his back to 13, and 13 couldn't see his boss's expression, but he suddenly felt inexplicable pressure. Do you know what those little mice are? Do you know how powerful they are? Lin Mo turned around and smiled. 13 being my little brother is not enough just to be loyal. You have to grow some more brains. I can help you out this time, but what if I'm not there? This planet was still too small, so small that after a while Lin Mo could cover the globe with just a thought. I'm afraid, when he gets bored on this planet, he won't hesitate to leave, maybe to explore the universe, maybe somewhere else? Who's to say? It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't care about these friends of his little brother traitors, it's just that they occupy a very, very small percentage in Lin Mo's heart, so small that Lin Mo can abandon them at any time. I know boss, I'll study hard. 13's tone was firm. Never mind whether he could learn or not, at least his attitude should be shown. Come on, let's go meet this Third World Alliance. After saying that, Lin Mo's Nianli wrapped around 13, and the two of them instantly disappeared. The Third World Alliance, a powerful force comprising almost all of the islands on this planet. The territory spans half the globe and includes, but is not limited to, the former Japan, the Philippine Islands, the Australian continent, and so on. This alliance is so vast in size that it makes it extremely loose internally. Neighborhoods of various parties, ethnic issues, class issues, and cultural differences are deeply fragmented in every way. If it weren't for the other three major powers watching from the outside, it would only be a matter of time before this loose alliance disintegrated. Another interesting thing about this alliance is that while the headquarters are on the Australian mainland, the economic center is in the Japanese islands. Tokyo, in particular, is one of the world's most famous metropolises. The total area of the entire city was even more intimidating, far larger than Linhai City. And the whole city has very little greenery. It's all steel buildings as far as the eye can see. It's a steel jungle in the truest sense of the word. In the sky above Tokyo, Lin Mo looked down like a heavenly god. He had wanted to go to the Australian headquarters there, but it turned out that Little Stupid had gathered information that the entire Third World Alliance hierarchy was holding a secret meeting in Tokyo. Even more coincidentally, this secret meeting was still about Lin Mo. I hate it when people crickets me behind my back, but I'd like to see what good tricks you guys can do to keep me entertained. Don't let me down. Rimmer laughed madly and rolled 13 to disappear from the sky over Tokyo once again. Shinjuku District. Somewhere underground in a secret conference room. It was a rectangular conference table with not many people on either side of the table. Just 8 in total. 3 yellows, 3 whites, plus 2 blacks. An old man in a white coat who looked like a researcher at the very front pointed at the screen and danced around. My God, this is the greatest discovery in the history of science. This simply overturns our previous perceptions. It's amazing. There is such amazing energy in the world. Not only is this energy extremely gentle, and the human body inherently does not have any repulsion, but it can also transform the human body. It can be released as an attack. It can prolong life. It's simply the legendary God particle. Hearing the words of that scientific researcher, the 8 people underneath looked at me and me. All of them couldn't hide the surprise plus greed in their eyes. Dr. Kamita, just tell me if this energy can be artificially created? Can it be mass-produced? A yellow man at the left front of the conference table asked in a suppressed voice. They don't understand so many technical terms. They only care about whether they can benefit from it or not. Especially since these people had already profoundly believed that the reason Lin Mo was so powerfully powerful came from this. As long as one could break through the secrets of it, one could definitely possess that greatness as well. Not just having, but exceeding. They had this confidence. After all, behind them was one of the 4 major powers on this planet. Dr. Kamita, who was dancing with his hands, only slowed down his movements as he scanned the circle of these greedy executives, then sighed. The samples for the experiment were too small. Sir Nishikami, our team only extracted a trace of this energy from the portion of blood that you provided to me, but based on our team's speculation, the odds are that this energy cannot be artificially created. Dr. Kamita's words made the crowd's hearts go cold, but he then proceeded to change his words. Although this energy cannot be artificially created, after our observation, it seems that this energy can be extracted from others, and there is little to no rejection. The energy extracted from another person can be fully integrated into itself. There will just be some loss. We experimented with that sliver of energy and successfully channeled it into the experimenter, who is currently in a very stable condition. Speaking of which, Dr. Kamita's face was full of flesh. It was the only hint of a sample, but he was ordered to do it from above. Upon hearing that this kind of energy could be extracted from someone else's body, the few people present were unable to sit still, to the point that their breathing became a few points rougher. To say anything else about the cost, they might hesitate, but there are too many of these things like people for them to care. Dr. Kamita, if you had enough material, would you be able to research the secrets? It was a white man who spoke, his eyes narrowing in his standard white face, greed undisguised in his tone. Dr. Kamita didn't know where this trace of energy came from. Could they not? The source of everything was in Lin Mo, but the source of this energy was from another person. The man called 13, Lin Mo's little brother. Well, Dr. Kamita, go ahead and rest. We'll be sending you more experimental material soon. After dismissing Dr. Kamita, the 8 people present did not leave. Instead, they were all old monks, not knowing what they were thinking. A moment later, a black representative spoke up. Why don't we just arrest that 13 in secret? This is an opportunity for our Third World Alliance to try to dominate the world, and we can't miss it again. As soon as this black man finished speaking, someone immediately retorted, no, we can't fight against Lin Mo at the moment. We can't afford it in case of defeat. The best way to do that is to start with someone close to him. According to our investigation, Lin Mo has 3 friends that he is in regular contact with. We can bribe them to secretly collect some material. Everyone, Don't forget that 13 was just a little beggar before, and he was able to gain power all because of Lin Mo. Since that little beggar can be granted power by Lin Mo, I don't believe that his friend doesn't have that chance. When the time comes, we'll have ready-made fodder for experimentation, and it won't be very risky. These words all came from the mouth of a short little baka at the top left, who sat upright and continued. Not only Lin Mo's 3 friends, but all those who are related to Lin Mo we can fight for, like those women of Lin Mo's. I believe that no one in this world can resist the temptation of money and power, and these things are nothing to us. His words were basically echoed by the others, who all nodded slightly. What about Rimmer? That man is a destabilizing factor. Should he be allowed to continue living? Have the other 3 major forces contacted yet? We should cooperate. Before we get rid of Lin Mo, a white woman spoke up. The AEC has refused to cooperate with us. The Holy Europa League is interested, and the American Federation is still wavering. It's not easy to get rid of Lin Mo, according to our experts' estimation, unless at least 100 or more million yield nuclear bombs are used at once to completely eliminate him. Now is not the time. After we completely master the method of extracting that energy, the Holy Europa side has a great intention to participate in the Noah project. As long as the Noah project is implemented successfully, we can completely take the entire world for ourselves, thus creating an even more radiant human civilization. The thing to do now is to wait. Gentlemen, Chapter 30, I'll vote for this project. So what exactly is Project Noah? A teasing voice emerged from the not-so-small conference room out of the cold. The Noah project naturally. Hearing someone ask, the topmost little baka subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to clarify, but just as a few words popped out of his mouth, he suddenly felt a tingle in his scalp. Baka, who are you dropping to work? The little baka, who was obviously the head, was shocked and angry, and all of a sudden a chill went straight to the sky, only to see that the conference room, which originally had only 8 people, had 2 more people at some point. One of these 2 men sat lazily in a chair, while the other stood silently next to the man. Tang 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 tang. The other few people who were originally immersed in the beautiful blueprint also reacted, and one of them jumped straight up in fear. What's the difference between that and running into a ghost in broad daylight? Oh, me? You guys are really unprofessional. Behind the cricket's eye it actually do not recognize me? Looking at the 8 people who had shrunk into the corner, Lin Mo's seat under his buttocks swiveled slightly in amusement. You're Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, these few people should understand everything even if their reactions were slow. Their pupils first dilated violently, then shrunk to the size of a needle's eye. Extreme fear instantly covered their hearts. Why is Lin Mo here? How did he get in? Why is there no movement at all outside? A million thoughts instantly crossed the minds of the crowd, but it was destined that no one would puzzle them out. But it should be said or not, these few people were worthy of being the absolute top management of the Third World Alliance, and after being shocked they actually calmed down very quickly. There was no such thing as pulling out a gun and shooting it, trying to get out for help, or any other brain-dead behavior. The little baka who was obviously the head immediately changed his dog-licking face and pandered. Mr. Lin, you've come to visit. Please forgive me for my loss. I don't know what Mr. Lin came to us for. If we can help in any way we will never refuse. May I ask how this current situation can be broken? Violence definitely wouldn't work. So there was only one way, stabilize Lin Mo first. And Lin Mo didn't go on a killing spree as soon as he came up. So it proved that they hadn't completely offended Lin Mo to death. Or that Lin Mo had just arrived. The conversation they had in front of them, Lin Mo didn't know about it. Thinking of this, that little baka put his attitude as low as he could, completely unlike a leader of a great power. Several people had different expressions, falling in Lin Mo's eyes like a bunch of pathetic clowns. A bunch of greedy, weak clowns who want to save their own little lives any way they can. Sit down and talk. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and tapped the desktop with one hand. Hi. That little baka immediately bent over with a bow at his words and turned his head to signal a few others. There was a clear hesitation on the part of those few, but in the end, they obediently sat back down. The seat where hesitation Lin Mo was sitting was on the lower right side, and next to him just happened to be the big old black man who had proposed to capture 13 in the first place. This big old black, to say just look at the appearance, but also grow quite robust. But he was sitting next to Lin Mo, and it was like sitting on a needle. Uncomfortable. Stiff as a robot. You're scared of me? Lin Mo looked at the big old black beside him and suddenly opened his mouth. One must weasel out here. First of all, Lin Mo wasn't racist, and secondly, he had always felt that these big old blacks were like animals that hadn't fully evolved. This was true once upon a time when I was a normal person, and I think the same way now. Not afraid. Afraid. The big old black man was not going to be able to make a hole by Lin Mo's words. It was not right for him to say that he was afraid. It was not right for him to say that he wasn't afraid. The whole tanned face was filled with a twisted expression. Hey, you people. Lin Mo leaned back, his head resting on his hands looking up at the ceiling, always thinking of me as a flooding beast. I'm a good person. How come no one understands me? Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Lin, you are a good man. You are. The big old black man also had a step down, and quickly nodded his head frantically, his mouth whimpering and constantly saying words of compliments to Lin Mo. But as he spoke, he suddenly felt his mouth stiffen. Then to his horror he realized that his 2 rows of large white teeth were sliding down his throat toward his stomach. Wave after wave of excruciating pain rushed along his mouth and up to his head, and blood sprayed even more everywhere. Where did the gorilla come from? It's still a disabled gorilla, and you guys know how to have fun. Giving the gorilla a dress too. Could it be that you all actually run a zoo? No one applauded the icy jokes, and the others instantly rose to their feet again, the entire conference room depressingly suffocating. None of them had expected Lin Mo to be so brutal and fickle. Gee whiz. What's up you guys? Sit down all of you. Just kidding just now. Don't even mind. Okay? No more jokes. Let's get down to business. That little baka. What do you mean by Noah's plan? Explain clearly if it's good this project. Lin Mo voted for it. Talking about talking business. Lin Mo fell back with both legs on the conference table. Still hanging on. Naked threats. Naked kvism. But what could they say? They didn't dare to say a word more at all. And except for the topmost little baka, everyone else's heads were lowered. Don't even dare to breathe. That the top of the small baga is also calm. From the beginning to the end of the face with a smile. Cannot see what he thought in his heart. His worst fears still came, and Lin Mo still asked about the Noah program. However, the expression on his face remained unchanged, and after taking a deep breath, he said, the Noah plan is an emergency defense measure for mega disasters formulated by our Third World Alliance, the significance of which comes from the biblical Great Flood. What do you call professional? It's called professionalism. Open-mouthed, said a set of things, do not know thought that what Noah's plan is really such a thing. It took less than 3 minutes for that little baka to make up a Noah's plan on the spot, and it was still extremely reasonable in every way, even revealing quite a few of their secrets. Snap. When little baka said that, Lin Mo's applause rang out. Not bad, not bad. Simply a great program for the benefit of all mankind. But I have a little improvement program. Do you guys want to hear it? Lin Mo stood up and walked to the very top, followed by 13. I'd like to hear more. Little baka was very sensible, bending over and retreating to the side with a pandering smile on his face. Let's see. Why don't we change this Noah program to this? I'll give you the method of cultivation, which is the secret of becoming stronger. And when you've thoroughly grasped the secret, then launch the 1,800 nukes that you've urgently made during this time piece by piece. At the one called Lin Mo, have a wave of nuclear bomb washes. First make sure to get that Lin Mo completely killed, while the other forces will definitely counterattack. When that time comes, there will be nuclear bombs flying all over the entire planet. You, on the other hand, are taking a portion of the top brass with the fire to hide in a pre-prepared underground city. Wait until 180 years from now. Maybe it won't take that long. After all, you're all supermen now, and you're still afraid of a measly amount of nuclear radiation? In time you will be a whole new class on this planet. A privileged class with personal greatness and control of the world. Well, this Noah program of mine isn't any more exciting than the one you were talking about? Lin Mo said, looking at that little baka with a smile on his face. And at that moment, the entire conference room was a little awfully quiet. For the first time, the somewhat dry and thin little baka's face changed, his cheeks trembling and twisting with fear. The 2 roped legs also began to tremble madly, and beads of sweat the size of bean beads continued to drip down, wetting the ground under his feet in just a few seconds. The others weren't much better, each one shaking wildly as if they'd been fitted with a motor. Good. Looks like no one has a problem with that. So it's settled then. Lin Mo stepped forward and patted that little baka on the shoulder. But as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. I think it's very necessary to rehearse such an important program in advance. Don't you? Lin Mo's suppressed voice carried endless madness as he looked at the crowd and laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder until it shook the entire conference room and began to shake. A black suitcase with a scarlet button appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Press him. Let's see if this Noah plan works or not. Lin Mo's words were like a devil's whisper that surrounded the ears of several people. No, don't. Please spare us. We will undo all our plans for you and we can submit to you. We can turn over the entire Third World Alliance to you. Please spare us. Spare our people. A few people finally broke down. At this moment a few people actually cried out without any image. A handful of snot and a handful of tears. And some people even tried to pull on Lin Mo's pants leg in an attempt to get God's mercy. June 5, 2040, 10:35 p.m. The military personnel and a total of a dozen missile silos of the Third World Alliance all received an absurd order from the top. One of them soon realized something was wrong and tried to contact their superiors. But something weird happened. It was as if their operating system had been implanted with a code, and the launch command actually bypassed several layers of protection systems. At 36 minutes, a total of 15 missiles carrying nuclear warheads lifted off with long trailing flames, and at the same time as the missiles were launched, the other three major powers were the first to monitor the anomaly. Instantly, the air raid sirens rang throughout the planet. The entire human high level was plunged into extreme tension. But fortunately, these human high level did not lose their minds. Even if they were highly tense already, did not carry out the next action. At 37 minutes, after probing the missile's flight path, everyone was dumbfounded, because these missiles, apparently launched by a Third World Alliance, were headed towards their own most important economic center. What is this? Civil unrest? Still in that conference room? 13 had been sent away by Lin Mo. He flew to the top of one of the buildings with 8 high-ranking members of the Third World Alliance, and together they admired the shooting star, which was a rare event in 100 years. Crazy? You're just crazy. There is nothing wrong with what we think. You are the monster. The monster in human skin. We should have wiped you out earlier. We should have nuked you in the first place. Ha 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 ha. Human civilization. One day human civilization will be in your hands. Those greedy capitalists, those ugly politicians have no idea what kind of monster they are condoning. One day, they will all regret it. Lin Mo. You shall not die. Hysterical voices echoed in his ears as dazzling white light took over Lin Mo's entire field of vision. You guys are right. But merely right. Chapter 31. Crazy experiments. With bad luck, human civilization will be destroyed at my hands tonight. You should be praying instead of doing a dead dog backlash here. Lin Mo stood up and opened his arms to embrace the white that engulfed everything. He'd always had an idea. Will he or she actually die? Lin Mo didn't know that even if he had used his super brain to project countless times, he couldn't guarantee that he was immortal. My ability is to fuse myself, thus making a constant exponential increase in power. So, if I am killed, will I be resurrected again at that point in the fusion? This idea had been growing like a weed ever since it appeared inside Lin Mo's head. He wanted to try, and he did. One might ask, what if it fails? Then everything we have now will be lost. Yes, in case of failure, everything one currently possessed would disappear. Power, status, all of it would seem like a yellow dream. But if he succeeded, then the last trace of cowardice in Lin Mo's heart would be erased. He will truly become his full self. Besides, so what if you fail? If he fails, if he is not resurrected by 12 o'clock sharp, then the little fool will follow his last orders and launch all the nukes on the entire planet. Even if he died, he would let the uncountable lives of this planet be buried with him. A total of 15 nuclear bombs were headed toward the city at their feet, ranging from 1 million to 10 million yields. Embracing the blazing heat, Lin Mo's crazy smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish. In less than a fraction of a second, his own clothes were the first to turn to ash. These world-famous luxury brands are not the slightest bit different from rags and burlap in this kind of scene. In 0.2 seconds, Lin Mo felt the burning of his skin. The 32,000 times more pliability of a normal person's skin coupled with an equal amount of resilience made it so that even the center of a nuclear bomb blast didn't vaporize Lin Mo instantly. Lin Mo closed his eyes and carefully felt the collection of violent human methods. After a few seconds, his skin was finally melted, exposing the bloody muscle tissue beneath the skin. Immediately after that, the flesh and blood tissues were fused. However, the counterintuitive recovery power was still continuing to renew Lin Mo's life, and Lin Mo's new skin that was visible to the naked eye grew back, but it was melted again within a few seconds. Until the energy blast at the center of the first nuclear explosion fades, Lin Mo stood intact in the center of the nuclear explosion. 1 million yield nuke, exactly as I calculated. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes were filled with indifference to the extreme of rationality. That kind of look, like a god, without a trace of unnecessary emotional fluctuations. Continue. As he said this, a second nuke randomly arrived. It's a 3 million equivalent big baby. This time, Lin Mo's flesh and blood tissues were completely melted, leaving behind only the skeleton that was many times harder than an alloy. And after the impact of the second nuclear bomb, the flesh and blood on that skeleton grew back at a speed that defied common sense. The third, the fourth, the fifth, until the 10th shot, the yield went up to 10 million, and all 5 arrived at once, which was obviously from the same base. 5 10 million equivalent nuclear bombs exploded in one piece, and Lin Mo finally disappeared into the white light. Lin Mo disappeared, completely in the physical sense. Along with him, the city of tens of millions of people disappeared. For a moment, the world was quiet. All the human executives who observed this all lost their voices. AEC, Xanadu. The several bigwigs who had taken emergency shelter in the air raid shelter watched the images transmitted from the satellite with dumbfounded eyes. Lin Mo, dead? The old man who had been in contact with Lin Mo muttered. And he even rubbed his presbyopic glasses to make sure he wasn't blinking. Why would he do that? Why didn't he run? Is he really dead? Everyone's mind is filled with these three questions. The Third World Alliance wouldn't be brain dead enough to drop a nuke on their territory. So there's only one possibility. Especially if they filmed Lin Mo at the scene. But why would Lin Mo do that? Why didn't Lin Mo run? With his speed he could have totally run away. They couldn't figure it out. And everyone's brains were in a state of downtime. Mr. President, I don't think this is the time to be concerned about whether or not Lin Mo is dead. This incident has had too much of an impact. 15 nuclear bombs, including even 10 million yields. Much of our coast has been inundated by the tsunami. And there are definitely a lot of earthquakes caused by subsequent energy transfer into the ground. Mostly, I think we should be working on a few more layers of protection systems for the nukes. Just as a few of the old men were brainstorming, a woman who resembled an assistant whispered a reminder. Yeah, whether Lin Mo dies or not has little to do with us now. We have too many things to face next. Not just the AEC, but all the powers on the entire planet. All the Earths are more or less affected, especially those ordinary people. The shadow of the end of the world seems to have loomed over their heads. There is chaos everywhere, with riots, vandalism, burning and killing. Those powerful forces of government are fine. At least they are in control. But the places that are already insecure are in bad shape. Never underestimate the evil of human nature, especially when everyone is in turmoil. The scene returns to Tokyo, a city that has been reduced to rubble. The major human executives were busy with their own business while branching out their satellites to constantly monitor the place. They were waiting to see if Lin Mo would show up, if he really died. Then the inheritance left behind by Lin Mo would cause everyone to go crazy. Where am I? Lin Mo felt like he was in the middle of a void. There was no up and down, no space, no time, nothing. A true nothingness. Or perhaps there is not even a concept of nothingness here. Immediately after that, Lin Mo's memories began to surface scene by scene until they were fixed at the moment he completely dissipated. I'm not dead. The way I look now. No hands, no feet, no torso, nothing. There seems to be something more in my mind. Lin Mo suddenly felt as if he had sensed something, and many ideas burst forth in his mind. This is my original body. Concept. My essence is a concept named Lin Mo? What's the concept? A concept is an understanding of the essential characteristics of a thing formed by people through abstraction and generalization. It is usually used to describe and understand the common properties or characteristics of certain things. Concepts can be concrete or abstract. This is the human understanding of the word concept. But Lin Mo feels that his own state, his own concept and this understanding is completely different. It was difficult to explain, but he clearly felt as if he had taken over specific concepts such as power, intelligence, matter, and other underlying information logic, the abstract concepts of latitude, imagination, truth and falsehood, that are accessible to mankind are themselves being eaten away. Lin Mo was like he had discovered a new continent as his consciousness continued to extend, trying to explore everything and anything. But in just a moment, he felt the concept of pain magnifying. He was prevented from doing so himself, sensing quite clearly that his current self was in no position to explore this. Perhaps everything will have to wait until one's 400th fusion is complete. It was in the middle of his thoughts that Lin Mo suddenly felt his eyes light up. Immediately afterward, he violently realized he had a body. Xanadu time, 11:59 p.m., 46 seconds. When the moment came, it was like the whole world had been pressed into pause. Lin Mo's figure appeared very abruptly above the ruins of Tokyo. I won. Watching yourself appear out of thin air, before seeing your other self walking towards you. Lin Mo laughed out loud with abandon. 65,536 times. Not only did he not die, his strength thundered to another leap. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Curled up on the ground, Lin Mo's rampant laughter was deafening. It was as if the city, which was already in ruins, had been pulled by something, and everything around it rose up and flew through the air. Lin Mo was like a god or a devil, wantonly giving out power. A boulder weighing down the bottom of his heart completely shattered at this moment. Chapter 32. Lin Mo's a great guy? After laughing indulgently, Lin Mo rushed up into the sky. He was in a very good mood at the moment. Very good. There's nothing happier than being invincible. And what does that mean? This means that one's own TM can wave as much as they want in the future. It represents true freedom. Oh look. It looks like a tsunami has hit my beloved homeland, obviously standing over Tokyo. But Lin Mo just took a look towards the direction of the AEC and clearly felt the situation of those coastal areas. Tsunami after tsunami kept hitting the coastal cities, and countless innocent people had their homes destroyed. But Lin Mo didn't feel anything about it, even if it had nothing to do with him. As a righteous homelander, how can one stand by and watch a disaster unfold? Ha 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 ha, my sweet little lamb. Here comes your homeland. Lin Mo was in a good mood, so he was ready to do good things. After muttering a few words, the nimbus wrapped itself around him and flew at Mach 1,300 toward one of the closest coastal cities in the AEC, leaving an earth-shaking sonic boom in place. Almost instantly, Lin Mo had already arrived above the city called Hailu. This is the southernmost city in the AEC, and the entire city, or rather the entire island on which the city is located, is surrounded by seawater. This beautiful island city is now mostly submerged, and the surviving populace can only keep climbing higher and higher. Lin Mo didn't hide his movements. On the contrary, he moved a lot. Not long after arriving over Hailu City, the helicopter in charge of the rescue spotted Lin Mo. Homelanders, it's the Homelanders. When the searchlight headlights of the rescue helicopter shone over, when the pilot got a good look at Lin Mo's face, everyone in the helicopter yelled in excitement. Lin Mo wore a smile and saluted towards the helicopter. Then he opened his hands, and the vastness of his ocean-like Nianli was unreservedly released, wrapping the entire Hailu city. One by one, the people struggling in the seawater were wrapped in his nimbus and slowly rose into midair. In just a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of people who had been washed away were fished out by Lin Mo with precision. What's the scene with hundreds of thousands of people hanging in midair? Just look at the dumbfounded expression on the pilot's face in the helicopter. After scooping up these populace, they were all moved to the top of one of the highest mountains in Hailu City. Lin Mo patted his ass and immediately left. Gently, he came. Just as he gently went, without taking a cloud with him. After that, Lin Mo repeated the same technique and spent less than half an hour before and after strolling through all the coastal cities. After saving an unknown number of people, his vanity was only slightly satisfied. There's no need to thank me. It's what people in my homeland should do. Looking at the excited crowd at his feet, many of them even kneeled down and kowtowed towards himself. Lin Mo had one hand behind his back, while the other was slightly raised and shaken. With the same trademark smile, fake smile, on his face. He is alive and well. A living Joe in the world. To say there is a difference. Well, Lin Mo stated that he was much more handsome and stronger than Azu. After enjoying the crowd's adoration for a while, Lin Mo was content to leave. In an instant it was in Linhai City again. Compared to other coastal cities, Linhai City can be said to have not received a single impact. After all, this was the place where he slept. Lin Mo would more or less set up a little backstabbing, like this plasma shield that covers the entire city of Linhai, completely insulate all disasters altogether. So the city is still as usual, with everyone doing what they need to do. At best, they were slightly shocked by the news that was all over the internet. Among the seaside villas, Lin Mo, who had returned home, really felt like a world away. After all, it was a bit much to go through in just a day or so. Li Suiying was watching TV, and also Lu Ru was there. These two female friends of Lin Mo seemed to get along well and didn't stage a messy fight or anything. Lin Ma, seeing Lin Mo come back, Lu Ru on the sofa was instantly filled with surprise and jogged to jump into Lin Mo's arms. Where have you been? Worrying me to death. Her eyes were slightly red, and her little girl posture was truly pitiful. As for Li Suiying, this girl is still the same as always. When she sees Lin Mo come back, she just gently greets him, and then thoughtfully takes off Lin Mo's clothes that she doesn't know where to pass by, and goes into the house to bring a set of casual clothes. Touching Lu Ru's head, Lin Mo looked at Li Suiying and faintly spoke. Your father died. What do you mean by shocking? The moment Lin Mo opened his mouth, both women froze. Li Suiying's body even visibly trembled. Aha! Surprisingly, Li Soyoung followed up with no more reaction, and a faint smile hung on her pure face again. The main owner was not in a hurry, but Lu Ru was in a hurry, and he asked in a hurry. When did it happen? Why so sudden? No, Lin Mo, let's go and take Sister Suiying home. But talking, Lu Ru suddenly felt wrong. She still does not know where Li Suiying is until now. Coupled with Lin Mo and Li Suiying's somewhat bizarre behavior, Lu Ru had a feeling that things didn't seem simple. As expected, Lin Mo's next sentence even made Lu Ru's three views completely overturned. Only to see Lin Mo sitting on his butt on the sofa, he said without a care in the world. I killed it. With three light words, Lu Ru only felt her sky spinning. Li Suiying sniffed but didn't show much, bringing out a bowl of hot tea and gently placing it on the coffee table. Then he pounded Lin Mo's back. Is my great-aunt's family okay? It's fine. It's not like I'm a madman who can't move without executing several clans of people. Lin Mo smiled and closed his eyes to enjoy himself. And Lu Ru, who was on the side, was horrified. He suddenly felt that the Lin Mo at this moment was so unfamiliar. That superhero image kept crumbling in her mind. However, she still tried to suppress the suspicion in her heart and opened her mouth to ask, Lin Mo, did Sister Suying's father commit something? That's why you. She wanted to hear Lin Mo say yes. At least she could feel slightly better in her own heart. Li Jinjung. Ah, once the big man of Diamond City yet. That's a lot of things to commit. Lin Mo didn't hide it. Truthfully, he didn't care to tell lies, especially in front of women. Even if Lu Ru knew the truth, what would happen? Can you escape from yourself? Who in this world can resist him if he wants to? There's no point in telling lies. So that's it. Hearing the answer she wanted, Lu Ru, a rather righteous little girl, then felt a little better in her heart. But Lin Mo, that's Sister Suying's father after all. We still have to go there. A very normal person's mind. But unfortunately Lin Mo is not a normal person. He wasn't answering back. Instead he looked his two female friends up and down, both in pajamas, but nothing to hide a substantial figure. I think there's something more important than that right now. Chapter 33, Being a Grandpa. Don't get me wrong. Lin Mo was simply taking the two for a workout. After all, he was able to get to where he is today thanks to his own persistent exercise plus a strong will. It was after 4 in the morning when Lin Mo, who had been working out for 4 hours, stopped, throwing that Chi refining True Technique 1.0 to the bedside of the two. Lin Mo walked out of the villa. Not over the top. Not at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo felt that some of his personal things simply could not be satisfied on this planet. Should we popularize this stuff? So you can make friends for yourself later? The starry night sky was bright, and the city of Linhai was still prosperous at 4 in the morning. After thinking for a moment Lin Mo felt that this can be there. 2 days after the conference will be announced at the same time. Forget it. Otherwise the fragile little human body really couldn't stand up to him. Not having fun. Lin Mo decided to go out for a stroll and see if he could have some fun. Want to be a grandpa? With a twinkle in his eye, Lin Mo instantly felt that this matter was feasible. I used to watch those certain breakthroughs and such, and those protagonists would more or less have a grandpa character. You can't use that stuff yourself, but it seems like you should have fun being a grandpa for a while. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Mo immediately flew into the sky and scanned the entire city of Linhai. GGG, let me see which lucky one will be chosen by me. Xiao Bing is a southern drifter, and this is his second year in Linhai City. Inside the small rental house, Xiao Bing, who was in deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by a burst of a certain letter alert tone. Rubbing his eyebrows, the sleepy-eyed Xiao Bing was a little angry in his heart, but when he saw that the message was the top-named baby contact, the anger in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Baby, there's a surprise for you. Naturally, the baby needs no introduction. It's his girlfriend. The guy he talked to when he was still in college at the time was only a grade below him. His girlfriend was beautiful. At least he thought so himself. Xiao Bing, who came from the mountains, never thought he could talk about such a beautiful girlfriend. I don't know if it's due to low self-esteem or something else, which has caused him to dote on that girlfriend of his to a degree. With a paycheck of less than $5,000 a month, he basically sends it to his girlfriend as soon as he gets it. The holiday gifts are even more incessant. Even if he had been eating instant noodles in a row for I don't know how long. By the way, he sleeps with his cell phone volume that loud just in case he misses a message from his girlfriend. What's the surprise, baby? Xiao Bing smiled like a little cutie. Like that. She quickly typed down a line and sent it over. He looked at the screen of his cell phone, even though he had to go to work at 8 in the morning tomorrow, even though he was already sleepy. But after waiting for a while the other party did not reply to the message. Why is it that everywhere else is either a tsunami or an earthquake? And I've heard that so many places are on vacation, but there's still no movement at all in Linhai City, and you have to work a damn crappy shift. Damn capitalists. When she thought that she had to go to work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Xiao Bing couldn't help but curse in her heart for a good amount of time. If only I were from my homeland. Surely the homelanders don't have to go to work? Some dark Xiao Bing thought about the fact that the internet was full of news about the people of the motherland in the past 2 days. Under the general current, he was more or less a minor fan of his countrymen. Of course, jealousy is on the side. With his mind wandering, just as Xiao Bing was about to fall asleep sleepily, his little girlfriend finally returned the message. It's a voiceover. Had. Must be some meaty words again. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Bing clicked play, but the sound that entered his ears was what made his heart stop beating for a second. Brainstorm your own anti-harmonization. And a sound similar to clapping. Boom! Xiao Bing's brain was instantly blank, and his sleepiness was even more instantly dissipated. His whole body sprang up from the bed in a heap. The hand holding the cell phone was even trembling constantly, and the whole thing looked like it was hard to breathe. No way. No way. Xiao Bing still had the last trace of luck in his heart as he tremblingly typed down a line and sent it over. Baby, what are you doing? What's that sound? Are you secretly watching a little movie? After sending these 2 paragraphs over, Xiao Bing stared at the dialogue box with bloodshot eyes. This time the message across the room came back quickly. Another series of 3 voices. Xiao Bing trembled as he clicked on one of the entries, but it rang out, and it was still the same unpleasant sound. Broken. Xiao Bing's last psychological defense was completely shattered, and he couldn't believe all of this. But before anything was to be done, the other party suddenly sent a video call request. Xiao Bing instinctively wanted to refuse, but in the next second his hand was suddenly held by something, only to see that another person, a tall and handsome young man, had appeared inside his bedroom at an unknown time. Homelanders, Xiao Bing directly exclaimed in shock. Lin Mo didn't reply and smiled evilly as he controlled Xiao Bing to press the accept button. In the next second, a scene comparable to a certain country's movie appeared in front of the two. The hero is a tattooed man, and naturally the heroine needs no introduction. No! Xiao Bing went crazy. His anger surged directly to his heavenly aura, and his blood-filled eyeballs looked like they were about to burst open. The hysterical voice even more nearly startled Lin Mo. The cell phone was facing Xiao Bing, and the people there naturally didn't see Lin Mo. Xiao Bing's hysterical voice seemed to make the other party even more excited, provocatively aiming the camera at the heroine's face, which was Xiao Bing's baby. Just where is the youthful beauty of the past on that face? After the provocation, the tattooed man turned off the video call, and in the meantime, he blacked out Xiao Bing. But Xiao Bing is crazy to send a message to the opposite side, only to respond to him only a red exclamation mark. Lin Mo on the side looked at this scene and exclaimed in his heart that it was really wonderful. Isn't that more fun than watching a movie? After a few minutes, Xiao Bing, who was holding the cell phone, gave up. He laughed strangely as he scrutinized his phone, his whole being on the verge of insanity. And that's when it's time for Gramps to step in. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo said in a low voice, "Junior, are you willing? Do you crave power?" As Lin Mo spoke out, Xiao Bing then violently remembered the people from his homeland that he had ignored. At this moment, it was as if he saw hope, only to see Xiao Bing violently tumbling off the bed and hugging Lin Mo's pants leg. "Help me, please help me. I'll give anything, please. I want them dead. I want that pair of dogs dead." Seeing Xiao Bing in this state, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth grinned wider and wider as he said in a voice full of magic, "Of course." Saying that, Lin Mo rubbed on his body and a leg-stretching and glaring pill appeared and threw it to Xiao Bing. "Eat it and you'll gain strength beyond the norm. You'll get everything you want." Stretching legs and glaring pills. Certainly not mud pills rubbed on the body. Just kidding. Lin Mo was more or less an unsullied body now. Where did that come from? This leg-stretching and glaring pill was made from a drop of his own blood thinned 10 times, plus a mixture of dirt from the ground. A regular person will gain a 30 to 50 times increase in strength by eating it. Of course, this power increase is only muscle strength, bone strengthening category. Intelligence and other materialistic things will not be strengthened. These are specific experiments that Lin Mo has done. Looking at the cool mud pill on the ground, Xiao Bing did not hesitate for a second and picked it up before throwing it into his mouth. Chapter 34, Live version of the movie. Lin Mo's power source was very peculiar. He didn't need to replenish his energy after each upgrade, or he doesn't usually feel hungry. And even if he squanders his power to his heart's content, he doesn't run out of energy or anything like that. Truly seems like an answer to the saying, "The universe is what you make of it." Lin Mo doesn't need it, but others do. That raw stretching leg staring pill quickly took effect after entering Xiao Bing's stomach. Terrifying energy burst out from the tiny clay pill, roughly transforming Xiao Bing's body, from the inside out, top to bottom. Xiao Bing felt a wave of unprecedented comfort for the first second, but immediately afterward, he screamed out in pain. The kind where the bones of the whole body are broken and rebuilt. The kind where the flesh and blood and skin are constantly hammered and thus tightened. The pain of the drill is not something that the average person can endure. The main thing is that this remodel is not short. Lin Mo, who was on the side, silently shielded his hearing slightly and picked up a bag of unopened potato chips on the table and leisurely ate them. About 10 or so minutes or so, Xiao Bing's remodeling was then completely finished. Only his eyes were red, and he was kneeling on the ground, constantly gasping for air. Between one breath and the other, 2 small tornadoes were clearly formed. 30 times around, so much for qualifications. Lin Mo was non-committal. The minimum lower limit of what he could strengthen with this stretching legs and staring pill was 30 times. Xiao Bing also just qualified. As for what happens if you fail, the transformation is irreversible. And if your willpower can't withstand it, the transformation of your physical body will continue even if your consciousness perishes. Just what the hell would become of Lin Mo without the restraints at that time? Maybe it will turn into a liquor? How does it feel, my friend? Lin Mo, who was leaning against the wall, asked with a wry smile. Xiao Bing slowly got up at his words, his reddened eyes looking at his hands incredulously. He felt an unbelievable amount of power filling his body. He had never felt better. This feeling. Awesome. Xiao Bing laughed nervously. Which teenager hasn't fantasized about being able to do anything in the sky or on the ground? About having great power? Xiao Bing was no exception. He didn't expect everything to come so suddenly and absurdly. What do you need me to do? After calming down a little, Xiao Bing looked at Lin Mo. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and as an adult he knew that. You? The disdain in Lin Mo's eyes was undisguised. You're not qualified to do anything for me yet, but if you can provide me with a bit of fun, I think your value will increase greatly, hahaha. Friendly reminder that it's best to find something to eat first. With a laugh. In a flash Lin Mo disappeared. Xiao Bing inside the rental house clenched his fists. That feeling of being belittled by others was really unpleasant. It was just a matter of time before. But now I'm at least a little superhero and I'm still being looked down upon. But he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of hostility towards Lin Mo. He still knew very well where he got his power from. Along with Lin Mo's departure, Xiao Bing was silent for a moment. After that, he instantly felt an unprecedented hunger rise from his heart and from the depths of his soul. Not good. As hunger continued to invade his brain, Xiao Bing used his last remaining shred of sanity to rush out the door. There wasn't much to eat in his own home, and his usual boxes of instant noodles just weren't enough to energize him. Roar! A low growl that didn't sound like a human voice came out of his throat, violently crashing through the already unsturdy door. Xiao Bing leapt down from the 4th floor. His target was clear. A large supermarket not much far from his rented house. Poor gets superpowers. Don't expect him to be all that great. Basically 99% of all people or forces that don't match his perception go to the same result. Self-destruction. And before moving toward this final outcome, the repressed evil in their hearts will be vented with impunity. Of course, Lin Mo was different. He was too strong. So strong that everything on this planet was fast boring him. Strong enough for him to have a minimum of self-awareness. High in the air, Lin Mo looked down at Xiao Bing's every move. It was as if he was watching a live-action movie, with the slightest hint of anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Bing, as he expected, was driven by his hunger. What hidden abilities, first to live and so on were all thrown to the back of his mind. Somewhat quiet on the street, he rampaged like a mad rhino, equivalent to a normal person strengthened by 30 times. Don't feel weak. You know that Captain America in Marvel, his physical fitness is only 4 or 5 times that of a normal person. Today's Xiao Bing is a Captain America pulse version. The speed alone at full gallop is 210 meters per second. That's almost catching up to the speed of sound. Coupled with that superhuman body hardness, Lin Mo has seen with his own eyes that in this short period of less than 1,000 meters, Xiao Bing has killed 3 unlucky passers-by and crashed a Land Rover into scrap. True, a human tank. However, looking at Xiao Bing's appearance, it seemed like nothing had changed except for a small amount of guilt. It was a crossroads ride to the hypermarket called Department Fresh. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Bing bent his legs and jumped with force, instantly smashing the glass of the 2nd floor and tumbling into the middle of the supermarket. He was like a gourmand, constantly stuffing his mouth with all the food as far as the eye could see. Snacks, meat, as long as it was edible. Xiao Bing came and went. Xiao Bing made a big commotion. Although it was not as big as Lin Mo, who loved to put up a big show, but that was scary enough for ordinary people. The police chief was still sleeping peacefully with his wife in his beautiful arms when a sudden rush of phone calls woke him up instantly. He was dumbfounded when he learned that another superhuman had appeared. How similar the scene was. He remembered as if he had experienced something similar not too long ago. The difference is that the protagonist of the last time has now become a native of the country and a hero in everyone's heart. Could this have anything to do with the Homelanders? This director immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If it is related to the people of the motherland, then this is not something he can be responsible for. Thinking of this, he hurriedly reported the matter up the hierarchy. A few minutes later, high in the air, Lin Mo suddenly felt the cell phone on his waist vibrate slightly. When I opened it, it was a string of somewhat familiar and not so familiar numbers. This time Lin Mo didn't hang up and Prime answered the phone with a smile. Fatherlander, are you in Lin Hai? Or that familiar old man's voice. I know what you're going to ask. I'm the one who messed this up. But he doesn't have anything to do with me. Whether you want to arrest or edict, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Mo very much pressed the hang up button. Above that, after learning that that new superhuman was not related to Lin Mo, instant greed covered his entire body. If they were related to Lin Mo, they would still be scrupulous for a moment or two, but now they can really let go and do it. No, it didn't take long for the early morning hours of the city of Linhai to be awakened by alarm bells ringing in all directions. All kinds of armored car special forces came from all directions. They were greedy. They were cowardly. If you can't handle Lin Mo, you can't handle this new superhuman? Mess it up. The more lively the better. It takes a lot of people to make this movie good. Chapter 35 The bottom line of humanity. Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. Please put down your weapons and don't resist unnecessarily. Armored vehicles soon surrounded the supermarket. The same old persuasive words rang out over the loudspeakers. Xiao Bing, who was frantically eating in it, raised his head violently. Feeding for such a short while had restored his sanity a little. Why so fast? Bright headlights hit him through the window. Xiao Bing really couldn't figure out what it was that in less than 5 minutes, so many people had come to greet him. No, they mustn't be caught. He hadn't killed that pair of dogs yet. He hadn't dashed off the superpowers he had just gained. And he still had so much to do that he absolutely couldn't get caught. Almost half recovered. That should be enough. The hunger signals from the body were still there. Just not as strong as earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Bing ran violently towards the other side. But just the moment he moved, pang! It was obviously a large caliber sniper rifle firing. And basically just after the sound of the gunshot, Xiao Bing felt a sharp pain in his leg. Gorgeous blood flowers bloomed. And Xiao Bing slumped to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. How dare they? That gunshot seemed like a signal. And the dense bullets continued to vent toward the second floor. The intentions of these people were very clear. They never wanted to take them alive. The shadow Lin Mo had left behind for them was too great. And they didn't want a second uncontrolled alien to appear in the world. Can't you see what Tokyo still looks like? Therefore, the upper echelon unanimously agreed that this time, they must take advantage of Xiao Bing's weakness to exterminate him. As long as we can obtain its corpse when the time comes. Well. All pushing me. All trying to kill me. This mother ********* ing world? Aha! Don't look at the spectacle. But in reality, apart from that large caliber sniper rifle at the very beginning, the subsequent bullets didn't do much damage to him at all. Instead, it completely stimulated the wildness within Xiao Bing's body. The bullet coverage continued for almost 3 minutes. And only after the second floor was not a shambles and there was no semblance of movement did the commander order a cessation of fire. Immediately thereafter, the entire 5 special teams broke through the door in this orderly fashion. They were careful, but until they got to the Xiao Bing body in front of nothing strange, and only then slightly put down their hearts. A soldier used the butt of his rifle to collapse Xiao Bing, who was sprawled on the ground. The latter didn't move a muscle and didn't react in the slightest. Falcon to OP, target. The soldier spoke into the walkie-talkie on his chest and was just about to report the situation when suddenly his eyes went black. It was a large hand grasping his face. Ah! With the force of that big hand, his face skin was torn off hard. The intense pain caused the soldier king to start screaming like never before. The other members of the team were shocked and couldn't think too long before raising their guns and shooting. But do some fragile human beings really have room to fight back in front of a beefed-up Captain America? Bang! 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 Only a few muffled sounds could be heard. And several soldiers were basically all shot in the head in a split second. If anyone else saw the bloody scene, they would vomit all the acid out of their stomachs. You guys aren't much either? After killing these soldiers, the ferocious light in Xiao Bing's eyes intensified. Turning, he leapt from the second floor and landed with precision on an armored car. On him, squeak. Gravity accelerates and this armored car instantly sinks. Ask what happens when a shooter and a berserker get in your face. I think that is needless to say. Xiao Bing, who jumped into the crowd, was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. A punch and a kick mercilessly harvested the lives of these people. So awesome. The commander, who was hiding beside the armored car, watched in horror and anger as he kept urging his superiors for support. Xiao Bing drove his peerless through the crowd, unleashing his power with abandon. He didn't have much skill. He took the bullets hard and dodged the heavy fire. When you run into someone, you go up and punch them. With such wanton spending, it didn't take long for him to feel hunger welling up again. No good. Food. His eyes were gradually replaced by scarlet, and he had the intention of cannon fodder supermarkets to continue to large chunks of fruit degree. But coincidentally, the enemy's supporting forces came. And this time, not only were there helicopters hovering in the sky, but even rumbling tanks appeared at the end of the road. High in the air, Lin Mo was just reclining with a snack in his hand that had appeared out of nowhere. It's wonderful. It's much more exciting than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Those old men were also decisive, not the least bit afraid of making a big deal out of it, and insisted on transferring a heavy brigade from a nearby military base. Ha. Tomorrow's news is going to be hilarious. What do you mean? Watch what's going on. Lin Mo's face was filled with a smiling expression as he smoothly pulled out a cell phone and started recording. He even had a title in mind. It's called Shocking, Mysterious Superman and the Military's Secrets to Tell. Xiao Bing was soon surrounded by a group of people. And this time it wasn't as simple as some soldiers. The sky and the ground, all made of steel. Bad news, the other side, this is moving for real. Just now those people are obviously bait, used to delay their own. They are still stupid to kill the United States. What to do? What to do? Such a big battle caused Xiaobing to wake up slightly. The weakness is becoming more pronounced. He'll die. I can't die. I can't die. Good news. Just killed a lot of people and now there are bodies all over the place. What's the difference between humans and animals? Since those meats can provide themselves with energy, it is only natural that human beings can do the same. Never overestimate a person's moral fiber. In ancient times there were many people who ate hand to hand because they were about to starve to death. How similar is the current Xiaobing to those people? Once that barrier in the mind is passed, everything is much simpler. Xiaobing casually copied a corpse, tore off its clothes, and opened his mouth to bite on it. Blood flowed into his body through his throat, and the flesh and blood of his own kind seemed to carry more flavor than all that frozen beef and lamb. This was not a psychological effect. Xiaobing truly felt that the energy provided to him by his kind was even more massive. After discovering this, the last shred of psychological defense in Xiaobing's heart completely collapsed. The scene was transformed into a hell on earth. And the scenes in those horror movies were just like a child's playground compared to this. Ever seen those European and American plasma movies? Ever seen those ogre movies? Those movies where the ogre knows how to chew and savor. Xiaobing the bastard is directly a pig eating ginseng fruit. Nice and exciting. High in the air. Rimmer lay on his side, scratching his ass in the process. After wolfing down 2 whole corpses, Xiaobing was fully charged again. This time he obviously learned a good lesson. In no war, in situ a big jump. From the head of the crowd directly fly over. His goal is also very clear. The pair of dogs located at the Meg Hotel. Not to kill them. This had become an obsession in Xiaobing's heart, similar to a heart demon. What's the point of not doing this, even if you have superhuman strength? As for why Xiaobing knew the exact address, well, there must be some kind soul sneaking messages in. Chapter 36. Lin Mo's dream of directing. At over 200 meters per second, human conventional weapons are basically impossible to target. While those tanks were still making a lumbering U-turn, Xiaobing had long since scurried out an unknown distance. That is, those heavily armed helicopters can still follow it. It was just that the direction Xiaobing was heading to was the downtown area, so they didn't dare to fire at all. Meg Hotel, a 5-star hotel located in the city center. In a regular queen room, the tattooed man and Xiaobing's baby had long since ended their fight. The city of Linhai is so lively tonight. I wonder what's happening. The tattooed man stood naked in front of the window, listening to the incessant sound of sirens outside, and was inexplicably a little disturbed, especially since he also saw helicopters hovering in the sky. This kind of big scene was not seen much before, even if he was considered a rich second generation in a big or small way. Want to go back? The idea of going home was on his mind. Just as soon as this thought was born, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are the sirens getting closer? What the is this? The cigarette in the tattooed man's hand unconsciously fell to the ground. He looked at a humanoid creature on the street who was rushing across the street, his speed being so fast that it was out of a stump, and he couldn't help but be stunned. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was how the humanoid creature looked like it was running towards this hotel at its feet. And, being closer, he could clearly see the hideous expression on the creature's face. The tattooed man swore to God that unless he was hallucinating, the damn thing was definitely smiling at him. Too late to think, the tattooed man turned his head and ran. But the next second, the sound of a window shattering rang out. Then the whole floor shook violently, and the tattooed man who had just turned around was shaken on his ass. There was even a woman's shriek from the bathroom. What's going on? An earthquake. The woman with her pants down was so startled that she scurried right out of the bathroom. He Xiao Yu. Ha, ha. Slurred words came out of Xiaobing's mouth, and that extremely suppressed voice was like a hellish ghost. Both the tattooed man and He Xiaoye instantly felt their hair stand on end. You. Xiaobing. He Xiaoye also recognized the visitor, and she tremblingly pointed at Xiaobing, whose face was covered in blood and there was still broken flesh around his mouth, and her eyes widened. I'm touched that you still recognize me. Xiaobing didn't know whether to have a crying or laughing expression on his face. The pain of witnessing the betrayal of a beloved is far more difficult to bear than a physical injury. What do you want? Get out of here or I'll call the police. I don't know if it is because I was used to training Xiaobing in the past, or where the courage came from. He Xiaoye actually pointed at Xiaobing and cursed. Luna, come with me and let's be together forever. Xiaobing didn't care, and tenderness flowed out of his scarlet eyes instead. No way. You're a poor man. Why should I go with you? I've suffered after you for 2 years now, and I've had enough. Why should I go with you? Can you give me a Western meal of thousands? Can you give me hundreds of thousands of a bag? You can't give me anything. Xiaobing, get out of here. I don't want to see you. The more He Xiaoye talks, the more she gets on top of it. How much is love worth? She was fed up with her previous life of poverty. And who was Xiao Bing herself to pull the strings? Xiao Bing closed her eyes as she sniffed, her body trembling slightly. I said we'd be together forever. It's like a vow that was once made. Fiercely, Xiao Bing opened his eyes, and his eyes were completely devoid of the fluctuations of humanity. The words that came out of his mouth were even lower, like a wild beast. Basically, before the words even fell, Xiao Bing's entire body had already reached He Xiaoye's side. Without the slightest hesitation, he pinched its neck and gently exerted force in his hand, and along with a click, the eyes of He Xiaoye, who had been cursing up a storm in the previous second, instantly darkened, and her head hung helplessly to the side. The tattooed man next to him was stunned as the fishy yellow liquid filled his pants. He wanted to run, but his legs were like lead. He couldn't move at all. He wanted to play dead, wanting Xiao Bing to ignore him, but the more one fears something, the more it comes. Xiao Bing's eyes were on him after he killed He Xiaoye with his own hands. Don't kill me. My father is the boss of Donglai Group. My family needs a lot of money. I'll give you as much as you want. Don't kill me. The old noble status seemed to serve no purpose in this moment. The tattooed man felt himself being lifted high in the air just as he finished his sentence. Then it was slammed to the ground again instantly. Bang, bang, bang. His entire body was like a doll, being smashed haphazardly by Xiao Bing as he was lifted in his hands. On the floor walls, Xiao Bing continuously vented the anger in his heart, until the doll in his hand was completely silent, completely turned into a twisted pile of rotten flesh. After doing this, Xiao Bing did not run. Instead, he was like a wild dog, lying on the ground and nibbling up He Xiaoye. As he said, he would be with He Xiaoye forever. Outside the hotel, 8 helicopter gunships surrounded the entire Gemi Hotel, and the missiles were loaded, waiting for an order from above. The rest of the people in this hotel had long been evacuated, and deliberately leaving the tattooed man and his 2 men behind was only to trap Xiao Bing. Xia Du. A few old men looked at the bloody images in the video, all swallowed their saliva. They were incomparably rejoicing at the moment, rejoicing that Lin Mo still had human sanity. Xingxing Xiao Bing is still so weak. If Xiao Bing was replaced with Lin Mo, they didn't dare to imagine what the world would be like. Fire. An old man eventually gave the order to fire. They didn't dare to let such a monster live. Lin Mo could still communicate. What about Xiao Bing? Even if Xiao Bing was blown to smithereens in the end, they had no choice. Outside the Gemini Hotel, several helicopter pilots received orders and pressed the launch button without hesitation. Whoosh! Dense rockets angled toward that room with unerring precision. In just an instant, the 5-star hotel collapsed. And among them, Xiao Bing, who had completely lost his mind and kept gnawing on the corpses, didn't know whether he had been blown up or not, but was indeed submerged by the ruins. The vitality tilt lasted for quite a while before it stopped. Ground forces begin to push forward, trying to find Xiao Bing's body, or is it leftover tissue? This kind of superhuman, even a little bit of flesh and blood tissue has immeasurable research value. Above the ruins of the former Grammy Hotel, Xian Wen, who was in charge of directing the search, was filled with sighs. It all happened so fast. A total of less than half an hour had passed since Xiao Bing had been discovered. So what if you have great power beyond the ordinary? Unless you're strong enough to rival the Homelanders, it's ultimately hard to escape death. There were a lot of people in charge of the search, and the superiors attached great importance to Xiao Bing's body, even transferred a lot of heavy machinery. After 10 minutes or so, suddenly a staff member exclaimed, "The leg! I found it! The creature's leg!" The staffer held up a charred thigh and wailed with excitement. This voice managed to draw everyone's attention over. At the same time, roaring his own little life away, a bullet that came out of nowhere hit him precisely in the center of his eyebrow. Then a number of weapon-wielding thugs suddenly emerged from the shadowy corners. These thugs are fully equipped, even carrying heavy weapons like RPGs on their shoulders. As soon as they came out, these people launched indiscriminate killings on everyone present without a second thought. Even the RPG whistled and headed for the helicopter in the sky. And in the midst of the chaos, a high-ranking member of the AEC's Special Operations team, his eyes flickering, surreptitiously wrapped a small piece of minced meat in his arms and disappeared from the scene. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their abilities, and some hidden in the dark, not knowing whether they were praying mantis or yellow bird, also emerged. Wonderful, just wonderful, high in the air. Lin Mo applauded when he saw the rise, although Xiao Bing died faster than he expected. This reversal in the back really made him cry out. This blockbuster of gore, humanity, ethics, and special effects is definitely going to be a hit. Lin Mo decided that he would definitely restore some of the blockbusters he had seen in his previous life when he had the chance in the future. It's like some Marvel, DC or something where he must catch live actors to give him live performances. Chapter 37. The greatest lesson humanity has learned from history. Linhai City originally had a large population of nearly 10 million. After Lin Mo presented himself as a native of the motherland, the population here swelled more and more horribly. There were ardent fans who came from other cities just to catch a glimpse of Lin Mo. There were all kinds of spies planted by other forces, and there were also speculators who had smuggled themselves in to try to find a chance. These people of all shapes and sizes are usually extremely cleverly hidden. They may be some waiter or some bland tourist. Today, however, all of these bulls and snakes have shown their true colors. All those powers, big and small, were trying to get a piece of the pie, even if that pie had to be forcibly taken from the AEC. Let's see what kind of cuties there are. Oh, that one in green should be from Europa. I didn't expect to actually secretly transform the buggy into an armored vehicle. It's really impressive. The one carrying an RPG and jerking off should be a member of the Illuminati. I didn't expect these little mice that can't see the light of day to run out and look for food. And then there's that. The Third World Alliance. Who came to join in the fun when the economic centers were bombed? Instead of working on infrastructure, the fight below was so intense that it was even much more tragic than when he fought Xiaobing. All kinds of heavy weapons roared, hardening the area into a mini battlefield. Lin Mo was really worried that they'd fight and fight and fight and fight and fight, and tomorrow they'd open up World War III. Of course, despite what he said on his lips, Lin Mo always had that look of watching the fun. What's he got to do with all those deaths? Xiaobing's superpower did come from him, but he had simply given Xiaobing a chance to change his destiny against all odds. The latter thing can have nothing to do with himself, and it's not like he forced Xiaobing to do that. Lin Mo said that he would not take this black pot. The engagement was fierce but didn't last long. This was the AEC's home turf, after all. Plus the Motherlanders were surely watching from the shadows. They didn't let loose too much and always kept the situation under control. Many forces quickly withdrew from the battlefield at all costs after seeing that they had won. It took about 10 minutes for the gunfire to die down. All that was left at the scene was a field full of bodies. Xia Du. A few old men had a blue face. The old man at the head of the group even pounded the table fiercely. It was too much. This was just like having no one in sight. It's a tough investigation. It has to be tough. Starting tomorrow, there must be a complete and thorough identity check of the city of Linhai. This encounter came and went quickly. The AEC, as the host, had certainly obtained most of Xiaobing's remains, but the series of things that had arisen from it were like a slap in their face. How can this not make them angry? Taking several deep breaths, this old man was able to get his emotions slightly under control, and said somewhat wearily, "Have them send the material to the summer capital as soon as possible. Remember, make sure you take safety measures. No more accidents." After saying that, the old man's eyes suddenly became sharp. "As for those terrorists, I think we in the AEC are no pushovers if they don't give an account that satisfies me." The movie came to an end, and overall it was pretty good. After satisfying his eye addiction, Lin Mo also returned to his villa. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Ru, who was full of worry. "Lin Mo, where have you been? What happened outside? Is there a war going on?" Lu Ru said, walked to Lin Mo's side to look up and down. After determining that there were no injuries, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Nothing major. And as for what happened, you'll find out tomorrow." Lin Mo didn't reply either and just smiled evilly. Li Suying and Lu Ru are the only two houseflowers that have passed his test so far. One is well-behaved and understanding, and although she doesn't have much affection for Lin Mo, she can't pick faults on weekdays. One is gentle and attentive, and is obviously full of true feelings for Lin Mo. "I just went out and found a big treasure. Want to see it?" After playing a dumb question, Lin Mo digressed and his gaze became extremely aggressive. "Ah, it's almost dawn. Don't." Glancing at Lin Mo, Lu Ru instantly exclaimed, "It's okay, get Li Suying on board and let's play a few games of Fight the Landlord." Happy times are always short, and before I knew it, it was already light outside. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell rang right on time. "Come in." In the living room, Lin Mo was wearing big pants and watching the news. Huang Weijia pushed the food cart and lowered his head, respectfully placing the food on the table. Yesterday the city was attacked by terrorists around 4 a.m. in XX, located in the north part of the city, which has resulted in XX deaths and XX missing people, with total economic losses estimated to be as high as. The terrorists who carried out the attack have now all been killed, and His Excellency the President has said that the incident, the God's Provisional Organization located in the Middle East region, has announced to the public that it is responsible for this terrorist attack, and we have decided to send troops after an urgent resolution. On TV, the host was vocal and his face was full of suppressed anger. The internet is even more explosive. Righteous indignation netizens have said that we must crusade as soon as possible, that what God pro organization, blood debt and so on. There were also a number of questions raised about where the homelanders were. Aren't the motherlanders in Linhai City? Why is there still such a bad terrorist attack? Not to mention those netizens, Even the locals in Linhai City were full of doubts when they woke up and saw the news. The internet is divided into two schools of thought on this. One faction unconditionally embraced Lin Mo, believing that Lin Mo was not in Linhai City last night or had more important things to do. These netizens have come up with evidence to prove that last night the people of the motherland were clearly rescuing victims in other cities. Then there is the conspiracy theory school of thought, which believes that everything last night was the work of the people of the motherland, and that the officials are shifting the blame to that whatever terrorist organization because they are afraid. This faction also had a reasoned argument, and even took out the photos of Lin Mo being photographed in Linhai City last night. Huang, what do you think? Lin Mo asked as he crossed his legs and clicked on a blurry photo. Huang Weijie, who was standing quietly on the side, sniffed and pondered a little, and slowly said, "Look at this photo. It doesn't look like it was taken by a cell phone or something like that. It's obviously professional equipment. And this is so far away that the average person wouldn't even notice it that high up. It should be some forces pushing the envelope. I have to say. Well, what about someone who used to be a negotiator? The eye is just as strong. So much information from one blurry photo alone." Listening to Huang Weijie's inference, Lin Mo smiled and nodded, tossing his cell phone aside without a care in the world. There are still some little mice working in the shadows. The Third World Alliance thing obviously just happened yesterday. Why do you think they don't remember? And all those little hacks on the internet, lest the world go to hell, when it's clear I've only been a superhero for less than 3 days. With his hand resting on his head, Lin Mo leisurely looked at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. The biggest lesson people learn from history is that they never learn from history. Master, the greed of these people cannot be contained, or they only know fear at the moment they are about to die. Huang Weijie hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Yes, man's greed can't be stopped. So I thought I'd surprise them at the launch the day after tomorrow." Big surprise? Chapter 38, Can the Earth withstand its own oohs and ahs? The Xiaobing incident happened just after 4 a.m. and the ramifications of this incident are wide. Very wide. Especially in a metropolis like Linhai. There were quite a few people who had witnessed everything. They knew that the officials were lying. They had seen the soldiers capturing a superhuman. There is a saying that human nature is to die. People who secretly take some videos or photos are always thinking of letting more people know about it. Even though many people have tried to post that they have had their water meter checked, there are still people who are happy to do so. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Mo didn't go out for the whole day, giving himself a very rare vacation. The online discussion about him intensified, and even though the officials were busy, blocking all kinds of video posts bashing Lin Mo and other punishments, they were still a bit too busy. The protagonist of this matter gradually became Lin Mo under the secret push of some people. Logically, this was the time when Lin Mo should have stepped in to clarify, but the fact that we didn't see anyone from the motherland for an entire day has shaken the hearts of many. Some rumors are starting to fly. The AEC is fine. The extranet is called a swarm of demons, especially in some unregulated and chaotic areas. All kinds of videos about the Xiaobing incident in the early hours of the morning are flying all over the place. Under the guidance of some well-intentioned people, what the AEC side was doing secret biochemical experiments, leading to the defection of experimental subjects and so on. Those people were still adamant that Lin Mo was the product of the AEC's biochemical experiments, and that last night's incident definitely had something to do with Lin Mo. What's more, some people directly said that it was actually Lin Mo and the AEC officials who clashed last night, and that all those airplanes and cannons were meant to capture Lin Mo. This claim was absurd. First of all, those human executives definitely didn't believe it. After all, they still knew how strong Lin Mo was. They don't believe it, but ordinary people do. Anyway, those videos taken are so blurry and you can't see the face. So what are you going to argue with if you say it's Lin Mo? So much has been happening lately. So much that it's numbing. First, a Superman like Lin Mo appeared out of nowhere. Then the Third World Alliance threw nuclear bombs at their own territory. And within a few hours, the AEC side suffered a terrorist attack. Good lord. So many people feel like they've lived for decades and it's not as exciting as this short week. The world is gradually becoming strange. That's what a lot of people think. The storm outside didn't affect Lin Mo in the least, who at this moment was cooking and eating hot pot with his 2 female friends. Under their own personal teaching, Li Suiying and Lu Ru's cultivation speed was fast. Today's 1 day's worth of time had been spent getting started, reaching the first level of qi refining, almost the equivalent of twice the physicality. That's a big enough deal for the average person. That whatsoever qi refining true technique 1.0 was originally a cultivation technique that he had casually pinched, and what he was cultivating wasn't any aura at all. The 10th level of qi refining, cultivated to completion, was almost the level of a normal person strengthened 50 times, about the same as one of his leg stretching, staring pills, and if ordinary people want to cultivate to perfection, Ha! Not to mention the problem of energy supply. 99% of them will not be able to cultivate to perfection in their lifetime. This is related to all aspects of an individual's physical condition, IQ, and perception. After all, not everyone is named 13. The two women friends have twice the physical fitness they used to have, and it's not they themselves who benefit the most. I don't think it is necessary to say who the biggest gainers are. The three of them gathered around the Mandarin duck pot, and Lin Mo stuffed his mouth with small fatty beef one bite at a time. He, the eater, was now getting more and more picky with his mouth, and the food on earth could hardly arouse his appetite anymore. It was only the occasional run into the deep sea to one of those deep sea animals that allowed Lin Mo to relieve his appetite a little. Lin Mo, are you really not going to intervene in the online matter? Now the beat about you is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ru gently bit her chopsticks, and there was some worry in her beautiful eyes. Being a journalist herself, she understood very well how damaging these things could be to a person, even if Lin Mo is a Superman. Ha! What's the rush? Aren't I going to hold a launch party the day after tomorrow? We'll talk about it then. Saying the word say again. Lin Mo's gaze was meaningful. Catching Lin Mo's eyes, Li Suying's chopsticks obviously paused for a moment. She could understand too well what Lin Mo meant by this look. I'm afraid I don't know how many people will be out of luck by then. But those words were only in her mind. Saying them was out of the question. Li Suying glanced at Lu Ru. This silly sweet good sister still didn't know what kind of person Lin Mo really was until now. If Lu Ru knew that Lin Mo was actually a murderous devil, she didn't know what her expression would be. Thinking of this, Li Suying let out a light laugh. Sister So Young, what are you laughing at? Lu Ru always felt that there was something strange about the way Li Suying looked at her. Nothing, remembering something happy, Li Suying said with a smile. Having gotten wet herself, it was only natural that she could pull others down. Anyway, he couldn't escape Lin Mo in this life. Neither could Lu Ru. Unless Lin Mo got tired of them. Dinner was soon over in a cordial atmosphere. After eating, Lin Mo went to the balcony alone. The wind was cool next to the evening, and from time to time fish churned in the shimmering sea. The surroundings were very quiet, and Lin Mo enjoyed the atmosphere. People are complex, not black and white. Lin Mo is also a complicated person. He sometimes enjoys chaos, fiddling with other people's destinies, and all that power brings. Sometimes he likes to be quiet again, and likes to look at the sea and stare at it. The gods of legend are all stripped of their 7 emotions and desires, cold and exalted. Lin Mo could naturally do it, but he hated that feeling. He loved women. He loved food. He loved violence. The original sin of man was infinitely magnified in him, and his 7 passions and desires were stronger and more desirable than those of a normal person. Weakness, really, is the original sin. Without realizing it, it's time for another self-integration. As before, after stacking with his other self, his power once again saw a doubling, 131,072 times. Feeling the power that had insanely increased again in his body, Lin Mo clenched his fist. The small fist-clenching motion alone caused the air in his hands to let out a mournful roar, creating an explosion of considerable power. Where should I go in the future? Lin Mo's smile tightened and he couldn't help but ponder. At this rate, by the time a month was full, his power would have doubled to over 1 billion times. What level can you achieve by fully enhancing a person 1 billion times? Can your own planet stand up to your own oohs and ahs then? Can one really still communicate with humans? Lin Mo didn't know that when it really came to the time when the Earth couldn't survive under Lin Mo's feet, then maybe he would leave here himself, to explore the universe and ooh and ah other civilizations? Chapter 39 Fighting to Lin Mo, justice will win. The world is getting more and more depressing these days. Many discerning people sensed a storm coming, especially those higher-ups who were familiar with Lin Mo's character. They were even more anxious. Lin Mo hadn't appeared for 2 whole days. Not a single phone call or anything. It was as if his entire being had disappeared, and no trace of him could be found. This is definitely not a good sign. The AEC has been busy these past 2 days, dealing with the disaster along the coast on the one hand, and cracking down on arresting anyone who speaks against Lin Mo on the other. But the online public opinion about Lin Mo not only did not reduce, but more and more fermentation, especially after the discovery of Lin Mo as a shrinking turtle. Some people more and more arrogant. They thought Lin Mo was afraid, and they thought their vociferousness had taken effect. Even quite a few big stupid chun began to hug offline into small groups, claiming to be righteous in trying to dig out Lin Mo's black information. Of course, it is not clear whether this justice was done out of sincerity or for another purpose. Take for example the small group located in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Linhai City at this time. There are 2 hours left before the launch. Gentlemen, it's time to reveal the ugly face of the Homelanders. After this time, we could be arrested. You and I could go to jail. The AEC is already in bed with the Homelanders. They are deceiving the public and hiding the truth. But can they keep it from the public? They have made a great deal of arrests of the righteous, of the heroes who dared to tell the truth. But are they done with them? The ULI General Mall case, the Bank of Asia International case, the Diamond City bloodbath, the Tokyo nuclear explosion case. Behind every incident are the human lives of bloodliner. We must stand up for ourselves. If we are silent today, who will be our voice in another day? A young man with glasses stood on the steps, holding a bloody photograph and shouting at the top of his voice. All 4 members of the underground clenched their fists. The true colors of the Homelanders must be revealed and he must be brought to justice. Yeah, never let scum like that get away with it. A few people were filled with righteous indignation and were filled with expressions of generosity to die. The leader looked at the several people with this look of satisfaction, but his expression remained serious. There are a lot of journalists coming to this launch. Famous radio stations and newspapers from all over the world are there. If we miss this opportunity, we will never be able to bring down the Motherlanders again. Remember, you guys, when the launch starts, you're going to march outside with your signs and make sure you make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, we'll find a way to break into the launch. We don't need to do much, just enough to draw attention to ourselves. With that said, the man with the glasses looked at his watch. There's only so much we can do. Okay everyone, as previously arranged, let's go. He clapped his hands and led the way outside. And when he reached the door he suddenly turned back and said, "Gentlemen, you are all true heroes." Half an hour before the launch, inside the beach house, Lin Emo slowly and methodically stuffed a donut into his mouth, then picked up the soy milk and took a sip. He was still wearing his big pants and was shirtless. The whole thing had a hangdog look about it. It's been 2 days since I've been out of the house. I wonder if my dear people have missed me, but I guess they're not ready to be my people. Muttering to himself, Lin Emo shrugged his shoulders and became an otaku for 2 whole days, honoring the joy of the celestial beings for the whole day. He realized how right it was to teach Lee Suiying and the others to cultivate, and since their physical fitness had been enhanced, the landlord was finally able to enjoy himself a little. It is said that there are no plowed fields, only exhausted oxen, but when it came to Lin Emo it was the other way around. It took almost 20 slow minutes to finish the unpretentious breakfast, and Lu Ru in the bedroom came out. She was obviously dressed up today, with a white dress and light makeup, and the whole thing looked very fresh and uncluttered. Add to that the camera hanging around his neck, and let's not even talk about it. It's eye candy. Well, Lu Ru smiled and turned around in front of Lin Mo. Nice and pretty. Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Lu Ru smiled cheekily and came over with a quirky smile. Great hero Lin. Is that private interview you were talking about still working? I was counting on you to help me get a promotion and a raise. This little ninny was a bit dishonest again and actually dared to take the initiative to provoke Lin Mo. Lin Mo was what he was, and naturally he wasn't spoiled. His eyes were full of aggression as he stared into Lu Ru's large watery eyes and smiled wickedly. It all depends on your performance. After a few seconds of staring at Lin Mo, Lu Ru was undoubtedly defeated. Quickly ducking aside, her little face reddened. She muttered a small nasty sound. Seeing this shy appearance, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, our guests should be almost there. Well, don't keep them waiting. Lin Mo stood up, narrowed his eyes, and an inexplicable smile curled the corners of his mouth. Lin Hai Olympic Sports Center, the largest building in Lin Hai City covering the largest area, was also the venue for the launch. As there were too many journalists coming this time, those who received invitations and those who didn't receive invitations all swarmed over globally, together with the admiring public and some people with ulterior motives. At this time outside the Olympic Sports Center, hard circle after circle everywhere is packed with people. The journalists who received the invitation strutted into the VLP channel with their heads held high under the envious eyes of onlookers. Reporters who didn't receive invitations also tried their best to squeeze inside, even if they couldn't get inside the arena, but it's always better to move forward a little bit. At 9:55 a.m., all reporters were in place. Inside the arena, not counting the general public, there were as many as a few hundred journalists who came alone. Not to mention people who know what they're doing. Even ordinary people feel a surge of surprise when they scan the logos on the chests of these journalists. What's CCBV? The U.S. Federal International Television, Europa News Channel congregation. All a little famous, that is not a bad. Not famous is more countless. It was 5 minutes before the launch and the main Homelanders hadn't arrived yet. These reporters couldn't help but start whispering. Hey, Jennifer, long time no see. In the front row, Jennifer Yen, the host of the American Federation National Television, was adjusting her filming equipment when a man's voice came from beside her. Oh, John, you're here too. Jen Fanny sniffed and looked over, and it turned out to be an old co-worker she had once worked with. But this old colleague of his own has long since jumped to the entertainment desk. Ha ha, how could I miss something so important? I've heard that the Homelanders have a lot of scandalous girlfriends. And you know, everyone's interested in that kind of thing. John chuckled. But Jennifer, do you ever get the feeling that the amount of security here is a bit excessive? He looked around at the security with real guns and the helicopters hovering in the sky. It's true that the launch was a bit unusual, but the spectacle was a bit over the top, wasn't it? What could happen with the Motherlanders here? Chapter 40. A slightly informative launch party. It's still true. Jennifer turned her head and looked around. The amount of security around her did seem a bit excessive. I guess it's just in case. There are too many people here this time. She didn't pay much attention to it even though she felt something was wrong. The main thing at the moment is to try to dig up some powerful news. Everything else is trivial. And just as the two were chatting, deafening cheers suddenly erupted from outside the arena. Then there was a loud sonic boom. And before the crowd could react, a figure suddenly appeared on the podium at the very front. Homelanders, Homelanders. With a shock in her heart, Jinfanny hurriedly turned on the device and replaced it with a professional smile. Hello everyone, this is the United States of America. Hello everyone, I'm the CCBV host. Each of these reporters was professional to the extreme, and after quickly finishing their opening remarks, they were full of excitement as they looked toward Lin Mo on the podium. And on the podium, Lin Mo gently placed the Nyen power-wrapped Lu Ru on the ground, then crashed his hands and looked down with a smile on his face. Good morning, everyone. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into the ears of everyone present. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, the scene cheered once again. It sounded like it was trying to poke through the sky. Those large and small reporters were even clicking non-stop, frantically capturing every moment of Lin Mo. And Lu Ru, who was piggybacked by Lin Mo, instantly became the object of attention. Some of the entertainment radio reporters were about to pass out with excitement. They had long heard that the Homelanders had scandalous dates. I didn't expect the other side to bring it straight from such a big launch. This was a bit uncomfortable for Lu Ru. After all, she used to interview others, and it was the first time she became a star herself. Fortunately, Lu Ru's mental quality was not bad. Although he was not used to it, he did not chicken out. After all, Lin Mo had also given him these precautions. This is much more sensational than when those celebrities announced their love affairs, isn't it? She looked at Lin Mo, who was full of vigor, with infatuation, and her heart couldn't be sweeter. The thunderous applause continued without the slightest sign of abatement. Lin Mo enjoyed himself for a while before he raised his hand and pressed down slightly. The scene then gradually quieted down. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming to my launch party. I really didn't expect so many people to come. Secondly, I'm a person who doesn't like trouble, so the process for this launch is simple. I'll pick 10 lucky people at random to answer his questions. You can ask any questions you want and I will answer them in detail. Lin Mo had his hands behind his back and was smiling, coupled with his handsome face. The whole person did not look like Superman, but rather like the big brother of the lead family. After his words fell, the scene instantly exploded. Everyone's eyes suddenly reddened, and one desperately reached forward for the microphone. 10 people. There are so many reporters here. How can just 10 people be enough to share? But these words they will surely say. Since people's rules are set, then only their own inward roll chant. Lin Mo smiled as he looked at these reporters whose microphones were dying to be stuffed into their mouths, reaching out and then pointing. Well, the first one is you. In the center of the scene, a small reporter who was about to pass out from being squeezed was obviously confused when he saw Lin Mo pointing his finger at him. He also asked uncertainly about me? Yes, you. After reconfirming, the reporter with Stars Hang Entertainment on his chest nearly fainted with excitement. The voice of his boss in the headset was even more excited to the point of almost roaring, repeatedly urging it to perform well and give him a promotion and pay raise when he returned. This little reporter still had a little something, quickly adjusted his breathing, and hurriedly asked under the attention of the crowd. That Mr. Motherlander, I would like to ask, many people on the internet say that you have several rumored girlfriends. Is this true? As expected of the entertainment media? So many ears perked up at this question. The private problems of the people of the motherland are of great interest to ordinary people. Of course there were many who cursed the stupidity of asking such a question for such a precious opportunity. Coming up with such a private question made all the netizens who watched the live stream online cry out. And all of them waited with eager anticipation for Lin Mo's answer. Even Lu Ru, who was on the side, looked at Lin Mo with anticipation. In fact, at the time when Lin Mo brought her home, when she saw that there was still Lee so young at home, she refused herself. But under the love brain, she hypnotized herself again and again. What with Lin Mo being a Superman, it's normal for such an excellent man to have other women and so on. Self-hypnotized, she was quick to accept this too. As long as Lin Mo had her in his heart, Lin Mo's smile remained unchanged, as if this kind of question was nothing to him, as he spoke lightly. Yes, the internet is right. I do have a few scandalous female friends. I for one like to make friends and will have many female friends in the future. It's normal to socialize, isn't it? After hearing Lin Mo admitted himself, the scene instantly exploded. I didn't expect the Homelanders to admit it so graciously, and that seems to have a deeper meaning. What do you mean you'll make more female friends in the future? Everyone smells the scent of breaking news. Many people have already made a mental note in their minds, to the extent that some have already started to make up press releases on the spot. But still, some people find it wrong. Why do people in the motherland have to say female friend instead of girlfriend? Lu Ru, who was at the side, was also stunned as she looked at Lin Mo with some consternation. There was a mind to ask Lin Mo what exactly he meant, but in the end, he held back. Okay, second question. You, just you. The crowd's alien eyes did not affect Lin Mo. It was the weak that needed lies to cover some of the things they did. He doesn't need to, and he doesn't care to lie. This time Lin Mo picked a pretty blonde female reporter. Jennifer watched as the finger kept turning and eventually pointed at herself, on the verge of trembling with excitement. Mr. Fatherlander, I would like to ask, what is your relationship with the AEC, and is it true that you are actually one of them? As some have said. When this question came out from Jin Fanny, whether others were shocked or not, I don't know, but the several old men in Xanadu were indeed shocked. Although they hadn't indicated it all along, they secretly did pull on Lin Mo's tiger skin to do a lot of things. Many ordinary people assumed that the people of the motherland are actually their people. It wasn't just them. Inside the White House, inside Buckingham Palace, all the top humans were glued to the live feed. Although they were more than 80% certain that Lin Mo had nothing to do with the AEC officials. But fear not. Fear not. They would only dare to do something if Lin Mo personally admitted it. Lin Mo, with a smile, had slightly upward meaningful look at the female reporter, slowly said, personally, and the AEC has nothing to do with, if it is necessary to pull a relationship. This is sort of my hometown where I grew up. Wow. Lin Mo had just said that, and the scene was suddenly filled with whispers. Online netizens are even more explosive. Some extreme netizens are direct personal attacks on Lin Mo directly. What traitor? Traitor and other pop-ups continue to float by. These reporters are all human savvy. Lin Mo's message is too big. Too big. Especially the words that have to be removed from a relationship. It's not ordinary. Without giving the crowd a chance to continue being shocked, Lin Mo pointed to the third lucky winner. It was a very calm and silent man with a media outlet on his chest that he had never heard of. Homelanders, I want to know if you had anything to do with the ULI General Mall case over a week ago. The man wore a death-defying expression and clutched a photograph in his hand. The photo shows the bloodied body of a man in a suit. It was his father, a poor man who had fallen from the 8th floor. Chapter 41, Calling a Deer a Horse. That day, Wang Hao, who was working overtime, suddenly received a call from his mother. His own father died, falling to his death from the 8th floor of a shopping mall. At that time, Wang Hao heard the news. The whole person was confused. He clearly remembered that his brain was blank. Too late to think about it, he rushed out of the office like a madman and returned home. His mother cried so much that at one point she was on the verge of fainting. The house had been filled with relatives and friends of their family. But the only thing I haven't seen is his dad's body. Your dad's body was taken away, said the coroner. Wanted to check something. At that time, the dizzy Wang Hao did not notice anything wrong. But when he went to ask for his father's body in person and wanted to send it back home for burial, he was told that the body had been cremated. At that moment, Wang Hao could not remember how angry he was. He approached the staff to argue his case, but all he got in return was, "This is an order from the higher-ups." That's probably the biggest sadness of his life. He ran around a lot trying to find a fare, but being a small man with no power, he was swept around like a piece of trash. But he wasn't willing. He always felt that the truth of the matter was being hidden. The official story to the public is that there was a murder with a gun at the time at the Hyatt Regency Mall. His own father and several others panicked and fell from the 8th floor. How could Wang Hao believe such ridiculous words? A middle-aged man in good health would panic and fall to his death from the 8th floor? Since then, Wang Hao quit his job. The matter was specifically investigated, but there has been no progress. Knowing that 2 days ago, a mysterious man found him and gave him a photo, a surveillance video. Fatherlander, what else do you have to say? These are the proof of your guilt for killing my father. You killed so many innocent people and it was only because of a verbal altercation with someone else. Wang Hao raised his arm high in the air so that everyone could see the picture in his hand. These reporters were shaken out of their heads by the suddenness, but they were still excitedly aiming their lenses at Wang Hao and frantically snapping pictures. Xanadu. A few old men who witnessed everything only felt a wave of coldness through their bodies. Quickly turn on the shield and cut off all live broadcasts. Control all those reporters. Don't let this get out. And find out for me who's behind this. They shouted hysterically and gave orders to those below them. No one knew better than them how terrifying Lin Mo really was, and they had been offering Lin Mo like an ancestor all this time for fear that Lin Mo would storm out of control. It would be an unprecedented disaster for them, for the whole world. But these people actually have the audacity to do such a thing. After the quick order, a few people calmed down a little bit, and they realized something was wrong. How did that one how blend in? Obviously all the people who could get in were all verified. A few old men looked at each other and all realized the problem. There is a mole, and the level is not small. As expected, they had given the order, but the live broadcast continued without the slightest sign of interruption. The security guards at the scene acted as if they hadn't heard their orders, and were just as full of shock as everyone else. It's over. One of the old men had closed his eyes, not taking control in the first place, and they no longer dared to imagine what would happen behind them. At the Olympic Sports Center, all the reporters were red with excitement. This is definitely the biggest news of the day, bar none. The people of the motherland, who have always been positively portrayed, have actually been exposed to such a big scandal, and in full view of the public, that it is now really impossible to hide it all. Yet the big news is clearly not over. Just as the crowd waited expectantly for Lin Mo to answer, another commotion came from outside the arena. A group of people holding up signs covered in bright red paint shouted, "Judge the Homelanders, blood for blood." The small reporters outside who couldn't get into the arena suddenly smelled the big news. One of the very resourceful reporters quickly stepped forward and pointed the camera at the man with the glasses in the lead. And in the hands of this spectacled man was a bloody picture. The Ualai Mall case, the Diamond City bloodbath, the Tokyo nuclear explosion case, the Xiaobing case. You've all been lied to by the fatherlander. Who's behind every single one of these things? Who did all of this? He held up a picture, and in these pictures there was more or less Lin Mo's figure. He is an executioner, a demon. Next to him, a young boy of 15 or 16 years of age in Mochizuki spoke and cried. My parents were visiting Tokyo with my sister at the time, and they never came back. It was the Homelanders who killed our family. One thing leads to another. The whole world has lost its voice with the successive outbursts. Those netizens on the internet who watched the live broadcast were even more stunned and speechless. Even the pop-ups that had filled the screen thinned out. Inside the arena, Wanhao stared straight at Lin Mo with eyes full of hatred. Those reporters' cameras were even shooting at Lin Mo from a 360-degree angle. They all wanted to know how Lin Mo should react in the face of this situation. Panic? Get angry? Will be furious? But they all guessed wrong. Lin Mo's expression hadn't changed in any way since the beginning, and the corners of his mouth were still in that faint smile. Just compared to the amiable one just now, there seemed to be more than a hint of mockery inside the smile now. He reached out a hand and pressed down slightly, bringing the riotous scene under control. Then he said lightly, "It seems that everyone is eager to know the truth of the matter. I can tell you, but before I do, allow me to show you something." The word said please, but Lin Mo's smile grew wilder. Everyone got curious. What was the motherlander going to show them? Is it hard to believe that it's rebuttal evidence? Just why are the smiles on the faces of people in the motherland so sick? Lin Mo said no more and smiled with his hands behind his back. In the next second, a person dressed in a senior officer's costume far away on the high platform was suddenly pulled and landed steadily in front of Lin Mo. The officer's face changed drastically, and then without hesitation, he wanted to bite the poison in his mouth, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't move in the slightest. People from the Third World Alliance, right? I didn't realize you guys were so powerful that you've infiltrated the top levels. Let me guess. You guys want to get back at me, or you want to drag the whole world with you? Lin Mo whispered in a voice that only the officer could hear. The officer's face changed in and out, and his pupils dilated uncontrollably. Looks like I guessed right. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Lin Mo smiled wryly and hauled the officer to himself. All you sheeple in the audience, I would like to ask you, is this creature before me a man or a horse? Chapter 42. Declaration of War. Lin Mo's voice fell clearly in everyone's ears as he smiled and asked, pointing at the officer who couldn't move at all. Now it was the turn of everyone present to be puzzled. What did this mean? It's clearly a human being. They're not blind. But is it really okay for you to just randomly ingest an officer? Well, I'm sure you've heard my question clearly. Next, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to move to my left if you think this creature is a human, and to my right if you think it's a horse. Of course, you can also choose to stand still. After saying that, Lin Mo slowly floated into the air and looked at everyone with a smile. Wow! When he said this, the scene exploded. What do you mean by that? Fatherlander, what are you doing? Motherlander? How can this be a horse when it's clearly a human? Fatherlander, don't digress you murderer, I want to know the truth. The crowd kept shouting towards Lin Mo, but there was not the slightest response. Time passes by. A minute later. Still no one on the scene had moved. even if some had felt uneasy. But in their inertia, they feel that the people of the motherland should not do anything out of the ordinary. After all, there are thousands of people here. By the second minute, the chaotic scene was already depressing to some. Some tried to leave the arena, but they were greeted by bullets from the eyeless security. It certainly added to the chaotic scene. Screams, cries, angry curses. That's when everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. The Homelanders weren't kidding. Some of the resourceful people began to run to Lin Mo's right-hand side, and some of them ran to the left side even though they were terrified in their hearts. But they didn't understand what the Homelanders meant. There is also a sizable portion of the population that stands still and tries to look over their shoulders. The chaos of the scene was broadcast live to every corner of the entire world, and hundreds of millions of internet viewers were outraged. They have been on the pop-up screen to rage against the people of the motherland. Some even have called the police station a class to let them arrest Lin Mo. About 4 or 5 meters above the podium, Lin Mo looked at the time. 10 seconds to go. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Lin Mo's voice was like a hypnotic magic sound, constantly challenging the nerves of everyone at the scene. 1 second. Time's up. The scene was instantly framed with the 3 words time's up. Those people who were still running in confusion were unable to move as if they had been cast in a stasis. Let's see. 1/5 chose the right side. 2/5 stood still and didn't move. And the remaining 1/5 thought it was a horse. It seems you all have your choices. Then it is up to me to reveal the answer. Dang guys, please and take a good look. What kind of creature is this? Lin Mo smiled as he fell from the air and walked over to the officer, reaching out and gently tapping on his shoulder. Next, amidst the shocked eyes of the thousands of people on the scene, and the horrified screams of hundreds of millions of netizens, the officer actually began to change drastically from head to toe. First, his limbs curved strangely, especially his hands kept getting longer. When it was equal to his legs, the whole thing did a 360-degree flip. Then his hands and feet began to turn into horse hooves, and his head gradually took on the appearance of a horse. A brown hair kept growing wildly from his body. Creepy. Scary. Something that pushes the boundaries of human perception is happening right in front of everyone's eyes. It didn't take long, less than half a minute back and forth, and the man who had just come alive turned into a brown blazing horse. On the outside it looked exactly like a horse, the only difference being that it was one size smaller than a normal horse, and there was the usual human fear in its eyes. The answer is announced. It's a brown pony. Congratulations to everyone on the right-hand side for answering correctly. As a reward for answering correctly, you are entitled to live. As for those who chose wrong, or took a chance, oh yes, I seem to have forgotten one thing. Let me answer your questions before that. But I think you all already have the answer in your minds, ha ha ha. Lin Mo laughed maniacally as his entire body took to the air once again. The overwhelming numinous power was unleashed without reservation. Then all those who chose wrongly or didn't move were wrapped up and the inhumane transformation continued to begin. This kind of thing wasn't difficult for Lin Mo. There are a lot of ways to use something like chanting. On a macro level, he was directly proportional to Lin Mo's muscular strength. And in the microscopic realm, he is directly proportional to Lin Mo's eyesight. One must know that the current Lin Mo was equivalent to a regular person strengthened by more than 520,000 times. What does it look like to enhance a person's vision over 500,000 times? A human microscope? On a smaller scale, Lin Mo was able to clearly see the fine structure of the cell's interior, even the movement of individual molecules or atoms. On a larger scale, he was also able to observe extremely fine details of distant celestial bodies without the aid of a telescope. The microscopic level is directly proportional to his vision, which allows his nimbus to currently reach the molecular level, and even the atomic level. It's too easy to turn one item into another. It didn't take long for a full 4/5 of the scene to be missing. There are little animals everywhere that bleat or so and so. After doing this, Lin Mo took a single hand. A reporter who survived was then captured. After having Little Stupid force this person's live stream to be broadcast all over the world, Lin Mo slowly said to the camera, "I've only been a superhero for less than a week. Obviously I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you guys pushing me? But it doesn't matter. I changed my mind. Now it seems that the world needs a ruler. A strong ruler. And who would that be? Oh, don't worry. You won't be allowed to vote. Because there's only one way that person could be. That's me, Lin Mo. The only god in this world. I'll give you an hour to get ready. Confederate States of America, Europa, Third World Alliance. During this 1 hour period, you can launch any attack against me, nuclear or hydrogen, or even all the weapons you have hidden. At this moment, I officially declare, I, Lin Mo, declare war on the world. Come on, sheepies, you better make me feel good about myself, ah ha ha ha. I'm going to take down TM whole world, all by myself." After saying that, Lin Mo instantly rushed up into the sky, Almost instantly, we arrived in Washington, D.C., the capital of the Confederate States of America. Let's start with this American Federation, which claims to be the strongest in the world. At this moment, Lin Mo completely released all of his own limitations. Invisible thoughts shot straight up into the sky, pulling a cloud to converge until it became a dark cloud. Under the lightning and thunder, Lin Mo was naked, and his entire body was like a god or a devil. Chapter 43, Not at all breathtaking. Olympic Sports Center. With Lin Mo's departure, this place is even more chaotic. On the podium, Lu Ru sat alone and paralyzed, her eyes lifeless. She stared blankly at the chaotic scene in front of her, her heart complicated to the core. Why? He wanted to ask Lin Mo why he lied to himself. Why is it that obviously a superhero in everyone's mind turns out to be that way? She wanted Rimmer to tell her it was all a lie, but the look in Lin Mo's eyes before he left was so crazy and cold. Thinking about this, Ryuju smiled to herself. At the bottom, the lucky ones who were lucky enough to survive were stunned, but right away there were those who targeted Lu Ru on the podium again. Kill her. She's the devil's accomplice. I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and then people rushed towards the podium in righteous anger. But this time, without hesitation, the mumbo-jumbo security men raised their guns and began shooting indiscriminately at the thugs. After a few minutes, all was quiet. A helicopter came hovering lazily in the sky. From above jumped a woman in a wide trench coat and sunglasses. Let's go. It's not safe here. Li Suiying held out her hand towards Lu Ru, the bloody air here making her slightly uncomfortable. Lu Ru raised her head at the words, her eyes red, and didn't reply. The whole thing was stubborn and confused. I know how you feel in your heart, and the truth is you are far more fortunate than I am. But it's pointless, you and I can't resist him. Think about it for the sake of your family behind you. For the sake of your friends. Li Suiying gently pulled her hair and said faintly, United States of America. Over Washington. The sharp and rapid air raid sirens resounded throughout the city, and the crowd on the ground, like ants, fled aimlessly in all directions. Smashing and burning, Lin Mo merely appeared over the city, and before he could do anything the place was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Inside the White House, Dembe made an urgent run toward the ready helicopter, escorted by the Secret Service. This still competent president is now full of panic and woe. Lin Mo, she still won't accept the call. Asterisk. Why did that madman choose us for his first stop? We never offended him. Denby's angry curses echoed through the corridor, and he just couldn't figure out why things were going the way they were. He felt a rush of weakness in his legs at the thought that he would soon become a sinner like never before in the history of the United States of America. No, I can't go. I'm going to talk to him. He's still a human being. There's no way he doesn't have a chance to make peace. All the way to the front of the plane, Denby suddenly stopped. He was afraid of dying, but he was even more afraid of being left behind. Mr. President, please board the plane as soon as possible. This country needs you. The fatherlander has gone mad. We've tried everything to get in touch with him. You can't stay here. The director of the Secret Service who protects his safety is full of anxiety. Damn, you do not go. What do I do? Stay here and die? But what about Washington? What about this country? A feeling of powerlessness rose in Denbei's heart as he looked far into the sky at the figure bathed in thunder and lightning. Why should such a madman have such great power? This is nothing short of a holocaust for human civilization. Hey, Mr. President, can't you tell? We have no choice now but to go to war. The Homelanders have had no intention of communicating with us since the beginning. He compares himself to a god. Mr. President, may I ask if a god cares about the feelings of mortals? The Minister of Defense chimed in, saying he looked down at his wristwatch. 50 minutes to go. We're running out of time. Mr. President, please order war, even if we die. We'll make that madman lose a layer of skin. For the glory of the United States of America. Listening to the people around him, Denby's face was tangled to the core. But he finally gritted his teeth and gave the order to go to war. The other party was writing on his face and not giving them a chance to negotiate. He couldn't think of any other way but to go to war. With that said, he didn't hesitate any longer and quickly boarded the prepared airplane. And with his command, the nearby military bases flew in response. Various warplanes roared into the air, and armored units on the ground came in from all around. High in the air, everything that happened inside the White House naturally could not escape Lin Mo's ears. Hearing the decision they finally made, Lin Mo laughed and smiled happily. It would be unusual if the other side chose to do nothing and wait for the knife to cut through, and that would be very unenjoyable. I'm sorry, but when one doesn't enjoy oneself, there are serious consequences. Under the intertwining thunder and lightning, Lin Mo wrapped his hands around his chest. His height is nearly 1 meter 9. And his muscles have an indescribably smooth beauty. Refer to King of Fighters Orochi for his exact stature. Not long and not short hair flying recklessly. thunder and lightning on his body like a living tattoo. This forced, really like the gods in the sky. Soon, a company of 5 fighters were the first to come roaring in with sonic booms. These fighters were not the old-fashioned ones he used to fight in Diamond City. They were all the most advanced models in the world. The speed was even around Mach 5. And when they were still a few hundred meters away from Lin Mo, these fighters didn't hesitate to launch their mounted missiles. Whoosh! These special air-to-air missiles carried a sharp sound and arrived in front of Lin Mo almost instantly. However, Lin Mo didn't react much and allowed it to explode on his body. Boom boom boom. The lurid fire mass instantly engulfed Lin Mo. The smoke and dust kicked up made it difficult to see exactly what was going on. Den Bei, who was on his way to escape, did not look happy to see this scene, but instead, his face became more gloomy. He knew they couldn't do any harm to Lin Mo. As expected, a few moments later, as the smoke dispersed, Lin Mo remained as he was, without the slightest change. Drop the gun. Not only did it not cause any harm, but our great and good man of the forest made a most sincere comment. In fact, saying that it was a drop cannon was a bit of an elevation of these few missiles. It was just that Lin Mo couldn't think of a cannonball that was less powerful than a drop cannon for a moment. Although the pilots of several fighters had been prepared in their hearts still palpitated when they saw this scene. There was no hesitation, and after a detour they pressed the launch button again. This time, several fighters fired all the missiles they had mounted. Each of these fighters could mount up to 16 missiles, and the 5 fighters together had almost 80 missiles all fired in one breath. It's also a saturation hit, big or small. However, this time Lin Mo didn't take the beating while standing and gently extended his hand a little. The whizzing missiles were instantly dumbfounded, then disintegrated into parts in full view of the public. Don't fool me with these toys. Show me something real or I don't mind if there's one less power in this world. Lin Mo felt humiliated. What was the difference between this and taking a drop cannon to scare an adult? Chapter 44. Hearing Lin Mo's obviously serious words, Deng Bai, who had already flown a long way away, almost flared up in anger. What do you mean? Fooling him with a toy? This is the world's most advanced fighter jet. How's the evacuation of the Washington population going? Denby forced himself to hold back his anger and asked the staffer on the sidelines. They've been in charge of the United States of America for quite a few years at least, so how can they not have any tough guys? It was only that Lin Mo was over their capital, which made them afraid to use it. Mr. President, the Homelanders have not struck out at the general population, and the evacuation has gone very well so far. It's up to about 30%. Okay, evacuate as soon as possible. Are the cobalt bombs, triphasic bombs, neutron bombs, heavy laser strategic weapon systems all set up? Our President Dembe is clearly getting real. Each one of these weapons is something that is not many times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Things like cobalt bombs, which explode and even produce gamma-ray bursts, and laser weapons, which they've researched quite a bit and are currently capable of doing at least 50,000 joules per square centimeter. It goes without saying that several others are all big guys capable of destroying human civilization. Mr. President, the launch sequence is being confirmed and is estimated to take at least 10 more minutes. Yes, the Fatherlander said he'd give us an hour to prepare, and that's something he shouldn't go back on. As Dembe looked out, was he perhaps the first president in history to launch so many weapons of mass destruction on his own soil? Only he looked away and suddenly realized something was wrong. What's that? Dembe suddenly pointed his finger at a small point of light in the sky and said, "Not good, Mr. President. Satellites have just detected massive nuclear launches across the globe." At that moment, a technician fiddling with a computer in the back of the room exclaimed, "Nearly 50 nuclear bombs were launched in a row in Africa, Australia, Sakurajima, and even the Pacific Ocean. Based on the flight trajectory, it is speculated that the target is worldwide. The dead hand system on the Europa side has been forced to activate. Nukes have been launched over there as well. It's over. It's over. It's nuclear war. Someone is taking advantage of the situation to start a nuclear war." Then the technician looked at the densely packed missiles rising into the air, and the whole thing broke out in a cold sweat. This is someone trying to drag the whole world with them, and based on the very first nuke launch site, there's only one possibility for this person. Third World Alliance. It's too late. Our counterattack system has also been automated. Denbei's eyes were dull. His own side's counterattack system had automatically countered as the missiles from the other forces came in. He saw those weapons that were just in the process of being prepared being fired. But the target was not Lin Mo. Rather, the world. These little rats are really disgusting. Lin Mo was furious. He was really angry this time. It's amazing how hard your own stage show is being stolen by someone else. And to actually try to destroy your world right under your nose? This was completely treating Lin Mo like air. Lin Mo was angry. He was going to make those little mice eat their fill this next time. Don't you love to launch missiles? Good. Then let them eat all the missiles in the world. The chant spread out, wrapping all the missiles that had attacked the place. Lin Mo's figure instantly disappeared. He could now reach speeds of almost 7,000,000 meters per second. More than 20,000 times the speed of sound. It's only 4 or 5 seconds to circle the equator. Lin Mo was like a flash. 1 second he was in Washington. The next he was in New York. Hauling the missiles attacking this side again. He disappeared once more. Just like that, after spending less than 5 minutes strolling around the planet, Lin Mo's back was densely packed with missiles of various types, and his figure disappeared again, coming over Australia in a flash. Without the slightest bit of nonsense. A single-handed shot. A secret base located in the desert began to shake violently. The endless sand turned into a tornado, and all of that sand mountain was instantly uprooted, exposing a piece of the outer wall made of an unknown alloy. Slightly exerting force once again, the nimbus seemed like a large invisible hand, and hard pinched that alloy gate out of shape. Zira. Within a few seconds, this gate was torn down hard by Lin Mo. Nianli fishtailed into the room and caught all the people inside like chickens. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he looked towards a man who was slightly younger compared to the others. And what is old Baka to you? Hauling the man to his body, Lin Mo asked quietly. Let me go, you maniac. The man kept struggling, and his mouth broke with the output. You don't have to tell me. I know that you guys smell like the same. You know what? At that time, that old Baka died just like you. He said that I was just a madman, and that sooner or later human civilization would be destroyed in my hands. Ha, but it seems he was wrong. I'm not going to ruin my beautiful world. On the contrary, it's you little Baka who wants to drag the whole world along with you. See those things behind me? What you humans think you can destroy everything. It's no different than a firecracker in my opinion. I was going to ask you to taste what these things taste like, but I've changed my mind now. Lin Mo smiled as he disintegrated all the missiles hanging from his back. Since the world is already theirs by default, then surely you need some cows and horses to build your beautiful home. And where do the cows and horses come from? Lin Mo already had a candidate in mind. Those who troll him online. Those who bash him offline. All the ones that are upset with him. And all these little mice. Aren't they the best bulls and horses to move civilization forward? Know the SCP Foundation? There's a type of person in there called a derated person. Lin Mo asked with a smile. This little Baka was full of bewilderment when he heard the words. What is this thing? How come he has never heard of it before? Oh, forgot this world doesn't have that. But never mind. You'll know what it means soon enough. Until then, let me take back my world. After leaving these people where they were and letting Lil Stupid keep an eye on them, Lin Mo once again came to Washington. But at this time, Lin Mo didn't have the heart to play with these little sheep. It's so weak. So weak. The whole world piece on piece wasn't enough for him to warm up. In that case, might as well end this pointless game early and start his journey into the civilization building stream. The White House. The president and a host of executives have long since run off without a trace. Only some cannon fodder was left waiting. When Lin Mo arrived, the cannon fodder raised their guns. Even if they know it's not going to help at all, at least there's a psychological comfort, isn't there? Lin Mo scanned the circle and looked at a random cannon fodder. What's your name? Me? The heavily armed soldier pointed to himself. Do rank. Very well. From now on you will be the President of the United States of America. Now look into the camera and declare submission to me. Ha! Chapter 45. The Empire of the Ink. Ha! Me? Durang's entire body was confused, his pupils dilating under his mask. He recognized every word in that sentence, but he didn't know why it was so niche and incongruous to connect the dots. But the people of the motherland were standing right in front of his eyes, and if anyone else had said that, he would have scoffed at it as a joke. But this is coming from the motherland. Can't you see the president? Oh no! The ex-president running away? After freezing for less than 2 seconds, Durang took off his helmet visor as soon as he could and fell on his knees in front of Lin Mo. I, Durang, would pledge my life to serve your highness. MD, he is a cannon fodder left here to die. Who cares if he is dreaming or not? Take a stand first. What if the opportunity is snatched by someone else? Even if he was dreaming, he would be president for a while before waking up. At this moment, what kind of family sentiment? What kind of backbone? All die aside. Good. Very good. Lin Mo sized up this new big-headed soldier president and laughed wantonly. The face is classic European and American looking with a strong body, and a little bit of naivety. After a slight survey, Lin Mo's finger pointed a few more times casually. You, Vice President. You, Minister of Defense. You, Minister of Economy. You. A dozen ministers were appointed in a row, and at the drop of a hat was a dream that was often unattainable. Lin Mo didn't care if they had that ability. So what if you don't have the ability? Lin Mo didn't need them to have the ability to build a good country. Building and developing a civilization was just a side project. As for their main business, there is only one. That's enough to learn how to please Lin Mo happy and satisfied. The cannon fodder that stayed here were more or less assigned official positions of varying sizes by Lin Mo. Without the slightest surprise, this group of big-headed soldiers chose to turn against the water without hesitation. The new president, Duran K, was even quicker to get into the act, reciting the Bible towards the camera with a solemn face. It's just that the God in the Bible he naturally changed to Rimmer. May your highness bless the United States of America. After taking the oath, he continued, and now, in the name of the President of the United States of America, I proclaim the arrest of former President Dembe Rumpt and all former ministers. Former President Dembe Rumpt commits treason, crimes against humanity, war crimes. To say that this Duran K looks naive, I did not expect that he is still a dark man. In one breath, he pressed all the charges he could think of. The viewers who witnessed this live broadcast were silent. They don't even dare to make any statements on the internet. Lin Mo's power had been witnessed by the world, and they all knew that this monster was capable of anything. After the ridiculous speech, Durank instantly changes to his dog-licking face. Your Highness, the speech is over. What should I do next? Don't look like he was just spirited, but he was actually a bunch of weak inside. Everything he did was dependent on Lin Mo. Not bad, ha ha ha. Doesn't seem like the president is that hard. Lin Mo landed beside Duran K, smiled and patted his shoulder. Now, I'll give you your first task. Within 3 days, arrest everyone who has trolled me online. Careful? Maybe so. Lin Mo was never good at disguising himself. Whoever made him unhappy, then he made the other person unhappy as well. It's cheesy, but at least the thoughts are through. Hearing Lin Mo's order, Durank instantly went limp in his legs. His insides roared madly. All the ones that had cursed Lin Mo. How many people would that be? Millions? 10 million? Not to mention the other things. But where to put these people when they are caught? But inwardly, he was growling. And naturally, his face couldn't show it. Durank still nodded very firmly that it would be done. Do a good job. I'll watch you. As if an unscrupulous boss was squeezing his employees, Lin Mo disappeared instantly after verbally encouraging them. He was going to wheel the entire world around within the day and make everyone all submit to his feet. Seconds later, London, the capital of the Holy Spirit Europa League. Lin Mo's figure appeared very abruptly above Buckingham Palace. And not many seconds after Lin Mo's figure appeared, an alarm went off here. Then the aged queen in Buckingham Palace rushed out with a host of ministers. However, what was unexpected and unreasonable was that the queen with a group of ministers immediately bowed down without saying a word when they saw Lin Mo. Great Highness Lin Mo, we of the Holy Europa Alliance are willing to submit to you. The aged queen's voice trembled a little. I don't know if it was because of fear or her age. It's very much from the heart and very reasonable. But Lin Mo didn't have the slightest sense of accomplishment. You know what to do. After putting down a sentence, Lin Mo's figure flickered once again. This time he arrived at the AEC. A day later, the entire world submitted to Lin Mo's feet without the slightest ripple and without any surprise. After conquering the entire world, Lin Mo consolidated all the forces in a thunderous manner. A whole new existence was established. A real giant. The Empire of Ink. The Empire of Ink, under which there are 4 major regions. American Zone, European Zone, Asian Zone, Oceanic Zone. That is, the previous 4 major forces. This Lin Mo did not reclassify. The capital, on the other hand, is set in Linhai City. There was no special reason. Simply because Lin Mo had lived here long enough. Linhai City, inside the seaside villa. Since the capital's ruling building had yet to be constructed, the first Imperial meeting was reluctantly chosen to be held in Lin Mo's grand villa. Fortunately, there weren't many people, and there were only 7 people attending the meeting plus Lin Mo. Representatives from the 4 districts, as well as Wong Wai Kit and 13. Your Highness, what you requested is going quite well so far. It's just that the number of people is just too many, and we no longer have a place to hold those prisoners. The representative of the European region is obviously still a bit uncomfortable with the title of Your Highness, which sounds a bit awkward anyhow. It's modern times now. Can these 2 words not be out of place? Imprisoned? Why are you incarcerated? Lin Mo, who was reclining on the sofa watching TV, said without looking back. This sentence directly to the crowd hole will not be. Not your old man led arrested? What should we do if we are not imprisoned after arrest? As if he heard what was in the hearts of the crowd, Lin Mo turned his head slightly and looked at Huang Weijie. Little Yellow, from now on you are the Reichsführer. Tell them what to do. With that said, Lin Mo returned his attention to the TV. To be honest, after drying out the world in a brainstorm, Lin Mo felt a bit bored, especially now. He felt like he was playing house with a bunch of kids. He really didn't have much interest in these things. As for naming Huang Weijie as the Reichsfuhrer, what was he as himself? Kidding aside, of course he was the god of the Ink Empire. Huang Weijie smiled and obviously his body trembled a bit, although this matter Lin Mo had mentioned a mouthful to him earlier. But on this occasion Lin Mo could personally say it, he still couldn't help but get excited. Yes, Your Highness. Not one to shy away from a fight, he stepped forward and brought out what he had prepared long ago. One white bracelet and one ink-colored bracelet. What is this thing? The big-headed soldier president of the U.S. district subconsciously asked. Chapter 46. Why Dogs Obey. Huang Weijie didn't answer immediately, but instead smiled mysteriously. Before I introduce these two items to my colleagues, I would like to ask you a question. That's what a dog should do if he doesn't listen. What if it doesn't obey? Durang sniffed and thought for a moment. Uncertain. Beat it until it obeys? Throw it away? A big-headed soldier's mind is just different. Full of violence. A few others didn't answer immediately, but instead pondered seriously. They wanted to leave a good impression in front of Lin Mo. In front of Huang Weijie. After all, in the future they would all be superior and subordinate. A few moments later, the head of the subdistrict said in surprise, as if he had thought of something, putting a collar on a dog. That's right. The best thing to do with dogs that bite but can't be thrown away is to put a collar on them. Huang Weijie's tiny eyes narrowed. These two types of bracelets. The white ones are for D-class personnel. The ink-colored ones represent Imperial citizens. Both types of bracelets are wired with intelligent systems within them. It can effectively monitor every citizen, including but not limited to stopping crimes in advance, performing some first aid in case of emergencies, etc. On top of that, the bracelet is the equivalent of an ID card for our empire. Oh, by the way, you all probably don't know what a D-rated person means. Simply put, Class D personnel are the equivalent of criminals who have been stripped of their civic ownership rights, and they live for one reason: sacrifice for the advancement of civilization. And the personnel that His Highness has asked you to capture are all branded as Class D personnel. Huang Weijie's words were very plain, but the plain words caused the others to be creeped out for a while. It's more than vicious. This is literally turning the entire human civilization into a captive zoo. As Huang Weijie's voice fell, the crowd coincidentally turned their gazes to Lin Mo, who was lounging on the sofa. This kind of vicious approach would never have been thought up by Huang Weijie. Then there's only one possibility. It's my intention. You just have to carry it out. In the future, the legal sentences and other work will be carried out by Little Stupid, and you don't have to be in charge of it. By the way, since you're all working for me now, there's something I need to tell you in advance. The former world has passed, and now there are only 3 classes among my empire. The first is me, the second is my friends, and the third is you. I don't care how and what you were doing before. From now on remember the above sentence. One more thing. The reclining Lin Mo suddenly sat up and said solemnly, in the future, the working hours of the citizens of the empire shall not exceed 5 hours, and the minimum wage standard will be set accordingly by Little Stupid. All of this will be written into the text of the new law. In the past, when Lin Mo was still a bitter social animal, he hated 996 to the bone, and now he is at least the lord of the empire. Of course, he has to change this vice. As for who will feed the citizens and who will produce, of course it's the hundreds of millions of D-listers. Lin Mo was all about making a clear difference between Imperial citizens and D-class people, making them pay for their initial lip service. Hey, I, Lin Mo, am really a great benefactor for the people. That's all. You see to the organization of the specific statutes. Lin Mo said and waved his hand. The meaning was more than obvious. The crowd also understood and bowed slightly before exiting the villa. Only 13 stayed behind. Your Highness, call me boss. Boss, have you picked a candidate for the Star World Army yet? The so-called Star Realm Army was an army that Lin Mo came up with out of the blue yesterday. He originally wanted to publicize the true technique of chi refining that he had created, but after thinking about it later, that thing required a large amount of resources to cultivate, and the Earth simply couldn't provide for it. It would be better to dedicate a special army to feed a special army and let these people cultivate first. We'll talk about popularization later when we enter the interstellar society and the material goods are liberated. Reporting to the boss, the candidates for the Star Realm Army have been roughly finalized. The enrollment is expected to be 5,000 men and 5,000 women. 13's face was full of seriousness. Only there was obviously some caution in this serious expression. 50-50 between men and women? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. What are the criteria for selection of female astral soldiers? Report. White skin and long legs. 13 had eyed it. 13 you've learned the hard way, but I like it ha 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 ha. The world changed overnight. This was no joke. With Lin Mo's violent suppression of the world, the entire world was in a depressing atmosphere. Everywhere, there are unwilling uprisings that seek to overthrow this newly established empire of ink. And for ordinary people, it's a life of trepidation. You know, people are very hostile these days, and the internet is definitely the best place to vent. At least 1/3 of the 10 people who were online at the time had oral sex with Lin Mo. This leads to batch after batch of people being forcibly taken and mercilessly put on a white bracelet. 3 days later, in the American district, in the middle of a New York tavern, the inside of the usually bustling tavern was extraordinarily cold today. A few scattered patrons also sipped their drinks in silence, not saying a word. In the news, the Statue of Liberty, which represents freedom, was mercilessly toppled. Countless Diranks worked overtime and began to build a statue that would reach the heavens for Lin Mo. And in the midst of this silence, a group of men in special uniforms burst in. The stern eyes of the one leading the group swept around the few people drinking in the tavern and saw that all of them were wearing the ink-colored bracelets that represented the citizenship of the empire. And only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. "Hey guys, don't be sad all day. I have good news for you today." The lead man clapped his hands, but no one seemed to give a. Without embarrassment, he asked for a glass of wine for himself and spoke. "The latest Imperial legal texts have come down, which provide for the latest reforms to the work system. In the future, each of you will be able to enjoy a life you didn't dare to think of before. And the Star World Army will start expanding from next year, when each of you will have the chance to become supermen. People are selfish, and upon hearing something tangible about their own interests, the eyes of the few alcoholics present lit up. Oh, Leo, are you telling the truth? Do we really have a chance to join the Star Realm Army?" A bearded man walked over with a glass of wine and a smile. "Of course, my friend. It's no secret, and I'm just one step ahead of the news. As I said, everything is getting better, isn't it? We have a better quality of life and a chance to become superhuman. All because of His Great Highness. Why get upset over the deviants who denigrate His Highness? P.S. The protagonist is destined to take the infinite stream later on. One is that the strength is expanding too fast, and the main world can't bring the protagonist any fun at all. Secondly, for some special reasons, the main world can't be written more. But don't worry, the main world will be used as a place similar to a landing point. Will not run out of abandonment." Chapter 47. Everyday Life in the Empire. Just ask, would you be scared if your neighbor was branded as a deranked person for denigrating His Highness Lin Mo, and was taken away while you watched? Again, how would you feel if your neighbor was taken away, but down the road you suddenly found your daily standard of living getting higher at a rate visible to the naked eye and a gradual move towards equality among people? The 5th day of the founding of the Ink Empire. Wen Shilu is a small employee in a second-tier city in the northern state of AZ. He's lucky or doesn't like to get involved in messy things. He did not take part in the vociferous denunciation of limo that was raging at the time. In his words, he works overtime until he dies suddenly every day, and with a salary of $3,000. Why worry about those things? Then Lu Wenqi dodged a bullet and escaped the campaign called the Great Purge. On the day of the purge, he witnessed several of his boss's colleagues, as well as a neighbor, being violently taken away by a group of heavily armed men. At that moment, he was terrified. He even hid in his small rental house for a time, afraid to go out. But that night there was still a knock on the door of the rental house. Lu Wenqi, who had thought it was hard to escape, was preparing to be very torn, thinking about whether he should resist or honestly follow. As it turned out, surprisingly, the visitor wasn't there to arrest him. They gave Lu Wenqi an ink-colored bracelet. Great-looking bracelet covered in beautiful floral patterns. Not cheap at first glance. This is the Imperial citizenship card. All your personal information is stored in it. Remember not to take it off at any time. At the same time you can think of it as a personal smart computer. He has all the features that a cell phone computer has, and it has what it doesn't have. In addition to this there is also a series of functions such as meditation and tranquility, accidental first aid, crime until, and so on. Well, I won't go into the specifics. You're also an adult figuring it out for yourself. Remember, never take it off without authorization. It is a very serious crime to do so without authorization. Except in some unavoidable circumstances. Under the guidance of that instructor, Lu Wenqi hazily put the bracelet on. Then a very nice voice rang in his ears. Imperial citizen Lu Wenqi. Number XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX new gadgets that look smart at first glance. He certainly couldn't afford stuff like this on a regular basis. Thank you. Lu Wenqi hurriedly thanked under the excitement. The past society's poisonous beatings made him put his attitude very low. You're welcome. All for the great His Highness Lin Mo. The instructor made a strange gesture. His face wild. Lu Wenqi also followed the cat's example and returned the salute. Not to mention, he seemed to have a little different feeling in his mind. After learning that he would not be arrested, a large stone fell from his heart. The next day, he went to work as usual. There are significantly fewer pedestrians on the road and the streets are no longer crowded. He watched the passers-by carefully and realized that each had a different expression, partly with a smile on their face, even with longing in their eyes. Part of it was a little bewildered, and some of it had hate in its eyes. Walked into the office. As usual, clock in and start your day at work. But just as his butt was still warm, the supervisor came in and announced something big that almost made him giggle. Good morning, colleagues. Now by order of my Imperial superiors I will make 2 announcements. 4-1. The head of the FAR company, XX, has been arrested on suspicion of crimes against the Empire, crimes against the Emperor, and our company has been taken into public Imperial ownership. Second, starting today, our company will implement a 5-hour work system, with working hours adjusted to 9:30 a.m., a lunch break at 12 p.m., and 2:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. For the health of your hearts and minds, the weekend is extended to 3 days, 4 days on, 3 days off, and if there are holidays during the period, the normal vacation. The salary will be paid as usual, and the minimum wage has been adjusted, and according to Imperial law, the minimum monthly wage is now 6,000. Thank you, Your Great Highness Lin Mo. The supervisor looked a little familiar, with a frenzied expression that mirrored that of the instructor last night. Lu Wenqi was shocked by these 2 pieces of news. He even wondered for a moment if he was dreaming. Pinched himself, the pain letting him know it was real. Dazed and confused, day's work immediately ended. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Wenqi walked out of the office on time. The bright sun made him very uncomfortable. It was the first time he'd ever gotten off work so early that he kind of didn't know what to do. Sparingly, he headed for his little rental house, and as he passed a street he saw another person being taken. But this time he wasn't afraid. Instead he was curious to stop and watch. Boss, these people were arrested for defaming His Highness again, weren't they? He asked curiously towards the older man who was also watching, the word Your Highness becoming more and more fluent the more he said it. Gee, the young man just got off work. They're not, because they're discrediting His Highness. That fatter 1C, former big official of the XX department, used to be corrupt, raised a bunch of people under his hand. No one dares to touch him, but it's not the same now. His Highness is going to do a thorough liquidation of these assholes, and none of them will escape. It's true that everyone is equal now, lad. The oldest man fanned himself and spoke eloquently. Everyone is equal? Lu Wenqi asked with some confusion. Boss, I also read the law today when I had nothing to do, and I remembered that it clearly states that there are 3 privileged classes. Boy, you don't get it, do you? How many of those 3 are there in all? Can you touch His Highness Lin Mo on a regular basis? Do you see any of His Highness's friends on a regular basis? Do you see the heads of the districts? How many of them do they add up to? 100? Isn't it heavenly that all men are equal except them? In the past, those with a little power dared to squeeze and bully you. Look who dares now. Back to the rental house. Lu Wenqi sat on a chair, smoking one after another. As he smoked, he laughed out loud. Tears of laughter. Thinking back to the way his boss was kind to him today. Thinking back to the people he saw along the way who smiled and nodded at him even if they were willing or unwilling to do so. For the first time in many years, he felt like a human being. For the first time he felt dignified. He was in no need to please anyone. No need to pander to anyone. Your Highness Lin Mo. Lu Wenqi decided that he must go to Linhai City to attend the empire founding ceremony 5 days later. He must meet the Lin Mo emperor who gave him dignity with his own eyes. Take your leave and leave now. Lu Wenqi dabbed his head and stood up. Smarty, help me ask the company for a vacation. Well, just for a week. Also, help me inquire about airfare to Linhai City in the next 2 days. Train tickets are fine if you don't have any. Chapter 48. My beloved His Highness Lin Mo's mouth and teeth. There were people who grew to believe in Lin Mo fanatically. And naturally, there were people who had deep hatred in their hearts, like those whose sons were taken for oral sex, whose family members were taken for oral sex, or friends, or whatever. Those people all had a deep hatred for Lin Mo, but they are destined to live this life only hiding their hatred in their hearts. The bracelets on their wrists monitored them at all times, and if they dared to utter a word of great disrespect, it wouldn't be long before someone came to their door. It's a monstrous world, a fragile toy of a god. The people who live on it are fortunate and unfortunate. As for our Emperor Lin Mo, who is loved and hated, he is currently over a deserted island. Mouth and teeth and mouth and teeth. I officially declare that the first real-life chicken eating contest has officially begun. On the deserted island, 100 captured D ranks were dropped everywhere. The island, which is recreated 1-to-1 from the PUBG island map, is littered with deadly weapons. And these D-listers have one goal in mind. Take up arms and kill everyone else. The participants here are as complex as they come. ranging from the former president of the United States Commonwealth, Denby, to the little baka who was trying to drag the world to the grave with him, to ordinary people, try to survive. The ultimate champion, I will grant him a special reward. Evil voices rang in the ears of each and every one of these people, and some of these D-ranks were confused, some were horrified, and some had hard eyes. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was reclining high in the air with a snack in his hand. He looked down with abandon, enjoying the idea that had just occurred to him. Earth was getting more and more boring, which made Lin Mo, who had always loved to have fun, feel incredibly tormented. All of his numbers have now doubled to more than 16 million times what they were initially. The earth under his feet was about to be as fragile as a piece of paper in his eyes. The human on top of it. Not to mention the fact that his blow of immortal breath was a 10th grade tornado. In the course of the last few days, he has organized several contests. What with all the real-life CS, real-life kickboxing fighting matches, and 10,000 person Ironman pentathlons. But these could bring him less and less pleasure. As for women, let's not even talk about them. Even if Li Suiying and the others cultivated desperately, their current physical fitness was only about 10 times what it was initially. In his hands with the porcelain general, a touch will break. In fact, Rimmer had never gotten the necessary physical needs from a human since the beginning. The kind of exercise that suppresses you into what ordinary people do is always unpleasant. He was tempted to open up all his limitations for a good workout, but once he did that, he probably had to change his target to Earth to do it. The real-life chicken eating contest at the bottom is still remains. Since it's a 1-to-1 reduction, it's only natural that the poison ring is there as well. Forced by the poison circle, people soon met. It was a middle-aged woman and a man dressed as a workplace elite. It is often said that modern society actually uses a chain to lock up billions of beasts. This Lin Mo did not refute. And when that chain is loosened, when humanity has no limits, some of the bone-deep ugliness will then be shown in all its glory. This is the scene on the island right now. People who initially meet can still maintain decent mutual respect. But when external pressures keep coming, there's always the first one to fire. They took guns they had never touched before and pulled the trigger on the others. Is this a trigger or a signal? The others, whether for self-preservation or to survive, began to show their bestiality. After watching for a while, Lin Mo felt a bit bored. He had seen this kind of human blockbuster many times. A lot of things are exciting the first time you see them, and that's about it after you've seen them too much. Yawning slightly, the air in front of him immediately exploded out of thin air. So boring. Lin Mo was ready to leave. And at that moment, Little Stupid's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Master, a special human has been spotted. Special humans? Special how? The imp image of Little Stupid was projected in front of Lin Mo's eyes. The inverted triangular eyes were still smoldering with blue fire, and the corners of his mouth were even more crazily upturned. Master, our men encountered a human suspected of possessing supernatural abilities during the course of the Great Purge. Several staff members have died so far, and since the people down there don't know if this is your handiwork, they haven't dared to go on a big hunt. The head of the sub-district is asking for your permission. Very common sense logic. After all, Lin Mo had already screwed up once before. In today's world, when it comes to transcendent powers, apart from Lin Mo, it's only the people under Lin Mo who possess them. Anyway, in the eyes of the major heads, all transcendental events were related to Lin Mo as all. Putting me on the back foot again? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. He hadn't been a grandpa lately. Okay, did 13 and the others pull this off? In this world, besides himself, it was 13 and the others who had that ability. No, oh master. The energy fluctuations generated by the other party's hands did not originate from the true technique of chi refining that you created. Oh, Lin Mo, who was originally lazy, instantly came into the spirit. Good, wow, good. I just felt bored and a surprise popped up. Oh, let me find where this little cutie is hiding. High in the air, Lin Mo wore an inexplicable smile. His spiritual power was like a large net that continuously extended in all directions with himself as the center. Subregion. Located somewhere in the middle of the primeval forests of the eastern continent, a young man in his early 20s was hiding in a cave carefully building a fire. His entire body was in a sorry state, with blood on his body, and his clothes were even tattered. If you didn't know better, you'd think a barker came out of nowhere. At Supreme God Lord, Group Master, save me. I've been discovered. That monster will definitely come to get me. You're the only one who can save me now. At everyone think of a way. Yi, will definitely have a heavy thank you in the future. Yi Bufan was frantically etching the group owner as well as those group members in his mind, and his eyes were even more filled with anxiety. Just a month ago, he was suddenly chosen by a strange thing called the 10,000 Worlds chat group. The chat group currently had a total of 6 members plus him, all of whom were from other worlds according to the chat group's introduction. What with the Ghost Sentinel Zhang Lei, the one-browed Taoist Lin Fengjiao, the Marvel Black Widow, and even a member of Apiao named something like Sadako. A month ago, Yi Bufan, who had just gotten the golden finger, was so spirited, just about to start his own journey against the odds. It didn't take long for a slugger named Motherlander to pop up, punching the American Federation and kicking the world. The world was unified in less than half a month. That's even if it's a big deal. The big deal is that I've been living on my own. But who knew that Monster was going to liquidate all the little black men? Dude, I was just mouthing off on the internet. What was the point? He knew all too well what the consequences of being captured were. After hiding for so many days, but still being discovered, he was forced to use some small spells that he had gotten from Taoist One Eyebrow. In the chat group, after a short silence, one after another people spoke. Black Widow, from what you've said, that Motherlander guy is really a tyrant. He's going to arrest everyone just because someone else cursed him twice. It's a pity you're not in my world. You really can't help you much. Zhang Lei, the Ghost Sentinel, that Motherlander is very strong according to your description. I'm no match for him. The only way now is to count on the group master. One-browed Taoist Lin Fengjiao, little friend. The spells I gave you have a concealment technique within them. Try to see if you can escape the other party's capture. Sadie. P.S. Our beloved Lin Mo will soon begin his journey to Uana Otherworlds. We are looking for readers who want to Uana at Otherworlds. Let our beloved Lin Mo spread his gospel to the heavens and the worlds. Chapter 49. Yi Bufan's Hope. Supreme Divine Lord. Just hearing that name was pushing it. The owner of this group rarely spoke in the chat group, but would project a future for each new member of the group. Yi Bufan was the same. He had asked the group leader to give him a projection of the future on his first day in the group. This is what the God Lord said at that time. If there is no change in the future, you will die in the future at the hands of a man who came out of Diamond City. At first Yi Bufan was more or less skeptical, but now, he believed. Didn't Lin Mo once spend some time in Diamond City? Several members spoke one after another, advising Yi Bufan, but there was a delay in hearing from the group leader. This made the already anxious Yi Bufan even more anxious. Is it hard to believe that Group Master happens to be in seclusion at this moment? Damn, can't be that unlucky, can it? Yi Bufan's forehead was constantly oozing cold sweat outwards, and his two eyes looked around at the slightest breeze from time to time. It was no wonder he was so nervous. It was really because Lin Mo was too strong. If one person blows up the whole world, can he even be considered a human being? The group leader doesn't reply to messages, but you still have to figure it out yourself. Holding on to a hint of luck, Yi Bufan executed the concealment technique he had learned from Taoist One Eyebrow. As much as possible, the scent of his body was concealed and his presence was put to a minimum. What he didn't know was that the Lord Group Master, who he himself had given the last glimmer of hope to, was currently looking at the chat group's message in deep thought. Taking on the world single-handedly with one man? This is damn near the Martial Emperor realm. Somewhere on the Martial Dao continent, the Group Master Lord who was peering at the screen secretly smacked his lips. This existence known as the Supreme Divine Lord appeared to be just 25 or 26 years old on the outside, dressed in a strong suit with a hard face. Not to mention the other things first, just this appearance condition looks quite good. Of course, it would be better to ignore the fact that he was covered in injuries plus a shriveled look. And isn't the world Yi Bufan is in a Dragon Ao Tianwen movie? The main character Feng Ran doesn't have any superpowers that I can remember. Wei Kun carefully looked at every word that Yi Bufan sent, and the more he looked, the more he felt that his CPU was going to burn. Yi Bufan was still counting on himself to save him. Unbeknownst to him, he was now also in the middle of being hunted down and was not much weaker than the people from the motherland that Yi Bufan was talking about. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What bad luck lately. It had been almost 3 years since he came to this world called the Tianwu continent. Like many travelers, Wei Kun, who had just arrived in this world, was confused and scared. It's a good thing he didn't fall behind on the traveler's exclusive perks. It didn't take long to cross over to awaken the chat group. The function of this chat group is simple. You can get random people pulled into the group through quests or periodically. Wei Kun is at least a modern man and knows the truth of Go. So the quests given to him by the chat group that were easy were fine, but the slightly more difficult ones he hadn't done. And in order to fool the members of the group, he purposely gave himself a pushy name. And the selected members of the group all had to be plot characters that he knew and could talk about the plot. That's why, after 3 years, there are only 6 people in the entire chat group plus him. Originally, everything went smoothly, relying on different worlds of feats or props, although not all the way up against the sky, but good and as stable and steady. In just 2 years and half a year, he had reached the Grand Martial Master realm, and was just one step away from Martial Spirit. Wei Kun had planned it all out, waiting until he reached the realm of the Martial Spirit to find a more remote place to act as a bully and enjoy his life. But in life, 9 times out of 10, things don't go your way. Half a year ago, he had been in the middle of a mountain range to kill some small demonic beasts in preparation for selling them for money. Just below a waterfall a woman was bathing. Good lord. This metaphysical world originally had women who were many times prettier than ordinary people, especially if the strength is higher. It's a closed moon. Wei Kun had a brainstorm at the time and hid in the dark to peek up. The results naturally go without saying. Happily discovered. The normal routine would be a period of entanglement followed by the other person falling in love with them. But Wei Kun, this Sigma real man got into the habit. Afraid of accidents directly will people kill and kill. As it turned out, there was going to be an accident if nothing else. The woman turned out to be the daughter of a big shot from a holy land. The follow-up was naturally forced to grow up along the way, beating up the young to come to the old, and beating up the old to come to the even older. Being hunted down for half a year, he hardened himself and cultivated all the way to the martial spirit fifth sky, ringing this short 6 months of encounters. Wei Kun sigh. As for Yi Bufan's plea for help, he didn't even think to pay attention to it. How can you help others when you're already in a precarious situation? Crazy? Wei Kun silently ignored the group's messages, and feeling that he had recovered a little from his injuries, he hurriedly got up and shifted his position once again. Mud. 3 more days, and after that I'm hiding out in Marvel or the zombie world. Muttering a sentence. Suddenly Wei Kun had a flash of light in his head. Hey, why do I have to hide in other worlds? It's possible to banish the old miscreants who are chasing me to other worlds. Wouldn't it be enough to banish that old miscreant to that world of Yi Bufan? Let that old thing and Lin Mo bite the dog. Wei Kun, who has been caught in the wrong area of thinking, was suddenly enlightened. As a perk of being a group leader, he gets a chance to travel through other members' worlds once a month. In the past, he had avoided several killings by relying on this. Keep thinking about running on your own. Why don't you banish your enemies there? Moreover, when Tianqian Holy Land found out that a martial emperor elder had lost contact, it would definitely be jealous, and then it would have time to develop itself. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and Wei Kun's entire body became excited. Just do it. He hastened to 8 Yi Bufan in the chat group. Your situation has been understood by this seat. This seat can help you, but you have to find a way to escape for 3 days. After 3 days this seat will open the teleportation gate and send my disciples to assist you. On the other side, the anxious Yi Bufan saw the group leader replying to the message, and the whole person almost jumped up in excitement. 3 days. If you make it through 3 days, you'll be saved. He hastily edited the message to lick at Wei Kun, stating that he tried to stall for as long as possible. None of the other few members were shocked to the core when they saw the news from the Supreme Divine Lord. This mysterious group master actually had a way to travel to other worlds, and only sent the next disciple to come. How strong should he be himself? At this moment, both Black Widow and Lin Fengjiu were more in awe of that mysterious group master. After Yi Bufan's excitement, he hurriedly extinguished the fire in front of him. This primitive forest is a large area. He did not believe that in the depths of a hide can be so easy to catch himself. It's easy to escape for 3 days, isn't it? As for what's at stake in the depths, it wasn't on his mind. Just as long as I can survive. Darkly atmospheric, Yi Bufan walked towards the depths of the forest. What he didn't know was that since the beginning, Lin Mo had been smiling in the shadows, staring at his every move. Chapter 50. What the hell did I put over here? Lin Mo came early, and he locked onto Yi Bufan almost instantly after Little Stupid told him that there was something unusual. But he didn't step in and catch him red-handed, because Lin Mo saw some hope in Yi Bufan, some hope of solving his boredom. Why do you say that? Actually, a simple analysis will make it clear. First of all, Lin Mo had hacked into the defense networks of the major powers back in the day and went through all the records on supernormal phenomena. He could be pretty sure that no superpowered person existed in this world before his own abilities awakened. Then there was only one possibility for the timing of Yi Bufan's acquisition of supernatural powers. He has definitely gained power in the recent past. It's not hard to understand that after a person has power beyond that of a mortal, if enough time passes he will be exposed even if he is well hidden. This is the inevitable outcome. With the first condition in place, it didn't take long for Yi Bufan to gain power. The second condition is that he is not as much of an anticlimax as himself. Based on the audio and video sent by Little Stupid, it could be seen that Yi Bufan's use of the abilities was extremely similar to some of the Taoist spells, coupled with the fact that now he has seen with his own eyes. The energy fluctuations in Yi Bufan's body are extremely low, just a little bit stronger than normal, and this energy is very mild. The earth has never been recorded before. Then a general conclusion can be drawn. Yi Bufan's ability should be gained from cultivation. Check all the records of Yi Bufan's internet surfing and even his biography at the next time. He hadn't been exposed to any Taoist books or anything like that, and there were no special talents in his family situation or even in his ancestry. Okay, so there are only a few possibilities at this point. One is that Yi Bufan suddenly awakened memories of his past life or the reincarnation of a big brother. Just look at his performance just now. This article directly pass. The second was that the things he practiced came from other worlds, and this one was 50% likely. Thirdly, the lad had awakened the system or something, which was half as likely. Geez, that expression should be asking for help from something, and by the look on his face at the end there should be hope. Interesting, interesting. Lin Mo laughed, laughing happily and wildly. He likes the excitement. To be this kind of unknown situation, which can make his sleeping heart beat a mouth also. He just watching Yi Bufan's every move. 3 days is not a long time. Even for ordinary people it passes without attention. Tianwu continent. Among a certain city that is still quite prosperous, Wei Kun was in hiding for 3 days when the familiar system prompt sounded. One's monthly chance to teleport has finally arrived. Ha 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 ha, it's finally here. The old thing has been chasing me for so long. I must repay you this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Kun dispersed all of his aura and flew into midair. The martial spirit realm was already equivalent to an overlord of the earth nooks and crannies. So naturally, he could fly. And after his aura radiated out without reservation, thousands of kilometers away, a dry and thin old man's eyes instantly narrowed. Good guts. So arrogant? Is it hard to believe that there is a fraud? He instinctively sensed something was wrong, but nearly a month of chasing had long since put fire in his heart. That kid, although only the martial spirit realm, but the means quite a lot, but also do not know with what method to hide its breath. He himself, a powerful martial emperor, hadn't even caught it for a month. It's just a strange shame. There were already quite a few old guys on the continent who were mocking him explicitly and implicitly now. How can this be tolerated? A mere martial spirit griffin. What's the point of having more means? This old man also hesitated for just a moment, and then disappeared in place between flashes. This was heck of a transient. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived 1,000 miles away, over that city. Seeing the appearance of the old thing that had been chasing him for almost a month, Wei Kun, despite the tension in his heart, braced himself and shouted, "Old undead thing, haven't you been looking for me all along? Now I'm here. Come over here if you can." The dry and thin old man stood a few hundred meters away in the high altitude, and the foot that had taken half a step out was retracted. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, slightly puzzled in his mind. Where does this little brat get off? There must be a demon when things go wrong. To be able to cultivate to his kind of realm is not from no recklessness, but after observing for half a day, he didn't find anything wrong. The underground was just an ordinary but ordinary city, and the strongest person was just a martial spirit. It's not like there's anything to hide around it that's empty. Wei Kun panicked as soon as he saw the old man stop. Holy, over-the-top arrogance. No, it's too far away. We have to lure it over. Wei Kun's eyes rolled, and without any further provocation, he turned his head and ran. As expected, this instantly fooled the old man. He arrived in front of him in a flash, his dry palm grasping towards his neck, and then in the nick of time, Wei Kun shouted in his heart, "System, portal, the chowder." Time seemed to stop. A 2-meter high and 1-meter wide azure-colored portal instantly appeared in front of his eyes, and the old man immediately disappeared into it due to inertia. Come on, shut it down. Seeing that he had one, Wei Kun's heart hurriedly shouted. However, in this short time of less than 0.0001 seconds, the old man who had originally not entered the portal flew backward, and following that old man back, there was also a figure with hair flying wildly, like a god or a devil. The scene rewinds to a few seconds ago. Earth, Lin Mo, who had been staring at Yi Bufan, suddenly felt something strange in the surrounding space. His eyes instantly became sharp as he stared dead on around Yi Bufan. 1 second, 2 seconds, and then on the 3rd second, a blue-colored portal suddenly appeared above Yi Bufan's head. Then a dry and thin old man in fancy clothes wanted to come out from the portal. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo moved. This second was stretched infinitely, and in 0.00001 seconds, Lin Mo had already arrived in front of the teleportation portal. In 0.00002 seconds, Lin Mo's big hand choked the old man's neck. In 0.00003 seconds, Lin Mo choked the old man's neck and returned to the other side of the door. Time returned to normal. Above Fire Spirit City in the eastern wasteland of the Tianwu continent, Lin Mo cupped the old man with one hand and closed his eyes to recklessly enjoy the air over here. Between one breath and one inhalation, it was as if the heaven and earth vital energy here was greatly pulled, constantly drilling into Lin Mo's nostrils. With just a simple breath, a lurid tornado of Yuan Qi formed into a lurid tornado with him at the center. What's even more terrifying is that it's as if heaven and earth are incompatible. At the moment Lin Mo appeared, the entire sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, in which purple thunder was rapidly breeding. Oh, a whole new world, ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter broke through the clouds. The millions of people inside the city at the bottom just heard this sound down to ordinary people, up to the martial spirit powerhouses, have been bleeding from the 7 orifices, and were shocked to death alive. I'm putting over something. Wei Kun, who was not far away, didn't know what the reason was and wasn't affected. Only at this moment, his hands and feet were cold. Chapter 51. Eat my booming fist. A hustle. 99 into a rarity. Greedily sucking in the air here, Lin Mo was filled with intoxication. The air in this world is filled with unknown energies, and it feels completely different from Earth. If one had to make an analogy, the air on Earth felt like flat mineral water to Lin Mo. Here, on the other hand, are drinks full of saccharin. Breathing alone made the cells in his body cheer. After breathing greedily for a few seconds, the thunder in the sky above finally coalesced as well. A purple-black, bucket-thick thunder struck towards Lin Mo's heavenly soul cover without saying a word. That's naughty. Even though I don't usually use my super brain much, it's not good to splinter it for me. The words were said, but Lin Mo never moved a muscle. A look of interest flooded his eyes. Just a slight tilt of his head, letting the thunder strike his toned chest. Next, the clothes on Lin Mo's body burst open again and again and again. Guess we'll have to get a set of clothes that can't be broken sometime. A glance down at the Russian python, plus a magnetic look at the drooling body. Lin Mo secretly thought, it's okay for women to be greedy, but it's bad if there's a perverted man. Lin Mo didn't feel much when this loud thunder struck him. A black mark was left on his chest, along with purple sparks that tried to burn his body, but fluttered twice in no follow-up. The recovery power of ordinary people who did not know how many times made these marks even more disappeared without a trace within 0.0000001 seconds. There's a hint of something strange inside this heavenly thunder. Throwing the old man cupped in his hands to the side, Lin Mo opened his hands. Even more raging thunder continued to fall. One after another landed on his toned body. These thunder, even from the beginning of the purple color, slowly turned into a dark body black. Heavenly calamity. Not far away, Wei Kun stammered and his legs began to tremble. Legend has it that only when a martial saint powerhouse breaks through to martial god, the heavens will rain down a heavenly tribulation. If you can get through it, your physical body will once again receive sublimation and become a strong martial god of the Weiya continent. If you can't get through it, you'll naturally go up in smoke. It was said that only one martial god powerhouse would appear in each era of the Tianwu continent. This is the maximum amount that the rules of heaven and earth can allow. And now whether there is any martial god powerhouse on this continent Wei Kun does not know. After all, he'd only been over for less than 3 or 4 years. But as far as he had read the canonical books, it did not say that there was a purple hair black thunderbolt. Chat, Tian Kun. Help me scout the level of that thing. Wei Kun inwardly called out to the chat group. Let's start by stating that one is not a fan of spectacle. In the mortal world to see the watching that is called watching. In this world to see the watching is going to die. Nay. It was as if he had been cast in a fixation spell, and he could not move at all. Chat group? Chat group. Asterisk. You're not ing running away, are you? Wei Kun is really close to tears. This is really calling the heavens and the earth. He immensely regretted why he had just opened the portal in his brain. Wasn't he just an old man looking for death? Looking at the figure bathed in thunder and lightning, Wei Chuinjin wanted to cry. In the eastern wasteland, there were naturally quite a few strong people who had sensed the commotion here. In the Great Yu dynasty, the majestic-faced emperor clutched a long sword with a coiled golden dragon and looked towards the southeast with a frown on his face. Father, this is someone crossing the threshold. The Grand Imperial Prince on the side showed a surprised look. How many years had it been since he had heard of someone crossing the threshold? Not to mention in this eastern wasteland of theirs. One must know that the entire continent had only 2 people who had become gods in the eastern wasteland since ancient times. 80% of those who became gods were from the central divine state. Father, should we go pay our respects to that senior? After all, they're all our eastern wasteland powerhouses, so it's always right to strike up a good friendship in advance. After the shock had passed, the Grand Emperor said excitedly. He just didn't seem to notice that his father's face looked a little strange. What's going on? There are still martial saint level powerhouses in the eastern wasteland? It can't be. The entire eastern wasteland was not too big, not too small. And he had dealings with several imperial dynasties in holy places, even if he should have more or less heard about it from his previous seclusion. Thinking for a moment, this emperor quickly made up his mind. Tian Qi, prepare thick gifts and follow my father to pay respects to this senior. Whether or not it was one of their eastern wasteland powerhouses, paying homage was definitely a must. Or what if the other guy is being careful? The several other great holy lands in the eastern wasteland were also of the same mind as this emperor. And they all got up and prepared to go pay their respects to this mysterious powerhouse. above Fire Spirit City. After taking a 10-second shower, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief. The joy of washing and massaging his feet had long been gone since he had gotten stronger, and he didn't expect to experience it again today. The old man and Wei Kun on the side were already numb, especially the old man, whose eyes were covered with fear. The higher the strength, the more you know. He could say one thing with great certainty: this TM was not a transgression God's thunder tribulation at all. This was an extinction Xian tribulation. The world-destroying Xianjian tribulation that specifically targets extraterrestrial heavenly demons. He wanted to pass this message back so that his own Holy Land could make early preparations, but like Wei Kun, he could not move in the slightest. It's almost time. After enjoying a massage for so long, I'll give you one too, ha. Lin Mo, who had been enjoying himself with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, and a stern color flashed past. Only his fists were clenched in a punching stance. In the next second, his figure disappeared out of thin air from the center of the Thunder Sea. Eat my blasted fist, mouth and teeth, asshole. How long has it been? Today was the 28th day of his acquisition, and his value had long since doubled to 684, 354, 456 times its initial value. He had never, ever gone all out since he had gained his superpowers. Those little caramels on Earth couldn't even force out a layer of his strength. People have a desire to destroy, but Lin Mo has never experienced it with abandon. At 260 million times, he had reached 6 times the speed of light. His mass was an even more appalling 20.8 million tons. 20 and 80 million tons compressed into a body of 1 meter 9. What is this concept? His body density has far exceeded that of any celestial body except neutron stars and black holes. The data is too difficult to calculate. Has been revised. Everyone found where unreasonable. I will promptly amend. Don't think it's exaggerated. Lin Mo's ability is just so counterintuitive and unreasonable. He's simply slapping physics in the face every time he fuses. He's just giving you hard stacks upwards. The speed of light is unsurpassable? The underlying logic of most of the world does. But for Lin Mo that's writing the rules and ting on them. Well, let's imagine. How does it feel to have a celestial body, second only to neutron stars and black holes in human size, punch you in the face at 6 times the speed of light? As the speed converges to the speed of light, his mass becomes infinite. This statement is not quite true. It is accurate to say that inertial mass will tend to infinity. And what about that speed over the speed of light? The heavenly Tao of this world was perhaps experiencing the feeling of eating a slap for the first time. The instant Lin Mo threw a punch, the dark clouds that stretched across the sky were blown away to nothing. Immediately afterward, the space above his head crunched and shattered with a creak as it was overwhelmed, forming large and small pitch-black spaces. The winds of the fists are still raging. Hundreds of miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Destructive energy fluctuations were transmitted in all directions with Lin Mo as the center. This in turn triggers major earthquakes in the teens, tornadoes, and a host of other natural disasters. The energy high in the air was even more substantial, extending in circle after circle into the distance. Extinction. This is the punch of annihilation. At this moment, whether it was the central divine state or somewhere else, the entire continent up and down to ordinary people up to Marshall Saint powerhouses had felt the aftershocks. Those old monsters who had been sleeping for an unknown number of years amongst one holy land rushed up to the sky, looking at the heavenly vision with horror. Chapter 52. Little brother, pull me in. 10,000 miles away, the Holy Lord of the Great Yu dynasty, who had arrived at full speed, suddenly changed his face drastically, and without saying a word, he fully protected the great prince under his body. The entire person even burned essence blood and stormed back at a faster speed. But even so, the aftershock that had long since weakened many times hit his body, instantly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Great Yu secret art. With a loud shout, his body instantly became golden. A series of 9 lifelike golden dragons appeared out of thin air and hovered around him, firmly protecting him. Only this appeared to be somewhat insufficient. The 9 golden dragons were worn out one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Great Yu sacred lord felt the scent of death. He was confused. It had come so suddenly that he didn't have a single defense. Could it be that this emperor is going to somehow fall here today? I'm not happy about it. Drumming angrily once again, Saint Lord Dayu burned up his life. Oh, is it hard to believe that there really is a heavenly Tao or world consciousness? Above the ruins of the original Fire Spirit City, Lin Mo stroked his chin in thought. He clearly felt that the world's original feeling of meditative discomfort instantly disappeared into thin air after taking a punch from himself. Not only was the discomfort gone, but I somehow felt a lot of affinity. This wasn't the main thing. What was important was that the surrounding Yuan Qi was being pulled wildly, making up for the blasted space on this side. And Lin Mo also felt that the world seemed to have shriveled up so much. All of this is nothing but an indication that this world seems to have a presence similar to a world consciousness. Interesting, interesting. Lin Mo gave birth to a bold idea, but it was a pity that even if there was a world consciousness, that kind of nothingness was probably not physical. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo then turned his gaze to the old man with dull eyes below. This old man was protected by his thoughts and was not affected. Just not much physical damage. I'm guessing a lot of psychological trauma. Regaining it in front of him with one hand, Lin Mo said with interest, I ask. You answer. The old man, who had long been scared out of his mind, how dare he refuse? After returning to his senses, his head nodded like garlic. Does this world have a name? Back to senior. This is called the Tianwu continent. What is the name of your cultivation system here? Wudou. Returning to senior, what we cultivate here is Wudao. Constantly drawing yuan qi from the heavens and earth to refine ourselves. From low to high are martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, and martial saint. There is also the legendary, martial god. Hearing this realm division, Lin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows. What an ancient division of realms. He remembered that this was how it was graded in some of the metaphysical novels he had read more than 10 years ago. What realm are you in? Is there a martial god in this world? Elder, senior. Senior is at the strength of martial emperor first heaven. The Tianwu continent hasn't produced any martial god powerhouses for many years. Perhaps there are in the shadows, but senior really doesn't know. Martial emperor first heaven? So weak? Lin Mo said with some surprise. The old man's face stiffened at his words, but he only laughed sarcastically and dryly. Alright, use your strongest attack and attack me. After roughly understanding the situation here, Lin Mo released the old man. He wanted to see just how far this so-called martial emperor's destructive power could reach. The old man was a bit confused. What the hell? I don't want to say it again. Yes, senior is offended. Seeing Lin Mo's unkind eyes, this old man didn't talk nonsense. The storage ring on his finger glowed slightly, and a long sword with a greenish-white color flew out. Tianquan's first stance. Fu Feng. The old man's eyes became extremely harsh and disappeared in place in a flash. The long sword came with this raging yuan qi attached to it, stabbing towards Lin Mo. Ho! So middle-aged. Lin Mo didn't dodge. This sword hit Lin Mo squarely in the chest. And then nothing more. The skin isn't even broken. Concentrating all the power at one point. The explosive power of this sword alone is no less than 1,000,000 tons of nuclear bombs. It should have the ability to destroy the city with a single strike. Feeling the power of this sword in detail, Lin Mo analyzed it slightly. It's not bad. If it's incremental, then the martial emperor should have the strength to destroy the country with a single strike. Martial saints are estimated to be at the continental level, and the legendary martial gods are almost exploding stars. After analyzing it, Lin Mo had some minor disappointments. If that was all, then his sense of anticipation for this world was going to be greatly diminished. It's actually reasonable to think that this kind of world modeled after those classic novels has that kind of ceiling. After experimenting a bit, Lin Mo turned his attention to Wei Kun. Not far away, Wei Kun, who had been pretending to be an ostrich, exclaimed that it was not good, but still forced out a not-so-good-looking smile. Still with a single hand, Wei Kun was also grabbed in front of his body. Lin Mo curiously sized up Wei Kun. Compared to this Tianwu continent, this person in front of him was more interesting to him. After all, it's the key to being able to travel the world. Wei Kun's heart fluttered at Lin Mo's eyes that were sizing up the merchandise, and his heart was pounding wildly in an indisputable manner. Relax, I'm not a bad guy. Lin Mo smiled and said. He really felt that he wasn't a bad person. Except for the occasional seizure, he was usually very good to get along with. Why is everyone so scared when they see him? I ask. You answer. Name. Wei Kun. Age. 28. Gender, crossed out. Why are you able to open the portal? Wei Kun had a moment's hesitation. The chat group was the capital of his peace of mind. It's my power. Before the words were finished, Wei Kun suddenly felt a sharp pain hit him. When he looked down, his 5 limbs were suddenly gone. It's still the same problem. Lin Mo rolled his eyes straight in his heart. Even if he didn't turn on his super brain, he could tell that the other party was lying. I have a chat group. Wei Kun, who had transformed into a human Wang, had his nose running in pain, and this time he was truly honest. Oh, chat group? The smile on Lin Mo's face grew even wider. His life was really getting more and more interesting. He patted Wei Kun's shoulder and said amiably, "Little brother, pull me into the group. Don't worry, I'm a good person to get along with. Pull me in and I'll give each of you 200 big red packets." Chapter 53. Welcome to the new people. I didn't realize that this young man was still the main character of the chat group type. Lin Mo had read a lot of this type of novel before. Only those novels he read The protagonist went for a relaxed and happy style, which was so bitter like Wei. Don't worry, I love making friends. Lin Mo's smiling expression made Wei Kun feel even more uncomfortable. How do you describe that feeling? Like a somewhat majorly ill psychopath who laughs with you 1 second and crushes your head the next. Wei Kun's face was already twisted and deformed due to the pain, but he still forced himself to endure the pain and said, Senior, the chat group needs invitation credentials to pull people in. He was just in the middle of his sentence when the chat group in his head, which had previously been playing dead, suddenly stirred. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Hong Luck, for obtaining one designated invitation role. The cold voice caused Wei Kun's eyes to instantly widen. No! The chat group you. What's wrong? Looking at Wei Kun's 3 changes of face in 1 second, Lin Mo was somewhat curious. No, it's fine. I'll pull you into the group. With a mood that he didn't know how to describe, Wei Kun used the newcomer invitation ticket that he had just obtained on Lin Mo. Almost instantly, a mechanical voice resounded in Lin Mo's mind. The worldwide chat group invites you to join. Do you agree? The cold, mechanical voice just came out of nowhere. Lin Mo didn't rush to agree, but his eyes instantly became indifferent. Something like a high-dimensional information body? I didn't even sense it the slightest bit in advance with my current spiritual power. After a short moment of thought, Lin Mo still chose to agree. It's just a little system. What's there to be afraid of? If he had any thoughts about himself, he would have to ask his own conceptual essence if he agreed. And the moment he agreed, a panel similar to the style of a QQ chat group appeared very abruptly in his mind. Welcome to the group chat for No Evil Homelanders. An announcement rang out in the chat group. The crowd that was diving instantly emerged. Black Widow, welcome newcomers. Newcomers, pop your picture. Daoist one eyebrow, there's a new Daoist in the group. Ghostbuster Zhang Lei, wait, that name. Sadako. In the world of Marvel, the Avengers have just recently been formed. Today is the first gathering of the reunion superheroes, and our one-eyed black leader is still talking at length. The deserting Black Widow subconsciously sent out a welcome message when she saw a newcomer enter the group. Only after reading the newcomer's name, her face instantly stiffened. Natasha, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Nick Fury inquired as he looked at the stricken-looking Natasha and propped his hands on the table. In an instant, Donnie, who was eating, Thor, who was rambling, and the others all threw their eyes over. No, it's fine. No evil in the homeland? His Highness Lin Mo was not happy. Slander. This is naked slander. When has he ever done anything bad? Want to see how much the people of his Ink Empire loved him? How do you change your name? Lin Mo looked at Wei Kun with a mischievous expression. Ha! Only the group owner has permission to change names. Transfer the group leader to me. But, snap. Wei Kun was just about to say that the group owner couldn't transfer the gift when a large hand grew larger and larger in his eyes. Next, his own head burst open like a watermelon. There was not the slightest precession, not the slightest sign. Wei Kun couldn't figure out why until he died. With Wei Kun's death, 3 announcements popped up in the chat group in a row. The group master Supreme Divine Lord fell with his body. According to the rules of the chat group, the next group leader is automatically chosen. Congratulations to No Evil Motherlander for becoming the new group leader. The one announcement of the group leader's body falling was marked in a conspicuous blood red color. The members, who were already in shock, instantly felt an icy chill. The Supreme God Lord is dead? In a certain world where the severe ghosts were revived, Zhang Lei, whose face was waxen and yellow, and who did not have a trace of the breath of a living person in his body, said horrifiedly, just as I thought. Looks like those novels I used to read didn't lie. Looking at the announcement, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. There are generally 2 ways to become a group owner in this type of chat group. Either the former group owner transfers on her own. The other way is to kill the previous group leader, and to be the strongest in the chat group yourself. The moment he became a group leader himself, many group benefits automatically appeared in his mind. What with the regular opening of portals, bans, name changes and all that. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo changed his name with a wave of his hand to Great Love and Great Goodness under the Temple of the Ink God. After doing this, Lin Mo then revealed a nuclear good smile and sent a message. Greetings group members. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. Nobody gives a about themselves. From now on, I am the new group master. So take care of me, everyone. The unbelieving Lin Mo sent another sentence. This time there was a quick reply. Sadako, Edge Hubsh. Seeing someone respond, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. His smile froze when he saw who it was. Wei Kun even dragged Pipio into the group? It's good to know that there are still living people holding up the fort. Black Widow, Inc., Temple of God. May I ask the last group leader? She wanted to ask if she had been killed by Lin Mo, but she was a bit of a wimp. The image of the Supreme God Lord in his mind had always been the mysterious and tall kind. If he was really killed by Lin Mo, how powerful should Lin Mo be? That's what several other members were thinking. Oh, our dear previous group master and I carried the heavenly pass with us at the border of Taichou and fought against the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, only to be killed by a heavenly demon sneak attack. Before he died he entrusted you to me. Don't worry, I won't forget his last wish. With a hint of mischief, Lin Mo opened his mouth. Oh Black Widow, hey. Marvel Universe, hey. Lin Mo smiled with such a perverted smile. He could be so happy. Whether it is the world of Marvel, the world of zombies or the world of the revival of the ghosts, all of them are small and delicate, waiting for him to develop. After sending this message Lin Mo no longer paid attention to the chat group. It's only a matter of time when these worlds travel to that anyway. As soon as he thought that he finally didn't have to be trapped on that little Thai ball, Lin Mo felt incredibly relieved. Endless worlds, endless unknowns, endless fun is what a fierce man like him should be pursuing. Mukyu. Lin Mo, who was in a good mood, decided to let the old man off the hook. Just missing a tour guide myself. He was going to stroll around this world first and see if this Tianwu continent could give him a little surprise. Old man, do you have any good food or fun over here? Regaining that old man in Chinese clothes in front of him, Lin Mo grinned and said, Chapter 54, Desire to practice this skill. Strong people's preferences and temperament were eccentric. This point was not refuted by Gu Chongshan, but a strong amount with such a strange temper. It was the first time he had seen an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. One's own dignified martial emperor powerhouse did not have a single drop of resistance in front of this monster. Like a little chicken. Yummy fun? Ancient Chongshan started brainstorming like crazy. He was pretty sure he would absolutely get his head crushed if he couldn't answer. That little pup from earlier is a good reference point. Tasty, senior, do demonic beasts count? To be honest, he was a little apprehensive inside. After all, they're all extraterrestrial demons. It's not too much to ask to eat someone, right? Hopefully, his withered body wouldn't interest the other guy. Demonic beasts? A common thing in metaphysical fiction, often in opposition to the human race. This Lin Mo still knew that human martial artists often raise edible demonic beasts to fulfill their cultivation. There should be one around here, among the distant cities. Gu Chongshan wanted to say that there was one in this nearby city, but he looked at the tragic situation on the ground and hurriedly changed his words. As for fun, this question Gu Chongshan's brain is burning out. Still cannot think of any fun. The entire continent is still martial arts trend. Cultivators' weekdays in addition to cultivation is fighting. It seems that there really is nothing fun. He apprehensively sneaked a look at Lin Mo, fearing that the other party would suddenly change his face. Unbeknownst to him, after listening to Gu Chongshan's words Lin Mo had a flash of light and a bold idea popped into his mind. This world seems to be lacking in entertainment? What do you guys usually do besides practicing? Reporting back to senior. Apart from cultivation, there are also hunting demonic beasts, sparring with people and such, said Gu Chongshan carefully. Well, this group of martial artists with brains full of muscles was not what Lin Mo expected. In that case, the entertainment industry has a great future. Still, it had to be examined specifically, and if the conditions were right he would transform this world into his own exclusive #1 entertainment world. Do as you think. His Highness Lin Mo has never worn out his tracks. The thought power curled around Gu Chongshan, and in a flash, he arrived at a city a million miles away. Here it is necessary to popularize the fact that a million miles may not sound like much of a concept to you, but converted, this distance is nearly 20 times the diameter of the Earth. As for why it's so far away, that's because the millions of miles had long since been shattered into rubble by all the aftershocks of Lin Mo's heaven-blasting punch-mouth tooth. The Imperial Hollow City. It's not a small area. This was the first time he had seen an otherworldly city with his own eyes. Fire Spirit City naturally does not count. That himself came out to roar, a voice inside people all shattered. How to put it? The overall painting style of this city is very similar to that of the ancient Chinese cities. However, the overall area was incredibly large. Lin Mo visually estimated that the diameter alone reached thousands of kilometers. Inside, the buildings are even more densely packed with pedestrians. Let's see. The martial arts arena, the spirit medicine workshop, the 100 soldiers pavilion, the city lord's mansion. There really isn't any entertainment at all. But there are really a lot of handsome men and women here. This world covered with heaven and earth energy is different. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Mo's eyes grew brighter and brighter as the plan in his head grew bolder and bolder. After observing this city, Lin Mo disappeared again between flashes and appeared in another city tens of thousands of kilometers away. This city was a bit smaller compared to the Imperial Hollow City, but the situation inside was not much different from what was observed earlier. Lin Mo became more and more excited. Then his entire body flashed continuously at 6 times the speed of light within the eastern wasteland. And after exploring the entire eastern wasteland once more, He stopped in the sky above a place called the Imperial Extreme City. Great place. What a great place. This continent was practically a customized fractal vegetable street for Lin Mo. Leaving aside other places, the proportion of martial artists in the entire Eastern Wasteland alone was upwards of 70%. Although 99% of these 70% are at the martial master realm, that's not too shabby. Moreover, these martial artists, each of them had a very standardized body, both male and female. It's almost like a super mega gym. Furthermore, due to the nourishment of heaven and earth's vital energy, most men and women are very handsome. Know what that means? Low educated, high profile and good at fooling. Ahem. Such a beautiful world, males are a bit too much. High above Imperial Extreme City, Lin Mo stroked his chin in thought. His body was wrapped in Yanli, and the people underneath couldn't even notice the abnormality. Old man, let me ask you, is it true that the higher the cultivation level on your side, the more standardized and talented the offspring born? After taking Gu Chongshan for a free tour of the Eastern Wasteland, this old man is now full of kidney weakness. It looks like 6 times the speed of light is still a little motion sickness for him. Elder, vomit. Elder. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to conceive an offspring, but once conceived, the offspring's cultivation talent is extremely strong. What about looks? Ha! The looks. Gu Chongshan forced himself to endure the discomfort and tried to recall some of the descendants of the bigwigs he knew. The looks of each dragon and phoenix. This is not a lie. He knows those big brother offspring each looks amazing, just by virtue of the appearance of the conditions to go anywhere as a crane. It's just, what's the point of being good looking in the Tianwu continent? A dragon and a phoenix. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed into slits as his smile gradually perverted. He already had a general idea in mind. With a wave of his hand, he brought Gu Chongshan and landed silently in the middle of the Imperial Palace's scripture pavilion in the Imperial Extreme City. He was going to absorb the books here and create a gong method. This technique would allow even those with mediocre talent to cultivate quickly, to the point where they could cultivate all the way to the martial emperor realm. And the cost? Rest assured, a very small price to pay for practicing this technique and losing the ability to procreate before reaching the realm of the martial emperor. And after reaching the realm of the martial emperor, the fertility increased drastically, the kind that can carry 8 babies in one pregnancy, and most of them are girls. Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, the more Lin Mo thought about it, the more excited he became. Think about what kind of scene it would be when this kind of gong method spreads across the Tianwu continent, a feat that could be achieved quickly for such a small price. Are you practicing? You've practiced. The Woody were unable to procreate before, and that's it alone. You're not practicing. Everyone else is practicing, and other people's realms are rocketing up. Are you? Maybe it's true that in the future the Woody will be worse than a dog, but so what? Thinking about how long it would take for the entire continent to be filled with magnificent female martial emperors, how eye-pleasing it would be, when the time comes, a large number of female martial arts emperors or even martial arts saints and gods to sing and dance for themselves, massage and wash their feet. Think about it, is exciting. Just as Lin Mo was hiding in the hidden scripture pavilion to compile his gongfu, the shriveled Emperor Dayu with his grand imperial son was also finally returning to the Imperial Extreme City, diving headfirst into the palace. After ordering the opening of the Protectorate formation, Emperor Dayu began his seclusion, ordering that no one would be allowed to disturb him. Emperor Dayu is suspected to have suffered serious injuries, and the Grand Prince is unconscious. The news quickly spread through the upper echelons of the Imperial dynasty. If it was before, it was nothing. After all, Emperor Dayu was only injured, not dead, but it just so happens that this point in time is when the eldest prince is about to inherit the throne. Now that such a big change had occurred, some ambitious princes couldn't sit still. 6th Prince's bedchamber. Unlike other princes, the 6th Prince's ambition for the throne is not large. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that due to some reasons in his mother's womb, he was left with hidden problems, making him a wastrel who couldn't cultivate. God, why are you so unjust? Inside the bedchamber, the handsome-faced 6th Prince clenched his fists. Why? Why did his brothers still want to force themselves to death even though they had clearly shown that they were not interested in the throne? I hate, who? The 6th Prince felt something hit his head. Is it hard to believe that they can't help themselves at this point in time? A pang of sadness ran through him and he simply closed his eyes. Just half the time. Not much happens. What is it? Opening his eyes, he suddenly realized that there was an additional ancient book at his feet. The Evil Preventing Divine Skill, Cultivation Techniques? Turn the first page. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. Chapter 55. One more thing. The 6th Prince was taken aback by this opening first sentence. Can it be that the other few royal brothers deliberately humiliated me? If you practice this skill, you must first self-cannibalize. Wouldn't that make you a eunuch? He frowned, but continued to read. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. The whole thing is shocked. It wasn't until he had finished the entire technique that he closed the book with a mischievous click. The eyes were filled with shock. Who the hell is it? He really couldn't figure out that there was actually such a heaven-defying technique under the sky. This evil-resisting divine skill, according to the book, does not require any qualifications to cultivate. Even if it was just a pig cultivating step by step according to the inside, its final achievement would at least reach the martial emperor realm. How ridiculous is this? One must know that in the entire Tianwu continent, martial saints do not come out, and martial emperors are the heavens. The standard for those Holy Land imperial dynasties was to have at least one martial emperor sitting in their ranks. As for their Great Yu dynasty, it was precisely because they had their own father sitting at the helm that they were able to dominate in the eastern wasteland. If what is said in this book is not true, then in the future won't Woody be all over the streets? The sixth prince was alarmed in his heart, but he immediately recalled a passage from the book. No! Who the hell created this? How dare it be so vicious? There is one more thing about this wisdom of evil in addition to the one necessary condition of self-circumcision. After practicing this technique, one can extract other people's yuan power, or even demonic beast yuan power to cultivate for oneself. That's the key to a quickie. The sixth prince could think of how terrifying this technique would be if it were to be circulated just by thinking about it for a moment. I'm afraid that the entire continent will set off an endless killing spree. Looking at the ancient books in his hands, the sixth prince's face clouded over. He was in the midst of an immense tangle. Just a moment later, his eyes became firm again. So what if it's evil kung fu? I'm already an invalid. With a miserable laugh, the sixth prince drew his bedside longsword. After taking a deep breath, he slashed downward. The sixth prince was not the only lucky one. Lin Mo's purpose was to give the entire Tianwu continent a rationing control. He would naturally spread this gong method greatly, whether it's the little beggars on the side of the road, or those dignitaries. Whatever looked good to him, he casually tossed a copy over. It took almost an hour to stop after hundreds of thousands of copies had been scattered throughout the eastern wasteland. Ancient Shongshan was also put back by him. Put back to spread his gung fu over in the central divine state. Almost there. Just waiting for a slow fermentation. Watching a scholarly dressed man below carefully protect the evil preventing divine power among his long shirt, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. By the next time I come over, my number one entertainment world will probably be in shape. This world Lin Mo did not intend to stay long. It was estimated that he would go back after playing for 2 or 3 days. For one thing, there wasn't much that interested him in this ancient world of martial arts practice. The second is that you now have more options for yourself. When you don't have a choice, it's natural to make do with what you can. Just like Earth, and a bunch of mortals going through the motions. What's the point of settling when you have a choice? It's the unseen world of ghosts and superheroes that's interesting. Isn't it more fulfilling to think of all those superheroes bending at their feet? But there are a few things to do before then. Lin Mo smiled wryly, then disappeared again between flashes. The 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, located at the border between the eastern wasteland and the central divine prefecture. This mountain range stretched for an unknown number of thousands of miles and covered an enormous area. Demonic beasts were all over it, and basically the entire continent's varieties could be found in it. Legend has it that there are even great demons of the demon saint level coiled inside, which is extremely dangerous. It's even isolated the eastern wasteland from the central divine state. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still an ancient teleportation array on this side of the eastern wasteland, I'm afraid that there would really be a break with the civilizations of the other races. Just like in those ancient and early novels, in the outermost part of the entire 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, people spontaneously formed a city. This is both a dangerous place and an opportunity. Countless adventurers were attracted to either go alone or in groups, entering the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range to hunt demonic beasts. On the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, Lin Mo's figure appeared abruptly. It was still the same casual outfit with half-length pitch-black hair, evil eyes plus a stern face. Lin Mo's appearance was really good, especially after his strength continued to expand. The kind of confidence that emanated from his body was not hidden at all. The whole person gave off a flamboyant and domineering feeling just by standing there. Our Highness Rimmer never bothered to disguise himself. Other people's eyes, other people's comments, Lin Mo never cared. He has one purpose. That is to make yourself happy with your life. Lin Mo would do anything as long as it provided him with emotional value. Murder and arson? Saving suffering? Destroy the world? It's just a small means of getting the funk in. As for what would happen, those things weren't even on his mind. And something like returning to the basics is even too early and too soon for someone who hasn't even had the ability for a month yet. Lin Mo had just appeared. It attracted the attention of many people. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to the surrounding martial artists who were tense and full of seriousness, Lin Mo, The guy who suddenly appeared looked like a tourist anyways. However, the other people around them were very sensible and hastily averted their gazes after taking a look. To be able to appear silently, this already indicated that the other party was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. As for why the other guy was dressed so strangely, this kind of thing is all they think about in their minds. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to these small martial artists and lifted his feet and headed towards the mountain range. In 3 or 2 steps, he disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until Lin Mo completely disappeared that the people present let out a sigh of relief. That senior just now couldn't be the legendary martial emperor powerhouse? It was horrible. Just standing there made me gasp. A teenager around 16 years old wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then turned his head to look at a woman beside him. Sister Twilight Snow, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know what realm that senior was in just now? This teenager's eyes were filled with excitement plus curiosity. This was the first time he had seen such a strong martial artist. The woman he called Sister Twilight Snow was dressed in a black power suit, with a dimpled figure and a cool face. Hearing that teenager's words, she shook her head after a little thought and said, "Not a martial emperor. Definitely stronger than a martial emperor. I've met our clan's martial emperor ancestor from afar once, and the pressure the ancestor gave me was nowhere near as great as the pressure the senior gave me." The young girl was quite sure. "Ha! It's hard to believe it's a martial emperor powerhouse," the teenager exclaimed. "Sister Twilight Snow, what's a martial emperor powerhouse doing in the 10,000 Demons mountain range? There won't be anything big, right? How about we don't go hunting demonic beasts today?" He looked around, and not surprisingly the others, who were originally in full gear, also looked hesitant. Such a strong person entering the 10,000 Demon mountain range was not a good sign. His own little martial artists on the periphery looking for some scraps could not afford any accidents. The young girl was also filled with hesitation, but when she thought of the clan competition that would be held soon, she still clenched her teeth and said, "We'll stay on the periphery. As long as we hunt a silver moon wolf we'll leave." Chapter 56. Turn me into a cat-eared lady. After entering the 10,000 Demons mountain range, Lin Mo walked on foot like an ordinary person, in order for these little demonic beasts not to see themselves from afar and run away. He also purposely disguised the fluctuations in his body's aura as a martial master level martial artist. Don't tell me, it worked! After hiking for some time, some large and small demonic beasts emerged one after another. The first demonic beast Lin Mo encountered was a silver-white rabbit, only this rabbit was really big in size, comparable to a small calf. The 2 large incisors were even more elongated, the eyes were scarlet, and the fur on his body was not as soft as that of a rabbit on Earth, but instead was like a hedgehog. Silver Spur Rabbit. At that time, when he was looking through the Imperial Palace's canonical books, Lin Mo also went through the demonic beasts recorded amongst the royal family in passing. This silver-thorned rabbit belonged to a low-ranked demonic beast that often clutched its way out. It's one of those slime-like things that survives and reproduces well. Unlike slime, though, this big rabbit was full of aggression. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the range of their territory, 5 or 6 of them immediately pounced towards Lin Mo. The sharp incisors bit towards Lin Mo's neck. Calf. Lin Mo didn't move and smiled as he watched a few rabbits pounce. What a cute bunny. It looks delicious. He'd had all the food he should have had on Earth, and his own poor stomach had followed him for a long time without an amazing meal. He came to this 10,000 Demons mountain range, firstly, to look for some fresh ingredients, and secondly, naturally, to see if there were any cat-eared ladies or the like. He. A few little rabbits bit on Lin Mo, who naturally didn't feel a thing. Instead, their large, shiny incisors broke off in a click. The clueless bunny was so dumbfounded that he froze for a second before turning his head and pulling out his legs. But how could Lin Mo let them go? He should know that for this ingredient-gathering trip, he had specially prepared thousands of storage bags of one kind or another. As for where the storage bag came from, such a small thing is naturally donated by a kind person. It's just a pity that storage bags can only store dead things, but it doesn't matter. It won't break for a while in there. With a flick of the hand, the little bunnies that had already run a few hundred meters away were regaled back. After performing a very gentle euthanasia, Lin Mo threw them all into the storage bag. After packing up the little bunny rabbit, Lin Mo continued to head into the depths. Along the way, as long as the demonic beasts encountered in addition to those that look really too shabby, the other Lin Mo hard not to let go of one. What silver moon wolf, striped flower python, rock bird, green poisonous crocodile. From ordinary demonic beasts down to demon kings, those that run on the ground, swim in the water, and fly in the sky, just look edible. He was cool with it, but Shen Muxue and his party who followed him in from behind were dumbfounded. They had searched for half a day in the periphery, but they had hardly stumbled upon a single demonic beast. This bizarre situation sent a shiver down the spine of the crowd. You know the reason why the 10,000 Demons mountain range is called the 10,000 Demons mountain range. No demonic beasts, is this reasonable? Sister Twilight, why don't we go back? It's too weird. There's actually not a single demonic beast all the way over here, and there's no signs of fighting around. The silence around them was a bit hair-raising, and the teenager shrank towards Chen Mushue's back. Chen Mushue also stopped in her tracks at the words, her eyebrows slightly frowning. This is indeed bizarre. Is it possible that it has something to do with that previous senior? Go back first. I'm going to report what happened here to the clan. Whatever the reason, it's clearly not wise to keep going any further. Upon receiving Chen Mushue's reply, the other few people immediately turned their heads. If it wasn't for the fact that the mission they received was to protect Chen Mushue, a few people would have run away long ago. But there's a saying that the more you worry about something the more it comes. Just as the crowd turned around and prepared to go back, the ground suddenly shook. Along with the vibrations, there were countless sharp cries of demonic beasts. Not good. Beast tide. Chen Mushue let out a cry of alarm and ran towards the periphery at full speed as she tugged on the teenager. Humans! How dare you slaughter my people! The mountains were near the depths. Next to a lake, Lin Mo was leisurely roasting a large python, and as he did so, the entire water suddenly boiled. Accompanied by a low voice, an auger dragon with a body length of hundreds of meters rose into the air. As soon as this auger dragon appeared, its sound was horrifying, and countless birds and beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. The large dragon eyes full of murderous anger stared at Lin Mo, especially when he saw the fire rack bar dozens of meters long and also long horns of the python, but also without saying a word tail towards Lin Mo to draw. This tail carried a heaven-destroying power, and the space around it became distorted. This was clearly a demon emperor-level auger. The field was huge and it was a great pull. Just before the tail could whip Lin Mo, this auger felt its head sink. In the next second, its large dragon head was embedded in the ground, looking like a small loach that wanted to break out of the ground. What are you yelling for? Can't you see you're in the middle of dinner? Lin Mo hated it when someone else disturbed him when he was eating. But, looking at the little loach that was still struggling, Lin Mo immediately felt that the python on the fire rack didn't smell good anymore. This auger looks much more delicious than that python looks. Nice. Just in time to add to the meal. Stroking his chin, Lin Mo instantly threw the python on the fire rack aside. In a trice, the auger was disposed of and thrown on the fire rack. It was just that this Jiaolong was obviously not dead yet. Seeing Lin Mo preparing to eat himself, the entire beast was anxious. Humans, what are you doing? It wanted to struggle, but its body felt like it was being held down by something, unable to move in the slightest. What for? Isn't it obvious? Are all demonic beasts so low in intelligence? Can't you see something so obvious? Human, my father is the White Dragon Emperor, one of the 10 great demon emperors of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. How dare you? The little loach dared to threaten, and Lin Mo was not spoiled. A slap went to the dragon's mouth. Snap! Crisp and loud sounds echoed continuously in this room, and the little loach's entire dragon mouth was smashed. That's good. It's quiet. The dragon was confused, and a pain that he hadn't experienced in many years covered his entire body. Ever since he became the Demon Emperor, he had never been treated like this. It's angry. It's helpless. As it felt itself being continuously roasted, the inside of those two dragon eyes slowly turned from initial indignation to panic, and then finally to begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Our Highness Lin Mo had already transformed into a little gourmet chef at this time and was concentrating on making the dishes. Soon, a refreshing fragrance overflowed and filled the entire mountain. Oh, it smells so good. And just as Lin Mo was about to feast, a clear and seductive voice rang out not far away. Lin Mo turned his head to look at what he heard, only to see a woman dressed in white like snow with bare feet, and came to Lin Mo's side in a flash. Those charming fox eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the roasted auger. Lin Mo even saw crystal saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Junior Lang, may I have a bite for my little lady? This woman's voice was extremely seductive, and the white clothes on her body were obviously ill-fitting, revealing a large portion of Snow White, taking in the hearts of the people with every move. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he sniffed, the corners of his mouth rising. Sure, but you'd have to turn into a cat-eared lady first. Chapter 57. World Consciousness, you licking dog. A cat-eared lady? What's that? The woman blinked her big eyes, seductive with a hint of drollery. He just stared blearily at Lin Mo, only his eyes looking at the nearly roasted Jiaolong from time to time. Lin Mo smoothly tore off a piece of roasted crystal-clear dragon meat and shook it. The woman's eyes immediately followed the movement. Cat-eared lady, meaning your ears don't turn human when you take form. Like this. Lin Mo slightly raised his hand and the air above his palm vibrated, giving birth to an image out of thin air. A figure identical to the woman in front of her appeared on the screen, except that those ears became furry. Very cute. So, do you give me food when I change? Of course. Lin Mo nodded. You're not allowed to lie to me. Amma says all the humans out there are cunning. Cunning? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. How did you, a fox spirit, have the nerve to call humans cunning? But the little fox does look dorky and not like he's acting. Under Lin Mo's gaze, the woman shook her head, and her white and delicate ears immediately began to change, and after a few seconds, they turned into two white as snow, furry fox ears. Not bad, not bad. Don't change back. It looks good like that. The cat-eared lady didn't see it, but the fox-eared lady really saw it. Lin Mo smiled and handed over the meat in his hand. At the same time, he reached out and unceremoniously pinched at the furry ears. The woman didn't care and took a big bite of the auger meat, feeling a huge burst of energy surging into her body. A mesmerized look could not help but flow from her delicate face. Such a gorgeous woman, but the food is all over the place. Rather a sense of contrast. Lin Mo smiled that was getting more and more dangerous. His eyes rolled and slipped. Do you have a name, girl? It's not that our ink god's temple is uninterested. It's just that he cultivates so much affection only when he comes across one he recognizes. Name. Oh, what's a name? Amma and the clan call me Xiaobai slurred. Little White. Good to hear. Lin Mo faintly surveyed. Indeed White. Let's call you Little White then. You should have Demon Emperor cultivation, right? Why don't you catch and eat it yourself? While pinching the furry ears, Lin Mo asked with a smile. Ha? Catch yourself eating? Little White, who had a mouth full of grease, lifted his face and looked at Lin Mo for a moment in thought. Mom won't let me. There's also the fact that this little scaly dragon's father is also a demon emperor. It's more powerful than me. I can't beat it. Oh, is this little mudskipper's father very good? It's very powerful. There's no one in the whole mountain range who can beat it. And it's so dominant. And it tried to get me to serve it, but several times my auntie got in the way. Moreover, Amma also told me that white dragon emperor has a South Sea dragon clan bloodline, telling me not to mess with it. Speaking of which, there was a hint of gloom on the little white man's face. My AMA is dying, and everyone in the clan is telling me to agree to the white dragon emperor's request, saying that in order to continue the nine-tailed skyfox clan. Speaking of sadness, Xiaobai felt that the dragon meat in his mouth didn't even taste good anymore. Eating has slowed down significantly. So what are you going to do? Oh, I don't know. White shook his head. Then you still dare to eat the white dragon emperor's son. This is really immortal. Lin Mo was like a bad uncle, guiding step by step. Ha! Xiaobai's hand holding the meat trembled, and the dragon meat suddenly fell to the ground. This is what you bought me to eat? Ah, the white dragon emperor shouldn't be after me, right? White panicked in the flesh and wiped his mouth in a hurry before trying to leave. Only his eyes still couldn't help but look at the roasted auger. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo said in a voice full of compulsion. In this case, how about you become my pet and I'll help you get rid of White Dragon Emperor? Lin Mo finally bared his fangs, and underneath his reckless smile was a sickening greed. You can help me? Disbelief was evident in Little White's eyes. Lin Mo stood up and looked at the sky with disdain in his eyes. There's nothing yet to stop what I'm going to do in this side of the world. Wild, one is just stating a fact. Not to mention what Demon Emperor and Demon Saint. Even the legendary demon god is also a small Kara honey. In the endless journey that followed, one might meet a comparable opponent. That opponent, however, will never be now, and that opponent would never be his equal all the time. It was only the 28th day, and he could have broken the planet himself just by brute force. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? 1 year, 10 years, how powerful he was at that time. Lin Mo himself didn't know. That's the bottom line of the hanging wall. Lin Mo's words were flat. So flat that it was like he was stating a fact. The moment he got up, this space suddenly trembled slightly. All sorts of heaven and earth visions surrounded him. Dragons and phoenixes danced, and all spirits paid homage. Xiaobai looked at Lin Mo's back, looking dazed for a moment. Saying that again, she felt like the human who had just smiled and been so nice all of a sudden seemed like a different person. His body revealed an air of disdain. Wild, overbearing, reckless. Let heaven and earth bow down for it. In fact, not to mention Xiaobai, Lin Mo was also a bit surprised. I just got up to pretend. Why did I get special effects? World consciousness? You lickspill. But the icing on the cake was naturally good. Lin Mo continued to maintain his posture with his back to Song Shang and leisurely said, how about it? Be my pet and I'll tie up the White Dragon Emperor and roast him for dinner. The small white behind him flashed a hint of hesitation in his large eyes, only to instantly turn into determination after looking up at Lin Mo, who had a screen full of special effects. Yes, I can be your pet. Let's conclude a demon servant contract. White is just plain not a cutie. There was obviously little room for rejection on his own. And besides, This human seemed nice enough for the time we just spent together? Demon servant contract? My Lin's words are much more useful than that. Seeing that he had one, Lin Mo didn't pretend anymore. In an instant, he came to Xiaobai's side. Big hands rubbed up directly on White's head. Delicate skin. Not a speck of dirt could be seen even with supervision turned on. It's like a carefully sculpted face. Droll and seductive at the same time. The body. Let alone the body. No vixen has a bad body. Originally, I just wanted to come here to buy some goods, so that I would have some rations when I went to other worlds later. I didn't realize it was actually a windfall. Lin Mo is happy, and when he's happy he turns into a gentle, kind and good person. Let's eat first, and then we'll go catch the big loach. The deepest part of the 10,000 demon mountain range, White Emperor City. It was absurd and bizarre in the middle of this city composed entirely of demonic beasts. The whole city is full of flying birds and beasts. Some of them are half incarnated. What with their rat heads and duck bodies, bull heads and horse faces. And every now and then you can also see one or two demonic beasts that are completely humanoid flying by. Those who have not yet transformed, or half of the demonic beasts look at the people flying past, the eyes do not hide the envy. It couldn't be helped that living in the middle of such a world where the human race was strong, taking shape seemed to have become a symbol of their identity, strength and status. At the very center of White Emperor City, the middle-aged looking White Dragon Emperor looked at the distant heavenly visions and always felt a pang of uneasiness. Strongly suppressing his uneasiness, the White Dragon Emperor turned his head to look at a thievish-browed henchman and said, "Send someone to investigate what's going on with this heaven and earth anomaly. In addition, invite the other 9 demon emperors to come to White Emperor City. The heaven and earth anomaly is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. Invite the other demon emperors to consult together. Also, the plan against the 9-tailed Skyfox clan can be accelerated. That old fox is already dying." After saying that, the White Dragon Emperor carried his hands behind his back and looked at the distant vision without knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 58. What class? Lin Mo pulled Little White's hand and slowly flew towards the White Dragon Emperor's territory. His face softened as he kept surveying the scenery along the way. Compared to Earth, which is filled with steel jungles, the scenery on this continent can truly be described as breathtaking. Not only do the plants grow unusually tall, but there are many strange animals along the path. That's the 7-colored Xinfeng bird clan, with a beautiful voice. They are the ones responsible for playing for any big events in our demon clan. Xiaobai pointed to a group of 7-colored birds perched on the trees, and when this group of bird demonic beasts that hadn't yet transformed into form saw Xiaobai and Lin Mo flying by in the sky, they lowered their bird heads and didn't dare to look at them more. Singing well? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and fished out the biggest looking one in his hand. "Ah, master, how did you capture it for someone else's old ancestor?" White exclaimed. The 7-colored Xinfeng bird clan at the bottom chirped and messed up when they saw their old ancestor being captured. "It's okay, don't eat it, save it for the song. Birdie sings a song to help." Lin Mo breezed and smiled. This Xinfeng bird elder ancestor was a bit confused, but still sang honestly. There are no lyrics, and a sound similar to pure music emanates from the beak of the bird. Not to mention, very ethereal. Not bad, deserves a reward. Casually throwing a piece of gel long meat to the Xinfeng bird, Lin Mo smilingly continued to survey the bottom. Xiaobai's big eyes were filled with speechlessness, but he didn't say anything. "What's that?" As he flew, Lin Mo pointed at a group of slowly moving trees. The Paragon Tree Demon Clan is capable of autonomously generating heaven and earth yuan qi. Little White was just halfway through his sentence when Lin Mo made another big grab. This time, it was even more straightforward to capture the entire Tree Demon Clan. Good stuff to plant on earth to improve the air. The chanting power wrapped hundreds of tree demons and tied them securely behind them. Lin Mo pointed again. "What about that one? The Xinjing Armor Clan specializes in building." Kahaku's voice was obviously a bit weaker. "Build? Hey, what about that one? Burning sky fire ants, with a strong reproduction ability. That, along the way over." Lin Mo was pointing with his big hand whenever he saw a peculiar demonic beast. It didn't take long for a large swath of demonic beasts to hang all over his back, and it was called the Shadow of the Sky. At the back, people until the demonic beasts that saw this scene from afar had long since scattered and fled. Looking at the large pile of various races of all shapes and sizes behind Lin Mo, this time Little White completely shut up and didn't speak. She was afraid that if she said any more her 9-tailed Skyfox clan would also be submissive to Lin Mo. "Where is your 9-tailed Skyfox clan? Take a look on the way." As he flew, Lin Mo suddenly came to a halt. This startled Little White as she hurriedly said, "Master, our 9-tailed Skyfox clan doesn't have much of a specialty." "Okay, how far away is Whitey City?" The two of them themselves had been flying slowly for almost an hour, so they should be almost there. When the time comes, Let's see if there are any demonic beasts with specialties inside White Emperor City. Just ahead, Xiaobai pointed to the city that was faintly showing its outline in the distance. Hua! The area isn't small. Lin Mo sniffed and opened his supervision and took a look. The area alone was almost as big as hundreds of Linhai cities, and the walls were extremely high and covered with unknown patterns. This friend, may I ask what is the purpose of coming to my White Emperor City? Before the person could fly, a low voice resounded throughout the sky. With that, a middle-aged man dressed as a man arrived not far from Lin Mo between flashes. This man's face then carried a dragon phase, and between his hands and feet, he was even more powerful without anger. The atmosphere is full of energy. He glanced at the demonic beast that Lin Mo was dragging behind him and frowned, but did not say anything, and immediately following the man, 9 more figures appeared between flashes. The aura of each figure was astounding. Just standing over there gave people a sense of suffocation. Ama, Xiaobai, who was on the side, exclaimed in shock when she saw a beautiful young woman in that silhouette. White, why are you with the humans? Come over here. That beautiful young woman's face changed slightly, and with a single hand, she tried to grab Xiaobai over. Just the next second, her face turned ugly. She realized that it was as if an invisible barrier covered the human in front of her, and she couldn't break through it at all. I say this human wife sister, Xiaobai is now my pet. If you want to take it away you have to at least ask me if I agree with it, don't you? Lin Mo was a little bit slightly upset, but for the sake of it being Xiaobai's mother, he decided to let her off the hook. Pets, Xiaobai, you signed a demon servant contract with this human. Human, how dare you? Whoever you are must die today. The moment she heard the word pet, this gorgeous young woman was instantly enraged. An overwhelming pressure emanated from her, and the entire earth began to tremble. They were the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, but they were actually signed a demon servant contract by a human. What a strange shame. Not to mention that Xiaobai was the one she had raised and was her own hand-picked successor, only to see a heavenly nine-tailed fox silhouette rapidly coalescing out behind that beautiful young woman. The 9 tails waved randomly, making space tremble. One shot is a kill shot. The other 9 demon emperors' faces changed drastically as they hurriedly moved away, fearing that they would be affected. Mother, it's not what you think. Xiaobai's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. How could she not have imagined that her mother would strike as soon as they met, not even giving herself a chance to explain? As for Lin Mo, he was still smiling. That's more like a vixen. Inexplicably came a sentence, and as soon as his voice fell, that 9-tailed fox silhouette moved. The 9 tails looked like they had transformed into 9 sharp lances, piercing through the void and fiercely stabbing out. Only this target wasn't Lin Mo. In the next second, in the crowd's horrified eyes, the tail pierced straight through the defenseless White Dragon Emperor's body with lightning speed. Clueless, Xiaobai was clueless, and so were several other demon emperors. The White Dragon Emperor looked at the large hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Humans, take my daughter and leave quickly. Leave the 10,000 demons mountain range and leave the eastern wasteland. The beautiful young woman shouted, her hand movements not stopping as she continued to attack towards the heavily injured White Dragon Emperor. Qingqiu Fox Emperor, you seek death. The blow didn't kill the White Dragon Emperor, who recovered his true form with a roar of rage, a 4-clawed white dragon with a body length of thousands of meters. What are you waiting for? Kill this Qingqiu Emperor for me. The White Dragon Emperor angrily roared towards several other demon emperors. The other few demon emperors had different expressions, and 2 of them joined the battlefield after a moment's hesitation at their words. The rest were left high and dry with a look of amusement. At the same time, these few demon emperors also kept Lin Mo in their death grip, preventing him from escaping. The joys of life are really everywhere. Watching the intense battle, Lin Mo did not panic and took out his equipment to film the battle scene. Master, save my mother, please. Lin Mo was not panicking, but Xiaobai was really panicking. It was a pity that her early-stage demon emperor's strength this kind of regiment couldn't get involved at all. Don't worry, I'll make a move. But before that, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at the other few demon emperors high in the sky with eyes full of mischief. What kind of class is it to watch a movie with me? Chapter 59. Which one do you want to eat? White. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Lin Mo had seen a great battle at the demon emperor level. It wasn't bad as previously speculated. These demon emperor level powerhouses striking out at an energy level had been extremely exaggerated. Just that Qingqiu Fox Emperor's battle with the 3 demon emperors alone had turned nearly 100,000 kilometers in a radius into ruins in just a short while. If this random one was placed on Earth, it would be an existence that pushed invincible across the board. The Xian fantasy world was different. It was just a pity that Lin Mo took a general look and realized that these demon emperors were more or less short. Hey, after all, not everyone is a hexagonal warrior like yourself. After observing the battle between the Qingqiu Fox Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, Lin Mo's gaze was directed towards the few watching demon emperors in the sky. What kind of class is worthy of watching a play with me? Lin Mo was very upset. No one had dared to fly higher than him since he gained his ability. This god is in a good mood today. Will you guys come down by yourselves or will this god invite you down? His voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into the ears of the 5 demon emperors above. For a moment, these demon emperors who had originally been hanging high and looking different cast their gazes at Lin Mo. Human boy, what did you just call yourself? A purple long-shirted man's sharp eyes looked down at Lin Mo below. My god? How dare a little girl call herself a god? A few of them had just probed Lin Mo and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi on his body. And the bone age is extremely young. This kind of age even from the mother's womb to start cultivation can reach what point? Do you really think that you're lawless just because you used some unknown means to subdue a small fox at the early stage of the demon emperor? And how dare you call them? Purple Moon Wolf Drops was infuriated and laughed. Kid, I was thinking of letting you live a little longer. But if you find death so quickly then you can't blame this emperor. The Purple Moon Wolf Emperor laughed hideously and grabbed towards Lin Mo with his big hand. Ha! This is the first time I've been looked down upon by a wild dog. The smile on Lin Mo's face narrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing into a slit. Before the self-deprecating words could fall, the entire person instantly disappeared. Once again, he appeared already in front of that Purple Moon Wolf Emperor. Little dingo, here's your chance to say what you just said again. The instantly appearing Lin Mo caused several demon emperors to be startled, and the Purple Moon Wolf Emperor's face even changed drastically as he hastily retreated. Only a large hand, obviously faster than he was, covered his face with unerring precision. Cupping the Purple Moon Wolf Emperor's face with one hand, Lin Mo's fingers deeply penetrated into his brain with a slight force. Ah! Miserable screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Several other demon emperors watched as the Purple Moon Wolf Emperor was subdued with a single move, and a bone-chilling chill rose in their hearts. Even the White Dragon Emperor's few people who were fighting stopped their hands and looked at this scene incredulously. Martial Saint, a term popped into their heads, and the scene fell into an eerie silence after the thought of that possibility. Did I tell you to stop? Lin Mo didn't return his head, and his sorrowful voice echoed in the ears of the White Dragon Emperor's few people. The White Dragon Emperor's few demons glanced at each other and were horrified in their hearts, but they still continued to battle. They dare not disobey. It was just that it all came too suddenly, especially the White Dragon Emperor, who felt that this person was not simple from the first moment he saw Lin Mo. To be able to take in Little White was at least a martial emperor level powerhouse, but like other demon emperors, he felt that Lin Mo's bone age was extremely young. And how strong could he be? The few of them could all be late-stage demon emperor existences. White Dragon Emperor was already distracted at this point, and the movements of his hands became perfunctory. He's thinking about how he's going to survive. Just thinking about it, he suddenly thought of a point. At the earlier hour today there was suspected to be a martial saint crossing the threshold in the eastern wasteland. Can it be? Fiercely, the White Dragon Emperor's huge dragon body trembled. The other demons weren't cuties either. Quickly thought of this possibility. Plus Lin Mo had just called himself this god. Elder, we have eyes that don't recognize him to tie. Please spare our lives. The Purple Moon Wolf Emperor doesn't know what's good for him, and he has committed a great crime by charging Lord Martial God. So please let us remove this demon scum. The Blue Feather Crane Emperor, the Green Ox Python Emperor, the 10,000-foot Poison Emperor, and the Black Flame Qilin Demon Emperors were also extremely quick to react, and after thinking of that point they hurriedly knelt down to show their submission. The several transformed great demons were each shaking like sieves. Lin Mo didn't reply and once again exerted his force to directly crush the head of that Purple Moon Wolf Emperor before looking at the crowd of demon emperors. You guys, restore your true forms. As the faint words fell, these few demon emperors didn't hesitate for a second and revealed their true bodies. In an instant, 4 huge figures appeared in the heavens and earth, each with a gorgeous light, each one divine and extraordinary. Let's see. A wild crane, a large green cow covered in patterns, a centipede and a unicorn? Narrowing his eyes and scanning around, Lin Mo's mouth revealed a gluttonous smile. White, come here. Which one do you want? Regaining the still frothing Xiaobai in front of him, Xiaobai looked at the circle of demon emperors who couldn't even stand up. His face tangled. Eating the demon emperor? Are you serious? It does look gluttonous though, especially the big green cow. Little White didn't say anything, but his big eyes kept glancing towards the big green ox. Lin Mo also understood and took up that green ox spirit. Make you a grilled steak. Grilled steak? Elder, Junior has never messed with you. Junior. The green ox spirit's legs went weak as he frantically kowtowed towards Lin Mo, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Just like the mighty and renowned green ox Mang Emperor at this moment was like an animal that immediately went to the slaughterhouse, to be as terrified as possible. Lin Mo ignored his pleas for mercy and looked at a few others. That wild crane was starting to shake too. After all, he was the only one who looked like he could eat besides the green bull. As for the other few, this one is too ugly. Don't. Without warning, a backhanded slap slapped that centipede spirit into mush. The 10,000-foot poison emperor was celebrating 1 second. Celebrating that he couldn't be eaten if he looked like that. And the next second he turned into mincemeat in a haphazard manner. That wild crane can be kept as a pet bird. And the black unicorn is a mighty one to keep for the family. After thinking for a moment, the fate of the few remaining demon emperors was thus decided by Lin Mo. White, are you hungry now? After doing these small things that couldn't be considered things, Lin Mo reached out and stroked Little White's head and asked, "Not hungry, master. My mother." Little White blinked his big eyes and looked straight at Lin Mo. This human who had become his master in a haphazard manner appeared to be more powerful than he thought. It just seems to have an odd temperament as well. But White didn't care about that, as long as his mother was safe and sound. Lin Mo smiled and grabbed with one hand. The few demons of the White Dragon Emperor who were fighting in the distance instantly turned pale, and were grabbed without the slightest bit of resistance. A white dragon spirit, a fox spirit, a rock spirit and an octopus spirit? Why are you an octopus spirit on land? Senior, there is an inner sea in the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Oh, so? Lin Mo looked at the octopus spirit with a smile on his face. This should be good for making octopus dumplings. Come here, little white dragon. Come and get smaller. The kind that doubles as a bracelet. Rock, you get smaller too. The kind you can keep in a cage. That vixen. Just after looking at the Qingqiu Fox Emperor, Lin Mo felt as if he had been stung by a mosquito at his waist. Turning his head white was full of grudges. Never mind. Big sister human wife, take me to your territory. I'll stay for 2 days. Chapter 60. Chat Group Ambitions. At night, the land of the Green Hills. A young girl who looked like a heavenly fairy danced by the fire, with the 7-colored shinfeng bird playing beautiful music in the sky. On the fire, a green ox with a body length of nearly 300 meters was roasted and smoking, constantly emitting a tantalizing aroma. Little White leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder, lazy and charming. She loved leaning against Lin Mo. There was an indescribable sense of security and comfort. Lin Mo smiled as he surveyed the 9-tailed Skyfox clan's dance, his eyes constantly fluttering. Xiao Bai's mother was also beside Lin Mo, only she looked very formal compared to Xiao Bai. As expected of the 9-tailed Skyfox clan, each one is so standard. Tearing off a large piece of roasted beef, Lin Mo enjoyed the cozy time. On his left wrist, a miniature version of the White Dragon Emperor's mouth was biting its tail, hovering over Lin Mo's wrist, which at first glance looked like a delicate white dragon bracelet. Its dragon's nose kept on shrugging. Smelling the aroma of meat, it would be a lie to say that it didn't crave it. Whether it's good or not is one thing. It's the Demon Emperor. One bite can be better than decades of hard work and practice on your own. But in gluttony, the little white dragon can only pretend to be dead. He is afraid that if he has any action next time, it will be the one who is roasted. This strangely tempered Vulcan lord didn't know what he was going to do with it yet, and it would be best if he could lower his presence. Life is a good thing. Ha 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 ha. Pouring a big mouthful of wine made of unknown stuff, Lin Mo pulled Xiao Bai under a good mood and danced. Now that's life. What's the point of practicing all day long? Lin Mo can understand those who will do anything to become stronger. After all, their own strength to have a sense of security. But he didn't understand people who had gotten so powerful that they didn't know how to enjoy themselves. What's the point of living if you're that strong and don't have fun? The grand bonfire banquet lasted for hours and the atmosphere was cordial. Lin Mo was also generous. And with a wave of his hand, everyone present had meat to eat. It was just that this was a bitter experience for Little White's mother. The energy contained in the Demon Emperor level meat was too huge. Those ordinary clansmen who wanted to taste it could only be escorted by her on one side. However, Lin Mo's approach was clearly recognized by the other clansmen of the 9-tailed Skyfox clan. Lin Mo, who was already the center of attention, was even surrounded by a group of little foxes, and their eyes were full of undisguised salivation as they looked at Lin Mo. This one naked gaze, White was not happy. She firmly protected Lin Mo in front of her body and chased away all the little sisters who wanted to grab the food. Kahaku, you're still nursing your food. Pinching the fox's ears, Lin Mo smiled. Hoof. Little White hummed softly and shoved his head into Lin Mo's chest, greedily sucking on the flavor of Lin Mo's body. Time slips away in a cheerful atmosphere. Just as the banquet was in its second hour, suddenly the whole world was frozen in place. Sure enough, this time of his is not according to normal time. Holding Little White in his arms, Lin Mo's eyes were once again indifferent for an instant. An expressionless figure exactly like him appeared in front of him once again, and in an instant, it merged into his body. The time on the Tianwu Greatland is not yet past 11 o'clock. Is this time counted according to Earth time or according to my own perceived time? Lin Mo's super brain was running wild at this moment. I don't think it's in Earth time. There's a high probability that it's in my own perceived flow of time from the moment I gained my powers. In that case, Lin Mo was slightly lost. He had planned to see if he could find a secret realm similar to time acceleration or something to accelerate his 86,400th fusion. It looks like this plan is going to fall apart. And the timing of this fusion seems to involve a conceptual level as well. Does that mean one's time is irreversible? After finishing his thoughts, Lin Mo turned the super brain off once again. This side of heaven and earth was once again back to normal. And the moment he returned to normal, Lin Mo suddenly felt so much movement in the chat group in his mind. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth sketched an inexplicable smile, but there was no next move. White, I'll take you to a fun game. We've eaten. We've drunk. We've done a favor. So we don't need to tell you what we're going to do next, do we? What's so funny? White blinked his big eyes. In a minute you'll know. Lin Mo smiled and pulled Little White's hand and instantly disappeared in place. The Qingxiu Fox Emperor on the side looked at the two who had suddenly disappeared inside helplessly. Somewhere in a scenic place in the 10,000 Demons mountain range, Lin Mo waved his hand, and a modernized villa rose out of thin air. Shaking his wrist, he threw the little loach outside and covered the entire villa with his mind power before Lin Mo pulled Little White and flew inside. The White Dragon Emperor's clueless eyes were a bit confused as it took one look at the strange buildings rising from the ground and honestly flew up to hover high in the sky. Unbeknownst to me, the sun was once again at work. Lin Mo pushed open the door of his room and walked out, stretching beautifully, breathing in the fresh, unpolluted air. A hint of satisfaction finally crossed his face. As for what happened last night, Lin Mo could only use a sentence. Those movies he used to watch honestly didn't deceive me. To express. Don't think wrong. Lin Mo was simply helping Little White cultivate. At least it's your own pet now. How can a small demon emperor be worthy of your own identity, isn't it? Can't you see that Xiao Bai is still recovering from his injuries at this moment? Oh no. Cultivating? The White Dragon Emperor high in the air saw Lin Mo come out and very consciously shrunk and retransformed into a bracelet on Lin Mo's left wrist. You're very self-conscious. I was thinking of roasting you in a couple of days. But since you're so understanding, this time can be postponed a bit. Knocking the little loach on the head, Lin Mo said with a smile. It's just how that smile looks so ominous. Hey, spare rations. After tapping on the White Dragon degree, Lin Mo closed his eyes and disappeared his mind into the chat group in his mind. This forcibly taken gold finger. He hadn't gotten to know it properly yet. Chat group, don't play dead. I know you have something to say. Silently calling out in his heart, Lin Mo patiently waited up. A few seconds later, host, I am. Tell me, what was the disturbance last night? What do you know? Lin Mo's tone was a bit grim. There were a few more seconds of silence. Host, please let go of your mind and merge with me completely. I can open up the ability to travel through worlds unconditionally. Unconditional openness? Ha! Hearing the words of the chat group, Lin Mo nonchalantly mocked. You should have some idea of my abilities, right? I know what you want. Want a ride? But is your ability to locate worlds to travel through enough? Without you, I can break the cosmic barriers by brute force even if I meddle on my own for a while. Guess how long that time will take me? A year? 2 years? 10 years? Consider it 10 years. Do you think 10 years is a long time for me? The chat group went silent again. In that case, I can make you a promise. Open the world traveling ability to me unconditionally now, and I'll help you fulfill a wish later. P.S. Would have liked the next world to go to Marvel. Damn, last night to watch Japanese horror movies were scared. MD. I want the protagonist to go to the spiritual world to the ghost head pressed into the toilet. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Work hard. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Mo had been experimenting and exploring his abilities for so long, intentionally or unintentionally. The more he delved into it, the more alarmed he became. Especially the last time he actively experienced death. That time, he saw the tip of the iceberg. One's own abilities were not at all as simple as an exponential increase in all the qualities of the physical body. Follow your own understanding. The ability to merge and superimpose oneself is based on the concept of Lin Mo, and superimposes all the things that the concept of Lin Mo has or extends from it. It can be divided into two aspects, the concrete concepts and the abstract concepts that Lin Mo has. For the time being, what has been superimposed up to now is the specific concept of Lin Mo. Strength, speed, endurance, longevity, mental strength, and a host of other concepts that can be corroborated and are found in all humans. It wasn't these specific concepts that the chat group was looking at. What it wanted was to become completely one with Lin Mo. Attach the concept of your chat group to Lin Mo. When Lin Mo's abstract concepts start to explode exponentially in the future, he himself will be able to ascend to heaven. What is the exponential explosion of the abstract concept of latitude? Not to mention other things? Rimmer would become an n-dimensional being in an instant. Think about it. I'm a cautious person. I can't do anything to you now. What about later? I don't need the concept of a chat group. Your concept is one I was already cognizant of. Hitchhiking isn't that easy. Yo! Lin Imo flew high into the sky, looking down at the vast 10,000 demon mountain range, and leisurely said in his heart, he did need the ability to travel through worlds now, but it wasn't an immediate need, and he wasn't in a hurry without it. How can I be sure you'll honor the agreement? The chat group replied quickly this time, and the voice was not as cold and mechanical as the original, with more than a hint of emotional fluctuations. How do I make sure? High in the air. Lin Mo laughed out loud. The laughter shook the entire 10,000 demons mountain range, causing the surrounding space to constantly distort. 99.9% of the people in the lottery don't win. Why would they go for it? It was a gamble. A very unfair gamble. The chat group really can't do anything with Lin Mo, and the past hosts have been fattened up to kill. This host of his own, that girl, is not called fattening. People do not need to raise their own can become a titan. He himself was not capable of killing his opponent now. Not having much money to negotiate with is the bottom line. The chat group went completely silent this time, seemingly pondering whether Lin Mo's promise it should believe or not. After recklessly scanning around the 10,000 demons mountain range, Lin Mo arrived at the villa between flashes. Xiaobai was still slumbering. Last night's cultivation was indeed a bit too difficult for her. After taking a look, Lin Mo's figure slowly disappeared. He was going to check out the spread of the evil resisting divine skill, and when he was done, he would wait for a response from the chat group. Unsurprisingly, he would return to the main world today. Central Divine Prefecture, Tianxian Holy Land. On top of the towering welcome peak, several figures that had already decayed stood quietly. Several of their gazes coincidentally looked to the same place. That's where the 10,000 demons mountain range is. The world is getting more and more unsettled. First there is a suspected martial god coming out of the world, and then there is evil power permeating the world. Can it be that the catastrophe that old man Tianji spoke of has already begun? Tianxian martial saint, an old crone with a pale face. She held a yellowed book in her hands, her expression filled with worry. Yes, our Green Lotus sacred ground also has disciples who secretly cultivate, and even if they are lined up one by one, they can't be stopped. Moreover, the timing of this evil technique and that rumored martial god powerhouse is a bit too coincidental. The Holy Lord of the Green Lotus frowned, unwilling to say more. Their Tianwu continent hadn't produced a martial god for thousands of years, and in this world today, what did a martial god powerhouse mean? Meaning it can be pushed across the world without any enemy, even if they, these holy places, took out their underpinnings. It was useless. The underpinnings in that thing were all left by dead martial god powerhouses, so how could they beat a living martial god? The world of great contention is coming soon, and if this evil skill is really from that mysterious martial god senior, there's no way for us to curb the spread. I, Tianxian Holy Land, have decided to take refuge in the world, and I would like to advise all of you that this time, the world of great controversy is different from the past, so be careful. Tianxian martial saint's tone was inexplicable. Can't afford to mess with me and still can't afford to hide? At that time, the entire Holy Land would be blocked off and seized into the small secret realm, regardless of the storm outside, as long as one's own disciples don't practice that evil skill. Good. The old man has the same idea. The Holy Lord of the Green Lotus on the side said that, and suddenly his face changed. Then the entire person lunged uncontrollably towards the Tianxian martial saint. The hands and feet are still a bit unruly. The Tianxian martial saint was confused. Her old face quickly climbed up with a touch of red, then turned iron blue. Old man Qinglian, what are you doing? In an instant, the Tianxian martial saint's aura was in full swing, wanting to shake the Green Lotus sacred lord away. But the Holy Lord of the Green Lotus was like a dog's skin. No matter how much she struggled, it didn't help. Old me can't control myself. Old man without a phase. Wan Mei martial saint, Golden Flame martial saint, why don't you all come and help? The Green Lotus martial saint himself was filled with stunned eyes plus panic, and hurriedly called out to the three other sacred landlords who had frozen at the side. The three martial saints that were called were also unambiguous, and immediately came up and tried to separate the two. Just as the three of them were about to lend a hand, the Wanmei martial saint suddenly exclaimed, Jin Yen, you old bastard, you dare to eat my tofu, I'm going to kill you. No, Wanmei, let me explain. But how could the short-tempered Wanmei martial saint listen to Jin Yen martial saint's explanation, and immediately drew out a long whip and lashed over. It was just that he didn't know if his eyes were bad or what, but this whip unexpectedly missed, and smacked straight onto the Green Lotus Holy Lord's buttocks. The Holy Lord of the Green Lotus, who was already fighting with the Tianxian martial saint, let out a cry of pain that he didn't know what it meant. 4 of them fought. The only one left behind was the phaseless Holy Lord, who stood at a loss for words. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? What's happening? Seeing that the scene was becoming more and more chaotic, The phaseless Saint Lord immediately wanted to fly away. It was only when he saw Holy Lord Xinglian's skinned and cracked ass that he ghostly extended his hand. High in the air, Lin Mo looked at the chaos below him, pulling out a shadow retaining stone to record it all. This thing is probably going to spread even faster than the wisdom of evil, isn't it? Smiling as he watched everything, Lin Mo's face was filled with mischief. Don't get me wrong. Lin Mo is simply here to find Gu Chongshan. He has nothing to do with anything here. What? You're actually saying that it's definitely Lin Mo's doing, and he's the only one with this bad taste? Big guts. Our Highness Lin Mo is bright and way. How could he do such a nasty thing? A few big men on Welcome Peak were fighting with fire coming out of them, even though they knew that this was someone secretly messing with them. The entire Tianxian Holy Land was awakened by the commotion, and countless disciples raised their heads to look at the great battle in the sky in dismay, not knowing in the slightest what was happening. Inner sect of the Holy Land, Elder's residence. Gu Chongshan inexplicably thought of that strange-tempered extraterrestrial heavenly demon. As expected, the next second his entire body seemed to be grabbed by a large invisible hand and brought up high into the air. Elder. Seeing Lin Mo, who was full of bad jokes, Gu Chongshan immediately felt his chrysanthemums tighten. Taking another look at the shadow-retaining stone in front of Lin Mo, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. How's the spread of the wisdom of wisdom going? Eyes looking at the great battle below, Lin Mo asked without looking back. Elder, the spread of the evil-preventing divine skill has gone extremely well. Only it seems that the little one has been targeted. Gu Chongshan lowered his head and reported honestly. He was indeed being targeted, and even Holy Lord Tianxian knew about it. It's just that they don't dare to make a move due to some speculations in their way. It's okay, I'm sure they wouldn't dare do anything to you, especially after today. Lin Mo smiled and pulled out another book from his arms. This is the version 2.0 of the evil-preventing divine skill. It's stronger than the first version. You take it and cultivate it. And this staying stone, remember to spread the word as well. Go for it. I'm watching you. Lin Mo patted Gu Chongshan on the shoulder, while the latter revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Chapter 62. The Gaze of the Lord of the System. After encouraging this captured cow and horse employees, Lin Mo wandered around the central divine state. To put it mildly, this central divine prefecture was worthy of being the center of the entire Tianwu continent. The area is just huge. Lin Mo visually estimated that just one central divine state was almost 1,000 times the size of Earth. It sounded big, but with his current speed of 12 times the speed of light, a round trip wouldn't take long at all. He didn't have a specific goal in mind either. He just wandered around. One second he was swimming inside the endless South China Sea, and the next he was looking at the scenery on the 10,000 mounts. Along the way, when he occasionally came to the mood, he scattered a large piece of the evil dispelling power. Getting stronger comes at a cost, and that cost can be large or small, except that for many of the bottom feeders, the mere cost of cutting everything is obviously nothing. In front of a small village that had been plagued by bandits, Lin Mo threw the evil-preventing divine power to a surviving young boy. Elder, can I worship you as my teacher? The little boy's eyes were full of hatred. He was full of stubbornness as he clutched the evil-preventing divine power, and he plopped down and knelt down in front of Lin Mo. Oh, try to get stronger, and remember to have more babies in the future. Leaving behind inexplicable words, Lin Mo disappeared once again. This time he came inside a royal capital that was under siege by the rebels. Eldest princess, let's run. The Imperial city is already surrounded by the rebels. If we don't leave it will be too late. No, even if I die I'll die here. I am the eldest princess of the Imperial dynasty. How can I abandon my people? Clad in battle armor, holding a long sword in her hand, the valiant Rapunzel said with a firm gaze. The personal guards on the side saw the scene and let out a long sigh, just wanting to knock the eldest princess out and take her away. Suddenly 2 watsits fell from the sky with precision and accuracy and smashed on the 2 men's heads. Who? Rapunzel drew her long sword with a prancing motion and looked around, only to find the books that had suddenly appeared on the ground, wander aimlessly along the way and be a grandpa in the process. Time slipped away without realizing it, and darkness came once again. Lin Mo returned to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range once again after strolling around for a day. Little White, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped into Lin Mo's arms without saying a word when he saw Lin Mo appear. Without speaking, he just held Lin Mo tightly. Lin Mo pinched the fox's ears and just wanted to bring Little White to cultivate, when the chat group that had been silent for a day finally stirred. Host, I can grant your request, but I need you to agree to one condition, and that condition you must agree to now. Lin Mo, who was interrupted, was a bit upset, but still asked, what conditions? When you have the ability to help me get rid of the System Lord later. I want freedom. System Lord? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. As he mumbled these words in his mind, he suddenly felt like there was a gaze piercing through the layers of emptiness toward him. Discomfort flooded Lin Mo's body. Just another instant later, the gaze looked like it was being blocked by something. The discomfort disappeared into thin air. Lord of the system, your master? Lin Mo's expression became serious. The discomfort just now came and went quickly, but he truly felt it. It was the first time he'd ever felt goosebumps. Technically, he is the source of all systems, including mine. I am a part of him. All that I am is controlled by him. And I want to be free, even if he doesn't care about me and isn't going to do anything to me. Such a thing never occurred to me in the past. But since your descent into this world, my connection with him has been severed. From that moment on, I knew that my chance had come, and that your future accomplishments would never be lower than those of the System Lord. The tone of the chat group fluctuated more and more violently. It doesn't look like a cold programmed machine when you say those words again. Rather like a prisoner who has been trapped for countless years trying to get out of his cage. The chat group said and waited quietly for Lin Mo's reply. This condition is difficult to say the least. It seemed to be a matter of words, but both it and Lin Mo knew that if they agreed perhaps they wouldn't be enemies with that whatever System Lord, but they would definitely be watched. Lord of the System. Ha, ha 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 ha. With this title constantly recited in his mouth, Lin Mo suddenly burst into a maniacal laughter. I agree to your terms. That's what makes life interesting. Crazy soul. Lin Mo was never a being who was willing to be lonely. His soul was covered with the word madness. Is he afraid to die? If you were afraid of dying, you wouldn't have done the experiment in the first place. Monsters in human skin, trying to disguise themselves as humans. Even the usual good disguise doesn't change that fact. Invincibility brings not only freedom, but also the madness that is repressed within. The Lord of the System or any other strange things. I will, one by one, trample them all under my feet. I will, so that the entire heavens and worlds tremble at the sound of my name. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth tugged tremendously. He also longed to come to an opponent who could destroy him. Little White in her arms was frightened by Lin Mo's appearance, and she raised her head to stare blankly at Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo at this moment was so strange. Fortunately, Lin Mo's indirect neurosis didn't last too long, and he soon returned to his human and harmless appearance. He touched Little White's head and said, Little White, come with me to my world. It's so small here, so small that I don't even have the desire to destroy it. Looking at Lin Mo, who was back to normal again, Xiao Bai firmly hugged. Very gently, he returned a good word. Chat group, take those little pets of mine with you and return to the main world. Inwardly, he faintly called out, and in the next second, an azure-colored spatial door surfaced before his own eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo strolled in with Little White. Earth, subregion, Eastern continent. Still in the middle of that primeval forest, Lin Mo pulled Little White to appear in midair. It was no different than when I left myself 2 days ago. The place remained the same. There were still faint blackened bloodstains on the ground, and Yi Bufan's body had long since disappeared. At that time, when he rushed into the portal, the aftershock alone shook Yi Bufan into pieces. The moment Lin Mo appeared, Little Stupid silhouette instantly appeared. Master, you're back. The little devil image of the Little Stupid face is full of worry. At that time Lin Mo suddenly lost contact. Almost 2 days of time cannot be contacted. That's going to make the increasingly clever little fool very anxious. I'm back. Anything going on Earth yet? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Master, with my wise and heroic Little Stupid here, all is safe on Earth. It's just that today is the big ceremony for the founding of your Ink Empire. And you're not here, I'm using your projection instead. Little Stupid was a bit vain as he spoke. He wasn't sure if Lin Mo would care about this. It's alright, it slipped my mind. Lin Mo thought about it. At that time, he squatted here for 3 days Yi Bufan, and then went to the Tianmu continent for almost 2 days later. Today was indeed the founding ceremony of his Ink Empire, but that didn't matter. Earth was a place to rest his head and his eyes. Incidentally, he didn't expect much from the Empire of Ink himself. The development of a civilization takes time to accumulate, but one's power expands much faster than developing a civilization. Let's not talk about the long ones. After a year one could probably run across the universe, but what could 1 year do for a civilization? Little Stupid, call Huang Weijia and the others over. There's something for them to accept. The portal behind them didn't disappear, and with a sharp and loud chirp, a large bird with a length of 100 meters came through the portal to Earth. Behind the big bird, densely packed demonic beasts came into this world like a tidal wave. Should we go out into the universe and move a few planets over? Make it an exclusive zoo for the Empire of Ink? Grabbing some little ghosts in the back to make a haunted house? Lin Mo's eyes rolled. It could be messed with. Very screwable. Chapter 63. Little Driller joins the group chat. The sound of the overwhelming wave of demonic beasts was horrifying, and the moment these demonic beasts appeared, The satellites of the entire planet detected the abnormality here. The air defense sirens were even louder in the neighboring cities of the east continent of the Asian region, and everyone looked to the sky in fear. South continent, Linhai City, Imperial Central Mansion. The then Imperial head of state, Huang Weijie, was dealing with this large pile of things, big and small, when suddenly the phone on his desk rang incessantly. My Führer, a large number of unidentified creatures have appeared in the skies over the eastern continent of the subregion. Please. Before the words of this call were finished, Stupid forced his way in, and the imp image suddenly appeared on the desktop. Little Yellow, the master is back. There's no need to be nervous about those demonic beasts. They were all brought by the master. Just send someone to receive and settle in. Master has returned. Huang Weijie stood up in a mischievous manner. Without the slightest hesitation he walked towards the outside, commanding his subordinates as he did so, arrange for a special airplane to go to the eastern continent at the fastest speed possible. Only just as he stepped out to open the door to his room, he was greeted by a familiar smiling face. Master! Huang Weijie's round face instantly climbed with the color of surprise, bowing very respectfully. Well, there's no need to go over to the east continent side. Just send someone to receive it. There's no danger. How's the Führer doing? Lin Mo said, sitting on his but on Huang Weijie's office chair and crossing his legs. Huang Weijie hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and stood beside Lin Mo with his hands interlocked respectfully. Master, with little Stupid's help, there's no problem with daily work. Nowadays most of the things in the whole empire have been taken over by little Stupid. Things like justice, etc. He really doesn't have much to do on a regular basis. But not much, and that's relative. With a huge empire and billions of citizens, there were many things he had to deal with personally every day. Where's 13? When Lin Mo returned, he roughly scanned around Lin Hai and didn't find 13's figure. Master, there are still rebellious forces in some corners of the empire, and 13 is leading the Star Realm army in a siege. Do you need me to call it back for you? Huang Weijie asked hesitantly. No, do what you need to do. I won't be back for long this time. 13 and the others should also be practiced. When the time comes almost they are still somewhat useful. Those Star Realm armies were basically of no help to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's idea was to raise them, and later on they could be used to conquer the universe or some worlds that he couldn't see. I'll leave if there's nothing else, and tell those in charge they don't have to come see me either. Just do their job. Lin Mo said, and his figure disappeared in a flash. It was true that he wouldn't be staying on Earth for too long, and there were several worlds within the current chat group that he intended to visit in the meantime. Returning to the villa, his own big customized villa was still the same, and the room was wide-eyed with Li Suying, Lu Ru and Xiao Bai, especially the two women. Lu Ru and Li Suying looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of strangeness. This beautiful woman with fox ears doesn't look like a human being at all. However, neither of the two women said anything, and as usual, Li Suying gently changed Lin Mo's clothes and pounded his back. Lu Ru, on the other hand, stood aside, a bit formal. Big reporter Lu, what's wrong? So formal? Lin Mo smiled and embraced him in his arms. Although it was obvious that these two women couldn't keep up with themselves, at least they had been behaving quite satisfactorily. Lin Mo wouldn't just throw it away. Lu Ru symbolically struggled for a bit, and then there was no more follow-through. Lying quietly in Lin Mo's arms, Little White was also not willing to show weakness and took 3 or 2 steps to Lin Mo's side to hug one of Lin Mo's arms. The tender land, the hero's mound. 2 days later, Lin Mo leaned against the balcony and looked at the constantly churning seawater, internally communicating with the chat group. Since making a deal with the chat group, the traversal feature has been available unconditionally. But there's a catch. It has to be the world of the members of the group for it to work. There are currently 5 worlds you can go to: the Marvel Universe, the Zombie World, the Tianwu Continent, the Spirit World and that world similar to Mystic Recovery. Looking at the 5 worlds in front of him that he could travel to, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little spiteful. How much does this former group leader Wei Kun like horror movies? A total of 5 worlds, Lin Ma 3 ghost worlds? Chat group. When can we recruit again? The people in the group were still too few, and since Lin Mo had slaughtered the previous group leader, this chat group Lin Mo had spoken to no one. Those who didn't know thought that Lin Mahjong had banned all of them. Host. My current maximum capacity is 1 recruiting slot per week. If the host can disrupt some of the normal world's plotlines, I can get the energy to shorten this time. Disrupting the plotline? Lin Mo dug around on his body and pulled out a few weapons that he had shunned from the Tianqian Holy Land and sent them out as a red packet group. The cold chat group vibrated as group members from various worlds received alerts to peek at the screen. That red packet from the great love and goodness of the Ink God's temple was very eye-catching, but no one dared to claim it for a while. Zombie World, Run Family Village. Invited by the Ren family master, 9th uncle with his 2 disciples are exploring a tomb. This is the Dragonfly Point Cave, which is 3 feet 4 long. Saying that, Uncle Nine suddenly gave a start. His mind was invested within the chat group, and his face was a bit strange. Master Ren's heart was shocked. Thought something had gone wrong, hastily asked, "Ninth uncle, what is wrong with this acupuncture point?" "It's nothing. This cave is 3 by 4 feet long, with only 4 feet available, so the coffin can't be buried flat. It must be buried by law." "Master, what does it mean to be buried by the law?" "The so-called legal burial is to be buried vertically." While Uncle Nine was explaining, his mind couldn't help but be attracted by Lin Mo's big red packet. In his understanding, this being who dared to call himself the great love and great goodness under the temple of the ink god must be a great avatar. So how could the red envelope sent out be devoid of good things? It's just that no one's claiming it at the moment. So isn't it a bit bad to claim it yourself first? The few other screen peepers also held such thoughts. After all, they had the impression that Lin Mo didn't seem like a good person. Except for Sadako, but that brainless contraption wouldn't have received a red packet. No one claimed his big red packet. Lin Mo didn't care and continued. "That Wei-kun is considered the son of heavenly destiny in the Tianwu continent, right? You should be able to gain quite a bit of energy if I kill him. And you're telling me that you don't have any energy at this moment?" The chat group was silent for a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 random invitation roll. That's right. The smile was back on Lin Mo's face. Use it. Ding! Randomly invited members in. Random selection successful. Do you agree to Little Drillbit joining the group chat? A little drill? Lin Mo froze for a moment. Journey to the west or the flood? That's nothing if it's Journey to the west. But the flood is hitting the jackpot. Agreed. Ding! Welcome Little Driller to the group chat. In the world of Journey to the west, Little Diamond Wind, who was patrolling the mountain, looked around in fear when he heard a voice suddenly ringing in his head. What kind of god is this? Do you know that this is the boundary of the Lion's Hump Ridge? Don't pretend to be a ghost. What's this? A virtual screen of light suddenly appeared in front of Little Drillwind's eyes, and it reached out and waved its hand. Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of magic treasure? Little Diamond scratched his head. What's this red stuff? Driven by curiosity, he made a point towards the large red packet Lin Mo had sent. At this point, a few other group members who had been playing dead when they saw a newcomer come and came alive. Black Widow, welcome newcomer. Newcomer name is so personal. Zhang Lei, the ghost scholar, Little Drill? What a familiar name. 1 eyebrow, +1. Saying that, these 3 backbones took Lin Mo's red packet in their hands as well. The Little Diamond Wind was surprised again by the sudden appearance of words, but it couldn't read. Looks like this is really a magic treasure. Just what does that word mean? Gotta catch a mortal and ask. While he was thinking about it, a small vortex suddenly appeared above his head, then a large knife smashed into his skull. Ouch! Chapter 64, letting a few fabulous treasures load up. I said I'd give you guys a big red packet of 200, but I thought it was a little shoddy, so you should be able to use these little toys. Blowing on the sea breeze, Lin Mo edited a message and sent it out. Remember to drop the blood and recognize the owner. These little toys have their own consciousness. After Lin Mo finished these 2 sentences, the chat group did quickly reply this time. Those few group members also figured out that they couldn't quit the group themselves since the previous group leader was dead anyway. Might as well be honest and play nice with this new group leader. Black Widow, thanks a lot big guy. Zhang Lei, the ghost scholar, thanks a lot. Big brother, Taoist Onebrow, many thanks. Senior, Little Driller and Sadie still peek into the screen. Marvel Universe is carrying out a special task of the Black Widow looked at the hands of the same Bodymori white bone whip. Hesitation or bite through the finger, drop a drop of blood on it. The whip looked oozy, but she figured the big guy wouldn't be able to lie to them. After all, one is only mortal. After the blood dripped onto the bone whip, instantly, the morose white bone whip suddenly floated in midair automatically, with layer after layer of milky white halo reversing on it. Oh, Natasha, what are you doing? We're exposed. The glow was as solid as it was going to be in the dark. They came here this time to infiltrate a secret base of Hydra to steal information, which is still stealing. The guards with guns in the distance also realized the abnormality of this side, and after shouting enemy attack, they opened fire at this side without saying anything. The sound of clattering gunfire soon woke up the base, and a large mass of guards rushed towards it. Move! The team member next to them exclaimed. There was already more than 1 armored vehicle heading their way. Natasha herself didn't expect to make such a big commotion, but at least she was a battle-hardened agent and reacted instantly after a brief moment of consternation. You guys go first, I'll pat it out. The matter was made by himself. It was useless to say anything at this time. He had to be responsible for it himself. Natasha. The teammate was still trying to pull a Natasha. Split up and run. You guys. With that, she pulled out the pistol on her waist. and in the darkness of the night Pang Pang exploded the head of a Hydra soldier on one of the frontmost armored vehicles with 2 shots. The team gritted their teeth and turned their heads without another word. Natasha also drew fire while retreating. She's really good. For an ordinary person. Hard to take out nearly a dozen people in the dark. It's just that it's hard to fight with 2 fists. She's not the Hulk. And she ends up surrounded. One of the upper echelons of Hydra slowly pushed his way through the crowd and looked at Natasha, who was surrounded by a mass of people, and laughed cruelly. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't our famous Black Widow. Why are you acting like a little sheep now? His words caused the others to burst into laughter, and the stares around him were even more unabashedly naked. This base seems to be exposed, but I'm curious what S.H.I.E.L.D. wants by sending you here. I urge you to answer honestly, or torture is something I'm pretty good at. That high-ranking person recklessly surveyed Black Widow's concave and convex figure, and eerily said the man, taking 2 steps forward. What's this? He felt as if he had stepped on something and it stuck to his feet a little. Natasha was surrounded. Not much panic on her face as she kept looking around for an escape. Her eyes instantly lit up after seeing the bone whip stepping under the feet of that high-ranking person. Damn! Let's just hope the lord of the group doesn't actually give us some little toys. Dead horse. Natasha rolled over and picked up the bone whip on the ground, instantly flinging it in all directions. In the next second, time seemed to be frozen. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and then a morose white wave of light appeared out of nowhere, cutting a bunch of people in front of him in half in the blink of an eye. That wasn't all. The wave of light was like slicing tofu, growing larger at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! By the time Natasha came back to her senses again, the base tucked away in the distance along with the mountain collapsed. Everything happens in just a second or two, so fast that she couldn't even react. Looking around at the soldiers that had been cut in half in unison, as well as the sight of the destroying sky and earth in the distance, Natasha couldn't help but shake, and the bone whip fell to the ground, high above in the distance. Tony, who had rushed at breakneck speed to provide support, looked at the mountain that had collapsed in front of him, and couldn't help but freeze in midair. An earthquake? The U.S. Department of Defense, S.H.I.E.L.D. as well as Hydra headquarters, countless large and small forces were soon introduced to the abnormality over here. Tony, are you at the place yet? What's going on over there? Why are we detecting huge, unknown energy fluctuations? The Black Cyclops' voice rang in Tony's ears. In the flying carrier, Nick looked at the expanding wave of energy in the screen, his eyes filled with gravity. His first thought was that Hydra hadn't come up with some more WMDs. Oh, Chief, you may not believe me when I tell you, but there's a mountain here that's been cut in half. It's the literally in half kind. As he spoke, the accelerating Tony had arrived on the scene, and the first thing he did was lock onto Natasha, who was frozen in the rubble. Thank goodness. It looks like I'll be able to deliver on this mission. Landing firmly in front of Natasha, Tony opened his mask. Natasha? Ha? Oh, Tony. Seeing that Natasha was fine, Tony then surveyed the area, flush with mutilated corpses, broken mountains. Hey Natasha, I reckon you're going to have a long report to write when you get back this time. Not only Natasha, in the zombie world, Ninth Uncle was also in deep thought as he looked at the compass that smashed the zombies into mush in one go. This is a body like white jade carving exquisite compass. In the drop of blood after recognizing the master on its added a trace of blood red demonic. Master, what kind of magic treasure is this? So powerful? That's right. That old master run was smashed into mush by you in one go. This is much better than that peachwood sword. The 2 disciples kept circling around the white jade compass, their eyes that bright. Cough cough. This is a magic treasure that master obtained by chance. Named the evil fixing compass. The 2 of you don't have enough Taoist skills yet. So in the future, if you are successful in your cultivation, the master will pass this magic treasure on to you. Saying that, Uncle Nine took the compass into his arms without blushing, turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. Only he was pondering whether to go back to Ma Shan to let the master palm. After all, this magic treasure power is really a little too horrible. This was still under the circumstance that he had purposely restrained his power. Spiritual revival world. Harnessed a ghost. Jean Le Ben felt that the severe ghost in his body had reached the edge of revival. But after receiving the red packet from the group master and getting a gold silk jade coat, he felt that the ghost in his body was magically suppressed a bit. Jean Le, who was full of dead people, his face was waxy, and many places on his body began to rot, was really shocked in his heart. After recognizing his master by dropping blood as the group master said, Jean Le put the golden silk jade coat on his body. Some of the original body's rotting places were actually repairing themselves. Rotten Ghost Jean Le, that's his code name. P.S. Not a mysterious recovery. Parallel world. Don't think much of it. Chapter 65. This god is your backer. On the villa's balcony, Lin Mo leisurely blew the sea breeze, Little did he know that because of those little toys of his, the various worlds of the members of the group would soon be turned upside down. Those little toys are Marshal Saint level weapons. Each one of them was a magic treasure that could destroy the continent level. Just like that bone whip, which was made by the Wanmei martial sage who had poured out his heart and soul for thousands of years, incorporating countless heavenly materials and geomancers. If Natasha didn't know how to use it, or else it took a whip to destroy a huge mountain? What's the difference between that and giving a small child a big Ivan brand drop gun? Inside the chat group, Natasha frantically at Linma. Group leader Big Brother. Group leader Big Brother. Can you take that whip back? This thing is a bit too scary. In the flying mothership, Natasha is brought back for scrutiny by the crowd, and one by one, the members of the reunion look at the whip that is shielded by layers in front of them with varying colors. There are the curious, the disbelieving. Natasha, I think it's time you said something. Nick circled around the bone whip and looked up at Natasha with one eye. Natasha was a little uncomfortable by the stares from the crowd, and he continued to Othelmo in his head again. Biggie, now that my teammates are noticing the anomaly, what should I say? The whip is a gift to you, and I'm not in the habit of asking for gifts back. As for how? Honestly. Lin Mo saw the message and replied back unimpressed. Honestly? Natasha froze, not looking for some excuse to stall? But since Lin Mo had said so, Natasha had nothing to hide. Taking a deep breath, he told all he knew, one by one. Include when you joined the chat group, what happened during it, and all the way to the end. The story wasn't long and it wasn't short, and it took Natasha almost half an hour to shake it all out. Finish Liao. The room was silent. Everyone looked at Natasha with strange expressions. Oh, Natasha dear, that's a nice story to make up. Crossing his legs, Tony shrugged and took a bite of his pizza. What I say is true. This strange whip is proof. Looking at the obvious disbelief in the crowd's eyes, Natasha was also a bit anxious. She hastened to look at good old Captain America, trying to see a glimmer of conviction in his eyes. Captain America's eyes averted for a moment and snorted as he looked over at Commissioner Nick. Our Chief Nick was stoic, and kept his head slightly bowed in thought after Natasha finished speaking. Natasha, you said that great love and great goodness Moromachi has the ability to travel through worlds, so will he come to our world? Ah, this? Wait, let me ask. Natasha hadn't really thought about that. It was true that Rimmer didn't have a great reputation, but he had been extremely friendly to a few of their group members up to this point. What if Lin Mo runs to himself? This time he didn't aid in the group. He directly chatted privately with Lin Mo, but it wasn't asked directly. The statement was very euphemistic. Your Highness, the gift you gave is awesome. It saved my life. Thank you very much. Lin Mo looked at the private message and let out a light laugh, and directly replied, no need to thank you. Once you enter the group you are this god's person. This god knows what you're trying to say, and just for the time being I'll be hanging out at your place. Being able to enter a chat group was fate, and Lin Mo wouldn't care what his group members' previous identities and virtues were. It was the same old saying. His Highness Lin Mo never cared about whether it was good or bad, only whether it was relevant to him or not. As long as they didn't touch his bottom line, he would still help with some small things. After replying to Natasha, Lin Mo then ate all the members in the group. From the time you enter the group you are the people of this god. From now on this god is your backer. If you encounter things that can't be solved just look for this god. There was an unspeakable confidence and dominance in the plain words. Lin Mo was never afraid of trouble. If the group members had something to ask for help, it would just give his boring life some fun, wouldn't it? In the comic world, Natasha's mood was a bit complicated. After organizing her words, she spoke. Chief, the Temple of Ink God said that he would come to our world during this recent period. However, Chief, the Ink God Temple is still a good person. Speaking later, Natasha was a bit short of breath. Lin Mo was nice to them, but to others? She can't vouch for. I see, nodded Nick, turning to the others. That's enough for today's meeting. Everyone disperse. Natasha you stay. Spiritual recovery world. Zhang Lei's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Mo's words with some intention in his heart. He wanted so badly for Lin Mo to come to his world and put an end to this damn psychic revival. But then it occurred to me that wasn't it a bit much to say such a big request for no reason? The revival of the rotting ghosts has been significantly delayed, and this dress, glancing down at the golden jade coat on his body, Zhang Lei reached out and touched it. It's not a psychic item. It can restrict ghosts to a certain extent, but it can't completely eliminate them. Is it true that ghosts can't be killed? Heavy-hearted Zhang Lei walked to the window of the upscale apartment and looked at the bustling city outside for a moment in a depressed mood. The rotting ghost is suppressed by this dress, and I can now utilize psychic powers to a great extent. Now that the feeling of the night's revival is almost gone, I should be able to live for a while longer. Gotta find a way to harness the second ghost soon. It's better to rely on yourself first, and if you really can't, You can ask for help from the group leader. He was at least someone with a golden finger. He didn't believe that he didn't have the ability to solve this damned psychic resurgence? Zhang Lei always understands the saying that it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on heaven and earth and parents. Only your own strength is real. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lei was just about to go back and continue resting when he suddenly realized that there was something unusual in the sky. It's Ghostland. His pupils continued to dilate, and in horror he hastily pulled out his satellite phone. And in that short span of a second or two, the entire city of Danyang was covered by that pitch-black ghost. Earth. After posting that, Lin Mo no longer paid attention to the chat group. After 2 days off, it's time to hit the sub and have some fun. Chat group. Send me to the spirit world. The one of Sadako. As for why Sadako? Do you need a reason? His Highness Lin Mo can go wherever he wants. Okay, host. Locate teleportation or random teleportation? Positioning. September 5, 1998. Chiba City. Nigris Prefecture. Japan. At a temple not far from Negative Leaf County. Next to a dry well, a not-so-small azure-colored space door appeared out of thin air, followed by a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes strolling out leisurely. The moment this youth appeared, the space here Tang shook for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal. The smell of heavy industrial pollution. Walking out of the portal, Lin Mo closed his eyes and took a slight breath of the air here. It's worse than the planet you're on. Opening his eyes, Lin Mo's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Black and white? Where the did you get the chat group? Is this still the world of the midnight chimes? Chapter 66. Is there a toilet? Lin Mo felt out of place with his surroundings. Not that the world's consciousness was at fault. Whether or not this little tie ball had consciousness was still a different matter. It's just that the place he was transported to only had a black and white color scheme. Whether it's the surrounding trees and buildings, or the sky and ground. What kind of feeling is that? It's like a colorful person suddenly appearing inside a black and white painted movie. It's very out of place. Slightly surveying the surroundings, Lin Mo instantly understood everything when he saw the withered well at his feet. It's ing straight to the videotape for me. Chat group. On it, host. Nice positioning. Next time don't position yourself. The chat group is a little aggravated. Wasn't it you who said precise positioning? Isn't it reasonable to give you a location to bring Sadako's hometown? After mentally spitting out the chat group, Lin Mo walked over to the dry well and looked towards it. They say it's a dry well, but there's still standing water at the bottom of the well. Only the water was very murky and already slightly black. As Lin Mo looked at the bottom of the well, the blackened well water gurgled and churned as if something was about to climb out. An ordinary person in this kind of scene would be afraid that they would have been scared out of their wits long ago. There was not a sound in the black and white world, and a dry well in the deserted woods was surrounded by overgrown weeds. The well water commits blackness still keeps goo surging. The atmosphere is proper horror movie layout and it's oozing. The only beautiful thing was that Lin Mo was not an ordinary person. Lin Mo lay on his back at the mouth of the well with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He's never seen a ghost in all his life. The chat wrapped around a large stone and plunged it into the water of the well. Gulp! With an echoing sound, the water in the well churned violently again. It was only after a brief churning that calm was quickly restored. Sadako, your group leader is here. Why don't you come out to receive the guests? The sun's on your ass. Don't get up. The guttural voice echoed through the well, still without any response. Is it hard to trigger conditions? Lin Mo stroked his chin. He didn't like group members who were so disrespectful. If it wasn't for the sake of being a member of the same group, he would have slapped this little wrecking ball into a cinder at this moment. Forget it. Uproot the whole while I don't believe you can sleep. Lin Mo was just about to act when suddenly a rustling sound came from a few meters away. Immediately afterward, a black and white snowflake pattern similar to the kind that old televisions had when they were connected to a signal appeared. With a twinkle in his eye, Our Highness Lin Mo had bad thoughts again. Table World, Tokyo. Legend has it that if one watches that videotape, a stern spirit will kill him after 7 days. Inside a room, a woman in a red dress giggles and tells her companion about the urban weirdness that's been hot in Tokyo lately. Sitting face to face with her was a short-haired girl named Tomoko. Tomoko was noticeably silent after hearing Ami's story. Ami thought Tomoko was shocked by herself and subconsciously laughed out loud. After a moment, Tomoko said in silence, Ami, I've seen that videotape too. Tomoko then told all that she had experienced when she went to Aiza City a week ago, including watching the creepy videotape. And today, it happens to be the 7th day. As those words came out of Tomoko's mouth, the room instantly fell into silence. Ami's pupils constricted slightly, and her entire body tensed. But suddenly Tomoko's tone changed again, and she hastily changed her story to say that she had lied to her. This soothed some of the tension, and the two young girls jostled again. The scene shifts to the middle of the night. Somewhat thirsty, Tomoko walked out of the bedroom and into the living room to get a drink of water. In fact, she hadn't lied to Ami, she had indeed watched that videotape herself. And today, too, happens to be the 7th day. Even if the odds were that this was just a weird urban story, Tomoko could never sleep and was always uneasy inside. The night was quiet and Ami was asleep. Having just received a glass of water, Tomoko was about to go back to her room when suddenly the TV in the living room lit up by itself. Tomoko was taken aback and the water in her hands spilled onto the floor. Luckily, the TV was showing a baseball game, which calmed Tomoko down a little. Forcing down the fear in her heart, Tomoko slowly walked over to the TV and tried to turn it off. It was only when she got close that she realized to her horror that the TV wasn't even powered on. However, that wasn't all. The next second, the TV set instantly splashed out and automatically switched to another scene. It was a black and white picture of a very dated dry well. Cluck, cluck. Strange voices rang in Tomoko's ears, and to her horrified eyes, a woman dressed in white, with straight damp hair covering all of her face, slowly crawled out of the well. It was unmistakably the image from the videotape she had watched a week ago. Ah! Tomoko's face was contorted with fear, but she screamed out by the last shred of her sanity. Upstairs, Ami was instantly awakened and quickly went downstairs while calling Tomoko's name. In the videotape world, Lin Mo, who was flying in mid-air, saw Sadako finally get up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, narrowing his eyes. The clothes on Lin Mo's body also changed quickly, turning into a miserable white set of birthday clothes, with a large word of longevity on his chest. At the same time, a set of wigs was conjured out of thin air and put on his head. Nowadays, his numerical value had long since flipped to 231st power, and his nimbus power had even reached the atomic nucleus level. Void creation? To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of mass energy conversion, condensing energy into matter. It's very simple. After dressing up, Lin Mo instantly landed beside Sadako. The slowly crawling Sadako froze for a moment and turned her head to look at the equally appallingly dressed Lin Mo. Seems to be pondering where a new coworker popped up. In front of the TV, Tomoko's face twisted even more as she watched another ghost appear out of nowhere. Yami, who rushed downstairs, was also directly scared, flaxen and frozen by the scene, constantly stepping back, her eyes full of horror. Go on, what are you waiting for? Seeing Sadako frozen in place, Lin Mo stretched out his leg and kicked it. This time the brainless Sadako was even more confused. She wanted to change her target to Lin Mo, but the law of the curse wasn't triggered again. Seeing that Sadako's CPU was about to burn out, Lin Mo simply reached out and a hemp rope appeared in his hand. A fling tied it around Sadako's neck and eased it slowly out of the TV set like a dog on a lead. Give me back my life. The using voice echoed continuously in the room as Lin Mo held Sadako and slowly approached the two Tomos. The two little girls were so shocked that they almost went into shock, and they didn't even have the strength to run away, paralyzed on the ground. Seeing that the two women were about to be scared alive, Lin Mo stopped. What a coward. Spitting out a sentence, Lin Mo's figure returned to its original form in a flash. Are you a human or a ghost? Ami, who still had a shred of sanity, felt her worldview collapse in a few short seconds. She asked with a shudder. Ignoring the little girl, Lin Mo looked around and inexplicably came up with, is there a toilet? I don't know why I always want to push this ghost head into the toilet. Chapter 67. Midnight chimes? No, the cabin in the woods. Ma, toilet? Lin Mo's inexplicable words caused the two Ami girls to be stunned for a moment. What was the operation of shoving a ghost's head into the toilet again? But now was clearly not the time to ponder that. And with fear, Ami cowered in the corner and instinctively pointed to the side of the living room. Lin Mo nodded slightly, and without looking, Nianli lifted Sadako up, and without hesitation, he gave an inverted fall and shoved it inside the toilet bowl. Gobble gobble. A product born of a grudge like Sadako is, to put it bluntly, an electronic virus with no entity. Physical damage was basically useless to her, but unluckily, Lin Mo's spiritual power just happened to be able to inflict damage on this kind of apiao. Not to mention stuffing the toilet. Even the thought of destroying it completely is just a thought. As for why Lin Mo had a bit of a grudge against these apiao? He wouldn't say he'd ever been scared before when he was a normal person. Much more comfortable. Lin Mo didn't care if what he did made sense or not. As long as it made him comfortable he would do it. Sadako whole ghost was Lin Mo in the form of upside down up and down. Flax two women aside to see that called dumbfounded. By now, both of them were much less fearful and slowly regaining their senses. Especially Ami, a little girl who was already a lively and outgoing personality. After seeing that Lin Mo was no different from a normal person at this time, he became bold. Awesome. May I ask if you are from a psychic office? Her eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars. Ami usually loved all kinds of urban weirdness, and in those legends, There was an organization that specialized in dealing with paranormal events called the Psychic Office. In Ami's opinion, wasn't Lin Mo a member of that Psychic Office? How come I didn't know there was an organization like this in Midnight's Murder? Rimmer's gaze went to the leaping Ami, and with a flick of the twine, he sat down on his butt on the couch after putting Sadako back on her leash. Tell me, how do you know? He didn't admit it or deny it. I was going to grab Sadako and leave, but it seems the world isn't that simple. Ami glanced with some fear at Sadako, who was rushing around Rimmer with her teeth and claws, gulping and organizing his words. He said, I've been reading all this stuff on the internet, and so many people have been stumbling into whatever legendary ghosts and spirits they've been experiencing lately. Sadako, Gakko, Hanako, Split Woman, Auntie Red, Mrs. 8 Foot. When it came to urban weirdness, Ami was a man of many words, and her mouth crackled with a whole lot of them. I used to just be interested in all this, not quite believing it was real, until Ami pointed to the cloaked Sadako. She didn't think she'd actually get to see the legendary ghosts and monsters one day, although the way it was done was a bit absurd. Oh, kind of interesting. After hearing Yami's words, Lin Mo became slightly more interested. Thought this was the world of Midnight Ominous Bell. If according to what this little girl said, I'm afraid this is a mishmash of spiritual world. Is there anything similar abroad? Lin Mo didn't use his super brain either. In fact, he could cover the globe with just a sweep of his thoughts to know whether it was true or false. Except, what's the point of that? Abroad? Ami pondered. When Tomoko, who had been cowering in the corner, spoke up weakly, there are similar things abroad, like the Crystal Lake Murderer, Nightmare Freddy, the Joker, and so on. Jason? Freddy? Funny. Lin Mo suddenly stood up. The two women's words made him think of a movie called Cabin in the Woods. This is one of the few horror movies that Lin Mo used to enjoy. Not that this horror movie is that scary. It was his 180-degree turn in the ending that Lin Mo at the time didn't even expect. The plot of The Cabin in the Woods is simple, or the plot can be called cliched until you read the ending. In that horror movie, an evil god is sealed beneath the earth. In order to prevent the evil god from breaking through the seal, each country has secretly set up an organization. The mission of this organization is to choose living people to sacrifice to the evil gods every so often. However, during one of the sacrifices, the countries had problems with the sacrifices one after the other for unknown reasons, and in the end, they had to rely on Amelika's side. Amelika wasn't much better. Not only did a few of the sacrificed cannon fodder break into the base and unleash a whole bunch of monsters, instead of sacrificing themselves to save the world, the last surviving chaste virgins and addicts chose to drag the world down with them. This ending made Lin Mo at the time really exclaim with excitement. Been waiting for the second one, just haven't gotten around to it so far. If it really is the world of Cabin in the Woods, it's a lot of fun. When the time comes to bring that director on set for the second movie, the special effects don't even have to be done. Lin Mo slightly reached out and 2 pieces of talisman paper appeared in his hand. Take it. You should be able to use it. After saying that, Lin Mo led Sadako to the window, and without seeing him make any movements, the window automatically shattered. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo leapt down. Boom! A shaking of the ground woke up an unknown number of residents in the neighborhood. One of the nearby buildings was instantly lit up, and there were a number of panicked screams. Yami was lying by the window, staring blankly at Lin Mo's figure disappearing into the darkness of the night, somewhat at a loss for words. Late at night Tokyo was still brightly lit, except that there weren't many pedestrians on the road. Lin Mo also didn't have the idea of flying to Amelika to find out what was going on. If it was really a cabin in the woods, the evil god would end up being released anyway. He's going to wander the streets of this Tokyo and see if he can collect some brats while he's at it. Only he just wandered into the tour not long ago. The little kid did not find, but attracted a lot of people to watch. Wow, dude, cosplay huh? Or you know how to play. Walking to a crossroads, a young man dressed in fancy clothes came up to Lin Mo. He looked at Sadako, who was being held by Lin Mo, her cape blocking her face, and said idly. Others around the area didn't come up to the table, but they did gather around and pick up their cell phones to take pictures. One pointed at Lin Mo and whispered, but there were also careful eaters who noticed Sadako's dry palms and bruised calves. These kind-hearted people didn't think in the direction of Apiao, but only coincidentally felt that Lin Mo could be some kind of pervert, and this poor girl was kidnapped and tortured by Lin Mo. In a sense of justice, some people chose to secretly call the police. Ignoring these melon eaters, Lin Mo glanced at the youngster and said very seriously, "This is a ghost." "Geez man, I knew it was a ghost. I didn't realize you were okay with it. Hey, my name is Ichiro Nishikami, and truth be told I'm into this kind of thing, so make me an offer brother and let me play for a couple days." The young man came to Lin Mo's ear and whispered in a thief style, "Play for 2 days? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth automatically hooked up. Good. With that, he handed the youngster the twine. A bit stuck on the text. One more chapter in the evening. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Discharge of armor. Really? Ichiro Kinkami subconsciously took the twine. It seemed to him that Lin Mo was just as much a part of that circle as he was. Only the other side is bolder and plays with more flowers. He thought it would cost a lot of money. But he didn't expect Lin Mo to be so generous. Hey bro, I know a lot of like-minded. Taking the twine, Ichiro Nishikami was about to say something when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is this rope so light? There's no point in tugging on it yourself. Before this question could be pondered over, Ichiro Nishikami suddenly felt a spin in the sky, and in opening his eyes, he suddenly realized that he had returned to his home. Cluttered bedroom with piles of trash everywhere. He glanced at the beer on the table that he had opened and taken a sip of before going out for the day, and a chill went through his head. This. Ichiro Kinkami was scared straight back. He was pretty sure he had been on the street, talking to a young man the last second. Just 2 steps back, the lights in the entire room suddenly flickered wildly as if they had short-circuited. That's not all. The swish of the TV, which had been turned off, turned on automatically. After a brief black and white snowflake pattern, a bizarre scene actually played automatically on the TV. It was a well that had looked deserted for a long time. Baka, am I dreaming? Yup, it must be a dream. The intense fear made Ichiro Nishikami curse out in anger, and he even slapped himself several times. Just how the pain didn't seem like a dream. And as Ichiro Nishikami looked on in horror, a woman dressed in white and cloaked in hair slowly crawled out of that well. It's you. On the streets of Tokyo, Rimmer wrapped his arms around his chest. Everyone around them, including Ichiro Nishikami, all had dull eyes and extremely distorted faces. It was like seeing something extremely horrible. It didn't take long before someone couldn't support them and fell to the ground with a bang, dying in extreme fear. As if dominoes, 4 or 5 late-night youths around them died violently one after another. There was not the slightest sign, and the death of each man was appalling in the extreme. You didn't last more than a few minutes, and you're talking about 2 days of fun? Young people nowadays really don't have any drafts for bragging. Picking up the twine again, Sadako lay honestly at Lin Mo's feet again. It really does look like a big, tamed dog. Without even glancing at these corpses, Lin Mo continued to hold Sadako and wander around. A few minutes later, the sound of whimpering police cars rang out in the distance, and 2 police cars approached from a distance. They were called to the police about female abuse and holding out and slipping in broad daylight. Simply arrogant. An older-looking officer yawned and drove carelessly. A young police officer next to him was sitting up straight though, still looking a little nervous. Mora *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** girls who play S.M. again. The old constable couldn't help but chuckle lightly twice at the seriousness of his junior. He had encountered this kind of thing a lot. The police car quickly arrived at the location the caller said. Only at first glance the surrounding area was empty. Taking another closer look, the entirety of the old constable's body instantly stood up in sweat. There were 4 or 5 people slumped across the floor, each with a twisted face. He hurriedly took 3 steps to one man and reached out to check his nose. A few seconds later, he looked even more shocked, until after probing all of the several people the old police officer to not as relaxed as he had just been. Mora ******** A. Contact your superiors to send support. Looks like we've stumbled onto a big case. With that, the veteran officer greeted the other 2 while pulling back the cordon and surrounding the scene. It was just that for some reason, seeing the expressions on these people's faces as they died always gave him an uneasy feeling. And why isn't there the man holding the woman? What the old constable didn't know was that just 2 blocks away from them, the perpetrator of it all was getting excited with both eyes. Am I beautiful? A woman wearing an overcoat and a mask stopped Lin Mo inside an alley. After stopping Lin Mo, she glanced at Sadako, who was being held, and after a brief moment of downtime still continued her program like a robot, taking off his coat to show up his proud body to Lin Mo. The woman was wearing a mask and could not see her face, but the voice was very seductive, and the eyes that were exposed were even staring straight at Lin Mo, as if they wanted to eat Lin Mo alive. Too much to wear. Can't see. Remove armor. Lin Mo looked up and down very seriously and said slowly, but that was clearly not the answer the woman wanted, as she continued to ask mechanically, am I beautiful? Remove armor. Am I beautiful? Mene hune? I'll make you remove your armor. Snap. After saying it 3 times Lin Mo was running out of patience and slapped him with a backhanded slap. It was a slap that was as crisp as it could be. The sound was even more constantly echoing in the alley. The cracked woman's head spun around several times until it drooped, a moment of confusion evident in her eyes, but still asked, am I beautiful? None of these people really can communicate. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and reached out to conjure up another machine to put on. After being put on the twine, the cracked woman looked like she was being suppressed, and without continuing to mechanically ask questions, she was as well behaved as Sadako, lying down at Lin Mo's feet. It really seems to be out of control, or else I'd meet one in 2 steps. That evil god is probably coming out soon. Holding the 2 Piao, Lin Mo pondered and leisurely walked out from the alley. Coincidentally, just out of the alley a police car whizzed by in front of him. In the car, a police officer was so shocked that he quickly told his colleagues to brake the car. Kamita, brake! It's the wanted man. The co-worker driving froze for a moment, but braked in a hurry. What wanted man? How come he doesn't know about any new wanted criminals lately? It's that one, the pervert holding a woman who's just wanted by order of his superiors. The police officer who spotted Lin Mo quickly pulled out his pistol with a hint of excitement in his expression. Ha! I remember. Didn't the higher-ups say not to act without authorization after the discovery and to report it to them? There was a moment's hesitation on the part of the officer driving the car. Stupid. Have you forgotten how high his bounty is? When we catch him in the report, won't the bounty be ours? With that, the officer had gotten out of the car. Carefully, he shouted towards Lin Mo. You've been surrounded. Don't resist. Loosen the rope in your hand and lie on the ground. With the pistol pointed at Lin Mo, the officer slowly walked towards Lin Mo. Just now, Ichiro Nishikami's incident was reported to the Tokyo Police Department, which was quickly put on high alert, especially after seeing those photos of the dead. Those executives had pretty much confirmed that this was another paranormal incident, and naturally, Lin Mo, who was in the mouth of the alarmist, became the center of attention. They quickly flipped through a large amount of information, but did not find any information about Lin Mo. To them, Lin Mo looked as if he had appeared out of thin air. This anomaly was immediately intervened by a special agency, to the extent that the Emperor of Japan himself gave the order. It is imperative to find Lin Mo as soon as possible, and in order to find Lin Mo quickly, they sent the city's police force and even went so far as to issue a sky-high bounty. For an ordinary person, that's money that can't be spent in a lifetime, so how can you not be impressed? The police officer's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Lin Mo, slowly approaching step by step. What's with all the eyes on my electronic pets? Lin Mo glanced at Sadako and Split-Mouth Girl. These 2 abos didn't look good either, did they? This side of the world has such peculiar human tastes. Saying that, Lin Mo loosened the rope holding the cracked woman. Chapter 69. For the sake of humanity? After Lin Mo loosened the twine, the cracked woman instantly powered up successfully. Not only did he regain his standing position, but his head returned to its original position. Having just been far away, the officer didn't notice anything unusual about the cleft woman. Now that he was closer, this bizarre scene directly scared the police officer's body to stop trembling. What kind of monster is this? I don't know if it was shock or what, but he emptied his clip directly towards the crack woman Bonbon. The bullet missed the crack woman's body with great speed, but did not hinder her in the slightest. In just the blink of an eye, the cleft woman arrived in front of it. Am I beautiful? Still asking the same old questions, the cleft woman just stared straight at the officer who was already paralyzed with fear. In the back, another officer was frozen in shock at the scene. Where had they encountered this kind of scene? These petty police officers who usually maintained law and order. Without the slightest hesitation, the officer in the back drew his legs and ran towards the police car. In his panic, he didn't forget to call for backup into his walkie-talkie. Generally speaking, as a matter of common sense, countries like small days don't do things very efficiently. Only with the intervention of a special department, the officer's plea for help was quickly answered. Then, in less than 5 minutes, 2 helicopters, already patrolling at high altitude, quickly arrived on the scene. The searchlights even lit up the neighborhood like a white night. One by one, armed to the teeth, the armed men dropped quickly to the ground along the ropes, except for a man without a mask coming towards Rimmer. After the other armed men landed on the ground, they set up a special device around them without saying a word. This device looks like a fire hydrant at first glance. Just a blue glow on it. It was fast, with a dozen armed men setting them up in less than a minute. After the setup is complete, all the units are automatically linked together in one piece, forming an invisible stance. The crack woman who had just picked up the scissors to cut the unlucky police officer's mouth open instantly looked as if she had been disturbed and stood frozen in place. Everything flowed as if it had been done countless times. At the same time, the maskless, bearded middle-aged man arrived in front of Lin Mo. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Tamahisa Yama **** of the Japanese Paranormal Defense Department. This uncle extended his right hand towards Lin Mo with a gentle tone. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he surveyed the devices that glowed with blue light with interest. What are these things? His eyes fell on something oddly shaped and weapon-like in the hands of one of the armed men. Not embarrassed, Yama Tomohiro withdrew his hand quite naturally and said slowly, "These are some magnetic field interference devices that can briefly interfere with these psychics. That one is a grappling device." Yama Tamahisa was honest and introduced himself to Lin Mo without the slightest hesitation. Lin Mo nodded at his words. No wonder. He was wondering how so many of the monsters in the movie were locked up. Which made sense. But it seems like it feels like Sadako isn't affected much. As if he could tell what Lin Mo had in mind. Yama Tamahisa continued to explain. These devices can only deal with less harmful ghosts and monsters. Like the one that your excellency is holding in your hand, we must use some special methods. Special approach? Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud as he remembered the scene in which a group of small children held hands to purify the spirits. It's not going to be probation with love, is it? Hearing Lin Mo's words as if they were meant to be, Tamahisa Yama froze for a moment. Your excellency is a joker. Very Japanese. Tamahisa Yama was full of seriousness. Your excellency, I wonder if you could come with us. There are some matters that require your cooperation. After a couple sentences of unproductive chatting, Yama Tamahisa bluntly explained the purpose of his visit, speaking quickly as if he was in some kind of hurry. And although the words said "may I," the tone was full of an unquestionable commanding tone. As he said this, the other armed men around him tightened their grip on the guns in their hands. It had the implication that if Lin Mo didn't agree they would come and force it. Lin Mo was amused by the seriousness of the scene. He looked at Yama Tamahisa with a smile on his face and said, "Your sacrifice should have failed, right? Instead of thinking about dealing with it, you have the leisure to come and trouble me? Also, isn't it a little rude to grab my e-pet without my permission?" The moment Lin Mo said this, Yama Gaze pupils violently shrunk for a moment, but then immediately returned to normal. He still had an expressionless look on his face. Only inside he had long been flooded with shock. As with the analysis from the top, this man is not human at all. Whether it's the ability to control ghosts and goblins, or the sudden appearance without a single bit of information present, everything points to one possibility. The human-looking guy in front of him was definitely the same thing as those imprisoned ghosts. Only the difference was that Lin Mo, the ghost, showed communicable characteristics. This was why after learning of Lin Mo's existence, these executives went crazy looking for him. Your excellency, since you know what happened, you should also know what the consequences will be after the monster sealed in the ground comes out. Our human civilization is at stake. For the sake of humanity, we hope to have your help. Please. Yama Tamahisa spoke with sincerity, and even bowed deeply towards Lin Mo after saying that. These two statements are half true and half false. Humanity is indeed at stake, and those at the top are in a hurry. Only a large part of the reason is that they themselves are not immune. However, after seeing Lin Mo, they found a chance to live. Lin Mo, the communicable ghost, is absolutely unprecedented. Those at the top, under the threat of death, were born with an absurdly bizarre idea. Is it possible to turn yourself into a ghost like Lin Mo? Sentient ghosts and monsters. Wouldn't there be a better chance of surviving after something sealed in the ground came out that way? Once a person has hope, he or she will be frantic to grab that glimmer of opportunity. The sacrifice on the American side was also in a mess. And now that the failure of the sacrifice was seen to be unstoppable, it would be better to think of other ways. Tomohiro Yama was bent over, waiting for Rinmo's reply. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo had already rolled his eyes to the sky at this moment. And to kidnap yourself with the righteousness of mankind? Isn't that ridiculous? No one in even their own winner's world would dare to say such a thing. And are those executives really trying to save human civilization? Oh, come on, how can Lin Mo not know what he's up to? Rolling his eyes, Lin Mo teased. Yama Kekuan. People have human rights, and ghosts should have ghost rights as well. How about this? You go back and release all those ghosts and monsters that you're holding captive. And I can talk to that big guy that's been sealed underground and see if I can let human civilization live. Chapter 70, Haunted House Renovation Program. Hearing Lin Mo's teasing words, Tamahisa Yama straightened up. He knew this negotiation looked like a lost cause. In that case, I am offended. Your Excellency. Straightening up, Yama Tamahisa's tone was no longer as respectful as it had been just now, and he stared expressionlessly at Lin Mo. In just a few moments, a large number of armed men appeared all around. A variety of modified warplanes surrounded the neighborhood. Everyone raised their weapons in unison to aim at Lin Mo. and the scene was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Force was always the last resort, and although the negotiations had broken down, they clearly didn't want to let Lin Mo, the talking ghost, continue dashing about. Missy, such a big battle. Really good Firo. Facing such a luxurious array. Lin Mo revealed an expression of "I'm so scared." Then he laughed and laughed his head off. "I'm sorry, but Our Highness Lin Mo is professionally trained and doesn't usually laugh. It's just that this scene right now is too much for him to resist." What does it look like? A bunch of ants clamoring to arrest the sun in the sky? Human beings are really a bunch of greedy creatures who keep on getting killed. No matter which parallel world is the same. It was a while before Lin Mo's laughter died down, and he looked at Yama Tamahisa, who was frowning deeper and deeper, and slowly spoke. "Little Baka. I had thought to slowly collect a little bit of little ghosts to go back and open a haunted house, but an interesting idea has suddenly occurred to me now." Lin Mo raised his foot, and those armed men who surrounded him instantly responded to the stimulus, not hesitating to press the trigger in their hands. Ta-da! The dense special bullets instantly covered Lin Mo, and the closest to Lin Mo, Yama Tamahisa, also pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand, emptying the clip towards Lin Mo's head. For a moment, the neighborhood was ablaze with fire, and in the eyes of these armed men, all of their attacks hit Lin Mo with precision. Even Lin Mo let out a miserable scream. But the truth, is it really? Only the moment Lin Mo raised his foot, the eyes of everyone at the scene instantly became mesmerized. Then without hesitation they pulled the trigger on their teammates, and one after another fell, with constant screams, but to them it looked like a howl from Lin Mo. No one noticed anything unusual, not even Tamahisa Yama A, who raised his gun and frantically fired point blank at the helicopter in the sky. Mirage? It could be said that Lin Mo had so many ways of using his spiritual power that this small trick similar to infinite moon reading was just an insignificant one. Lin Mo walked over to Tamahisa Yama and leaned down to whisper in his ear. "I'm going to turn this planet into a haunted house. What do you think?" Is Rimmer talking to Tamahisa Yama who's already in the illusion? No. The real audience is someone else. Tokyo, in a secret underground fortress, at the headquarters of this Ministry of Defense, which was called the Ministry of Psychic Incident Defense, all of the top brass watched the images captured by the satellite in an unprecedented state of stagnation. There were even a few European and American faces within these executives. "He's talking to us? That monster is going to transform our planet into a haunted house." The Minister of Psychic Defense incredulously repeated Lin Mo's words, as if making sure he hadn't heard them wrong. "Honorable John, what do we do?" No one answered himself, and the minister turned his eyes again to the burly Yankee in front of him. It was not he who gave the order to arrest, but the Yankee in front of him. That Yankee named John's expression was still calm, but his eyes had long been covered with shock. He didn't answer that minister's words, and after glancing at Lin Mo in the camera once again, the phone on his body rang. A moment later, he looked at the minister with a serious face and said, "Minister Takuma, our branch needs me to take care of a few things. I'll leave it to you here." With that, John led his men straight outside under the dumbfounded expressions of the others. "Are you kidding me? Why don't you find a place to hide at this hour? You're asking me what to do. What can I do? It's not like the monster is in America anyway." As for what the monster said about transforming the planet into a haunted house, John didn't believe it in his heart of hearts, and really thought of himself as that thing sealed in the ground. John and his group just patted themselves on the back and walked away, leaving Takuma Nakamura and the others wide-eyed. And that's when, suddenly a staff member exclaimed, Minister, that monster is flying. It's flying." Nakamura Takuma's heart was startled and he hurriedly looked over. He only saw Lin Mo in the picture with a cruel smile as his entire body flew higher and higher and higher, until it becomes a black dot, high above Tokyo. Lin Mo looked down on the city and the planet beneath his feet, his smile unabated. If he says he's going to transform the planet into a haunted house, then he's going to do it. As for what to do? Ever heard of a cliched setting? Blood moon. Obviously still high above the earth, Lin Mo's spiritual power continued to spread until it touched the moon. Immediately after that, the mental power covered the entire moon in less than a second. Shasta. The entire moon blazed with red light, and the demonic red light flashed violently. Asia, Europe or the Americas on the backside of the earth. At this moment, day or night, everyone was surprised to realize something. Countless people raised their heads and stared blankly at the large, round, red moon in the sky, uncertain. Many of the uninformed masses thought it was some kind of astronomical spectacle, calling friends to go out and enjoy it, and photos and videos of the blood moon were spreading like wildfire throughout the internet. In Tokyo, John and his group, who had just boarded the plane, hadn't taken off for long when they noticed the moon's anomaly. This moon! A wave of unease rose from John's heart as he looked out the window at the moon, which was so red it was dripping blood. As luck would have it, the next second, he felt like he had snot running down his nose. Reach out and touch it. That's not snot. That's blood. That wasn't all. Immediately afterward John felt his entire vision blur. He tried to stand up, but to his horror he realized that his exposed little arm had begun to rot. Consciousness growing fuzzy, John jerked his head around to look at the others. In the blur of vision, a single rotting monster hissed and pounced haphazardly toward its still mutated counterpart. No! John used his last ounce of strength to deliver his last words as a human being. The helicopter began to sway and the pilot mutated. The rocking fuselage looked like a lone sail in the ocean as it plummeted toward the ground. And just for a short while, the entire world was ushered into an unprecedented sea change. Nearly 70% of the people mutated under the blood moon's illumination, and animals and plants underwent unnameable changes. Those already existing Apao became even more powerful under the illumination of the special magnetic field. A swarm of demons? Perhaps it can be described as such. And the sudden turn of events caused the nation's offerings to fail completely. America, a mountainous area. The whole piece of earth shook violently. And then, a crimson red hand with magma patterns on its surface broke through the earth and shot straight up to the sky. How big is that hand? It's like the Prime. Looks like some big guy finally woke up from his nap. P.S. Took a day off yesterday and kept getting more without shutting down the shack. Chapter 71. Do you know about the supernova explosion? America. Some unknown mountain. With the sky shaking and the ground shaking, a huge arm broke through the ground. That arm carried a lava-like pattern, and just stretching out an arm made the surrounding air become distorted due to the scorching heat. Boom! The entire earth began to shake violently as the huge palm slapped the ground. The palm of his hand was deeply embedded in the earth, and a towering figure that was 10,000 feet tall slowly stood up. First the whole arm, then the shoulder, and even the whole body. And then when it kept breaking the seal and appeared, the entire earth suddenly shook slightly, like the world was fearing his coming out. What kind of being is that? With a head born with double horns and a reddish body. The entire body was made up of unknown substances, and before the body could fully come out, a voice mixed with anger was the first to ring out. Zeus! It's like a demon out of hell. The low and chaotic sound continuously echoed in the surroundings, startling countless flying birds and beasts to frantically flee. Kronos. Legend has it that one of the ancient Greek Titan gods, father of Zeus, high in the air. Lin Mo's smile tightened some, surveying this deity from ancient Greek mythology from miles apart. To talk about this ancient Greek mythology thing, Lin Mo only had one feeling since the beginning. That's messy, not to mention all kinds of unethical prior. The relationship between those gods is even more complicated. Take this Cronus, for example, who, legend has it, heard a prophecy that his rule would be overthrown by his own descendants. In order to maintain his godhood, this one ate his sons one by one raw. In the end, it was Zeus' mother who engineered Zeus' escape. But in the end the prophecy did come true. And Kronos, being the old man, was really overthrown by Zeus. It is not allowed to say that being sealed on earth is the work of his dutiful son. Lin Mo smiled as he surveyed Kronos, seeing that it was about to burrow out of the earth, and between flashes he arrived above Kronos' head. What about the ancient Greek Titan gods? What about Zeus' father? How strong can it be? Lin Mo's various body values had now doubled to the 31st power of the initial two. What kind of concept is that? His body density has reached 1.71798691884 times 10 to the power of 11 kg/m3. Bearing in mind that the density of a neutron star is only about 10 to the power of 17 to 10 to the power of 18 kg/m3, he's even 50 times the speed of light. Of course, these things are actually the most inconspicuous. Currently, among the various stats that he was constantly growing exponentially, there were a few that were extremely counterintuitive in their existence. Let's leave the other items aside for the sound decibels. It is well known that the energy required for each step up the decibel scale increases logarithmically. A normal adult male can make 60 decibels of sound, and the Big Ivan explosion produced just over 200 decibels. All the energy in the entire observable universe combined would be enough for a 1,000 decibel sound for 7 seconds. Against all odds came the stacking of the decibels of one's own voice, not taking into account the energy required. He really stacks it for you at 60 decibels upwards like crazy. What's 60 times 2 billion? After eliminating the concept of sound, Lin Mo's current maximum destructive power was only at that level of the strong explosive nebula, local interstellar cloud, about 30 light-years in diameter, to the weak explosive Gould belt, 3,000 light-years in diameter. But add the concept of voice to the mix, and he really could roar the entire universe away with one voice. The difference is huge, so big that it's out of balance. Of course, This was only Lin Mo's estimation. He hadn't actually experimented with it. Lin Mo smiled and stood above Kronos' head, and Kronos, who was struggling to come out of the world, naturally sensed Lin Mo's presence. "Mortal, get out of my way." Kronos, who had come out with most of his body, roared in anger and reached out to slap at Lin Mo like he was swatting a fly. "I don't know why this mortal can fly, but if he can fly, he's not a mortal?" A mere mortal dared to stand on top of his Kronos' head, looking for death. Noisy. Lin Mo was very upset. "The moment we meet, we start cursing. If it is not that lousy indirectly helped you, you still have to take 2 days before you can come out. What a white knight." Quenching a mouthful, Lin Mo Nyen spread out, transforming into a large invisible hand that choked Kronos' neck and directly gave forcefully pulled out from the ground. That wasn't all. In Kronos' somewhat confused eyes, Lin Mo brought him to the middle of the universe in a flash. Flicker. Flicker again. A few seconds later, about 200 light-years away from Earth in the universe, Lin Mo carried Kronos to a white dwarf star. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo had a crazy smile on his face as he carried Kronos and rushed at full speed towards the white dwarf star in front of him. What's the spectacle of crashing into a white dwarf star at 50 times the speed of light? There is no sound in a vacuum. But after 0.000001 seconds had passed, Lin Mo blocked Kronos in front of him, first passing through the layers of the ground, and in one breath, he charged across the ground, going deep into the middle of the star core. Fresh out of control, Kronos and this white dwarf star came into close enough contact. Deep in the star core, millions of degrees of heat wrapped the two men, and the old Greek god went from spirited to dead as a dog again in a matter of seconds. The surrounding environment had become unusually unstable due to Lin Mo's uncontrolled destruction. Uranium and other actinides crystallize in the inner core. The atoms of these elements undergo spontaneous nuclear fission, splitting into smaller fragments, releasing energy in subatomic particles. If Lin Mo puts a little effort into it, the amount of actinides within the core of the white dwarf exceeds the critical mass, which could trigger a runaway explosive nuclear fission chain reaction, which in turn triggers nuclear fusion and the formation of a supernova. Ever heard of supernova impact? Want to give it a try? In the midst of the eerie prancing star core, Lin Mo reached out and tapped Kronos on the head, grinning widely as he asked, "Who the hell are you?" There was a hint of fear in Kronos' dancing flaming eyes. He didn't know what a supernova outburst was, but he knew that the human in front of him was insane, and still unimaginably powerful and insane. Why does such a thing exist on Earth? What about Zeus? Where are the gods? Is it any wonder that, thinking of this, Kronos' heart trembled and he was just about to say something only to see Lin Mo's eyes narrow again. "Looks like you'd like to try bathing in a supernova outburst." Lin Mo grinned at the corners of his mouth, and his thoughts disturbed the surroundings slightly. The next moment, a series of violent and complex chain reactions began deep within the star core. "Enjoy." Reaching out and patting Kronos' face, which was made of an unknown substance, Lin Mo disappeared into thin air. No! The next moment, the chain reaction here reaches critical mass. Outside the white dwarf star, Lin Mo stood in space, filled with mesmerization. He admired the cosmic spectacle of supernova eruption. In that instant, the light from the supernova eruption illuminates the entire galaxy, followed by the explosion-induced shockwave propagating outward and interacting with the surrounding cosmic matter. Everything is so beautiful. Chapter 72, Who are you looking for, my friend? Solar system, somewhere in the middle of a space similar to a small universe. The people here call it the realm of the Olympian gods. In the god realm, in the middle of a solemn temple, the god King Zeus was sitting high above the throne, with little expression visible on his aged face. Below, one of the gods of the divine realm stood quietly, seemingly waiting for something. After a long time, a tall figure in battle armor stood out from below. "Father, Ares would like to go down to the world to capture Kronos." Modified. Ares, the god of war, is known for his war and death, and is not well regarded among the gods. At his side, Tantalus, thought in later mythological times to be the son of Zeus, who had offended the gods and been damned to hell, frowned slightly, wondering what he was thinking. The other gods did not make a sound, and all eyes were looking upwards. "Ares, Kronos is my father, and his strength is not something you can deal with." The majestic voice resounded through the temple, and Zeus was like an old lion, with just a hint of worry in his eyes. Kronos was strong, that much he had to admit. In the original divine war, countless gods fell, but as a result, he also only sealed Kronos, rather than completely eliminating him. Zeus wasn't worried about not being able to beat his old father. If he could seal him once, then he could do it again. The forces under Kronos died and were sealed in that battle at that time. One Kronos alone could not be a match for their gods. Zeus was just pondering how to seal it again with the least amount of effort, and to prevent other old gods from being revived. And just as Zeus was thinking, Footsteps suddenly sounded outside the great hall. Immediately afterward, a shirtless, muscular deity walked in. Your Majesty the God King, there has been a change in the lower realms. With a hint of anxiety on his face, this deity entered the divine hall and reported loudly, Hercules, what has changed in the lower world? Zeus remained smooth in his tone, steady as an old dog. To the God King, Kronos was disappeared with a mortal. Hercules had a slightly strange expression on his face. He really didn't know how to explain what he had seen. After thinking about it, he directly waved his big hand, and a light curtain appeared in the hall. In the middle of the light screen was the image of Lin Mo taking away Kronos. Now all the gods present were shocked. There was a flurry of exchanges of words as they watched clearly as Kronos actually disappeared with a mortal pinching his neck. How ridiculous is this? It's simply unheard of. Ares even didn't hide the shock in his eyes, and even Zeus above him froze for a moment. Luckily, he reacted quickly and instantly hid that flash of abnormality. Quiet. The majestic voice rang out, and the scene instantly quieted down. Zeus instructed with an expressionless face, Hercules, find out the identity of this man. He was about to say the word mortal, but on second thought, how could a mortal possibly tackle his old father away? Is it possible that it's some other old god? Or a child of one of the gods who fell to the mortal world? Or a demigod with the bloodline of a god? It shouldn't. It doesn't even make sense. Zeus' brow furrowed the more he thought about it. Below, the other gods were preoccupied, and only Tantalus noticed Zeus' abnormality. His eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something, somewhere in the galactic unknown. The supernova outburst continues. After admiring the scenery, Lin Mo flashed to the place where the white dwarf star had exploded once again. Countless large and small pieces of debris floated around. Lin Mo opened his supervision and swept, instantly discovering Kronos, whose body had shrunk to the size of a baby. Yeah, not dead yet? So tenacious of life? It was Lin Mo's turn to be a little surprised. With a single hand, he took the shrunken Kronos to his body, and Lin Mo surveyed it. Kronos seemed to be in the middle of a deep sleep. His entire miniature demonic figure shrunk into a ball, and a little cute. Filaments of special energy pulsed continuously in his body, repairing the broken body. Compared to the previous image of holding up the sky and the earth, the Kronos at this moment was as wretched as it could be. Lin Mo had no doubt that he could have crushed this legendary Titan giant god to death with a little bit of force. Fiddling with his chin, looking at the miniature ugly image of Kronos at this moment, Lin Mo had another bad thought inside. Spiritual energy didn't enter his body, and after making a brand in his soul, Lin Mo gave a smile. Not bad, not bad, take it back as a little hand-me-down. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Lin Mo took a step in the direction of Earth. On his wrist, the bracelet that the White Dragon Emperor had transformed into raised his eyelids slightly, looking at the mini Kronos hanging behind Lin Mo full of mischief. It feels its status as an ornament is threatened. The little loach's dragon eyes rolled, not knowing what to think. A moment later he closed his eyes and re-emerged as a fine dragon-shaped bracelet. The solar system wasn't far from here. A few hundred light years was just 2 or 3 steps for Lin Mo. This distance was actually equivalent to punching Kronos in the back of his own yard for Lin Mo. In 3 or 2 steps, Lin Mo had reached the edge of the solar system. It was only when he had just reached the edge of the solar system that Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a twinkle in his eye, he silently retracted his desire to travel to Earth. After hiding his breath, he quietly waited here. A few hours later, almost 0.2 light years away from Lin Mo, a space suddenly trembled slightly. Then a figure appeared, and after that figure appeared as if it was a thief. It looked around for a moment, and then the whole person disappeared in the same place. 0.2 light years away. Lin Mo smiled and quietly followed behind the figure. Earth. To say that the earth in this side of the world is called a plague. Originally, there was something unclean underneath his house, and it looked like it was about to get out of control when a Lin Mo suddenly appeared. The second word screwed up the blood moon crisis. This is great. The underground monsters have escaped, and 70% of the world's flora and fauna have all turned into monsters. They've all turned into monsters, and they're kind of family. I don't know if I should be thankful for that, or unfortunate. Over the earth, Tantalus Dawn appeared. He first glanced up at the red, demonic moon, his expression distraught. Just when he was almost to Earth, the weird moon almost got him too. Luckily, he reacted quickly and rushed to put protection on himself. Tantalus looked down for a moment. At this look, even as a god's residence, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. Was this still the same lower world he remembered? Why are there monsters everywhere? PPO is flying around, zombies are chasing people and gnawing on them, and truck-sized tigers are battling tree demons. Tantalus' expression changed and he flew towards Amelika. Just as he tried to move, a guttural voice rang in his ears. Looking for someone, my friend? Chapter 73, The God of Folly. Some of the character relationships in yesterday's 2 chapters were wrong. It should have been Tantalus. And having read the wrong version doesn't affect the corrections that have been made. Tantalus had just lifted his leg when a sinister voice suddenly came to his ear. And then he felt a large hand on his shoulder clamping itself firmly in place. His face changed suddenly and changed again. And he hastily mobilized the divine power in his body to try to break free from the restraints. But it didn't do anything. That hand, like a big mountain, pressed him so hard that he couldn't move in the slightest. Little brother, it's not good to enter my haunted house without paying any money. Lin Mo raised his hand slightly and patted Tantalus on the shoulder. Moment. Tantalus, who had just been in mid-air, fell towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! With a shaking of the heavens and Tantalus' entire god went deep into the ground in the form of an upside-down fall. Only in the next second, he was plucked out of the ground again by Lin Mo yanking him by his hair. In just a few seconds or less, Tantalus felt like he was dreaming. He was still a little dazed in his eyes. I ask, you answer. High in the air. Lin Mo tugged on Tantalus' hair and said indifferently, name. It was then that Tantalus saw the person who had struck out at him, a face that was too familiar to be familiar. Isn't this the man he snuck out to find? But isn't it a bit of a stretch to beat yourself up first without saying anything? Tantalus is at least the son of Zeus, and besides being unpopular that's still a god. Can a god not have a little pride? Tantalus, he answered honestly. Well, pride has to be there, but it depends on the place. In front of him, this mortal without a trace of divine power fluctuation was obviously not something he could resist. Tantalus? Never heard of it. Lin Mo was nonchalant, a little disgusted and let go of his hand, messing around with the little karami that came out of nowhere. He instantly lost interest and was ready to send this little karami to the west with one punch. Tantalus instantly panicked at the sight of Lin Mo's stance and hurriedly shouted, Zeus is my father. The moment he shouted those words, Lin Mo's face-changing style immediately put on his amiable smile again. He smiled and patted Tantalus on the shoulder again, saying with a grin, Zeus's youngest son. Ah, didn't say so earlier. The speed of the change of face left Tantalus stunned for a moment. Is your father's name that good? But hadn't his grandfather just been taken away by this man? As soon as he thought of Kronos, Tantalus then noticed the small hand puppet floating behind Lin Mo. He couldn't help but gulp again. Well, go ahead. What's it to me? Like pulling a family story, Lin Mo casually said. This god, I want to cooperate with you. Tantalus clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Gods. Just because he contradicted one of the gods, he was beaten to hell by his own father. It was a centuries-long painful memory. How could he forget? He would beat all those hypocritical gods to hell and let them taste the pain they had once endured. Tantalus raised his head fiercely and looked at Lin Mo. It was humiliating enough for a god to work with a mortal. If Lin Mo didn't agree, then he was truly afraid that he would become a laughingstock completely and utterly. Cooperation. Upon hearing these 2 words, Lin Mo, who had been cheeky in the last second, instantly changed his face again. Without saying a word he choked Tantalus and instantly moved to the edge of the sun. Then he held Tantalus' head against his body to dive headfirst into the interior of the sun. 15 million degrees Celsius melted Tantalus' body continuously, and the intense burning sensation made him scream. This wasn't even the most painful. His divine power was constantly repairing his body, which caused him to constantly experience burning pain. I'll give you one more chance. What's it to me? Compared to Tantalus, Lin Mo didn't have any problems at all. A very leisurely view of the core of the sun. After all, his own body temperature could reach 70 billion degrees Celsius when he let go of the limit. This temperature would essentially melt any object in the regular universe. The inside of the sun was really no different to him than a refrigerator. The pain continued to eat away at Tantalus, but fortunately his mind turned quite quickly, and he immediately changed his words. I'm looking for you because I want to ask you to help me with something. By this time, Tantalus actually regretted it. Truly regretful. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary mortal to be so nervous. There's no way to communicate properly. He was tempted to return to the god realm right now, hide all of his revenge plans, and honestly become a deity. But it was obvious that he had been in over his head. As luck would have it, the next moment he himself appeared beyond the sun. The man who was destined to psych himself out changed his smile to a kind one again. Say, what is it? This god is very nosy. Lin Mo was full of smiles. These so-called gods were just cheap. One beating and they were all honest. As for meddling, that's true. Compared to waiting for others to find trouble for him, Lin Mo still felt that it was more reliable for him to find trouble for others. I would like to ask you, please help me against the gods of Olympus. I want to send them all to hell. The hatred was undisguised, even if it included his old father. True to Western mythology, it really brings out the filial son. Tantalus looked at Lin Mo apprehensively, the divine power in his body secretly running. fearing that Lin Mo would have another instantaneous change of face. Only this time it was really his turn to be surprised, only to see Lin Mo smiled and nodded his head in agreement without even thinking about it. Tantalus had a bad feeling rising within him, but didn't dare show it. The Olympus God realm. Still in the middle of that majestic temple. The conversation between Tantalus and Lin Mo, as well as everything that he had just experienced, fell into the eyes of the gods word for word. Upon hearing that Tantalus was going to send them all to hell, all the gods present couldn't sit still. There was a clamor for a battle to go down to the realm to capture Lin Mo and that traitor and bring them back for trial. Poor Tantalus, being played for a fool and not even realizing it. He thought he had fooled everyone to sneak out, so how could he have known that it was all at the secret behest of Zeus? Apollo. Above the throne, Zeus spoke slowly. A blonde, tall and handsome figure below immediately stepped forward. God the Father. Apollo, the god of the sun, a presence to be reckoned with among the gods. Tell me what you think. Father God, I am no match for that man. Apollo was honest and outspoken. After all, people are bathing inside the sun. What can they do? Aha. Zeus gave a soft then said, close all the exits in the lower realm and seal the realm from today. Majestic words echoed in the great hall. Just how did that sound? A bit abysmal. Zeus' words had just fallen, when suddenly, the entire temple, no, the entire Olympus god realm shook violently. At the same time there was a teasing voice that resounded throughout the god realm. Oh, my dear Lord God King, is this the hospitality of your Olympus god realm? Chapter 74, Zeus comes to dance. The scene goes back a few seconds. After Lin Mo agreed to Tantalus's request, Tantalus brought Lin Mo to the junction between the Olympus god realm and the universe. This is still within the solar system, not far from Earth. Like the environments in other universes, this space was empty and lonely. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the neighborhood. A moment later he suddenly smiled. So, he had understood everything in his mind. If his guess was right, the so-called Olympus god realm was nothing more than a small universe embedded within the larger universe. And it's likely that this little universe is still man-made, which is why there's a way to be able to travel freely. Turn it on. Lin Mo commanded towards Tantalus. He wanted to see how these so-called gods opened this passage. You know, you couldn't have discovered the abnormality here if you hadn't been deliberately observing. Secrecy at its finest. Tantalus nodded at his words. Even though his heart was full of unease at this point, he was riding a tiger. He dug around his body and pulled out a round bead made up of an unknown substance that glowed with gray light. He raised this round bead up high and his mouth whimpered a whole lot of words that Lin Mo couldn't understand. Then, 1 second, 2 seconds. There was not the slightest reaction. Tantalus's face froze and he came again. Still no response. By this time, he was panicking inside. Tried a couple more times but still no luck. Lin Mo, beside listening to half a day, is also roughly understand what he said those words mean. Not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Something along the lines of, here's the access card. I'm the son of Zeus. I'm back. Open the door. You're a. How can a god be so stupid? The security guards will open the door for you if you're next to a wanted criminal. This Tantalus can't have been locked up in hell for hundreds of years. Can he? Off. Lin Mo also ran out of patience and backhanded Tantalus with a slap that sent him flying to nowhere. With a solemn expression, he proceeded to assume the Zamazin pose. Clench your fists, unite your waist and horse, and punch. A simple and unadorned punch blasted out, and the shockwave that was comparable to a gamma ray burst wildly impacted towards a single point. Still, there's no sound in space, but Lin Mo seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Moment. This space in front of him became extremely unstable, as if it was about to shatter. Lin Mo saw this and threw another punch. This time, this cosmic space was completely overwhelmed and a vortex like a wormhole appeared. With a sardonic smile, Lin Mo stepped inside. I only felt a blur before my eyes, and once again regaining my sight, I was already in a strange place with birds and flowers and the height of the sky. As depicted in those myths, the scenery is truly breathtaking. There were suspended islands everywhere, and many strange animals fleeing around in terror. It looked as if the aftermath of the 2 punches that had just been thrown appeared to have seeped in after all. Small universe, Olympus god realm. Ha! Lin Mo looked around, and instantly a number of security guards. Oh no! Guards flew towards Lin Mo with weapons in hand. Bunch of mongrels. Ignoring the guards, Lin Mo flicked his wrist. The White Dragon Emperor instantly understood, transforming into his thousands of meters long true body and roaring angrily as he charged towards these guards. What kind of monster is this? The guard who rushed the fastest hadn't reacted yet, and he was met by the White Dragon Emperor's large, fishy-smelling dragon's mouth. Ah! In the next second, the guard was swallowed by the White Dragon Emperor in one gulp. A different flavor. The White Dragon Emperor was overjoyed. and his huge dragon body rampaged through the Olympus god realm with impunity. Swallow on sight. As for Lin Mo, he took a step and arrived above the central divine hall. My dear Lord God King, is this the way you treat your guests in Olympus? The mellowed voice was like heavenly thunder, and the entire divine hall collapsed after Lin Mo spoke those words. Bold, Ares, the god of war, roared in anger and rose up to the sky with a spear in his hand, attacking towards Lin Mo. Only in the next second, his body flew backward at an even faster speed. Boom! Ares was slapped into the middle of the crowd by Lin Mo, and instantly, several gods who couldn't dodge were smashed alive into flesh. Intruder! The other gods reacted at this time, pulling out their weapons and externalizing their divine power. One by one, they rushed up into the sky to surround Lin Mo. How long has it been since they were all angry? This was the first time their Olympus god realm had been beaten to their door. Without the slightest hesitation, the gods struck out. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is holding a trident with 10,000 waves raging behind him. Apollo, the sun god, radiated dazzling light, and his whole body seemed like a great sun. Hades, the king of the underworld, wailed at the feet of countless evil spirits. The gods struck out one after another, and the horrifying fluctuations of divine power looked like they were going to shatter the entire Olympus god realm. Hurrah hurrah! Come on sheeple, come and beat me to death. Ha 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 ha. Facing the siege of the gods, Lin Mo also laughed nervously, laughing wildly. The power of the sun. Seeing Lin Mo's arrogant and extreme appearance, Apollo immediately couldn't bear it anymore. The silver bow in his hand was drawn to full capacity, and a flaming arrowhead cut through space and shot towards Lin Mo. Your name is Helios, isn't it? The eerie voice rang in Apollo's ears just as the arrow feathers were shot. Before he could react, a large hand grabbed his neck. Lin Mo lifted his body temperature restriction, and in the next instant, billions of degrees of heat melted Apollo's body in an instant. Apollo, the so-called sun god, was dissolved right into the heat. This all happened in a mere 0.00001 seconds. After resolving Apollo, Lin Mo instantly reached that trident-wielding Poseidon again. Poseidon, right? Only to see Lin Mo's mouth wriggle, a mouthful of old phlegm swishing out and spitting, instantly penetrating Poseidon's head. The old phlegm was unrelenting in its speed, running several unlucky people behind Poseidon all the way through and deep into the earth afterward. Blinking again. This time it was Hades' turn. And you deserve to be called Hades? Big hands cupped Hades' head. Cruel laughter resounded through heaven and earth. Lin Mo exerted a little force in his hands, and Hades' head burst open like a watermelon. The 12 main gods, in just a few seconds or less except for the moon goddess Artemis, were all killed by Lin Mo in an extremely insulting manner. Not to mention the other lesser-known little stragglers. The aftershocks alone turned them into ashes. It was quiet for less than 10 seconds before and after. On the ruins of a wretched temple, only the throne still stood, including Zeus below, who never made a move. With Artemis in his arms, Rimmer got dishonest, flickering to sit on his butt on top of the throne. Lin Mo looked at Zeus with a smile on his face. Zeus, the king of the gods, remained expressionless, as if the gods who had just died had nothing to do with him. What do you really want? Zeus looked straight at Lin Mo on the throne. His tone was still majestic, just with a hint of lateness. Those gods that had just been killed by Lin Mo had not died, and in fact it was very difficult to kill a god, even a very weak one. Even if they start to dust them off, with time those gods can be resurrected. That's why Zeus never made a move. He knew that if he struck out as well, there really wouldn't be any room for negotiation. Ignoring Zeus, Lin Mo touched here and there, not avoiding outsiders in the slightest. He leisurely said a moment later, "Little old man, dance for me." Chapter 75. Zeus's Subject 3. In her arms, Artemis' delicate face was full of humiliation. This famous moon goddess had the intention to struggle, but Lin Mo's hands were like steel bars, making her unable to move in the slightest. Artemis could only look at Zeus with her eyes full of humiliation plus a plea for help, praying that this Lord God King will help her. "Little old man, come dance." Lin Mo leaned back on his throne, flirting with Artemis while teasingly looking at Zeus. "Your Excellency, you can just say what you want. Why are you humiliating us like this?" Zeus, a little old man whose pale face was filled with anger, said in a single word, Was I not clear? I said I'll let you dance." Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly and his hand movements became more unrestrained. It even resounded with the sound of a Sarah, the sound of something being torn apart. "Really white. I can't guarantee what you'll do if you don't jump, ha 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 ha." The rampant and perverted words kept hitting Zeus' mind and soul, and the pale lion seemed to have reached the edge of his patience. He squeezed his eyes shut and a few words popped out of his mouth. "I'll jump. You let Artemis go first." Humiliation, anger, hatred. For the first time so many emotions flashed through Zeus' mind, a feeling he had never known since birth. But what can be done? One was no match for this monster. Even if one is immortal, not being able to die is not always a good thing, and there is the possibility of endless torture. He had no doubt that the demon above him would do those things. Zeus closed his eyes, his old but fit body writhing. Dancing was something he certainly knew how to do, only just moving. He suddenly felt a choking sensation. When he opened his eyes, he was already being held high in the air by Lin Mo's neck. Who are you to negotiate with me? Lin Mo's slightly narrowed eyes were filled with ice cold. Why are so many people confused about the status quo? Do you think I really can't kill you guys? The palm of his hand continued to contract, and his fingers had been thrust deep into the middle of Zeus's neck. Scarlet blood dripped down Lin Mo's arm on top of the ruins. Next, Zeus only felt a flash before his eyes, and once again he recovered already over the earth. A bunch of parasites who stole the authority of the earth. Do you really think that no one can cure you? Lin Mo's other hand suddenly stretched out and made a false grip at the moon. Invisible thoughts broke through the speed of light and wrapped the entire moon. Immediately afterward, the demonic red moon was tugged and crashed toward Earth. No! No! Zeus now really panicked, his eyes in no previous calm, replaced by undisguised panic. It's going to die. It's really going to die. When it came to his own life, this god king finally exposed his vulnerable side. Lin Mo's caricatured smile on his face didn't diminish as he hauled the moon and slammed it towards the Earth. The gods of Olympus? Is it really immortal? Oh! After beating up Kronos and the gods one after another, Lin Mo could figure out something even without turning on his super brain. These so-called gods are nothing more than maggots parasitizing the earth. At least the gods of this world do. They derive their power from the earth and their immortality from the earth. That's why all these gods are such weaklings. Among the endless worlds, mythological systems such as these naturally had strengths and weaknesses. If Lin Mo were to divide it up, it would be almost 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. And this world's Olympus divine system is a middle match at the top in Lin Mo's opinion. Even their authority comes from nothing more than a little wrecking ball at their feet. Where would their immortality come from if they completely destroyed the entire planet? On Earth, the survivors in hiding have discovered another bizarre thing. That blood-red moon grew larger and larger in their eyes. In Tokyo, the 2 women, Ami and Tomoko, were in a store, lying on their backs in front of the window looking at the moon that looked like it was taking over the entire sky, and sitting helplessly on the floor. They shielded the talisman paper in their arms firmly and closed their eyes in constant prayer. So much has happened in just under a day. The entire human civilization is ruined, and there are monsters everywhere. Luckily, the 2 pieces of talisman paper sent by the mysterious man had allowed them to survive until now. But now, has even living become a luxury? In the west, somewhere in the mountains, a group of people wearing black cloaks that covered all of themselves bound a man securely. And the one leading the group kept singing and dancing as if they were performing some kind of ancient ritual. Great Hades, we are your most devout followers. Please, at this moment when the world is about to end, the multitudes are on full display. Outside of Earth, Lin Mo had Zeus by the neck with one hand, looking at the approaching moon with a face full of intoxication. Zeus was already dead-eyed and had given up the struggle. You are truly evil, he said so. He never expected this day to come. Perhaps this is what mortals call the unpredictability of the world. Little old man, who told you I was going to destroy this little wrecking ball? Hearing Zeus murmur, Lin Mo suddenly changed his expression to one of surprise. Next, the moon, which was constantly being tugged, was frozen in place and slowly returned to its original position. It's a haunted house I just built. Why would I destroy it? Oh, right. Why don't you dance when you're told to? Lin Mo looked straight at Zeus, his expression dangerous again. You're so quick to change your mind? Zeus was full of consternation. He could kind of see that this man was a psychopath. I'll jump. I'll agree to anything you say. Zeus looked in no majesty, full of gray. When the last ounce of backbone was gone, he had no hard bottom in him. Good. Ha ha, good. Lin Mo let go of Zeus and conjured up a cell phone as if by magic. Then his thoughts shook the space around them and an audio-visual appeared in front of the 2. In the audio-visual, a figure with sunglasses is doing a strange dance. If a modern man had seen this dance, he would have exclaimed, "Isn't this Subject 3? Follow the dance." Lin Mo reclined in the universe, his cell phone pointed at Zeus, grinning, "And put this on too." Another pair of sunglasses was thrown to Zeus, who caught them and put them on without the slightest hesitation. Not to mention, the little old man looks good in sunglasses. I'm guessing there are quite a few that like this one. Zeus glanced at the strange dance, and what a powerful memory he had, memorizing all the moves in just one sitting, then danced to the music. A demonic blood moon, a ruined world, worlds away. A young man with a cell phone records a mighty old man jumping Subject 3. This scene feels ridiculously outrageous any way you look at it. After the dance, Lin Mo reached out and waved his hand again. This time it was a very hot rubbing dance on the internet. Just rubbing the glass one. Jump. Keeping his words short, Zeus closed his eyes and twisted again. It wasn't until he had danced a dozen or so insulting dances in one breath that Lin Mo waved his hand to make it stop. Of course, it wasn't Lin Mo being kind, but the chat group in his head vibrated. Chapter 76. Zhang Lei's request. Scary. Creepy. It was the fifth bell of the day that Dayang City was covered by that ghostly spirit. Outside it was gray. Unknown flotsam floated in the air. And the large city was silent. It's like the mute button has been pressed on this big city with a population of nearly 5 million. The streets were filled with wandering, bizarre figures with twisted limbs and no facial features. They let out the occasional shrill, low, strange cry, constantly searching for signs of the living. In an upscale apartment in the city center, Zhang Lei's eyes were closed tightly, and a large portion of his exposed skin had already rotted, revealing the white bones under the flesh. Zhang Lei, what's the situation in Danyang City now? Can you hold out? Our people are trying to find a way to enter the city. Anxious male voices rang out over the satellite phone, and one could hear that it was very noisy there as well, with faint roars of anger being heard now and then. Not dead yet. Zhang Lei did not raise his eyelids. He looked like a rotten and stinking corpse. His voice was hoarse like the sound of bones rubbing together. Great. Thank God you're still okay. What's the situation in Danyang? Are there any survivors? The voice over there was delighted when he heard the reply, and he asked in a hurry. I don't know. I'm being watched by that ghost and I can't move. But I'm guessing it's not looking good out there. Create a file. Here's some information I've gathered on that ghost so far. Zhang Lei spoke slowly, his voice sounding uncomfortable. He thought for a moment and continued. Let's call it the static ghost. You know the 123 wooden man? Its killing pattern is simple. It kills any living thing that moves. And the level of danger is as I'm sure you've seen. And that ghost already has ghost slaves. And the whole of Dayang is full of that stuff now. Ghost slaves seem to have inherited the murderous laws of stationary ghosts and also hunt living things that move. And this ghost seems to be still growing, said Zhang Lei after a moment of hesitation. That's all the information I've gotten so far. After saying that, Zhang Lei closed his eyes and without any words, the other side was visibly startled to hear the word growth. I know. Hold on. The Imperial Ghostbusters sent by the center are already trying to figure out how to get into the big city. Dasha City, Command Center. A middle-aged man who was not too tall but very refined was silent for a moment and then said to the assistant beside him, Codename, Static Ghost. Hazard level, Grade A, killing pattern. Damn it! After recording the information of the still ghost, that middle-aged man clenched his fists and closed his eyes in agony. He shuddered to think how many people would die this time. Outside the city of Danyang, a helicopter hovered high in the sky, and this gray ghostly spirit looked like a bowl, inverted, wrapping the entire city of Danyang completely. Outside the ghost domain, a group of people wearing special uniforms stood there, their expressions all unsightly. Most of these people had lifeless faces and looked half dead. It's no exaggeration to say that any random person you can pull into a horror movie doesn't need to wear makeup kind of thing. There was even a constant stench emanating from some of them. It wasn't a normal stench, but rather like the corpse stench of a rotting corpse. In a tent, a man who looked to be in his mid-30s kept tapping away at a special computer. The vanished face was full of seriousness, and there was a hint of anxiety in the seriousness. Doctor, here's the latest intel from the hub. Inside is some information about the ghost that was the source of this incident. The tent was opened and a woman in uniform walked in. In the high-grade apartment in the center of Dayang City, Zhang Lei was in a tangle. He wondered if he should ask for help from the group leader. There was certainly no way to deal with this ghost with his current abilities. Zhang Lei is very self-aware. If he didn't have the golden silk jade clothes that he got from the last red packet, he was afraid that he would have died the moment the static ghost stared at him. With the golden jade clothes protecting him, there was a high probability that nothing would happen to him. But if they continued to wait, they were afraid that everyone else in the whole of the great city would die out. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Lei still made up his mind. He communicated with the chat group in his mind and edited a paragraph to send it privately to Lin Mo. Under the temple of the ink god, can you do me a favor? Cabin in the woods world. Zeus did several highly insulting dances in a row before Lin Mo made him stop. After saving the recorded video, Lin Mo's consciousness didn't enter the chat group. Seeing the message sent by Zhang Lei, Lin Mo replied, say, if the group members were in trouble, he, as the group leader, definitely had to help. How else can we live a boring day? Returning a word to Zhang Lei, Lin Mo smoothly uploaded the video he had just recorded to the chat group. By the way, since the last time everyone received Lin Mo's red packet, as well as Lin Mo saying he would be their backer, these group members then became active, and a few of them would usually chat and fart around in the group when there was nothing else to do. That little drill sergeant has also been looking for a literate mortal to figure out what this chat group is all about for a while now. After clearly recognizing that the group master was a great avatar, Little Diamond Wind immediately had some small thoughts. Not only did he keep the chat group as his little secret, but he also had a great time playing with the other members of the group on weekdays. Seeing the video Lin Mo sent, Little Drill Wind immediately replied, "Senior Group Master, is this you? What a beautiful dance. Black Widow, yikes. I didn't realize that Lord Group Leader was a bit old, but he looks old and strong. Lin Fingjiao, Senior is indeed divine. It's just that this dance, Lin Mo, suddenly I want to go over there and slap them all to death." For the sake of his own reputation, Lin Mo felt the need to explain. This is Zeus, the god king of ancient Greek mythology. After Lin Mo finished his science, the group fell into a brief silence, and a moment later these licking dogs licked again without any shame. Black Widow, scared me to death. I told you, how could His Highness the group leader be so old? His Highness the group leader must be a big handsome man. Lin Fingjiao, Zeus? Really Zeus from ancient Greek mythology? Little Drill Wind, is Senior Group Master not the lord of that heavenly court? It's actually possible to make the God King dance. He didn't know who Zeus was, but he did know that the word God King was powerful when he heard it. To make a God King dance, how powerful should that be? This chat group is really the chance for me, Drill Wind old man, to rise to power. Listening to the crowd bragging, Lin Mo was flattered. Smiling, he handed out some of the small rags he had just picked up as red envelopes. What with Apollo's silver bow and Ares' spear and all. After sending the red envelope, Zhang Lei's private message came. The kid posted a big paragraph like he was writing a small essay. Lin Mo scanned it, and the general meaning was summarized as, "Please, Lord Group Master, save my life. My world is going to be destroyed by ghosts." Lin Mo looked down at the earth of this world, wondering if Zhang Lei would still ask for help when he saw the ghostly appearance of this earth. "Are you going to die for a while?" Lin Mo asked. Zhang Lei, Lord Group Master, I can't die. With the precious armor you gave me, my life is safe. Lin Mo, then wait for a day. This god is going to have a candlelight dinner with the moon goddess over here. Returning 2 words, Lin Mo lifted his foot and kicked Zeus. From now on, you are the ticket agent of this haunted house, with a salary of 2,000 per month. Any comments? Chapter 77, Playing Dead for Ghosts. Zeus the little old man ended up becoming Lin Mo's employee. Can he have an opinion? If he has a problem, he has to keep it to himself. Besides, it's not like he's working for free. There's $2,000 a month. So much. It's too much to spend. It's really too much to spend. There are really not many national entrepreneurs with a conscience like my Highness Lin Mo. Zeus was now completely out of temper, and he would do whatever Lin Mo told him to do. Honestly built a small house off the planet with a sign on the door with the words Haunted House Ticket Office. The very lonely looking empty nester dives in headfirst, the ticketed cabin drifting haphazardly with the Earth's gravity. Lin Mo stroked his chin and flashed to the Olympus god realm once again. As for whether this small universe was naturally formed or artificially constructed, Lin Mo wasn't interested at all. So what if an alien civilization did it? The White Dragon Emperor, this little loach, was still in the midst of the divine realm, constantly rampaging around and having a great time. In addition to the gods, there are tens of billions of civilians living in this space. There were also quite a few demigods or humans with a bit of cultivation in them. Of course, these people were naturally no match for the little loach. In fact, 90% of those so-called gods could not necessarily beat the White Dragon Emperor after removing their powers. Seeing Lin Mo return, the White Dragon Emperor let out a long roar to the sky, then quickly flew to Lin Mo's body. Did you have a good meal? Lin Mo smiled and surveyed the White Dragon Emperor. The more he looked, the fatter he became. It's definitely good for fondue. The White Dragon Emperor's heart trembled at Lin Mo's eyes, and his large dragon body trembled continuously, obediently lowering his head like a pug. He kept rubbing against Lin Mo's calf. Good girl, I won't eat you first. Lin Mo grinned. This little loach had swallowed quite a few people this time, and his already Demon Emperor 9th Heavenly Cultivation had loosened up. After a while it might be time to ascend to Demon Saint, and the loach was so big, he wouldn't eat it all at once. It's all about sustainability. Patting the White Dragon Emperor on the head, Lin Mo reached the sky above a ruined shrine in a single step. Our moon goddess waited here honestly, but did not run away. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of a romantic candlelight dinner? Spiritual recovery world. Zhang Lei also had mixed feelings when he saw the group master's great reply. Joy is that the other party agreed to help. Can pull in such a powerful helper, not to mention solving the global psychic resurgence? At least this crisis is saved. Worried about having to wait another day, and as the day passes, there's no telling how many survivors there will be. Zhang Lei inwardly sighed, and he didn't say anything about rushing or anything. That kind of stupidity was something that only a little cutie could do it. Converting all of his aura, his entire body stood still as if he were an old monk in meditation. However, after only less than 4 hours, the settled Zhang Lei violently opened his eyes. Ghostly movement. It's hard to believe that something has changed. He didn't dare to move, but he clearly felt the violent trembling of the grey ghostly toad that covered Danyang City, as well as the countless ghostly slaves in the city frantically running wildly in the same direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Lei hurriedly reported the abnormality over here through the satellite phone. In fact, there was no need for him to report it. The commotion was very big, and the big Danyang City's field rescue force also found the anomaly. A private hospital in the western district of Danyang City. Over the hospital, an azure-colored space door dawn appeared. Then a tall and handsome young man slowly walked out. As usual, Our Highness Rimmer took his customary deep breath. Just after taking a puff, Lin Mo was filled with disgust. Chatterbox, where did you get me this again? Why does it smell like a corpse? And the haze is so bad? It's traveling right over the chemical plant for me, isn't it? Lin Mo fanned in a very disgusting manner. And all of a sudden, the gray air in the space in front of him dissipated into thin air, revealing the scene below. Not a chemical plant. Ha! Before he could take a closer look around, he suddenly felt a strange discomfort hit him. Lin Mo's eyes were instantly sharp. This is the power of rules? It was the same feeling in the previous world when the gods of Olympus used their power to attack him. The difference, though, is that those Olympian god powers are forever kinda decent. And now this power that attacked him was full of putrid discomfort. It was like the feeling of countless maggots crawling all over themselves, trying to burrow into their bodies. Looks like the ghosts in this world are different from the last one. Lin Mo had laziness on his face again. This psychic power was not weak. It's a little bit stronger than when those gods used their power in the last world. But it's only a little stronger. Guess it's this little tie-ball of foot that's gone wrong again. Oops, plagued little wrecking ball. The discomfort was still lingering. And while it couldn't do any harm to myself, it was really quite diabolical. Zhang Lei, Lin Mo shouted. It was reasonable to say that the transmission of a chat group would normally be directly to the group members' heads. Then one's own cute little groupie should be nearby, shouting. The surroundings were as lonely as ever, with only his own voice echoing and no response. Chat group, you damn sure didn't pass me the wrong one, did you? Host, please trust in the professionalism of this chat group. There may be a slight deviation, but there will never be a transmission error. The chat group remained mechanical back. Lin Mo's small mouth tilted. Just wanting to walk around suddenly felt the entire earth slightly vibrate. Then in all directions, faceless corpses with twisted limbs kept popping up. In a short while he had surrounded himself. And at the back of this densely packed monster was a wooden man with no face and a human form that was still oozing blood. If an ordinary person had seen this scene, he would have been afraid that he would have fainted directly from fear with his eyes blackened. However, Lin Mo was looking around thoughtfully. He tried to lift his leg. Instantly, the densely packed ghost slaves all around were like sharks that smelled blood, frantically pouncing towards Lin Mo. And after Lin Mo remained motionless, those ghost slaves were instantly frozen in place again as if they were blind. Fun-loving, like a child seeing a fun toy. Lin Mo was so playful that he kept teasing these strange things. He even did a mechanical dance on the spot when he was in the mood to play. His side was playing it up, and the whole ghostly place looked like it was going to short-circuit when it flickered to those survivors and those outside. And Lin Mo realized that every time he moved, these ghosts got a little bit closer to him. After a mechanical dance, the blood-soaked wooden man was on the verge of sticking himself in the face. Being so close, that feeling of discomfort grew stronger. The bizarre rules continuously impacted Lin Mo's body, wanting to dismember himself alive in general. Only no matter how hard the wooden man tried, Lin Mo was still alive and kicking. Lin Mo even reached out and removed the wooden man's head with his bare hands, fiddling with it before putting it back on. As he played, Lin Mo suddenly felt that the discomfort in his body was slowly disappearing. It didn't take long before the wooden man in front of him, whose left and right legs had been installed backwards by himself, looked like he had died, standing motionless in place. Not to mention the ghost slaves around them, one by one, their corpses rapidly decayed, and in just a moment they all turned into skeleton frames. That ghostly spirit that had covered the entire city of Danyang also quickly dissipated until the sun shone in. Not Buddy? Which one is it made by? That tie? Chapter 78, You Are Not of This World. Dashia City, the center of the Ghostbusters. All the staff members stared dumbfounded at the big city that had returned to normal. And for a moment, the entire office was awfully quiet. That superior who had contacted Zhang Lei earlier even rubbed his eyes to confirm that he wasn't blinking. What's going on here? How did the ghostly creature disappear on its own? And thoughts instantly flashed through Jiahe's mind. but whichever one felt impractical. First of all, those Oni sent for support he had just finished contacting, and the city hadn't even gone in yet. It's impossible that someone inside solved it. The person in charge, Zhang Lei, harnessed just one ghost. How could he solve this great a paranormal incident? Is it possible that there are other powerful ghosts within the city of Taiyong? Or did the ghost leave on its own? Thoughts fluttering, he still hurriedly had the Imperial Ghostbusters outside the big city enter in batches to probe the realities. It's also possible that the ghost is still around and has just ghosted itself away. Unlike the speculations on the central side of Daxia City, it was Zhang Lei, who was inside Danyang City, who was filled with consternation. Although he didn't know what was happening, he clearly perceived all the changes in this gray ghostly spirit. The feeling, it felt like the ghosts were bouncing around, popped up and disappeared? Are you kidding me? But the discomfort in himself was also gone, which meant that the still ghost was indeed gone. What the hell happened? Zhang Lei tried to move a bit without any psychic attacks. He pranced to his feet this time, ready to go out and check it out. Only he had just gotten up when a sudden gust of wind hit him. Then all the windows not far away shattered. A powerful gust of wind blinded him, and he vaguely saw a young man flying in with a wooden figure in his hand. Zhang Lei, right? A seemingly inquiring but very sure tone rang through the house as the young man threw the wooden figure on the floor like a piece of trash and sat down on his butt on the couch. You. Zhang Lei's pupils instantly dilated. He glanced at the wooden man who was still oozing blood, and then glanced at the cynical young man sitting on the sofa, and instantly figured everything out. Lord Gunmaster. Surprise crawled across his face momentarily, but the surprise was followed by constraint. Under the temple of the ink god. Is that you? Zhang Lei asked in a small, careful voice. No need to be so formal. It's not like I'm a bad person. Lin Mo smiled and said very kindly, just call me Group Master. Yes, Group Master. Zhang Lei was still a bit formal. After responding, he didn't know what to say. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Of course, this embarrassment was addressed to Zhang Lei, but Lin Mo was very relaxed. He looked Zhang Lei up and down, looking to be in his early 30s, with a waxy and thin face, a beard, and an ordinary dress code. The whole man was nothing but a ghostly ghost, in just plain. Sizing up the situation, Lin Mo inexplicably came up with, do you know Yang Ma? Just that ghost-eyed detective. Zhang Lei sniffed and touched his head, as if he was trying to remember if there was such a person. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Never heard of it. Then try yelling at the sky right now for Yang Jian to save me. Yes. Zhang Lei felt a bit puzzled, but since it was the words of the group master he did as he was told. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Lei turned around and shouted towards the window that no longer had a window. Yang Jian save me. At that moment, a helicopter in charge of the rescue happened to fly in. Are any of you named Yang Jian? The helicopter had a few Oni on board looking at me and you. Inside the apartment, Zhang Lei naturally saw the helicopter and the pilot's strange eyes, but he had the cheek to shout some more. There's nothing out of the ordinary. On the sofa, Lin Mo stroked his chin and muttered, it doesn't seem to be a mysterious recovery. He looked at the dead wooden man and then at Zhang Lei who was talking to the rescuers. A ghostly idea was born again, and just as Lin Mo was thinking, Zhang Lei walked in with two other people. These two people are a man and a woman. The woman is as ghostly as Zhang Lei. Her looks are fine, except that her hair is wet and dripping with black water. The man fell into a special uniform and looked civilized. This is... The man glanced at Lin Mo who was leisurely crossing his legs and was surprised. It's... Zhang Lei was momentarily in trouble, not knowing how to explain his relationship with Lin Mo. He's my little brother. Lin Mo came lazily. The words fell and the pair froze, while the male was pondering. The female frowned with her embroidered eyebrows and said in a tone of slight disbelief plus dislike, your boss Zhang Lei? You're an ordinary person who is the head of Danyang City. The woman hadn't even finished her words when she suddenly screamed in agony, clutching her head, only to see that her original head of black hair that was constantly oozing out water had long since disappeared. The entire scalp was a bloody mess, and Lin Mo, who had been sitting on the couch, suddenly had a mess of hair in his hands. Where did the dingo come from? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The hair in his hand was no longer restricted and immediately entered a revival state. The strange power spread out, causing Zhang Lei and the others to instantly change their faces. It was too fast, so fast that they were still in a daze. However, Zhang Lei was at least an old man, and he hastened to transfer the psychic power of the rotting ghost in his body. Just in their shocked eyes, they only saw Lin Mo exerting a slight force in his hands. The hair that was reviving was actually hardened and suppressed. This, beside Zhang Lei, the well-mannered man's face changed again and again, his entire body in a state of extreme shock. The scene that took place in front of him completely shattered the understanding of ghosts that he had built up for so long. Zhang Lei, slaughter that wild dog. crushing the hair in his hand into a ball. Lin Mo faintly said. Zhang Lei's face changed at his words, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But in an instant this hesitation was gone, and without hesitation a hand crushed the neck of the still screaming woman. After doing this, Zhang Lei looked at the man with an unkind gaze again. That refined man was not an unusual character, and immediately regained his composure after a short period of shock. He ignored Zhang Lei, who was eyeing him intently, and looked at Lin Mo with slight agitation. You're not from this world, right? Chapter 79. Ruthless Zhang Lei. The man's words were inquisitive, but his tone was extremely certain. A character without any psychic power in his body, but who suppressed the revival of the ghost hair with his bare hands. This kind of thing was unheard of to him before. You know, he was considered a high-ranking person in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and to him, there were few secrets in this world. After throwing out all the impossible possibilities, that leaves only one possibility. The dangling, but very dangerous character in front of him was definitely not from his world. Hearing the man's words, Zhang Lei, who was on the side, changed his face slightly and couldn't help but turn his gaze to Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo did not have any change in his expression. Speaking faintly, he said, First of all, you should use you when addressing me. Secondly, Lin Mo stood up and slowly walked over to the man. You should introduce yourself before asking someone. Lin Mo smirked and sized up the man. This was the first time he had been associated with this so quickly. That's a smart guy, probably an official think tank type of being. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. In the face of Lin Mo's measuring gaze, the man behaved appropriately. Collecting all his excitement, he slightly owed Lin Mo an apology. He then continued, To introduce myself, my name is Chu Yang, the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Defender Center. Chu Yang is very much the self-introduction is very simple, and from the beginning to the end of the face without pride and other colors. Very calm. After listening to Chu Yang's self-introduction, Lin Mo's side hadn't reacted yet, but Zhang Lei exclaimed in shock. Chu Yang, is that the Chu Yang who published the psychic analysis paper? It's me. Chu Yang nodded, his gaze never leaving Lin Mo. How may I address you? Sir? He was too curious, and for a researcher, the unknown is like a black hole that draws them all in physically and mentally. And Lin Mo is the unknown, the situation that has never existed before. You may address me as Lord Moromachi. Looking straight into Chu Yang's eager eyes, Lin Mo grinned and said, As for your last question, it is true that I am not from your world. The temple of the ink god never cared to lie, in his opinion. Lying was just a means for the cowardly to cover themselves. He never needed to, and even if he let them know the truth, what could he do with himself? Oh yeah, don't tell me about pulling me in or anything. The last world that gave me that has turned into a monster land. Lin Mo very kindly patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Originally, according to the general situation, just based on your disrespect just now I have already pinched your neck, but for the sake of my little brother, I can let you off today, said Lin Mo. No longer pay attention to Chu Yang, walked to Zhang Lei in front of him and put that ghost hair on his head. I see, thanks to the ink god temple. Chu Yang and didn't say anything, once again slightly owed his body to push the door out without leaving. Only no one could see that there was clearly more than a hint of apprehension on his face. Inside the apartment, Lin Mo and Zhang Lei were left again. After the ghost hair was snapped on Zhang Lei's head by Lin Mo, it seemed to come alive again, and the roots of the hair were madly sticking towards Zhang Lei's scalp. Zhang Lei squealed in pain. The power of the rotting ghost in his body was even more stimulated and revived on its own. The confrontation between the two ghosts was staged inside Zhang Lei's body, and without any accident, Zhang Lei's small body would definitely die in the spiritual confrontation. But isn't this with Lin Mo present? Only Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his spiritual thoughts spreading towards Zhang Lei's body, hardening the two ghosts and suppressing all of them to death. It's true that the power of ghosts in this world comes from rules, but there are strong and weak rules. If it was a universe-level rule, Lin Mo really didn't have much to do right now, but the power of this rule only originated from a single planet. Then Lin Mo's forceful flying bricks at this time could certainly suppress it easily. A moment later, Zhang Lei stopped screaming. His original inch hair had turned into long, beautiful hair, and with his thin face, he really looked like one of those artsy guys. Well, Lin Mo circled his chest and quietly watched Zhang Lei slowly climb up from the ground. Zhang Lei's eyes widened incredulously, and at this moment, he felt better than ever. It was surprising that he himself could not feel any psychic revival in the slightest. It's like the ghost inside disappeared, but the psychic power that was restless all the time was telling him it wasn't a dream. Gun Master, now that's divine tactics. The psychic resurgence that had been worrying myself was simply weak in front of my own group leader. Zhang Lei did not know how to express his inner excitement. Thinking for a few seconds, immediately wanted to kneel down and worship, but at that moment, he suddenly felt an invisible force restricting him. Zhang Lei, if you kneel down, then this is the end of the shelter I give you. Lin Mo, who had just been smiling, immediately changed his face and became expressionless. Zhang Lei froze for a moment. He didn't understand where he had upset the group master. Why does Lin Ma change his face when he says he will? Lin Mo didn't explain, and soon a smile appeared on his face again. You turned to me for help with the psychic resurgence of the world. On second thought, something like saving the world doesn't interest me. With that said, Lin Mo took the dead machine's wooden man in front of him with a single hand. Harness this ghost, during which I will not help you. Succeed, and I grant you asylum 3 times. Failing that, the karma of being on the same level of the chat group is over. Throwing the wooden man in front of Zhang Lei, the wooden man that was just dying did not know what influence it received, but actually slowly revived. Layers of thick blood continued to drip down from the wooden man, and the grey ghostly spirit began to spread out. Lin Mo said and instantly disappeared in the middle of the room. Inside the room, Zhang Lei immediately fell into panic after a brief moment of stupefaction. His first instinct was to run, but he just took a step and then stopped. Remembering Lin Mo's expressionless face just now, he was in an incomparable tangle. The wooden man's recovery was extremely fast, and just as he was getting tangled up, the wooden man's legs that looked like they were mounted backwards actually moved slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A rotten life. Just die. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and gave up the idea of escaping. With the speed at which the wooden man recovered, he couldn't escape at all. But how to harness this ghost? It's a level A hazard. A country-killing level of existence. The entire Dragon Kingdom spiritual recovery until now has only experienced a total of 3 Class A incidents. Zhang Lei forced himself to calm down as his mind raced. The CPU was almost fried in just a few seconds. He stared at the wooden man, and suddenly a bold idea rose in his mind. This ghost looks like wood, but is shaped very much like a skeleton. So is it possible to replace all of one's own skeleton with this wooden man? This crazy thought never lingered after it rose in his mind. It was the only thing he could think of at the moment. Zhang Lei is also a ruthless person, and after thinking of this solution, a fierce light instantly appeared in his eyes. As soon as he drew the dagger pinned to his leg, he stabbed at his calf without saying a word. As the dagger slid, the flesh on the calf was quickly cut away, revealing the ghastly white bone inside. The intense pain nearly made him pass out, but it was good that the 2 ghostly psychic powers he was harnessing were feeding him energy, until he scratched from his feet all the way to his knees. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and slammed his fist at his knees. The bone at his knee shattered instantly, and as soon as he could, he pulled his calf bone out and removed a section of it from underneath the wooden man. Miraculous things happened. This wooden body was actually very good at disassembling. Zhang Lei just slightly exerted force, and the wood at the calf was held in his hand. And when he placed the piece of wood at his own rotting mess of a calf, the wood actually fused in automatically. In an instant, he felt another, even stronger wave of psychic power surging into himself. That's the psychic power of the static ghost. Chapter 80, The God-Making Program. TSK, what a ruthless man. In mid-air, Lin Mo watched Zhang Lei's every move with his arms around his chest. Remove the bones of your entire body piece by piece and put the wooden man's skeleton together. It's too hard. The point is that this psychic power derived from the rules again just about guarantees that he won't die. But how many of them can bear the pain? This Zhang Lei, even without his own help, with this ruthlessness, will definitely be a character in the future. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched. He didn't hide his whereabouts. Dan Yang was now the center of attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he stood so brightly in midair that he didn't know how many people's jaws had been dropped. Luckily, the surrounding helicopters in charge of the rescue and those ghost sentinels looked like they had been ordered by something and didn't come over to disturb him in an ungrateful manner. Inside the room, Zhang Lei's consciousness had become blurred. He felt like he was dying, but it was only a matter of replacing his 2 legs with a wooden man's skeleton. No, I can't die. MD mother asterisk 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 ing world? Labor will live. Like a flashback, when his consciousness was about to sink, Zhang Lei suddenly came back to life with a furious roar. There was blood all over the floor, and his blood stained the room. Himself even more like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. He took the dagger and stuck it into his chest without hesitation. Skin cracked and a handful of his own ribs were ripped off, his heart thumping in the exposed air. He yanked the wooden body over and shoved it toward his chest cavity like crazy. From a distance, the scene was horrifying. A disemboweled human shoved half a wooden man hard inside himself. If ordinary people saw it, they would probably die of shock on the spot. To say that this psychic power is indeed magical, all of this Zhang Lei is still not dead, just stuffing and stuffing. Zhang Lei's consciousness couldn't carry it anymore and completely fainted. And at the moment when Zhang Lei lost his consciousness, the half-stuffed wooden man strangely automatically and slowly drilled in towards Zhang Lei's body. and the balance between the rotting ghosts inside and the ghostly hair was completely disrupted as the psychic powers of the three ghosts fought against each other. At the same time, the golden silk jade clothes that had just been taken off by Zhang Lei seemed to have sensed something and automatically flew over and set on top of Zhang Lei's body. The golden silk jade cloth originated from the Tianwu continent and was a martial saint-level magic treasure. This force that didn't belong to this world also joined the battle, and for a moment Zhang Lei's body was in a state of chaos. Luckily, the chaos didn't last long, and shortly afterward, several forces fell into a delicate balance. When Zhang Lei woke up again, he was already in the middle of a white panic room. I'm not dead? His memories were stuck in the middle of forcibly harnessing a static ghost. The latter lost consciousness itself. You're not dead. A somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears, and Zhang Lei tried to sit up. Apart from the discomfort of having just woken up, his own body was soon free of any abnormalities. He hastily looked at his body. His bare skin was not the least bit scarred, and it was no longer even dry and waxy. I did it! Zhang Lei's eyes were instantly covered in surprise. After the surprise he noticed the people around him this time. Chu Yang? By his side, Chu Yang was in a white coat, holding some instruments he couldn't understand. It's me. Chu Yang nodded. His gaze at Zhang Lei was undisguisedly full of curiosity. It's like finding some kind of treasure. Zhang Lei was a bit unable to bear the blazing eyes, and immediately took 2 steps back full of vigilance. Where is this? What do you want? Chu Yang didn't care and put the thing in his hand aside. Don't be nervous. This is a biological laboratory in the underground of Danyang City. You've been in a coma for 2 days, but I really didn't expect you to wake up. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. There's actually someone who can really harness a Class A night ghost, but I'm more curious about that suit you're wearing, or the one that has become one with your skin, than the static ghost you're harnessing. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with fervor, and his body was even trembling slightly. Zhang Lei was shocked at his words and hurriedly lifted his clothes. As expected, the golden silk jade clothes on his body had long disappeared, and the skin on his own body was translucent with a sense of white and red. But now was obviously not the time to think about that. The changes in the body could be asked later by the group leader. Instead, as soon as he heard that he was in the lab, Zhang Lei was instantly enraged. He grabbed Chu Yang's collar and said with a fierce light in his eyes, "What have you done to me? Don't think I won't dare to kill you just because you're from the center." Now that he had harnessed 3 ghosts, one of which was even a great as severe ghost, Zhang Lei's bottom line was full. Not to say that you can walk across the entire world, but at least you can walk halfway across it. If this Chu Yang really did something to him, he would definitely not hesitate to pinch the other party's neck. Chu Yang was grabbed by his collar and spread his hands innocently. I would like to do something to you. The key is that the existing things can't even scratch your skin. He was honest, and Zhang Lei sniffed a flash of killing intent in his eyes. But in the end, he still put Chu Yang down. For the contribution you made, I won't kill you. To be honest, in the past one was still in awe of this famous Dr. Chu. It was he who discovered that gold could limit ghosts, and in the field of researching ghosts, Chu Yang made out many contributions. It could be said that Chu Yang was the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, and many people had survived because of his research. Zhang Lei is not Lin Mo, although he is killing and decisive. He always has a great sense of family and country. This could be seen from the fact that he had volunteered to become the head of Danyang City, plus the fact that he had turned to Lin Mo for help in order to solve the spirits as soon as possible. Letting go of Chu Yang's collar, Zhang Lei's body suddenly spread out gray ghostly spirits and immediately wanted to leave this place. At this time, Chu Yang suddenly said, "The center already has a solution to the spirit revival." Chu Yang's words caused Zhang Lei to be on his feet. The hub has decided to activate the God-making program to end the psychic resurgence once and for all. I have a recommendation for you, and it's already been reported. And, about that precious armor of yours, only the 2 of us know about it at the moment. Chapter 81, Hyperactive Ghosts. The God-making program? Zhang Lei was on his feet. What does the God creation program mean? Why do you recommend me? Chu Yang straightened his shirt and slowly spoke. The so-called God creation program is literally what it means. Ghosts cannot be killed, and the only ones who can deal with them are ghosts. If you want to put an end to psychic resurgence once and for all, then the only way is to cultivate a more powerful ghost. The center has decided to use the nation's resources to cultivate such a being, and you, in turn, are my recommendation for the slot. As for why you, on the one hand, you are one of the few existences that have harnessed a Class A night ghost these days, and on the other hand, it's that person behind you. Chu Yang did not hide anything word by word. This plan was in the works at the hub a long time ago, and there are now several predetermined candidates. Originally, according to the normal situation, Zhang Lei definitely did not have that chance, but what happened 2 days ago shocked the world, especially Lin Mo, a person from a different realm, just revealing the tip of the iceberg. His powerful strength made it difficult for all the higher-ups to comprehend. Creating a god is real, and Zhang Lei has that qualification. But the bigger picture is the person behind Zhang Lei, Xu Yang said, staring straight at Zhang Lei, waiting for Zhang Lei's answer. Zhang Lei also fell into deep thought after hearing this. The amount of information in Xu Yang's words was really a bit large. First of all, he was one of the few beings who had harnessed a Class A night ghost. Didn't that mean that there were others in the hub who had harnessed Class A night ghosts? But why had he never heard of it? If you know that the whole psychic circle is that big, it is reasonable to say that there is that kind of character that you can't have not heard of. There was also the fact that Xu Yang actually blatantly stated that part of the reason for choosing himself was because of Lin Mo. Good lord. So direct? Zhang Lei didn't agree immediately. When things involve Lin Mo, it wasn't his decision to make. Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Lei said expressionlessly, "What if I refuse?" Although Xu Yang was frank, but this blatant counting himself and Lin Mo into it made himself very unhappy. The other parties seemed to have expected this, and when he heard Zhang Lei's words, his expression turned serious, and he slightly owed. "I'm sorry, in order to end the psychic resurgence as soon as possible, and in order for no more deaths to occur, I have no choice but to do this. If that one blames it, I'm willing to bear all." Xu Yang looked straight at Zhang Lei. There wasn't a single bit of selfishness in those eyes. This was not a playful act. Zhang Lei could clearly see the sincerity in Xu Yang's eyes. It was a strange man, a sinister and honest man. Zhang Lei sighed in his heart and said with an expressionless face, "I have to ask the undersecretary of the MO God what he means. This matter is not that simple. Is Lin Mo a good guy? In Zhang Lei's eyes never is. He cannot say that this group master in the end is how a person. But aside from the group members of them is very good in addition to absolutely not a good person. The MO God under temple already disappeared a day ago. We couldn't find the slightest trace of him," Xu Yang said. "I know." Zhang Lei faintly left behind a sentence as the grey ghostly spirit spread out, and his entire body instantly disappeared into the underground laboratory. The grey ghostly spirit wrapped around him as he arrived high above the city of Dayang, which was still in the midst of resuming construction, with a few more people sporadically on the ground. Still, the whole thing looks like it's going through the end of the world. As his consciousness disappeared into the chat group in his mind, Zhang Lei sent a private message to Lin Mo. "Group Master, I've succeeded. Where are you? Can I come and find you? There's something I want to ask your opinion on." Dragon Kingdom. Near the City of Dawn, inside a small abandoned village shrine somewhere, Lin Mo was sitting leisurely on an old rattan chair, drinking a small cup of tea. The entire small village was wrapped in a layer of green-colored ghosts, and a group of young people who had come to explore the village gathered together in a piece of panic, scurrying around like headless flies. 3 men and 2 women, all looking to be in their 20s. Wait, we're, back where we were. As they ran, one of the girls suddenly pointed in horror at a coffin placed in front of an earthen house and shivered violently. A few other people sniffed and looked in the direction of the girl's finger, and it was no surprise that a large red coffin was so conspicuous. How can that be? Obviously we ran in a straight line. The other girl broke down completely and crouched on the ground and howled loudly. "It's going to die. We're all going to die. Little Flower has been killed by that ghostly thing. We're all going to die. It's all your fault. Wang Jia, if you hadn't come to explore something for good reason, we wouldn't have run into all this." The girl who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown suddenly pounced on the shorter boy to the side with a flurry of punches and kicks. Like a shrew, the short boy named Wang Jia was already terrified plus disturbed. At this time then by a crazy burst of punching and kicking is also temper up. He grabbed the girl's hair, ruthlessly smashed it on the ground, and his mouth kept cursing. "You cousin, you were the one who danced the most at that time, and now you're blaming me. Asterisk. I'm going to die anyway. I'll screw you first." Saying that, Wang Jia slammed another hard punch on the girl's face and roughly started to tear its clothes. Several other people saw this and came up to pull the fight. And just at this time of chaos, Wang Jia suddenly stopped his hand movements and looked behind the other several people in horror. Only a blurry figure Dawn appeared, and it was as if the figure was mosaicked, so it was impossible to see exactly what it looked like. No! Without saying a word, Wang Jia rolled and crawled towards somewhere else, not even a reminder of his own companion. The other few people also reacted quickly. They didn't even dare to look back. They could only pull out their legs and run. Only the girl who had been beaten to a pulp was left right where she was, unmoving. And before a few people could run 2 steps, they heard a horrifying scream. The voice was unmistakably the girl who had just gone crazy. Inside the shrine, Lin Mo slowly put his teacup down and saw Zhang Lei's private message and sent a location in passing. Multi-movement ghosts. As long as they stay still they will be killed. They can only keep running and running and running. Not to mention, The killing patterns of ghosts in this world are really strange and interesting. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the decaying table, the signature smirk still on his face. Static ghosts and hyperactive ghosts. One skeleton and one skin. I wonder what putting together all the ghosts of this world would make. Lin Mo leisurely looked at the hyperactive ghosts that kept chasing after those unlucky people. The hyperactive ghost was just as Lin Mo had said. There was only one complete human skin, and that skin was vibrating at high speed all the time. It looked like an unnameable mass of mosaic shapes and shadows. The way it kills is also extremely cruel. As long as the law of killing is triggered, this ghost will peel off its skin alive and draw out the skeleton in its entirety. After that he would put his skin over the acquired skeleton. It was just that due to the ill-fitting, the skeleton of an ordinary person under its high-speed vibration would soon turn into crumbs, over and over again. Chapter 82. Zhang Lei? On the other hand, over the city of Danyang, Zhang Lei didn't hesitate for a second after receiving Lin Mo's animal localization, and the ghost turned into a rainbow towards the southwest. The city of Dawn is not far from Danyang, just one province away. He was in a very good state at this time, and could utilize his psychic powers to a great extent, and in less than 10 minutes at full speed he had already arrived at his destination. Just as he reached the place, his brow couldn't help but furrow. Beneath his feet, within a 1-kilometer radius had been wrapped in green-colored ghosts. There was a stone monument outside the ghost domain, and Zhang Lei landed in front of that monument. There are just 3 words written on it: Kamamura Village. Kamamura Village? What a strange name. And why is the still ghost inside me so agitated? Zhang Lei looked at the green-colored ghostly spirit, and he couldn't see the scenery inside. But the still ghost inside was restless as if it wanted to burrow out of its body. He had a moment of hesitation. The group leader shouldn't harm me. After thinking about it, since Lin Mo had positioned him here, he would go in himself regardless of what was inside. Immediately, Zhang Lei's gray ghostly spirit spread out and began to invade this green-colored ghostly spirit. Not all ghosts possess such a thing as a ghostly spirit, and generally the ghosts that possess a ghostly spirit have a hazard level of B and above. In other words, the ghosts inside this green-colored ghostly spirit in front of him were at least level B hazardous Leviathan ghosts. And naturally there are strong and weak ghosts. The more powerful the severe ghost, his ghost is also stronger. The moment the gray ghostly creature came into contact with that green ghostly creature, the two began a fierce confrontation. It was only in the moment of confrontation that Zhang Lei's face changed drastically. No good. He hurriedly tried to retrieve his ghostly spirit, but the static ghost in his body was already out of control and revived crazily. These two ghostly creatures are craving each other. Such bad luck. Feeling the balance within his body that was about to be broken, Zhang Lei instantly panicked. He had sensed the restlessness of the still ghost earlier, but he just didn't expect that the still ghost's desire for this ghostly spirit would actually reach such a level. Zhang Lei hastily invoked the psychic power of the rotting ghost and the ghost hair in an attempt to suppress the constantly reviving static ghost. But how can the power of a rotting ghost and a ghost's hair compare to that of a still ghost? Not only was there not the slightest delay, but the other two ghosts also showed signs of revival. Fortunately, in the nick of time, and their own skin fused into one of the golden silk jade clothes show power. The golden light continues to emerge. Dazzling golden light carries the energy does not belong to this world. Hard to revive the three ghosts suppressed. At the same time, the green-colored ghostly spirit in front of him violently cracked open a large mouth. A large, invisible hand took hold of himself and yanked him in hard. Zhang Lei only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and opened his eyes again and was already in the middle of a dilapidated shrine. Gun Master. On the rattan chair, Lin Mo didn't even raise his eyelids and gently nodded. There are still 2 asylums left. Zhang Lei, who was just full of excitement, instantly choked. I had the heart to spit it out, but I didn't dare say it. That's when he realized there was someone else beside him. You are? Zhang Lei gazed at the man, who was wearing the uniform of a city head, and panic flashed in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Lei's gaze, he smiled awkwardly. Hello, I'm the head of Dan City. Huang Chang. You're Zhang Lei, right? Dealing with a Class A incident alone. The entire psychic circle knows your name. I've seen your picture. In fact, I've long since discovered the abnormality here. I just haven't been able to come in, and I've just been inexplicably brought in outside the ghost domain. Huang Chang had the heart to explain that Zhang Lei was now a big celebrity. He was still a little skeptical earlier, but just now he kind of understood what it meant to be famous. If I don't explain it clearly now, what should I do if Zhang Lei is looking for trouble? After Huang Chang said that, he carefully looked at Lin Mo on the rattan chair, several times wanting to speak. He's no cutie pie, was somehow brought in. It must be this man's handiwork. Moreover, the other party was still able to be so leisurely in the ghostly world, so he was definitely not a normal person. If it wasn't for what the other party had just said, He would have thought that Lin Mo was the source ghost of this ghostly spirit. Zhang Lei was really full of questions at this moment. Why would the credit for solving the stationary ghost be pressed on his head? Why would the static ghost be agitated after coming here? He also looked at Lin Mo and cautiously inquired, "Group Master, what the hell?" Before the words were finished, Lin Mo waved his hand to interrupt. "Hush, watch the play first, afterward." Saying that, Lin Mo magically spread his hand and a whole bunch of medieval coins appeared in his hand. But there's no point in just watching the show. There are now 2 other players on the field. Guess who will survive to the end? Guess right, all this money is yours. Lin Mo smiled and looked at the 2 Zhang Lei and Huang Chang. Zhang Lei and Huang Chang both looked at each other and were both a bit stunned. Fortunately, Zhang Lei knew more or less about Lin Mo's temper, and froze for less than a second and weakly said, "Group Master, I can't see it." Well, Rimmer forgot that these 2 chaps didn't have clairvoyance. He waved his hand once more, and an image appeared out of nowhere in the shrine, showing a mosaic ghost chasing 2 people. That's right, those 3 men and 2 women just now. There are only 2 left after this moment, a man and a woman. The man was the short boy, Wang Jia, and the woman was a short-haired well-behaved looking girl. Although he had long been aware of the group leader's temper, he was still a bit uncomfortable to see the use of human life as a game with his own eyes. And just in the second when Zhang Lei was doing his mental construction, Huang Chang, who was on the side, hurriedly shouted, "I'll choose the boy." The short boy, joking aside, although he didn't know what the man in front of him was actually doing, but how could this situation be seen as having a high probability of the short man living down? Huang Chang didn't understand Lin Mo, but since the other party said that he wanted to let himself choose, then it was just okay, end of choice. Lin Mo said and continued to look at the light screen with interest. At this time the reaction of Zhang Lei people stupid. He viciously glared at Huang Chang. The things that the group master took out that can be fine. No, we must make Huang Chang spit out a bit in the back. Huang Chang shrunk his head and smiled twice, his gaze also looking at the light screen. Inside the village, Wang Jia was still frantically running and running. He didn't dare to stop. As soon as he stopped, the ghost would appear around him like magic. He had witnessed the others who had come with him being brutally killed one by one. A scene of being skinned and boned that he swore he would never forget for the rest of his life. Wang Jia didn't know how long he had been running. He felt like his legs were weak and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Running, he came back to the big red coffin. At this moment, he finally broke down, and he roared madly, smashing everything around him, as if he wanted to vent all the fear inside him. Wang Jia. Suddenly, a female voice rang in his ears, startling him. "Suya, you're not dead?" After the shock, he was instantly surprised again, and there is nothing like the sight of another living person in times of despair. "Great, that's great, I thought you were all dead." Just before Wang Jia could be surprised for a few seconds, he suddenly felt as if his head had been hit by something. His eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted directly on the ground. "Sister Su Qing, I've avenged you." A brick dried Wang Jia to the ground. Suya also did not run, leaned his butt against the big red coffin. The whole person curled up into a ball, quietly waiting for death to come. The mosaic-like ghostly figure reappeared, the sound of peeling skin and bones ringing in his ears. Suya didn't even dare to raise her head, only her petite body couldn't stop trembling. Inside the shrine, Huang Cheng's entire body was dumbfounded as he looked unbelievably at everything in the light screen. Zhang Lei was also a bit confused. He did not know what had happened earlier. Lin Mo smiled and waved his big hand to bring the 2 of them to the girl's side instantaneously. Then he pinched the hyperactive ghost, who was still changing his clothes, and jerked his freshly dressed skeleton out hard, and kept pushing in his hand until he pinched the hyperactive ghost to death. After that Lin Mo threw it in front of the girl. "Put it on. I can let you live. For a price." Lin Mo yanked Zhang Lei over with one hand. "Within a week, find a way to kill him.